With his power to devour and absorb anything, Kim feared no monster, not even dragons or demon lords. If he could eat it, it became his source of power. He would consume a creature's innate power, making it his own unique skill, aiming to be the strongest. So what is Kim's destiny? Everyone has a power, and his was simple. He could eat absolutely anything. To adapt to this strange power, he tried countless methods. In the end, Kim finally mastered it. This power led him to become a poacher in Africa. While cleaning his gun, High Panic called with a mission. The target, a Godzilla for general lighting. High Panic, Kim's partner, was the contact for the powerful warlord. Kim listened to High Panic, asking if the general wanted the creature's entire body, but High Panic said they only needed its head and hands, at least 2 of them. Kim immediately understood. General Lighting wanted the heads as trophies, and the hands as grotesque ashtrays. He'd need to kill 2 just to get the heads. After some thought, Kim agreed to start the next day. Hearing this, High Panic gave a strange smile, then quickly ended the call with Kim. Hunting Godzillas wasn't easy. Besides Kim, many others targeted them, from illegal hunters seeking profit to heavily armed anti-poaching forces. Unlike amateurs, these groups were dangerously well equipped. If they crossed paths, running was the only option. Traveling with High Panic, Kim sensed something was off. Just as Kim was about to question him, High Panic cut him off with a loud voice. He even spoke South Korean, not English. Kim's suspicion peaked. The act was finally over for High Panic. The time was now. Pulling out handcuffs, High Panic revealed he'd been tracking Kim for a whole year. That's why he knew every language from Kim's travels. Korean, English, Japanese, and even Chinese. As Kim stood silent, High Panic cuffed him. Then came the charges, a long list of crimes including murder, poaching, illegal trafficking, fraud, and working with outlaw organizations and drug cartels. Inside the prisoner transport, High Panic gloated over his successful capture of Kim. Kim stared daggers at High Panic, asking about the mission. The General Lighting job was fake, a trap. High Panic admitted it all. He spent 3 months just to get close, and another 3 months to finally earn Kim's trust. He thought he'd be playing this role forever. He joked that if this were a movie, he'd win an Oscar. While High Panic was gloating, he got a strange call. The person on the other end claimed to see 2 moons. Before he could process this, the vehicle began to shake violently. While everyone panicked, Kim remained perfectly calm. The reason he was a poacher was simple: his ability to eat anything and use its power to transform. Veins bulged across Kim's body. His teeth became like a shark's, his skin hardening into pangolin scales. Kim was an internationally wanted criminal, born and raised in South Korea. For money, Kim committed every crime imaginable, from contract killing to fraud and illegal trafficking. His infamy grew when he bought rare animals from across the globe just to eat them. This earned him the nickname Beast Eater. High Panic and the others on board stared in horror at Kim's monstrous transformation. They trembled with fear but tried to threaten him. They drew their weapons, but a single swipe from Kim sent them all flying. No one understood why Kim consumed countless animals, becoming a poacher just to hunt and devour them. Now, Kim's blood-red eyes locked onto High Panic, asking for any last words before he died. High Panic trembled before Kim's monstrous form, but still managed to curse him, calling him a damn monster. His end was not a peaceful one. Kim quickly and brutally finished him off. The driver heard the commotion and called out, but before he could finish, Kim's massive hand grabbed him. His fate was sealed. The truck crashed violently into a tree. From the bloody wreckage, a tattered Kim emerged. He looked to the sky and froze. 2 moons hung in the air. This was no longer Earth. In this new world, many creatures possessed special skills. They were known simply as monsters. Some resembled Earth's animals, like buffalo, wolves, or even dragons. Now, Kim eyed the creature at his feet. He transformed instantly and finished it with ease. In this world, Kim would become the strongest. He recalled his past. Betrayed by his partner, captured by Interpol. But what he saw after escaping that truck was 2 moons hung in the sky. He instantly knew this wasn't Earth. For Kim, being here might not be so bad. The council had listed his countless crimes. From the UN to Interpol, every organization on Earth wanted him. So in this new world, Kim might finally find some peace. Lost in thought, he was suddenly surrounded by a pack of wolves. Kim couldn't help but let out a curse. He thought beasts knew which predators to avoid, but he was wrong. Kim's sharp gaze locked onto the most vicious one. He identified it as the pack's alpha. At its command, the other wolves lunged straight for Kim. Unfazed by their speed, Kim instantly transformed. His head became a tiger's, his torso a wolf's. The once aggressive wolves froze in absolute terror at the sight. They all tried to scatter, even the alpha was stunned. They might spare him, but Kim wasn't as merciful. In a flash, he appeared behind the alpha. Before it could react, Kim brought it down. Fangs tore from its jaw as blood stained the earth. Seeing their leader fall, the pack lost all courage. The survivors scrambled to escape. This would be Kim's first meal in this world. He tried using a tiger's fangs, but they had no effect. So, Kim morphed his jaw into a hippo's to finish the job. After his meal, Kim pondered something odd. Here, it took hippo jaws to skin the wolf and shark teeth to eat it. This hide was anything but normal. Kim also wondered why the wolves feared his roar so much. Science said roars make muscles vibrate, but his roar instantly paralyzed these wolves. Predators like wolves should only flinch. He hesitated, his gaze drifting to the 2 moons above. This was a different world. Would his knowledge be useless here? In his first week, Kim hunted and absorbed various forest creatures, like a massive bear with enormous arms, a snake of unknown venom, and a deer with blade-like antlers. They resembled Earth's animals, but with strange new traits. Kim began his hunt once more. He suspected a unique system governed this world. Unlike Earth's, he would find answers on this journey. After transforming, Kim quickly sensed another person nearby. He needed information from this person. He reached out with his massive, transformed hand. His ability to mimic absorbed body parts wasn't all-powerful. It came with strict limitations. The main condition for transformation was matching body parts. He could turn his hand into a bear's claw, but not a gator's jaw. Creatures like crustaceans were impossible, their bodies too alien. Also, Kim couldn't stack abilities. With an eagle's head, he was completely unable to speak. But the man Kim touched saw his monstrous form and panicked. He screamed and scrambled to get away. He yelled in a strange language as he fled. But a deer with razor-sharp antlers suddenly impaled him. After clearing its path, the deer darted away. Kim reverted to his original human form. He watched as the man bled out on the ground. His last words were in that unknown language. Kim couldn't save the man, nor did he have any reason to. He needed intel, but the language barrier made saving him pointless. Instead, Kim realized his ability offered a simpler solution. Kim could just absorb the man's brain and take all his memories. And just like that, he acquired this world's language. The man's sacrifice also yielded a valuable prize, his beast encyclopedia. For instance, the diamond wolf, 200 centimeters long, weighing 120 kilograms, with a sonic bite attack. He now knew what monsters existed here, and the fundamental rules of this new world. It let him do things he never could on Earth. 2 months later, Kim continued his journey. He studied a bull's head, researching its regeneration. It could regrow its brain in a month, even from pieces. This wasn't in the book. He never expected the bull to have such an ability. Kim used a transformed arm to dig underneath. He flicked some green fluid onto the head, making it scream. Hearing the scream, Kim smiled. He still hadn't found the limits of its hide. How long must it be burned? What temperature would burn it? Was it acid resistant? How many times could it regenerate? So many questions left to answer. Kim shut the book. Standing before the head, he planned his next experiment. In the northern Greatwood, home to the Orcus tribe, a warrior met with the chieftain to state his mission. In the great forest, a monster was born. It devours all in its path, flawlessly absorbing their skills. This terrifying creature stalked the vast woods, the rightful domain of the Chow. Just then, an armed Chow patrol discovered strange tracks on the ground. Human footprints. Instantly, they knew their comrades must have gone to hunt these humans already. The mere thought of human flesh made them drool with greed, wondering where the prey had gone. But a moment later, one smashed its mace in fury. Its allies dared to hoard the delicious human meat. It roared an order to its subordinates. Find them before there's nothing left but bones. The other Chow obediently complied, and the group immediately split up to search. Elsewhere, another unlucky Chow was not the hunt next dare, but the prey, crushed in a monster's grip. As it prepared to devour the Chow, the giant wolf-like creature sensed something approaching. Seeing them, it drooled. I needed more test subjects, and you walked right to my door. The first group of Chow had arrived at the entrance to its lair. One of them sniffed the air and reported, I smell human flesh inside this cave. Another felt something was deeply wrong, but their arrogant leader paid it no mind. He was sure his rivals were simply hiding the feast inside. Then, the subordinate noticed another detail. It wasn't human blood. It was the blood of a Chow. He froze for 5 seconds, watching his fool of a leader walk right in. Unaware, a vicious wolf was waiting inside. The subordinate screamed, Boss, watch out. He clutched his club in defense. But before he could act, the massive wolf struck with a single punch, sending him straight to the afterlife. The monster mused. The muscles of a chow, paired with a bear's massive claws. This combination isn't half bad. Then it felt a pang of regret for crushing the chaw. It was meant to be a test subject, but now it was dead. The others could only stammer their leader's name. One roared defiantly at the monster. Despite seeing his leader's fate, he foolishly charged in for revenge. But its wooden mace was shattered before it could even swing, along with its entire arm. The chow couldn't process it, only seeing the monster's maw full of sharp fangs lunging for it. The poison fangs of a death serpent. The perfect way to nullify a chaw's powerful regeneration by paralyzing it. The effect was immediate. The subordinate was completely immobilized. A second later, it collapsed, its life extinguished. The last remaining chow watched from the back, trembling uncontrollably at the slaughter. He glanced over in terror. His dying leader used his last breath to whisper, "Run," but he was frozen in fear before the monster's overwhelming power. Not that the creature intended to let him escape. It gave a wicked grin. "Time to join your friends, isn't it?" Then, all that was left was a final scream and a spray of blood. We now learn this wolf-like monster is Kim. He thinks, "In just a few months, I've conducted many experiments, all to add new data to his book." And his so-called experiments involve torturing these chow. The book introduced a novel concept to him: skills. At first, he assumed it was some kind of video game manual. After all, a skills section is usually found in games. But the creatures Kim devoured here used abilities just like them. For instance, a wolf that could project sonic waves, or a bear strong enough to hurl giant boulders. Kim was now certain skills were real. And his experiments had revealed several critical rules. First, skills have no effect on creatures that do not possess skills of their own. For example, a death serpent's venom skill paralyzes prey. But when he let one bite him, he only got a scar. No poison. Second, non-skill-based attacks are still effective against opponents who do possess skills. He attacked a great bear with both his poison skill and normal fangs. Both methods successfully paralyzed the beast. This explains why the diamond wolves, despite their resistance, were still terrified by his roar. It was the roar of a tiger, a creature not of this world. In other words, being from Earth makes Kim immune to their skills. Yet his own attacks still affect them. This unique advantage allows Kim to become the apex predator. At least, in this new world. On Earth, humanity reigns supreme. No matter what creature he could consume, Kim could never defeat mankind. The reason for this is simple: technology and weapons. Humanity once dominated all life, but not in this world. Here, mankind is merely prey for terrifyingly powerful monsters. The overwhelming technologies of their old world do not exist here. Since childhood, Kim dreamed of becoming a tyrannical predator. To achieve this, he just had to devour this world's creatures. Beings like trolls with infinite regeneration, orcs of peerless strength, and even dragons whose fire breath melts steel. At that moment, another strange creature appeared on the ground. It looked like a talking slime. Seeing a dragon soar by, it cheered. "Whoa, a dragon? This world is just like a fantasy anime," the slime grinned. "I was reborn as a slime that can eat anything." Believing it was destined to rule this world, the slime laughed maniacally. "I was born to be the strongest. It's destiny." Then, it wondered, "I wonder if this will work." A message window materialized. He tried to open his status screen, which listed his stats: Level 1, Stamina 1, Strength 1, Speed 1, and Intelligence 0. A note was also included. "Use your soul to consume anything, and make its power your own." "Whoa, this is exactly like an anime," the slime exclaimed. Just then, it spotted a small snake nearby. The slime expanded, transforming into a massive net. An instant later, it completely enveloped the snake. The unfortunate snake was completely digested. After its meal, the slime let out a satisfied burp. A system notification appeared. "You have consumed a death adder. Your speed has increased by 1. You can now use the skill, Paralysis Venom. Your soul has decreased from using predation." The slime wondered, "Huh? My soul decreased?" But it didn't give it much thought, figuring it would find a way to regain its soul later. Convinced it was the main character, the slime used its predation skill on more creatures, leaving only bones behind. "The reason I was an outcast who struggled to survive was because of my useless parents. It was all their fault. A slime with the potential to rival monsters will become one. It will consume its soul to grow stronger, leading to its self-destruction." The goddess of Elm didn't choose him to be a hero, but to be a disposable pawn. On the continent of Elm, under the goddess's divine protection, lived the warrior she had chosen. He followed the warrior's code, protecting humanity. The greater the danger to mankind, the stronger the goddess's champion became. But even that champion, even I, could not stop the devastation caused by that monster. That beast brought calamity upon the world with its horrifying power, and because of it, I suffered a terrible death. But when I awoke, I had returned to the past, back to my body from 10 years ago. This was the final chance the goddess had granted me. I must stop that monster at all costs. Such were the thoughts of the warrior. But he has changed slightly. That was the goddess's prophecy. As he recalled it, a terrible, sharp pain shot through him. The warrior wondered, is this because I lied? This was a punishment for breaking the warrior's code. But he'll never believe I'm from the future. It turns out, the warrior was confiding in an orc. The orc, confused, asked, "A prophecy? Can you tell me more?" The warrior replied without hesitation, "Of course, elder." He then explained, "Here in the great tree forest, a monster that devours others to absorb their skills will appear. I am here to prevent the future calamity it will cause." After hearing this, the orc elder replied, "If your prophecy is true, then we have a grave problem." When the warrior asked why, the orc explained he hadn't seen a single troll in 2 months. He feared the monster was targeting their regeneration ability. Potent regeneration and destructive power are the troll's 2 signature abilities, the warrior understood. In other words, if we follow the troll's trail now, we might find the monster's lair. He clenched his fist with grim determination. "This time, I won't let you run rampant." Meanwhile, Kim was studying his skill book. Closing it, he thought, this should be enough. They all died during the experiments. Kim was surrounded by the corpses of trolls. However, behind him, one still remained alive. Finding this existence too painful, the creature begged Kim to finally end its life. Kim agreed to its request. Holding a torch, he replied, "I will grant you a peaceful end." Kim spoke his final words to it. "We've been together for a while, but I must find new test subjects. I will grant your wish to die." Seeing its wish about to be granted, the troll felt a surge of relief. Finally, the moment has come. It squeezed its eyes shut, awaiting the final blow, but nothing happened. When it looked again, Kim was simply reading his book. The tome revealed a vital secret. Boiled orc blood creates recovery potions, meaning he could spare this one for now. Hearing this, the orc wept in anguish, begging for a swift death, but Kim paid its pleas no mind. His focus was on the book's entry for the great forest lizardmen, standing around 180 centimeters tall. They weighed about 85 kilograms, with skills like poison spit, underwater breathing, and physical damage reduction. The lizardmen lived alone in the forest, not monsters, but a species deeply hostile to any outsiders. They would capture and kill all trespassers, just as the illustration showed. Kim murmured, "A hybrid species, part mammal, part reptile." A twisted smile formed on his face as he thought, "I wonder how useful they are." In the swamps of the great forest, lizardmen sentinels stood guard, each one clutching a crude spear. Suddenly, one of them spotted a figure in the distance. Assuming from the shape that it was merely an orc, they hadn't seen many orcs lately, wondering where they had all gone. Just as one charged in to handle the intruder, for daring to step foot on their sacred land, another guard was suddenly sent flying backwards. Before he could even process it, the lizardman was seized by Kim's monstrous form, now with a death serpent's head. The beast opened its massive maw to devour him. And in an instant, the guard was swallowed whole without a final scream. Another guard witnessed the horror and shrieked in terror, "What in the hell are you? This thing?" The lizardman's disgust was crushed by overwhelming fear. He had no idea what he was facing, but he knew if it lived, his entire race was in danger. Without a second thought, he drove his spear into the monster's body, yet the gaping wound in its shoulder healed in an instant. The lizardman stared in absolute shock. This creature had regeneration? Only orcs had that skill. In that moment of surprise, the monster spat. A glob of venom slammed directly into the lizardman's eyes. The damage was immediate and severe. His world dissolved into a blur. But the greater shock came from realizing the poison was their own kind's venom. As the monster advanced, the lizard man collapsed from the toxin. A second later, his body was gone, vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the slime, Solam, was busy having a feast. It had just finished another creature. Solam burped and sighed. "Orcs are so bland. I can't believe I only gained 1 level." Then, it noticed a pungent smell coming from Kim's cave. "What is that powerful odor?" Solam immediately used Kim's skill, Adamantine Wolf Life Sensor. It detected a large number of living beings inside. The naive slime headed straight into the cave, unwilling to miss out on such a delicious opportunity. Giggling with glee, it was met with the sight of countless lizardmen corpses scattered everywhere. So Lamb almost cried at the tragedy. but then remembered its calling as a glutton and cheered. Jackpot! I'm going to get so much experience! Licking its lips, it shouted, I don't know who did this, but thank you for the meal. And so began Lamb's feast. After eating its fill, it quickly checked its status. It had gained new stats. Underwater breathing, poison spit, and regeneration. What a score! It stared, entranced. So engrossed in the status window, it never sensed the figure that had crept up from behind. It was the warrior. He was on a holy mission. Destroy the beast that would bring ruin to humanity. While the slime was distracted, staring at its screen, the warrior appeared directly behind it. The slime noticed the shadow blotting out the light, so Lamb turned, asking the warrior his identity. The warrior, in turn, observed the slime with great intensity. He had followed the scent of orcs and a powerful killing aura to this very cave, but when he arrived, all he found was a single slime. However, sensing the immense malevolence it radiated, the warrior instantly knew this was no ordinary slime. He could feel it in his very soul. This creature was pure, unadulterated evil. Lost in thought, the warrior didn't answer. Annoyed by the silence, the slime glared, trying to intimidate him. That snapped him to attention. I am a warrior, he answered, and a warrior's code dictates we never hide our identity. Hearing this, Lamb grew incredibly irritated. In this world, the warrior role was a cliché, the kind of character fated to have everything stolen by the main character. It began an internal monologue. This man was just a sacrificial pawn for its own growth, a far cry from warriors who could devour dragons. In the end, it was deeply disappointed. The warrior couldn't understand the slime's muttering, but he understood the tone. He could tell he was being looked down upon. So Lamb then turned to him and asked, Were you chosen by them? The slime despised the goddess, viewing her as complete garbage. Therefore, her chosen warriors were also worthless scum. It continued its taunts, insulting both goddess and champion. The warrior fell silent, slowly drawing his blade. His eyes widened. The slime's blasphemy finally ignited his fury. He had ignored insults against his own family, as a warrior must be merciful. But this slime dared to defile the goddess, the creator of the Eom continent. He could not forgive this sacrilege. Seeing his rage, the slime gloated and continued its taunts. The warrior slammed his sword down, the loud crash making the slime flinch. His face darkened with rage as he roared, Be silent! The slime recoiled in fear. His easygoing demeanor vanished, replaced by a formidable aura radiating killing intent. The slime now felt a flicker of fear. It gnashed its teeth, convinced it was the true protagonist, but it couldn't stop the cold sweat dripping from its form. Suppressing its fear, the slime smirked, challenging him. What title will I get for killing a warrior? Gathering its courage, it screamed, Even without a title, I'll devour your skills. The warrior was momentarily stunned. The slime suddenly grew massive, lunging with its huge maw to devour him. But the warrior was no easy prey, swiftly sidestepping the massive creature's attack. In that same motion, he struck with his blade, slicing off a huge chunk of the slime's body. He then used his magic to instantly incinerate the severed piece. As he cast the spell, the warrior watched it closely. He knew that without its mass, even a slime could not regenerate that part. Writhing in pain from the wound, the slime still managed a threat. Don't get cocky. Then, it activated its super regeneration skill to restore its form. Once whole, the slime boasted confidently, My skill is basically a cheat code. The warrior raised his sword again, determined to end this threat. Begone, you omen of destruction. As he yelled, the warrior imbued his blade with magic. The slime didn't understand what he was doing. He had activated absolute judgment, an immense power that locked directly onto the slime, pinning it in place. It shrieked in agony. With his animalistic head, Kim couldn't speak, but after devouring a lizardman, he could talk normally, even with a reptilian head. Mammalian and reptilian body parts were somehow compatible. How truly fascinating. Kim realized he needed more test subjects, so he headed to a nearby river where the lizardmen gathered. Spotting Kim's similar form, one lizardman mistook him for one of its own. But Kim was far larger than any ordinary lizardman. However, their leader was sharp enough to see the truth. It roared, ordering the others to attack. 2 spears struck Kim in succession, but he was completely unfazed, ready to counter. Kim spat a viscous fluid into his palm, then brutally smeared it onto a lizardman's face. The moment the fluid made contact, it began dissolving the lizardman's face, making it scream in agony. Enraged at seeing their kin attacked, the other lizardmen charged toward Kim. But before they could reach him, the screams of others stopped one attacker dead in its tracks. Realizing something terrible, it trembled and whispered, Oh, the crimson light! It could only watch as Kim cut down its kin, one by one. He slowly approached, and before it could flee, his hand was tight around its throat. The lizardman struggled and cried for help, but its breaths quickly became faint. It tremblingly tried to clench its fist, but its strength failed as it gave up. Meanwhile, the energy from the attack on the slime faded away, leaving behind wisps of smoke. The warrior turned to leave. Suddenly, the slime fell from the sky. Its body was now tattered and shrunken from the powerful attack. The slime slowly dragged its battered form into a nearby cave. It knew it had to recover, and fast. But the attack had weakened its skills, slowing its regeneration, and it muttered to itself in frustration. Cursing the warrior, it desperately searched for food. But as it vented its rage, a shadow appeared at the cave's entrance. It was Kim. When he saw his supplies were gone, his fury erupted, making the slime shrink back in fear. But despite its fear, the sight of fresh prey was too tempting. The slime could no longer restrain its instincts. It leaped right at Kim's face. The scene shifts. A filthy room stinks of decay, trash piled high and mold creeping up the walls. Amidst the stinking garbage sits a massive, sluggish man, his eyes glued to the screen of his favorite video game. This glutton was the slime in its previous life. Back when it was human, everyone around him mocked him, calling him useless, a man who could accomplish nothing. But he always made excuses, claiming he was just following his instincts, and that it was his sacred duty. That portly version of the slime never even tried. He refused to lift a finger for anything difficult. His days were spent eating, sleeping, and playing games. He was also disrespectful and a terrible son. At nearly 40 years old, he had no job. He forced his aging parents to support his dead-end life. Yet he played the victim, claiming his parents failed their duty by disowning him for being overweight and jobless. The man despised his pathetic existence, the miserable life of a complete and utter loser. He wished desperately for a chance to change everything. And then, miraculously, that chance finally arrived. He awoke in another world, reborn in the body of a mighty slime, able to absorb anything and claim its powers. This power convinced him of his destiny. He was the chosen one, the main character of this world. But his grand dream was shattered before it could even truly begin. After battling a mysterious warrior, the slime was grievously wounded. Yet, it saw this as nothing more than a hero's trial. It vowed to devour every skill in existence for its revenge. The moment it finished, it turned to see Kim standing right there. The muscles in Kim's face tensed with absolute fury. Rage burned in his eyes at the sight of this intruder. But the foolish slime saw Kim as a meal delivered to its doorstep. It lunged, intending to devour him completely. It leaped straight into his mouth to eat him from within. Before Kim could react, he'd swallowed the slime whole. From Kim's point of view, the first bad news in 2 weeks was that his laboratory cave was now completely useless. A slime had gotten inside and wrecked the place while he was out hunting lizardmen. The creature had even leaped straight into his mouth while he was caught off guard. The good news, however, was that Kim had successfully assimilated the slime. More accurately, the slime committed suicide by digestion. But its skill set was incredibly interesting. According to the monster bestiary, slimes can shapeshift, evolving based on their regular diet. A slime's diet is incredibly varied, from insects and rodents to poisonous plants, dirt, and even minerals. The book also mentioned that slimes who eat minerals eventually take on the properties of that very ore. For example, a metal slime consumes ore from a mine, gaining skills like metallization and metal detection. Normally, Kim couldn't eat minerals. He could ingest them, but not digest them to absorb their traits. Any ore he consumed would simply be expelled from his system. A slime's diet, however, isn't limited to organic matter. They can also consume inanimate objects. By assimilating the slime, Kim could now consume ore. He could even transform his own body into metal. In the land of ancient dragons, a great red dragon soared through the sky. A king of the heavens, it remained nameless. A solitary ancient dragon such as itself had no need for a name, but those who worshipped the great beast gave it a name, Xichquang. Xichquang soared gracefully through the air. She was a mother who dearly loved her young hatchling. In this forest, teeming with monsters, the lizard men revered Xichquang as their god. They offered her treasures in exchange for divine protection, ensuring their tribe's prosperity. But since her child's birth, Xichquang had grown distant from the tribe under her care. Though she hated leaving her hatchling, she felt it would be safe if she left for just a brief moment. And so, she flew towards the lizardmen's territory. Soaring over the forest, she noticed strange tracks, forcing her to a sudden halt. She saw signs of a fierce struggle and suspected an invasion. Her crimson eyes blazed with fury. Someone dared attack her people. With its protector roaring vengeance, the lizardmen were avenged. Meanwhile, Kim was the true culprit behind the attack. Fascinated by his body's changes, He morphed his hand into that of a lizardman. He knew lizardmen were covered in tough scales. But for defense, his diamond scale skin was far better. The key difference wasn't the scales, but the special mucus covering the lizardman's skin. This mucus was not only antibacterial, but also acted as a potent healing ointment. More importantly, this mucus could merge with the slime's own substance. If he ate hard metals and transformed the mucus into a metallic slime, he would become much stronger. The only problem was finding the right kind of durable metal he needed. Using his hawk's eye skill, Kim spotted metal hundreds of meters below, at the mountain's base. It was being mined by a tribe of orcs. Kim gazed down, wondering if this was their territory. He checked his monster guide. Orcs stood over 2 meters tall and weighed 150 kilograms. They possessed warrior skills like reinforcement and vigor boost. These were the strongest orcs in the Great Forest. They valued dignity and pride, but some evil individuals were considered monsters. From above, Kim counted about 40 massive orcs. Closing the book, he knew 40 orcs were too many. He had 1 week to make them leave the mine. As he pondered, a dragon flew overhead, instantly capturing his attention. From the lizardman's memory, Kim knew this dragon had a child. He could swap brains with creatures he'd eaten. This let him read their memories, but a full swap would cost him his sanity, so he only used a portion. And from that dragon's memories, Kim concocted a crazy and rather devious plan. The mother dragon, Shichkwang, held a wolf in her jaws, then sternly dropped it onto a pile of other carcasses. It seemed she was stockpiling food in her lair. A tiny voice called out "Mommy," making Shichkwang turn around. Looking at her child, the mother dragon carefully gave instructions for while she was away. She lovingly nudged her baby, telling him to wait patiently at home until she returned. But the curious young dragon asked about going for walks, learning to hunt, and when he could go outside. This seemed to anger the mother dragon. She gave him a warning glare, telling him not to even think of leaving. After preparing plenty of food for her child, Shichkwang moved to the cave entrance. She carefully drew a magical barrier with countless circles. Once it was stable, she took flight and soared away. Left alone, the little dragon watched his mother disappear, looking sad and frightened. The moment the mother left, a new danger appeared. 30 minutes earlier, Kim had arrived. He stood a short distance from Shichkwang's lair. Carrying a deer carcass, he wondered if this was the right path. He had found this place thanks to the lizardman's memories. He mused to himself that this was easier than expected. Then, he tossed the deer's body forward. It struck an invisible barrier. Just as he predicted, the barrier incinerated the deer instantly. He knew about the barrier's existence from the lizardman's memories. Yet, when he pushed his own arm through, there was no reaction. The barrier was useless against a creature from Earth like Kim. Passing through the barrier, Kim headed for Shichkwang's lair and began to climb. To the little dragon's shock, Kim had reached his goal. The young dragon saw the stranger invading his home. It grew wary, but Kim seemed to ignore the little dragon, focused only on his own exhaustion. It was a long climb. His current form was a mix of buffalo jaw, red serpent scales, and a few earth animals. It was just enough to fool the dragon's barrier, making him look somewhat like an orc. The little dragon timidly asked the strange creature, "Who are you?" But Kim paid it no mind. His eyes were locked on the glittering pile of gold and jewels behind it, and he slowly walked toward the treasure. Kim thought the ore in the mine was nothing compared to this hoard. But as Kim was lost in thought, the young dragon lunged from behind. It was too small to be a threat to Kim. With a single hand, he caught the small dragon, making it cry out in pain. Kim called it noisy and threw it against the wall. The injured baby dragon could only curl up and cry for its mother. 1 week later, the mother dragon returned from her hunt. 7 days passed with no leads. Entering her lair, she was met with a shocking sight. Her hatchling wasn't there to greet her. But today, the little one's absence filled the mother dragon with a terrible worry. Her gaze hardened when she saw him, covered in wounds and clinging to life on the ground. The mother dragon panicked, but her priority was clear. She had to heal her little one first. So, she unleashed a torrent of healing magic to mend the young dragon's wounds. Once recovered, the hatchling leaped into his mother's arms, sobbing. When asked what happened, he tearfully described the intruder. The attacker not only wounded him, but also stole all the treasure and food his mother had left behind. Hearing the description, the mother dragon knew instantly. Only one race in the forest had lower tusks and red skin. It had to be the orcs. Fury burned within her, vowing to bring hell upon those who harmed her child. She then let out a roar that shook the very heavens and earth. Hiding nearby, Kim heard the roar. A vile smirk crossed his face, knowing his plan was a success. In the orc village, a large warrior sought the elder. His patrol had discovered a suspicious item. It was a valuable-looking sword, stained with blood, found lying in a bush near their village. The orc elder eyed the sword with deep suspicion. An item this valuable had no business being in a bush. He lifted the blade to his nose, sniffing for a scent, and recognized the smell of dragon's blood. The moment he realized the danger, the enraged mother dragon descended upon the orc tribe, her face contorted with rage as she roared a threat. It was time for them to pay for their actions. The miserable scum. Deep within the forest, a pillar of flame suddenly erupted with incredible force. The inferno came from the great dragon, incinerating an orc instantly. Seeing the blood on the orc's sword, she recognized her beloved daughter's scent. The realization drove her mad, confirming the orcs were indeed the culprits. With his dying breath, the orc warned his clan to run, for they had fallen right into a trap. The war between the furious mother dragon and the orc tribe began. The war horn summoned every orc in the forest. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. The orcs won, but countless had fallen, with only a dozen surviving. The survivors fled the great wood forest. The corpses of the mother dragon and the fallen orcs became a grand feast for Kim. From that moment, the mother dragon's life was extinguished. Her child felt it instantly, his small body trembling as their connection vanished. Tears streamed down the little dragon's face as the poor creature cried out for his mother. His body trembled with heartbreaking sobs. The small dragon gritted his teeth, paralyzed by grief. A moment later, he spread his wings and took to the sky. With his mother gone, he resolved to leave the forest. Elsewhere, a book was opened, listing everything I had consumed so far. First, the Jin Gang Lang. Second, the beast known as Joe. Third, the lizard men. Next were the orcs, and finally, the dragon, plus many other monsters. The book closed. I had consumed everything listed within it. Kim now had no reason left to remain in this forest. He decided to hitch a ride with an old man on a carriage. The man said he often met people with amnesia on this road. According to the old man, this land held rejuvenation herbs, items from monsters, and even secrets of ancient kingdoms. That's why countless people flock here, searching for these treasures to change their fortunes. But most of them end up meeting their end. He'd never seen someone as lucky as me, and hoped I would cherish my life. Kim just nodded along with the old man's words. By faking an injury and amnesia, I learned a great deal about this place. Through this old merchant, who was on his way to a village, I managed to learn almost everything about the area. But there was one thing I still couldn't grasp. Something they called a status window. Apparently, in this world, it displays personal information that everyone possesses. He wondered if it was like an ID card. So he tried to open his own status window, but for some reason, I couldn't access it. Perhaps it's because I'm not from this world. After a long journey, the old man brought Kim to a small city. He quickly hopped off the cart. The old man turned, wishing him well, saying this was as far as he could go. He simply bowed his head in thanks. He watched the cart disappear into the distance, then turned to face the small city before him. Watching the bustling crowds, he thought it truly lived up to its name, the city of Santo Cago. His eyes darted everywhere, taking it all in. He noticed how clean everything was. The streets were completely spotless and free of trash. The area was cleaner than expected. Kim neared a bulletin board filled with notices about washing hands to prevent disease. He noted the people here seemed quite civilized. Then he overheard someone say the city was unusually clean. Another man quickly replied that only the area near the palace was kept this way. His friend then added it was because the second prince grew up here, and that he introduced the very concept of hygiene. This was all related to stopping plagues, a move that hailed the 10-year-old prince as a genius. His friend sighed in admiration, as expected of the prince. He also shared that the prince's coming of age was next month. This meant he would be visiting the area soon. Both men were excited, hoping to catch a glimpse of the second prince. Kim, however, just listened in silence. Hygiene only became a widespread concept on Earth around the 20th century. How could a child in a medieval-looking world have thought of it? He started connecting the dots, but he couldn't be certain. Standing frozen, he reached a chilling conclusion. Someone else like him was here. Someone with memories of Earth. Not long after, he met him. The second prince saw Kim and froze in sheer disbelief. In contrast, Kim offered a twisted smile, just as surprised. The trembling prince asked why he was here. The second prince's true identity was Haponic. Utterly terrified, he called Kim the Beast, as a narration began. My past life was as Edie Manza, a second-generation Mexican-American. I was part of the UN's International Police Force, and I was a CIA National Intelligence Officer. I lived the life of an elite, but then tragedy struck. It all came to an end when I faced that monster. My death was brutal and horrifying, but beyond my death, an entirely new world was waiting. When he first arrived, he kept his eyes squeezed shut. A moment later, however, he forced them open to face his new reality. Upon waking, he had become a child. His new name was Edward, the second prince of the Geogante kingdom. This second life was almost too easy, from hygiene and science to astronomy and countless other topics. His knowledge from Earth proved incredibly useful. In a medieval world, his special training from a past life made politics feel like a simple game. He would have been a legend as a commoner. But this time, he was born into royalty. Better yet, the first prince was not the heir to the throne. No, it was more that he was unable to be. One way or another, the throne would be his. This thought made Hapanik grin endlessly as he paraded through the cheering streets. He waved back to the crowd, the ambition to become king of this world burning inside him, but he had no idea his worst nightmare lurked among the people. That night, at Lord Santo Kago's manor, he collapsed onto his bed. Exhausted from the parade, he grumbled that forcing a smile was pure torture. Suddenly, he heard a scuttling sound. Turning to the window, he saw a lizard's tongue, then watched in horror as the creature crawled into his room. Panicked, he still managed to draw his sword and demand who it was. How did a lizardman even get past the guards? How did it get in here? Abruptly, the lizardman spoke. It has been a while. This left the prince utterly bewildered. Right then, the lizardman morphed into Kim's form. He asked Hapanik if he really didn't remember him. The prince's face drained of all color. In disbelief, he screamed that Kim was a wretched monster, calling him the Beast. It seemed seeing Kim again shattered his mind, as he insisted this was all a nightmare. But his body was already collapsing, and with a thud, he passed out on the floor. This made Kim sigh at such an over-the-top reaction. Just then, a servant called from outside the door. The man entered, apologizing to Hapanik for disturbing him so late. But when he saw the prince lying on the bed, he assumed the boy was already fast asleep. Suddenly, the servant was startled by something beside the bed. He wondered when this giant teddy bear, Kim's disguise, had gotten there, but he paid it no mind and turned back to the prince. As he asked if he was sleeping, his other hand slipped into his pocket. It turned out he was an assassin, preparing to kill the prince with a hidden dagger. But before he could strike, a clawed hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. The assassin snapped his head around in shock. Seeing the bear move, he began to babble in terror. Kim simply said that Hapanik couldn't die yet, so the assassin would die instead. With that, he finished the man right there. But the scuffle was a bit too loud. He had unintentionally drawn a group of guards to the room. They burst through the doors, shouting. Kim was still dealing with the body. Seeing the new arrivals, he realized he'd made this situation much bigger. The three guards froze in terror at the sight of the giant monster in the room. Then, suddenly, one of them, with things gone wrong, they announced it was time for Plan B. The whole group charged, aiming to take out both Kim and Hapanik. Kim stood still, looking from the man he just killed to the mob, and wondered if they were all on the same side. But with no time to think, he grabbed the boy and leaped through the window to make his escape. Kim landed gracefully, but the boy face-planted hard. He then dragged Hapanik away, claiming he'd save him somewhere else. Someone was writing when a guard reported frantically from outside. "My lord, we have an urgent matter." Baron Kanago asked what had happened. The traitor feigned panic, reporting that an intruder had kidnapped Hapanik. Hearing this, the Baron slammed his desk in fury. He knew who was behind this. Enraged they would act in his territory, so he immediately ordered his troops to rescue the boy. The informant simply nodded, hiding a sinister smile. On a hillside, Kim had returned to his human form. He panted heavily, wondering how many pursuers were on his tail. That chase had completely exhausted him. Just then, Hapanik finally woke up. When he checked on him, the boy saw Kim's face and was immediately thrown into a fresh panic. He screamed in terror, "This isn't a dream!" before foaming at the mouth and fainting again, much to Kim's annoyance. Kim paid him no mind. "How did you get here?" Hapanik was stunned, confused by how Kim could possibly be there, and in turn, Kim couldn't understand it either. His expression turned icy, his eyes becoming dangerously sharp. He growled, demanding to know why Hapanik was there. Hapanik was so terrified he could only grit his teeth. Sweat poured down his face as he failed to read Kim's intentions. Suddenly, a horrible thought struck him. Was Kim planning to learn his revival secret, only to kill him again? As if reading his mind, Kim tried to calm him. "Relax," Kim said. "I'm not going to kill you." Hearing this, Hapanik could only stare back in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "Really? Promise me." For some reason, he demanded that Kim make a promise. And of course, Kim replied with cold indifference. "I can't be sure about that, so I'm not promising you anything." At that moment, Kim's face became even colder. He smirked, looking straight at Hapanik. "Didn't I already make you pay for your betrayal?" Hapanik instantly recalled that moment. He shuddered, clenched his fists, and gathered the courage to ask, Are you planning to send all the traitors to their graves, just like me? If so, I refuse to cooperate. Before he could continue, Kim struck a psychological blow. Don't you think that's a bit unfair? I only sent you and the transport team to your deaths. Jenner, Lai Tin, and the others are still living large. Right now, you're considered dead, and I've vanished. So, who do you think is getting all the credit? High Panic's expression darkened. Hitting his mark, Kim pushed further. Seems everyone but you got promoted and is living well, right? His words pushed High Panic to his breaking point. Veins bulged on his furious face. He imagined the others getting promotions and celebrating with joy, which made his blood boil with pure rage. Seeing their backs in his mind, he felt a sting of pity for himself. He'd worked the hardest, yet he was stuck in this primitive place. It was as if he finally snapped, awakening the demon within him. Comradeship? He sneered. Ridiculous. Forget it. I'm no longer SD Manhwa. I am Prince Suo of the Gijan Kingdom, in search of El Mal. After his internal battle, High Panic made his choice. He extended a hand to Kim and said firmly, "Fine. I'll cooperate with you." As if he'd been waiting for those exact words, Kim smiled with deep satisfaction and shook his hand. Even so, High Panic's mind was still a chaotic storm of calculations and second thoughts. He figured Kim's current plan was to return to Earth and eliminate every single person who had betrayed him. Until they could find a way back, their first mission would be to slaughter all of those traitors. After that, they would secure this area. Until then, High Panic planned to use Kim as a stepping stone for his own goals. But he wasn't the only one scheming. On Kim's side, he was thinking the exact same thing. Kim was quite pleased with this arrangement. Partnering with a nation's prince would obviously give him enormous benefits. The amount and quality of information he could get would be on a whole new level. His satisfaction was clear on his face. And above all, this was an excellent choice if this man actually knew how to return to Earth. It was like they had telepathy, their unspoken thoughts perfectly aligned. Both would use the other to achieve their own ends. So, shall we find out the real reason? It seemed Kim had finally told High Panic the whole story. High Panic's face twisted in disgust. An assassination? By that crazy old man? With this, Kim's position had been strengthened. He was shocked that the man remained so calm. High Panic rose, stating coolly that he was used to this sort of thing. It was time to go. But he turned back with a smirk, asking if his position was key to the plan. Crucially, both he and the man were scheduled to attend the coming-of-age ceremony. About 300 years ago, Edward the Great was the first king of this kingdom. He was hunting and stayed at the Kuno Inn, wearing a blue cloak and flanked by 2 guards. Pleased with the host's hospitality, the king rewarded him with the title of Baron. The king was grinning ear to ear, giving a thumbs up in complete satisfaction. This event marked the beginning of the Santo Kago Hotel and the rise of Baron Kanago's family. With royal backing, Baron Kanago became one of the 5 most powerful families. Of course, as long as the royal family held power, House Kanago would continue to thrive. But if the monarchy fell, the Kanago family would instantly collapse. This meant the Baron would protect the throne at all costs. Therefore, one of the assassins was certain the Baron would dispatch a squad to kill him. As his mind raced, a soldier suddenly shouted, "The prince has been found!" He was stunned. How could they be so fast? The Baron broke into a cold sweat. He demanded to know if it was true. If so, bring the prince here at once. Another man stopped him, saying they weren't ready. The soldier stammered. The prince had brought himself here. The 2 men froze, completely thunderstruck. Below them stood High Panic and a transformed Kim. Seeing High Panic, the Baron shoved through his soldiers to look down from the wall. He called out, asking if he was all right. When High Panic saw the Baron, his face filled with pure hatred. "So, there you are." He was about to descend when the prince ordered him to arrest his own troops. Thinking he misheard, the Baron asked again, "What was that, Your Highness?" High Panic gritted his teeth, snarling that the Baron's own men had tried to kill him the night before. He then pointed to Kim, explaining that he was only safe thanks to his secret bodyguard. High Panic glared at the men above. Overwhelmed by their numbers, he had no choice but to flee. The Baron and the assassin were sweating bullets. An assassination attempt? The assassin yelled, "Don't be fooled!" He pointed directly at Kim, insisting the prince was being threatened and forced to blame them. Hearing such insolence, High Panic went silent. His face turned ice cold as a storm brewed within. Kidnapped and threatened? How dare you spew such ridiculous lies to my face? Enraged by his audacity, High Panic's killing intent flared, making the assassin flinch in fear. High Panic roared, "I am a direct descendant of Edward the Great and heir to his title." Did he really think fear would stop him from revealing the truth? High Panic's face burned with fury. Then, High Panic delivered a final blow to the assassin, striking him with a terrifying silence. Your blasphemous words can be considered high treason. The prince's accusation sent him stumbling back in terror. The Baron then assessed High Panic's attitude, and Kim, who had been standing perfectly still. Kim looked rough, but his armor had the unmistakable gleam of mithril alloy. Coupled with armor made from red dragon scales, he could not be a simple kidnapper. The Baron's judgment was surprisingly sharp. In the end, the Baron had to reconsider who he should place his trust in. This terrified the assassin even more. The order was given immediately. Arrest this man and his soldiers. Kim was surprised at how quickly the situation was resolved. High Panic just smirked. To him, this was nothing. In moments, every last assassin was bound and captured. Facing the soldiers, High Panic spoke softly. Did you know? He smirked. House Kanago has many secrets unknown to outsiders. As he spoke, he licked his lips, looking utterly dangerous. Then, High Panic stepped closer, placing a hand on the man's shoulder as he leaned in to whisper. One of those secrets is savage torture. The prince's face fell into shadow, revealing only his chilling eyes and smile. A grim warning. His death would not be an easy one. Cold sweat poured down the assassin's face like a river. He couldn't understand how it all went so wrong. His plan had been absolutely flawless. Hey. Suddenly, a laugh pierced the air, grabbing his attention. Despite his dread, he looked up, searching for the source. Staring down at him from above was none other than Kim. Blind with rage, he squeezed his eyes shut and cursed Kim for ruining everything. He demanded to know who he was. Kim suddenly leaned down, tilting his hat back to reveal a bear's face, filling the assassin with absolute terror. A memory flashed through his mind as he stammered, "You." Kim's eyes narrowed into a savage, terrifying grin. Kim whispered 3 simple words, "Rest in peace." Then he pulled his hat back down, concealing his face. As the guards dragged him away, the assassin screamed, "You damned monster!" His cries echoed into the distance. Later, Kim explained his strange equipment. It was just decorative armor and a log he'd taken from the manor. He had then covered them with slime mucus. The slime seemed a bit irritated by it, but that didn't matter. In the end, he transformed those simple items into the mithril alloy he'd absorbed from the dragon's treasure hoard. Kim had to admit, the slime was incredibly versatile. It had helped him completely fool the Baron. Facing the Baron now, the nobleman began to speak. The assassins confessed. They couldn't withstand the torture. They're from Mao Tu Mei Rut, messengers of hell. The Baron's face was stone cold and serious. He was shocked that the prince's guard had been infiltrated. He then turned to Kim, asking if he knew of them. A thought sparked in Kim's mind. This was the perfect moment to reveal what he and the prince had planned. The two men faced each other. Kim began slowly. Mao Tu Mei Rut? I believe I've heard that name before. Hearing this, the Baron pressed him. Is that true? Kim replied that he'd only heard rumors. He spoke of Queen of Rose, the second queen, who died from a so-called illness. In truth, she was poisoned. The Baron's face fell. Poisoned? If that's true, then the killer must be. They both arrived at the same conclusion. Kim gave a slight nod. The Baron's fists trembled with fury. He couldn't believe such a thing was possible. Suddenly, he slammed the table and shot up, sword in hand. His face radiated killing intent. I will not let them go unpunished. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Kim was now standing right behind the Baron, much to his shock. Kim calmly advised him to control his anger. A red glint shone from his eyes, terrifying even through the mask. He began to warn the Baron. This group specializes in assassinating the powerful. Do not underestimate them. Panic crossed the Baron's face as he turned to ask, Then what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just stand by and watch? Kim's grip on his shoulder tightened. This matter is not your concern. With immense force, he pushed the Baron back down into his seat. The man was so stunned he nearly dropped his sword. He repeated with chilling intensity that this was a matter between him and them alone. After feeling that incredible power, the Baron was certain Kim was capable. Kim then released his shoulder. Kim said, This will be resolved soon. The prince has already found a lead. The Baron turned to him, his face full of doubt. If the prince says so, then I believe it. Kim finally realized how deeply loyal the Baron was to the prince. With that, Kim turned to leave. The ceremony is almost over, so I will take my leave now. The Baron remained seated, his face unreadable. He called out, asking Kim to please look after the prince. Kim gave a casual wave back. Don't worry. But his inner thoughts were far from reassuring. He would indeed let the prince live, until everything was settled. But what happened after that, he couldn't guarantee. At that moment, a royal carriage was rolling through the city. Inside, two figures discussed clues about Mao Tu Mei Rut. They discussed the people targeting them. Inside the carriage were Hupik and Kim. Hearing Kim's words, Hupik scoffed. That was all just a lie. Hupik found the search for clues ridiculous, since he already knew the culprit's identity. Kim was naturally curious and asked, "Then who is it?" Hupik's expression darkened, revealing a cunning smile. He didn't answer directly. He simply told Kim they would meet the person once they reached the palace. Telling him then would be much more interesting. This only served to heighten Kim's curiosity. Kim was eager to find out the truth. But Hupik changed the subject, mentioning Kim had a question for him earlier. He did have a question, and it was about the status window. The prince put a hand to his chin, deep in thought. He then asked Kim, "You can't access it at all?" Kim figured it was because he didn't belong to this world. The prince frowned. How strange. He opened his own status window, revealing a scenic view. It displayed specific details, like the continent's name, Elm. This was a land blessed by a goddess, where humans and monsters coexisted peacefully. According to High Panic, every living being in this world, not just humans, possessed a status window. Anyone could use their appraisal skill to view another's status. And of course, High Panic had this skill. He pointed at Kim. The prince recalled seeing a faint status window the last time he tried. Seeing no reaction from Kim, he decided to try it. A magic circle formed on his hand. Appraisal, but after he used the skill, nothing appeared. His face filled with confusion. Why isn't anything showing up? Did I do something wrong? After a moment of thought, High Panic suddenly had an idea. He told Kim to transform into some animal, leaving him completely baffled. Though confused, he complied, his hand morphing into a grizzly bear's claw. Staring at his transformed hand, he recalled eating that very bear back in Alaska. The taste wasn't anything special. He briefly wondered why he was suddenly giving a food review. However, High Panic specified it couldn't be a creature from Earth. He suggested Kim become something native to this world. Kim immediately understood, morphing his arm into that of an orc. Once more, the prince used appraisal. This time, a status window actually appeared. Name, species, and level were all blank, but the skills section showed Strength Enhancement Level 3 and Vitality Boost Level 6. Seeing the window, the prince grinned, his theory proven correct. Looking at it, everything clicked for Kim as well. High Panic smirked. It seems you lack a status window because you're not of this world. But once you become something from this world, the problem is solved. At this, Kim smiled slyly. No, not yet. Instantly, his arm became a lizardman's claw, covered in bear hide, death serpent scales, and a diamond wolf's fang. Suddenly, the status window began to shift. Added to the list were Rapid Regeneration Level 7, Status Resistance Level 3, and Roar Level 5. But it didn't stop. He even added a dragon. As Kim's transformations multiplied, High Panic grew frantic. Hey, wait, hold on a second. Kim then proceeded to test every single monster he had ever eaten. Holding a book, he kept transforming, making the prince marvel at how much he'd consumed. He repeated this process until the status window finally stopped changing. The final status read, Name, none. Species, none. Level, none. Skills, Strength Enhancement Level 3, Vitality Boost Level 6, Rapid Regeneration Level 7, Status Resistance Level 3, Roar Level 5, Deadly Venom Level 10, Dragon Scales. Kim wondered, does none mean non-existent? He felt his very being was a system error in this world. A few days later, We've arrived, Your Highness. The carriage stopped, and High Panic disembarked with Kim. Kim was already in a transformed state. Before them stood the assassins' headquarters. The prince asked if he was ready to meet their leader. He smirked, telling Kim not to be too surprised. They approached the entrance. Strangely, the two guards made no move to stop them. The prince's face grew serious. The leader is behind this door. As the door creaked open, Kim was left utterly speechless. How could he not be shocked by this sight? Deep within, a figure seated on a throne slowly came into view. A stern, fearsome old man sat upon it. So, you have returned, my son? The reason for Kim's shock was simple. This old man was both the assassin's leader and the king of this nation. Kim and Prince High Panic stood in audience before the king. The prince spoke. Prince Suoge Jian reports his safe return. The king leaned on his hand. I have already been informed. It is fortunate you are safe. But his expression held no trace of happiness. The king thought, how did he manage to escape? Prince High Panic reported. It was all thanks to the loyal retainers you provided me. But the prince's inner thought was, retainers? You mean assassins? Their sharp gazes clashed across the throne room. Kim stood by thinking, even I can feel the hostility between them. Suddenly, the king turned to Kim, who was kneeling beside the prince. You there. You are Sir Kim, correct? The king's cold question chilled the air. This is the first I'm hearing of that name. It was the first time Kim had heard of a secret bodyguard. He felt the heavy atmosphere, wondering if this was the pressure of a king. He glanced at Prince Panic. Honestly, it was nothing special. He'd faced death itself. Why would a mere king scare him? The king thought with admiration. So he has the courage of a knight. He then turned to Panic. Can you entrust this companion to me? Panic immediately refused. Forgive me, but I must decline this request for 2 reasons. The king wanted to know what they were. Panic explained. First, he is not an object, but a friend. I do not own him, therefore I cannot give him away. The prince then clapped Kim's shoulder and continued. Second, Sir Kim and I are the closest of friends. Though I'm the second prince, I have no older brother, so we have become sworn brothers. Hearing this, Kim gave a genuine smile and a thumbs up to Panic, saying, The feeling is mutual, my brother. At that, the two looked at each other and their laughter echoed through the room. The king watched, his face twisting with rage. He snarled at the prince. Brothers, you say? The king slammed his fist down and roared. If there is nothing else, get out. Back in their room, Panic was drinking and laughing about the confrontation. He gave Kim a triumphant wink. Thanks, my brother. You helped me out a lot back there. He was absolutely thrilled with the outcome. Wearing a full set of mithril armor, a priceless resource of the kingdom, he must have been completely bewildered. Since Kim helped the prince defy the king, the prince decided to grant him a reward, a special set of enchanted armor. As Kim tried on the armor, he asked the prince, Have you ever actually beaten him? The prince let out a sigh and answered, No. Ever since I was 10, he's been training children from orphanages across the kingdom. According to the prince, besides learning basic servant duties, they were also trained in gathering intelligence, and even in the art of assassination. The king placed these servants in every royal and noble household. He did it to eliminate anyone in his path. That is how he seized the throne, despite being only the 4th prince. As he recounted this, Prince Panic became enraged, shattering the bottle in his hand and cursing. The prince gritted his teeth, saying, That was my idea, you know. Witnessing this anger, Kim thought to himself, You and that old man are exactly the same. Panic just laughed, pleased. Because I claimed a total stranger as my sworn brother. He may have looked calm, but I'm sure he was panicking inside. Seeing his expression was so refreshing. Thinking about it, Panic roared with laughter. Just then, a door slammed open, and a voice called out, Brother! It was Princess Ellen Gedankenton, in a cumbersome, puffy blue dress. She rushed into the room to confront Panic. I heard what happened. How could you act so rudely in front of our father? Kim immediately blocked her path. He demanded she stop and not get any closer to Prince Panic. The princess shrieked. How dare you give me an order? Do you know who I am? Kim replied with a cold, steady voice. This is the prince's private chamber. You entered without knocking. Princess Ellen stubbornly screamed back. How dare you? Kim didn't hesitate for a second, drawing his sword and swinging at the princess. The blade stopped just an inch from her neck, causing her to gasp in terror. Kim warned, There will not be a next time. Princess Ellen collapsed to the floor just as Prince Panic yelled out, Sir Kim, stop! The prince rushed to his sister. Trembling, she called out, Brother, he asked, Ellen, are you all right? The princess was terrified. Panic gallantly helped her up. While she was sobbing, he tried to calm her. Please, forgive him. He was only worried about my safety. He meant no harm. Panic then gently guided her to the door. You should go for now. We can speak another day. The princess left, and the moment the door closed, Prince Panic's attitude changed instantly. That foolish woman, he spat. Kim asked, Is that your sister? Prince Panic clenched his fists, filled with resentment as he spoke to Kim. Yes. I told you about her in the carriage. She was blessed by the goddess. She's the first person I will eliminate when I am king. Ellen Gedankenton is the youngest of the 3 surviving children of King Edward IV. 3 other children were eliminated during the selection process and now rest in the royal cemetery. Since birth, she was blessed by a goddess with the power to go anywhere she desires. She is currently infatuated with Panic Edward Gedankenton. They have different mothers, but how could she fall in love with her own brother? Kim heard this and remarked, She's insane. I'm just asking to be sure. You don't intend to accept her feelings, do you? Panic replied, slightly annoyed. That's not a funny joke. Panic reminded him. I already told you, the second queen was poisoned. The one who lured her to that tea party and forced her to drink was the first queen, her mother. The memory filled Panic with pure rage. Because the second queen was his mother, the prince continued. She is the daughter of the first queen, you understand, favored only after my mother's death. Kim finally understood the source of High Panic's rage. He mused, "So, your sister was born from your mother's death." But then something felt off. "Wait, if the king didn't kill her, why do you despise him so much?" High Panic explained it was all connected to the first prince. But he refused to say more, unable to speak of the first prince without his presence or permission. Kim pressed him. "Then why all the secrecy?" High Panic confessed he was bound by an oath sworn to the goddess herself. With that, the prince grabbed his cloak, composing himself. "All right, let's go," he told Kim, and the cousins headed for the door. Kim asked, "Aren't you dealing with the failed assassination?" High Panic replied, "The gods curse a son killed in his own home. That's why the old man always tried to get me out of the palace. But I've completed my coming-of-age ceremony. I am now a legitimate heir to the throne." High Panic smirked. "He can't just send me away anymore." He then added for Kim, "This kingdom is crawling with that old man's supporters. We need to handle this problem first, like winning over the prime minister who controls the finances." Lost in thought, the prince bumped hard into someone and fell. Touching his cheek, the prince scowled. "What was that?" "I'll punish you, whoever you are. How dare you block my path?" Then High Panic looked up. Standing before him was his older brother, the warrior, offering a hand. "Are you all right, little brother?" The king muttered to himself. "Brothers?" He sneered, his heart filled with pure contempt. After all, he was the one who slaughtered his own brothers to claim the throne. To the king, blood brothers were mere obstacles. For High Panic to have a sworn brother, he saw it as a personal insult. His plan had worked, but it set a terrible precedent. However, if a better precedent were created, the problem would be solved. Those who passed the test were educated by merit, so his eldest could rule justly. His second son would work from the shadows, removing any obstacles. His brilliant daughter would be used for a political marriage, but his grand plans went completely awry. Both sons became far more powerful than he ever intended. The second was cunning enough to eliminate even the disinherited, while the first was so righteous he became the goddess's warrior. And just like that, the first prince of the Gorton royal family vanished. Now, only the violent, cunning second son and the proper elder daughter remained. The king clenched his fists in fury. He'd rather his daughter take the throne than that venomous, snake-like son. He can never be king. High Panic saw his brother, then remembered his new, sacred status. High Panic quickly bowed to the warrior before him. The warrior returned the bow. "This matter is serious. We should go to the audience chamber." Kim followed, stunned to see the one chosen by the goddess, a man who abandoned his status for righteousness, the kind-hearted first prince. Protected by the goddess, his power must be immense. His very presence revealed his true strength. Following them to the king, Kim thought that this warrior could become an obstacle to his plans. The warrior faced the enthroned king alone. Flanking the throne were the other royal children and nobles. The king glared at High Panic. "You again? I have no desire to see you." High Panic glared back. "The feeling is mutual." The king quickly masked his fury, welcoming the son who should have been king. "Welcome, warrior. Our kingdom welcomes you with open arms." The warrior replied swiftly. "Thank you, your majesty." The king inquired about the urgent matter. The warrior got straight to the point. "Yesterday, I received the power of the holy light from the goddess." The word sent a shockwave of disbelief through the entire room. "The power of the holy light?" The warrior continued. "I received confirmation from the saintess. I leave on an expedition for 1 week. I request the support of your army." The king replied, "Of course. You shall have them." The king fell into a long, cold silence. High Panic slammed his fist on a table, cursing. He muttered, "It's ruined. It's all ruined. Damn it all. The Demon King?" Right as we were about to make our move, Kim asked, confused. "What is happening?" High Panic then remembered Kim's ignorance of local lore. He described a towering red demon with long, sharp horns. They are a race eternally hostile to humankind. Their ruler is the Demon Lord. The two goddesses maintain a hostile balance. When power shifts, a warrior is born for the other side. If the gap isn't closed, the hero grows stronger, diminishing the holy light's power. The power of holy light means the gods won't condemn killing another race's king. Normally, the Demon Lord is treated like any of the goddess's creations, but a warrior with holy light can kill him. After hearing this, Kim still didn't see the problem. High Panic clenched his fist in disbelief. He couldn't believe Kim didn't get it, so he explained further. "When the holy light descends, humanity is cornered. As royalty, I must fight for my nation's honor after my coming of age. That damn old man will send me to war. Even if I survive, our prior deal will be rejected." High Panic cried out in despair. The next day, just as he predicted, the king ordered High Panic to the battlefield. Unable to disobey, he could only comply. The king praised his son in front of everyone. I didn't expect him to value honor so much. I see the qualities of a true prince in him. Then, he smirked, as if his plan had succeeded. A special carriage was prepared for the second prince and Kim. The princess watched her brother from above. Ellen sadly wiped her tears, praying for his safe return. Hipanik felt a chill down his spine, wondering if someone was cursing him. He stammered an invitation for Kim to board the carriage, and they left the palace. The prince's carriage sped along with the other soldiers. Inside, Kim expressed surprise at how obediently he'd listened to the king. Hipanik crossed his arms, frustrated. What other choice is there? I'll achieve greatness and then deal with that old man. How's the situation outside? Kim closed his eyes to sense it. All is quiet, but they're plotting something. One of them is approaching the carriage. Hipanik was furious. That damn old man. He really didn't forget me. Tell me the location. Right rear, heading for the back wheel. Looks like he'll break the defense line. Kim asked if he should handle him now. He immediately refused. If the defense line is broken, the Kazvan wall weakens. The man swung his sword at the carriage, but a magic barrier cracked his blade. He didn't seem to care and moved on to phase 2. The soldiers began chanting. The driver, seeing this, was about to act, but the sound of something shattering came from behind. Before they could react, several men were knocked unconscious. Everyone was stunned for a moment. What's happening? Fireballs slammed against the carriage wheels. One after another, they hurled fireballs at the prince. But as they prepared another, their target became one of their own. The man was engulfed in flames, screaming in agony. The other attacker quickly apologized. A large, dark figure appeared in the carriage. It had 3 huge horns and blood-red, hostile eyes. Kim stepped out, transformed into a beast. Hipanik sat frozen in his seat, his eyes wide with panic at Kim's monstrous transformation. Kim replied, "I'm on your side for now. Get used to it." They both stepped out to face the soldiers. One of the attackers was shocked by the appearance of a monster. Kim took a deep breath, then howled at the men and their horses. The roar terrified the animals. A soldier immediately used mind control magic, and the panicked horse fell silent. The man behind him worried about the major using that spell. He ignored him, telling everyone to focus on the mission. "I'll fix the soldiers' minds later. I will take the lead." He drew his sword and charged forward. The others blindly followed like moths to a flame. Flames erupted from Kim's mouth as he unleashed his breath upon the fools. The leader was instantly burned to ash. Kim smirked. "Dragon's fireworks? Impressive power. And I can use it again once my MP refills. It's better to use these grunts to my advantage than fight head-on." The men behind were furious, seeing their major defeated so easily. Another fool took the lead, vowing to kill Kim. He slashed his sword at Kim's shoulder, but instead of drawing blood, the blade simply chipped. Kim grabbed the horse's tail and flung it aside. The rider was thrown, hitting his head. Realizing the fight was lost, they fled. "Run. We need to get this information to the entire battalion." He even prayed for his major's safe return. Just then, the man next to him was incinerated by dragon fire. It was too fast for the human eye. What just happened? Quantum ray. 2 beams of light pierced the last 2 escapees. Kim wondered, what was that magic? Hipanik didn't hide it. "My talent is light magic. Model. I was born gifted with light magic." Kim found it odd that one from darkness would specialize in light. Hipanik couldn't help but agree. After a long journey, they stopped at a large inn. The second prince and Kim dined together. Kim complained that this wouldn't have happened if Panik had traveled with the warrior. He wiped his mouth and replied, "If I traveled with the warrior, they would have no chance to kill me. Their master must have planned it this way. We still have time before meeting the others." He then asked Kim, "Any more questions?" Kim thought, then asked about the power of holy light, wondering if it was unfair to the demon tribe. Harming the goddess's chosen warrior is considered treason. "A good question. I'll get to the point. You are permitted to kill the warrior blessed by the holy light. The goddess is fair. The holy light's power has an exception. Even if the warrior is killed, the demon king won't be condemned. But that has never happened." He began picking his teeth. "Perhaps if the demon king killed the warrior, humanity would end. We are just too weak." Kim smirked to himself. A battle for survival. "Huh, my own life isn't so different." Panik frowned, confused. "Why are you smiling? You act like you're not part of this war." Kim calmly replied, "I'm not." Panik grew uneasy. "I hope you won't ignore it." Kim replied cheerfully, "Of course not. Our pact still stands." Panik sighed in relief. "At least you're a monster I can understand." Kim wondered, is he interested in another monster? Panik answered, "There was once a monster called the Saintess. Despite her title, she was foolish and unlucky." Just then, the subject of his insults appeared behind him. "Glad to hear that, Prince. What did I do? Spanik was terrified. I hope you misheard. Angela beamed. So you're saying my ears are faulty? Panic quickly backtracked. Your ears are perfect, especially with that monstrous hearing of yours. Her smile lost its humanity. Is that an insult to us, saints? He started to mock her. Mistaking a personal insult for a group one is a common illness among the high and mighty. I use people like that as teachers to maintain my clear judgment, Angela retorted just as sharply. Most lunatics think they're normal. You should visit the temple. We have many healing spells for that. He fired back. Well, with so many patients in the temple, it's no wonder you've developed treatments. The entire room suddenly shook, as if from an earthquake. It was Angela's fist slamming into a Panic's chair. The display was enough to make him flinch. Furious, she stormed out, vowing to prepare his funeral. Panic shot back that the funeral was for her. Tired, Kim put on his helmet. Quiet, he roared, startling everyone in the tavern. You saw nothing and heard nothing. He tossed a handful of gold into the air, and the crowd scrambled for it. He walked out, cursing under his breath. This wasn't part of the pact, you bastard Spanik. That girl is the saintess, a knight created by a saint, like the goddess created the warrior. They also use blessings and magic to create these saints. But while the goddess creates a warrior in an instant, it takes them over 10 years, and only one saint is trained at a time due to the massive cost. A completed saint demonstrates what a perfect battle looks like. Their bones are magically blessed metal, their muscles incredibly dense. They even have superhuman abilities. In truth, I was the first. Spanik angrily clenched his fist. At age 6, he discovered her talent and wanted to make her SS class. But a priest found her first and took her to the church. Spanik stared fearfully at Angela, unsure if he could actually defeat her. Kim left the tavern, searching for the two of them. As he walked, he heard the sounds of a fight nearby. Kim approached slowly, then stood and watched. After a few seconds, he asked, "Are you done yet?" Panic, panting, said no. Neither had Angela. He didn't seem to care, just saying the warrior was arriving soon, so they should finish. She knew to back down. Kim prepared to leave. Panic gritted his teeth in anger. That damn witch. Next time I'll before he could finish. Kim snapped. Spanik couldn't react as Kim's hand easily closed around his throat. Kim warned him angrily. I don't object to being a guardian knight, but I don't remember becoming a babysitter. Don't make more work for me. His eyes held no hint of a joke. Kim then turned and walked away. Spanik was in pain but could only endure it. Don't assume things when you know nothing. Kim, Spanik, and a few others stood on the street. Just then, a young blonde-haired warrior approached them. This warrior was surprisingly normal, not flying or riding a horned white horse. He looked like a knight in plain clothes. As he arrived, he quickly greeted everyone. The warrior also gave a special greeting to the saintess, Angela, who stood behind the group, and she bowed her head in return. The warrior placed a hand on his chest and bowed deeply. Turning to Panic, this wasn't their first encounter. The warrior was relieved to see him safe. Panic greeted the warrior, saying the journey had minor troubles but nothing serious. Then, the warrior turned toward Kim. He'd seen him once in the royal palace, but this was their first formal introduction. The two shook hands firmly as Kim introduced himself. But then, Kim noticed the sour expression on Panic's face. He just couldn't understand the guy. He wasn't a 2-year-old, so why the childish behavior? Unlike Panic, the warrior grasped the dire situation. The saintess had not yet reclaimed her holy light powers. This meant the Demon King would be stronger than ever. The warrior knew he couldn't protect everyone perfectly in battle. Still, he asked if they were prepared to journey with him. Despite the danger, everyone was determined to fight together. Then, the warrior asked for Kim's opinion. Of course Kim would agree. He was the prince's guardian. The warrior drove his sword into the ground. He declared, "Right here and now, I form the Demon King subjugation squad." But from a high platform, a dark figure spoke with a challenging tone. I've been waiting for those words. Half of Francis's face was swallowed by shadow as he grinned, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Hearing the voice, the warrior spun around. He never expected to see a demon in the middle of the street. Francis stood arrogantly atop the bell tower. He mocked the humans for declaring war in demon territory. He spread his arms wide, his voice booming. What comes next is simply war. That voice, those words, scraped their eardrums, making the citizens cry out in agony. The warrior felt it too, but pushed through the pain. All he saw was a demon harming innocent people. Francis, the Lord of Pride, sneered with contempt. He'd already said this place didn't belong to humans. This village was demon territory. Only then did the group realize they were completely surrounded by demonic beasts. They were trapped by thousands of them. The villagers weren't people, but demons who had sworn loyalty to the Demon King. In this desperate standoff, they stood back to back, guarding every angle. The warrior's hatred for Francis burned, wishing he could tear him to shreds. Kim and his comrades faced a pack of werewolves, low-level demons that multiply by corrupting humans. Once a human becomes a werewolf, they can never return. They become mindless puppets for the demons. Francis observed from above. He knew these werewolves couldn't defeat the party. Of course, he had another plan ready. The first to be attacked was Panic. In a perilous moment, Panic dodged backward then, delivered a finishing blow. He wielded the power of light to its fullest, even using his shield as a weapon. And all of this was being meticulously documented by Francis. Next, he ordered the werewolves to attack Angela. The Saintess hadn't regained her full power, but she still had various support spells. A werewolf saw an opening and lunged at her from behind. But Angela wasn't afraid in the slightest. A single punch shut the beast's mouth permanently. They looked weak, but every werewolf that challenged Angela was sent straight back to the earth. Her appearance and her true power were worlds apart. After the Saintess, the warrior became the next target. The moment the opponent arrived, the warrior ended it with one clean strike, a very traditional fighting style. Just to be sure, he added another powerful blow. But from behind him, another howl echoed. This time, it was a werewolf wearing a little girl's dress. The warrior's blood ran cold. He didn't want to accept what he was seeing. Gazing at the innocent people cursed to become monsters, he felt helpless. But even if he didn't want to, he had to act. They could never be human again. After scribbling in his notes, Francis looked incredibly satisfied. But suddenly, a cold chill shot down his spine. He counted again and realized one person was missing, and that person was about to send him to the afterlife. For one of the 7 demon generals to be so close to death and not even sense the danger. In less than a second, Francis broke into a cold sweat, realizing Kim was right behind him. He couldn't believe his own carelessness allowed an enemy to get so close. He was a demon general. He couldn't be defeated. But Kim showed zero mercy. A spray of warm red liquid filled the air. The fluid splattered across Kim's spotless armor. The news quickly traveled back to the demon general's stronghold. Francis could only blame his own arrogance. Underestimating his foe led to carelessness, and it cost him his life. His death was a disgrace, but at least the other 6 generals now knew their next opponent was no ordinary human. The other demon generals, however, dismissed this lesson. They smugly believed Francis's failure was his own. He was simply too weak, they thought. The 7 demon generals were merely a cover for the 4 great lords. Humans could never defeat them. Their hero was still shackled by the goddess's limits, but the demons had long surpassed such limitations. Blood dripped from the tower onto the werewolf corpses below. After defeating Francis, Kim leaped to the ground. He tossed the helpless demon down, who offered no resistance. The warrior sheathed his sword, the werewolves below now finished. Panic began casting a recovery spell. He dared not look upon the face of the Lord of Pride. Once fully healed, the warrior was completely astonished. He stared at the motionless figure on the ground. It was Francis, one of the 7 demon generals, instantly recognizable. Panic was puzzled to see one of the 7 demon generals. Francis was their master of information. His authority couldn't be low, yet he used weak werewolves. Was it arrogance, or was there another reason? Panic couldn't figure it out. Perhaps the demons no longer needed him. Was the true enemy someone else? As the others cleaned up, Kim approached a werewolf's body. The creature was killed by a single, clean strike to the throat. These were all low-level monsters. When he consumed the lizardmen, his affinity for amphibians grew. Did that mean eating werewolves would raise his animal affinity? Kim couldn't wait to find out. He was eager to see the results of consuming them all. Meanwhile, Panic was lost in a storm of thoughts. He stared intently at Francis's corpse. Suddenly, Kim, his face stained with blood, approached him. "Are you planning on eating that one?" Panic flinched but quickly regained his composure. He warned Kim to watch his words. They weren't the only ones here. He pointed at Francis's body. He's one of the 7 demon generals. The master of information. Someone like that died far too easily. Panic suspected the Demon King no longer needed him, and simply let him be destroyed. But information is always crucial, no matter the world. If the demons would discard their spy master, their entire society must be in upheaval. Panic grew pensive. Kim was thinking the exact same thing. When someone in a high position becomes disposable, society itself is changing. But he couldn't grasp what that change was. Kim suddenly spoke up. "Perhaps there's a third party." The words sent Panic's mind reeling. Kim continued, pointing first to the second prince. You're the first. Then he pointed to himself. I'm the second. Hypanic's blue eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe it. Another person from Earth. As much as he hated to admit it, it was true. He glanced at the warrior and the saintess, who were busy with the cleanup. He hoped they hadn't overheard their conversation, returning to the demon kingdom. If a third party existed, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A slow smile spread across Hypanic's face. If it was true, this could be his chance to eliminate the warrior and the saintess. After the cleanup, the group dug a deep pit and laid the bodies of the werewolves inside. The warrior shoveled dirt into the grave, burying everything, including the valuable intel they had gained that day. When they finished, they erected a large stone cross. The saintess knelt before the slab, praying for the werewolves' souls to find peace. Though their bodies were corrupted, their souls remained pure. A short while later, the group left the street and headed for the carriages. Hypanic felt grateful they at least had transportation. The saintess hesitated. We have carriages, but who will drive them? There was no other choice. It had to be Hypanic. Kim only knew how to operate engine-powered vehicles. He chose to ride on the roof. The warrior's code forbade him from driving, and the saintess didn't know how, so they sat inside. Kim mocked Hypanic, a prince playing chauffeur for commoners. He just smirked back. Driving this is just like playing Dragon Quest. Kim had no idea what he was talking about, but he was curious. Hypanic acted surprised. You really don't know how to enjoy life, do you? Kim immediately shot back at his words. If that's what you call enjoying life, I'd rather just end it all now. Hypanic's face soured at the lecture. Kim removed his helmet, realizing Hypanic was now speaking to him in Russian. He clearly had a plan he wanted to hide from the others. Hypanic didn't bother to deny it. He claimed he knew how to deal with the warrior. Kim was stunned. He needed to know that method, right now. As someone who had experimented on countless creatures, Kim knew dealing with a warrior was no simple task, even if you had the power to do so. Something had felt off about the warrior since the village. The way he fought decisively without using any skills, relying only on pure swordsmanship to fell the werewolves. It proved he was immensely powerful. For someone like Kim with highly specialized abilities, he was a terrifying opponent. But then, 2 words. Hypanic's words must have snapped Kim out of it. A warrior's code demands absolute honesty, integrity, and kindness. But losing those qualities brings a penalty so harsh. Even Kim could stand against them. Kim had to ask if Hypanic had a plan, but of course, he had nothing. He wanted to let fate take its course. As they spoke, the saintess suddenly cut in. They spoke in Russian, so she was completely lost. Hypanic angrily snapped at her for interrupting. Angela forced a smile, chiding him for disrespecting a goddess's servant. In no time, the two were locked in a heated argument. Kim could only watch, helpless against their childish bickering. He finally asked to switch seats. A moment later, the warrior looked up, surprised to see Kim. He took the seat directly across from him. This was perfect. The warrior had questions of his own. Kim wasn't surprised. He seemed to have expected this. The warrior stared directly into Kim's eyes. He demanded to know why Kim became the prince's bodyguard. Before answering, Kim questioned his motive for asking. The warrior's brow furrowed. He just wanted to understand his brother's friend. But then, a sharp pain pierced the warrior's chest. He'd broken the warrior's code against favoritism. Kim instantly recognized the warrior's searing pain. It had to be the code Hypanic mentioned. Kim watched his pained expression. You wouldn't hurt if you didn't ask. But the warrior disagreed. To him, the question was worth the pain. The irony was absurd. One brother protecting, the other plotting to kill. Kim almost let a laugh escape. He quickly suppressed it, regaining his composure. His relationship with the prince is contractual. He protects the prince, and in return, his wish will be granted. The warrior was stunned. He'd assumed they were close companions, bound by loyalty. But Kim's words made it clear. He also sought a reward for defeating the Demon King. Reward? That was the first Kim had heard of it. He needed to know more. Just then, they reached Apolith, a fortress at the kingdom's edge. From here, the Demon Kingdom was only a few kilometers away. After the long journey, they stopped at a tavern. The warrior suggested they rest there for the night. Then, he went to see if any townspeople needed help. The saintess left for the shrine to report their arrival. She asked Kim to watch the prince and keep him out of trouble. And just like that, they were gone, leaving Kim with Hypanic. With them alone, Kim brought up the Demon King's reward. Hypanic was just as stunned as Kim had been. It was the first he'd heard of a reward from his brother. Kim explained the warrior received the goddess's blessing to ensure he would defeat the Demon King. If he succeeds, the goddess will grant a wish for everyone involved. Hypanic slammed his mug down. For real? Kim confirmed it. He heard it with his own ears. In an instant, Hypanic's eyes lit up with excitement. He never dreamed the reward would be so grand. Hypanic raised his mug again, chugging the entire thing. He slammed the empty mug down, feeling refreshed. He laughed, declaring he was drunk. The two continued eating and drinking in the tavern. On his third beer, Hypanic suddenly felt a wave of nausea. His entire body felt wrong. Kim realized something was off with the food and drink. Hypanic just blamed it on drinking too much. Suddenly, Hypanic collapsed onto the table, vomiting violently. All around them, others showed the same signs before falling unconscious. The food was poisoned. Hypanic's face contorted, veins bulging. His eyes now held a terrifying, fierce glare. Meanwhile, on the street, the warrior carried a heavy crate, helping a local man with his load. Reaching the destination, the man bowed deeply in gratitude. The man wondered how he could ever repay him, but the warrior just smiled, saying it was simply his duty. The man continued to praise him. "You truly are the great warrior of legend." Suddenly, veins bulged across the man's face, just like Hypanic's. He snarled, "You goddamn fool." Completely stunned, the warrior drew his weapon. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice filled with rage. The man's eyes widened, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. "Don't be so surprised," he sneered. "My associates and I know everything about you." The warrior's confusion turned to dread. Associates? Who else was involved? Then from behind him voices echoed. An entire group had appeared. Sensing danger from all sides, the warrior raised his blade in defense. The Lord of Gluttony, Paris, was the mastermind. The warrior saw the victims. They were all being controlled like puppets. Paris mocked him with praise, surprised he had realized the truth so quickly. He revealed his vile plan. Parasites released into every water source. They infect the host, then seize complete control of their mind. The victims were powerless to resist his commands. He controlled ordinary citizens. To reach Paris, the warrior would have to cut them all down. Doing so would shatter the warrior's code against harming the innocent. Paris had crafted the perfect, twisted trap. The warrior was trapped in an impossible dilemma. He never imagined Paris knew his principles so well. Instantly, he knew he needed a better vantage point. The rooftops were the only answer. It seemed like the best option. Glancing up, he saw the Saintess, Hapan Nick, and Kim on the roof. The Saintess and Hapan Nick were both under control. Hapan Nick laughed, sneering that there was no escape. Ignoring them would have consequences. As he spoke, Hapan Nick moved to strike the warrior down, but just then, Kim intervened. He forcefully struck Hapan Nick's arm, stopping the attack. The warrior was stunned. Why would Kim hurt Hapan Nick? He was supposed to be protecting him. Still under control, Hapan Nick tried to attack again. But Kim swiftly subdued him, as Paris watched in horror. He assumed Kim was also his puppet, but he was wrong. After Hapan Nick, Kim quickly restrained the Saintess. The Saintess collapsed before him. Kim grabbed them both, leaped from the roof, and tossed them safely apart. This was the only way to stop them from self-destructing. Kim then told the warrior to guard them. Kim declared he would handle the rest of the puppets. But as a knight, he too had a code not to harm the innocent. But Kim completely disregarded such a foolish notion. He struck without a shred of hesitation. The warrior screamed, reminding Kim that these people were innocent victims. Others echoed the cry. They were only being controlled. Kim had injured a civilian. It was absolutely wrong, but Kim didn't falter. If they were all puppets, it was even better. No one would remember him killing them. Kim unleashed his goblin muscles, an earth-shattering power. Paris was terrified. This man was a complete madman. How could a knight so ruthlessly slaughter innocent people? With an iron voice, Kim called out Paris's disgusting hypocrisy. He started this war. Paris realized the tide had turned against him. He desperately promised to retreat to the demon realm, begging Kim to stop. But Kim was determined to find him. He attacked, all while tracking Paris's location. As he drew closer, the number of puppets swelled. Kim finally spotted Paris, high on the fortress wall. Realizing he was found, Paris immediately tried to flee, but he was a step too slow. Kim instantly caught him. Panicked, Paris begged Kim to stay away. However, Kim was fascinated. Paris was a strange creature, one that he needed. All of Paris's skills were completely new. How interesting. Kim licked his lips. Paris was about to become a delicious new meal. Paris couldn't believe this was his fate. He had tainted the water, which no living thing can survive without. And even if Kim wasn't infected by the parasite, Paris still controlled his comrades. He was 90% sure of his victory. Yet Kim had injured his comrades and slaughtered his people without a second thought. Was Kim truly without emotion? Paris decided to use his strongest control, enough to overwhelm any resistance Kim might have. With his plan set, The Lord of Gluttony leaped directly onto Kim's face. Their eyes met as it crawled into his mouth, with Kim offering no resistance. Paris was smug about his foolproof plan. He would become the parasite himself, controlling Kim directly from the inside. But he could never have known. Kim's digestive system could handle absolutely anything. Before the parasite could even begin its supposedly brilliant plan, Kim's digestive fluids instantly dissolved it into dust. Kim was still reeling from the Lord of Gluttony's bizarre, suicidal final move. It all happened so fast. He barely had time to register the taste before it was nearly digested. It must have been far too soft. Of all the parasites he had tasted on Earth, this one was the most unique. Because it could control humans, he had now acquired an incredible new skill. Intrigued by its new power, Kim had to experiment. He brought a finger to his mouth and bit down hard, severing the tip and spitting it to the ground. The wound instantly healed, a product of the giant's regeneration skill, and his severed finger immediately transformed into a tiny creature. This proved Kim could detach and control parts of his body, but there were limits on its size and duration. Consuming a fusion of creatures, however, would be a different story. He could evolve this skill far beyond its current limits. The battle had ended. Below, the citizens awoke in a daze. Confused, they had no idea what happened, or if the nightmare was truly over. Meanwhile, at the demon castle, they couldn't believe Gluttony was dead. The news sent the elder demons into a panic. That old worm could actually die? There's no way he survived? Reality delivered a crushing, painful blow. Lord Gluttony had truly been sent to the afterlife. All his experiments and parasite samples were now extinct, and Gluttony was no pushover. He was considered a prime candidate for one of the 4 heavenly kings. This made Lord Gluttony's death all the more concerning. A purple demon with 2 small horns couldn't resist asking, "How did he die?" Another long-horned demon explained, "Some madman just slaughtered all the humans under his control. Then he found his location and killed him. It was that damned knight who travels with the prince." A horned, red-haired demoness added worriedly, "With Gluttony gone, besides the 4 heavenly kings, only Wrath remains." But the long-horned demon was still confident. Kim is no match for Wrath. That demon specializes in crowd control. He's more effective against the main human alliance forces. As he finished, he looked around for Wrath, only to realize the subject of their talk had already vanished. The small horned purple demon coughed and said, "That guy took off the second he heard about the old worm." His abrupt departure left the entire table speechless. Elsewhere, the goddess's chosen knight recalled Kim's actions. He had to admit, Kim's method was the most effective, but he'd slaughtered innocent people who were under control. Trapped in his own conflicting thoughts, he hesitantly asked Kim, "With your skills and your power, couldn't you have saved more of them?" Kim knew he was being condemned for slaughtering the human puppets. "What are you talking about? The enemy was the one controlling and killing them." His gaze was cold as he replied. Hearing that emotionless response, the knight couldn't believe a man like that was the prince's personal guard. He felt that Kim was just like the demons, with a dangerously twisted mindset. This thought sent a shiver of fear down his spine. Just then, the prince slammed the brakes on the carriage. He was stammering in pure panic, grabbing everyone's attention. Before them, a mountain had appeared, blocking the road. It turned out to be a demon, carrying a mountain of spikes on its back. He introduced himself as the Lord of Wrath, DG Cuss, here to avenge his longtime comrade, the Lord of Gluttony, Pazos. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the group, brimming with an insatiable bloodlust. He slammed his colossal foot into the earth, terrifying the 2 men who were frozen in fear before him. The prince's eyes widened in horror. He trembled uncontrollably at the mere mention of the name, Lord of Wrath, DG Cuss. Seeing this reaction, Kim was certain the prince knew of this demon. The prince explained he'd only read of him, never facing him directly. Over 50 years ago, a colossal monster attacked our people. It carried an army of demon warriors on its back. They said its body was even larger than a dragon's. Kim was shocked. Double a dragon's size would be 30 meters. But this monster looked far larger than that. It made sense, as it must have grown over the past 50 years. Reptiles tend to grow continuously, the prince murmured, lost in thought. The fact left Kim stunned. It was already mountain-sized. How much bigger could it possibly get? Before his mind could even process the information, its tail, like a massive spiked mace, came swinging towards them. The dire situation made the Saintess snap, furious at their slow-paced discussion. The only thing that mattered right now was finding a way to deal with this monster. Before she finished, something tore through the forest to their right. It was the demon's tail, hurtling toward them. Its massive body was terrifyingly agile. It spun, generating immense force as its club-like tail aimed right at their carriage. It was too fast, too dangerous. No one could react. They could only watch in absolute horror, bracing for the impact. In a single instant, the carriage was obliterated. Not a single piece was left intact. The demon's tail had annihilated everything. After the devastating attack from the Lord of Wrath, the spiked tail slowly retracted. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the ground. It was the 4 members of the reconnaissance team. They were still alive, struggling to pull themselves from the rubble. The Lord of Wrath roared in fury. "You insects! You killed my brethren, didn't you?" He didn't wait for an answer, nor did he care for excuses. It didn't matter who was to blame. It would annihilate anyone in its sight. Someday, he would have his revenge. With that, the Lord of Wrath attacked again, scattering the subjugation team. The Saintess recalled the prince's skill, saying, "Prince, you're good with a shield, correct? It's your time to step up." Meanwhile, the prince was frantically scrambling and crawling to get away. Hearing the Saintess's words, he cried out, "Are you crazy? How can I possibly stop him? Even my ultimate defense is useless. Right now, the most important thing is staying alive to use any skill at all." In this situation, the prince suggested the warrior, protected by the goddess, tank the hit. But this idea was beyond terrible. It was absurd. The hero immediately rejected the notion. The Saintess couldn't just use her body as a shield and then regenerate. That was both illogical and insane. To regenerate, one must first survive. One hit from that beast would mean instant annihilation. The Saintess added her thoughts, as the prince complained bitterly. "It's just a big brute, but we can't do a thing," he yelled, while still trying to crawl away to safety. The 3 of them fled in different directions, leaving Kim standing there, completely frozen in place. After watching the 3 fools for a second, they all suddenly turned their heads, staring right at Kim, leaving him stunned. He asked blankly, "Do I really look like someone who can fight that demon?" The 3 clowns gave no reply. Reading them like an open book, he sighed. Fine, there is a way." His eyes became incredibly sharp. The Lord of Wrath was growing tired of this delay. But his impatience wouldn't stop him. This debt had to be settled today. This wasn't just about avenging his fallen friend. It was a personal grudge he held against all of humanity. Despite being a mighty demon, during one fateful battle, he was carelessly ambushed, which left a massive scar on his body. After many fights, he perfected his own battle strategy. 1. Use a reconnaissance skill to confirm the enemy's presence. 2. Completely scour the area so they have nowhere to hide. 3. If the enemy approaches, intercept them immediately. If they attack from range, my thick hide and defense skills are more than enough. This way, I know I'll never lose to anyone, not even the hero. While the Lord of Wrath monologued about his flawless, blood-forged tactics, the party had finalized their own plan to defeat it. After hearing Kim's strategy, the Saintess was completely stunned by the knight's brilliant mind. Wasn't that plan a little too cunning? It lacked any sense of honor. She was about to protest when Kim asked, "So, do you have a better idea?" From Kim's mouth left her speechless. On the other side, the hero had already steeled his resolve to fight until the end. Even with no chance of victory, he had to charge forward. If he fled, other towns would be in grave danger, and as a hero who serves the Saintess, he would never allow himself to do such a thing. With those words, he charged sword first, directly at the Lord of Wrath. The plan had begun, and Kim couldn't just stand by. He was also beginning to prepare for his own transformation. Until now, the goddess's holy sword only unleashed its full power against pure evil. Otherwise, it was nothing more than an ordinary sword. A seed of doubt appeared in his mind. The Lord of Wrath's fury was born from a desire for revenge. While revenge is not righteous, it couldn't be called a truly evil act either. Because of this, the goddess's sword might not activate its full power. Therefore, the hero resolved to pour everything into this single attack. However, the Lord of Wrath was no pushover. It gave the hero no opportunity to show his skills. The Lord of Wrath attacked first, putting the hero on the defensive. The warrior thought, "He's relentless. This is going to be tough." Before he could react, the Lord of Wrath lunged, striking with its tail and sending the warrior flying like a rag doll in the wind. But the warrior's title was not just for show. He somehow withstood the fatal blow, but he was still shocked by its overwhelming, unnatural power. How could the shockwave alone be this strong? Seeing the hero struggling after a single blow, the Lord of Wrath sneered. "Is that all you have, hero? A failure who lost to Priz is hardly reliable." He gasped back weakly, "You're right. Even I can't believe it." Hearing this, the beast grew more confident in its immense strength. "Humph. Joking before you die? Or are you begging for mercy?" But before DG Kut could celebrate, the warrior roared with conviction. "This is all we need for a perfect victory." Flashback to the strategy meeting, 5 minutes prior. Kim laid out his subterranean assault plan. To defeat the demon DG Cut, the hero would be the decoy. Kim would then strike from beneath, aiming for the scar on its gut. Tunneling makes noise, which could alert the beast. That's why they needed a powerful diversion. He would need 3 minutes, 5 at the most. After hearing the strategy, the hero immediately agreed. He accepted it without a single doubt. Kim was taken aback by his unwavering faith in the plan. Not a single moment of hesitation. He couldn't help but ask, "Why trust me? What if I'm deceiving you?" The hero smiled warmly and replied, "That's impossible. Because a hero's unique skill set includes one in particular, called lie detection." Kim smirked to himself. "True, I'm not lying, but in a country where skills are useless, I can lie to the only hero here. And who knows when that might come in handy." Back to the present moment. Just as the warrior finished speaking, Kim's claws were poised, ready for DG Cut. A few swift moves from deep underground. The synergy between his demonic muscles and dragon claws was overwhelming. It allowed him to drastically shorten his digging time. A tunnel formed in seconds from his starting position. It led right under the rage demon's scar, leaving no trace. By the time the creature realized what was happening, it was already too late. He tuned out its ramblings about some kind of life detection ability. Kim decided to answer with his actions instead. "Do I even need to answer that?" He sneered as he moved. He closed the distance in an instant. His entire arm had now transformed into a dragon's claw. No matter how tough its hide, the dragon claws would shred it. D-Cut screamed helplessly, "No, I can't let him hurt me again. I refuse to die by his hand." As it raged, Kim thrust his claws deep into its scar. He burrowed inside as blood sprayed everywhere. It shrieked in pure agony. Kim was now inside the turtle demon's body. He smirked. A spectacular success. But the cavernous interior was too large to explore casually, so Kim immediately summoned the parasites from the gluttony demon, Pus. He sent them swarming through the turtle demon's body. Moments later, they reported back from every organ: the heart, lungs, blood vessels, and brain. This parasite skill is so convenient, Kim marveled to himself. But among the intel, one strange message left him completely baffled. The message read, "Is this its friend?" After a moment's thought, Kim understood. He laughed with pure delight. "Killed by your friend's skill. Now that's what I call a backstab." Suddenly, a signal stronger than the rest caught his attention. It came from the abdominal cavity. Kim walked over, flexing his dragon hand. He began digging through the disgusting flesh, his face twisting in revulsion. After enduring the monster's horrid stench, Kim dug a large hole and discovered a full-course buffet inside. "Looks delicious." Kim eyed the prize with glee. This was another chance to use his all-powerful gluttony skill. Outside, the turtle monster screamed in agony. Sweat poured off it like a waterfall as tears and snot streamed down its face. It repeatedly begged for its life. "My stomach. It feels like it's burning. I was wrong. Please, spare me." The three companions watched in stunned disbelief. They couldn't process what was happening. The saintess shut her eyes tightly. She didn't dare witness the brutal sight. Even the second prince was shaken, seeing the monster's eyes roll back. Tears streamed down its face as it failed to speak its last words clearly. I did this for humanity." The Lord of Wrath, G-Cut, had finally logged out of this world. It crashed to the ground, creating a powerful tremor. The beast was completely unconscious. Suddenly, its eye rolled back, and then it exploded. Kim leaped out from the wound. He struck a cool pose, but the sight was terrifying. Covered in blood, he left his three companions utterly speechless. The subjugation team resumed their journey, but this time on foot. Their carriage had been completely destroyed. The atmosphere had also shifted. It was now incredibly tense. The warrior and the saintess kept shooting Kim uneasy looks. Kim noticed the strange vibe and asked the prince beside him, "Is it just me, or is the atmosphere a little weird? Did something happen?" The prince answered nervously, "Well, you were pretty scary back there. I mean, I don't really mind." But his expression betrayed his words. Meanwhile, Kim remained completely oblivious to the problem. He couldn't see the issue at all. In his mind, their opinions were completely unimportant and irrelevant to him. The most important thing was the meal he had just consumed. While not as valuable as the giant dinosaur, it was muscle of a comparable size. The troll demon's muscles were stronger, and its tendons were far more durable. Absorbing the beast strengthened his dragon hide, making his skin even tougher. But the true rewards were far greater. In fact, his gains were immense. First up, the lungs of the colossal beast. Its lungs were powerful muscles, built to fuel its massive frame with tremendous amounts of oxygen. The deeper the breath, the more potent the exhale. This would amplify his dragon's breath attack. Second, he gained its vascular system. A larger body puts incredible strain on a heart to circulate blood. Arteries and veins were now densely woven around his organs. Even if his heart failed, his blood would still flow. But his greatest prize was the one he'd spent hours unearthing. After consuming it, he could finally take flight. Kim let out a deeply satisfied smile. Meanwhile, in the demon castle, the same council of demons was gathered. Only now, one seat sat empty. The Lord of Wrath had been permanently removed from the game. Julius, the demon of lust, couldn't hide his fury. Only the 4 heavenly kings remained of their leadership. Bassano smirked coldly. This was the inevitable outcome. Exactly. Julius shot back instantly. His eyes now gleamed with sinister delight. Everything was proceeding according to the Demon King's grand design. Leaving the past behind, they turned to future strategy. The heroes were already poised to attack the Demon King's fortress. The heroes had already razed villages. The demons had to strike at the root before they could inflict more damage. Their small diversion had dealt with the ancient remnants, fooling the heroes into thinking they'd crippled the Demon King's main force. This deception would grant them a significant advantage. And with that, their transaction was complete. Now, it was humanity's turn for annihilation. A brutal war was on the horizon. For humanity, victory meant beheading the Demon King. But for the demons, it required humanity's complete extinction. Or, at the very least, their surrender. The only obstacle in their path was the heroes. As long as the heroes stood, humanity would never yield, for they were the strongest warriors, shielded by the goddess herself. Ultimately, to secure victory, the demon race had only one path: the utter destruction of mankind. So, rather than let the heroes fall to the Demon King, they would simply accelerate humanity's demise. Julius recited their king's wicked words with a treacherous smile. Then, he and his comrades rose as one. Clasping their hands, they roared, "Absolute loyalty to our emperor! Absolute reverence for the emperor from another world!" And far above them, on the highest throne, sat a figure whose silhouette was unlike any other demon. It was too dark to see a face, but Kim and the prince's theory was right. A third party from the human world existed. The party followed the path the Doggus had taken. Kim could tell from the tracks that the beast had fled in a panic. Suddenly, a horde of monsters surrounded them. They brandished their weapons, their faces twisted with scorn. They quickly formed a defensive circle. The warrior recognized them instantly as soldiers of the demon army. 2 demons charged Kim at once, intent on taking his life. An iron mace swung, crashing directly into his head. He didn't even flinch. Instead, a casual swing of his sword dispatched the 2 demons behind him. His allies were locked in fierce combat with the ambushers. The first demon groaned. Only the castle remains intact. Through the slit of the demon's iron helmet, Kim's eyes caught something interesting on its body. A scroll had fallen from its tunic, resting on its chest. Kim picked it up and unrolled it. After dispatching the demons, they regrouped. Kim examined the scroll and recognized a map of the Demon Kingdom. The warrior stroked his chin, impressed by the demon's map-making. Hypanic pointed to a spot on the map with a twig. "There's something important here," he said. "All demon soldier routes converge on this main road at a single point, and this white dot marks a supply route through every battlefield," the Saintess added, deducing its purpose. The warrior shot to his feet. "We have the map. Let's hurry and crush the Demon King now." But Hypanic quickly stopped him. Frowning, he pointed to another, more suspicious location, a remote mountain village. It held no strategic value, wasn't on a main route, and appeared to be a dead end. "Could that be a key encampment for the Demon King's army?" the Saintess asked. Hypanic suggested they investigate. As for the warrior, his gut screamed that this place was absolutely critical. The warrior declared, "If it's that important, we could disrupt the Demon King's entire offensive." 1 week later, they found the village. Hypanic moved ahead to scout. Plumes of black smoke confirmed their location. He signaled for them to observe from the cliffs. Below, the village wasn't bustling. Instead, a grim focus hung in the air. Smokestacks guided their eyes. Women assembled weapons, as children fed the forges. Strong men hauled raw materials into town. Hypanic was right. This was a war factory. The warrior saw this, and his resolve shattered, his face pale with shock. Hypanic drew his blade. "Why hesitate? Our mission is to destroy this place." Enraged, the warrior grabbed his shoulder. "You would murder innocent people?" Hypanic turned. "No one here is innocent. Everyone in this village is making weapons. They are all enemy armorers." The warrior roared. "Have you lost your mind?" The warrior's wound flared, and he buckled. Uncaring, Hypanic pressed on. "Have you forgotten the hero's code? I have 2 questions." He looked down at the kneeling warrior. "Is killing these villagers wrong?" the warrior whispered. "All killing is wrong. Then is it right to destroy enemy arms? Hypanic asked. To kill their smiths to save our own? The warrior had to agree. Cutting enemy supply lines was necessary to reduce their own casualties. He then realized a hero must always do what is right and just. Kim stepped forward, impatient. Arguing is pointless. I'm going ahead. The warrior watched them leave, his heart torn. Was killing these people right or wrong? He didn't know what to do. Moments later, blood splattered on Kim's helm. Is that the last of them? Kim wearily removed his helmet. Let me handle this. He turned to face the attacking villagers. The saintess collapsed, witnessing the deaths of the young demonkin. Hypanic tried to comfort her. He thought this team was full of useless members. Hypanic picked up a rifle from the ground. He examined it closely. They're actually making these? He saw the 7.9 2mm Mauser rounds. He muttered, what kind of monster would do this? He then asked Kim, what does this mean? Kim wiped blood from his face. It means this is the third demon lord. Precisely, Hypanic grinned. The warrior asked, you already knew? Hypanic voiced his theory. The demon kingdom was forcing its own people to fight. He explained that with brief training, anyone with a gun could become a soldier. This was surely the demon lord's plan for arming his populace. The warrior's fists clenched in fury. Unable to believe it, he stormed towards the village. Meanwhile, Hypanic acknowledged Kim's work. Hypanic suddenly handed him a map, saying Kim had earned a vacation. Kim unfolded it. An entire battle zone was marked. Go eat your fill, Hypanic said. Kim smirked. This is work, not a vacation. Still, it was a good chance to investigate. Suddenly, the warrior's scream echoed from the village. A sly grin crossed Hypanic's face. It was all going to plan. At the forest's edge, the ground began to shake. They appeared one after another with anguished cries. The warrior wept, striking the earth. He was utterly broken. In the port city of So Tuk Fi lived a boy named Midan, a human demon half-breed. He struggled under the weight of heavy cargo. Midan was small, weaker than the others around him. People constantly urged him to hurry. Though exhausted, his boss tossed him a bag of copper coins, his reward for hauling 2 sacks of gunpowder and 10 crates of explosives. Midan bowed gratefully. Midan clutched the coins, calculating. It was enough for food with his mother, rent, and necessities. But after everything, only a single coin was left. He sighed. When will this life ever end? But he forced a smile. He had to keep going for little Mimon, who was calling for him. This tastes funny. You try it, brother. Midan smiled, lying that he'd eaten on his way home. He told the little girl to eat her fill. Mimon's face lit up. In a flash, he was back at the docks. The sacks felt lighter today. He realized he must be growing stronger. Midan felt a surge of hope. He was just a dockhand for now, but one day he would join the 7th Demon General's army. Midan thought of the future. Then, my name will be known everywhere. Meanwhile, Kim dealt with a secondary brain. It helped transmit nerve signals in enormous bodies, speeding up motor functions for better movement. For lower body movement, some scholars theorized a secondary brain at the waist, an auxiliary mind. And by digging into Dagoth's body, Kim found that secondary brain in a distracted dinosaur. To replicate the brains of other creatures, they first had to replicate their nervous systems. A creature's unique body parts could be used instantly, without any practice. Kim mused, but he had a problem. He had never used his brain like that. It was far too dangerous for the host's body. But if mastered, he could overcome that danger, and even utilize the brains of other creatures. With that thought, Kim's body began to warp. Huge wings erupted, and he could finally fly. Without hesitation, Kim in his dragon form soared above the city of Sotokpi, observing everything. Except for his brain, his entire body could now transform. The lizardman's skin was perfectly compatible. Its mucus could even be replaced with a mysterious, powerful slime. Kim knew its effects well. It would strengthen a dragon's lungs and blood vessels, granting goblin regeneration and the mighty muscles of an ogre. He realized he was becoming the ultimate creature. Kim let out a roar that shook the heavens. His massive, ferocious form blotted out the sky above the port city. A terrified Maiden looked up. Behind him, Kim rained down fire, igniting the gunpowder on their ships. Maiden saw the dragon just in time. A chain reaction of explosions tore through the weapons freighters. Maiden stared in horror at the ships. Before him was a sea of fire. All around him, people began to flee in total chaos. A dragon! Run! A fishman screamed in disbelief. But before he could run, Kim's jaws snapped down on him. Kim tilted his head back and swallowed the unfortunate fishman whole. Maiden dropped everything and ran for his life. In his panic, Maiden remembered his little brother, Mizon. He raced toward their inn to save him. He was so close to the inn, feeling a brief sense of relief that it was nearby. Maiden thought he could save Mizon. He'd chosen an inn close to work precisely for emergencies like this. But just then, Kim's massive foot came down, completely obliterating the small building. A shockwave forced Maiden to cover his face. He opened his eyes to see a pile of smoldering ruins. As Kim moved, the smoke cleared. Maiden saw Mizon's favorite honey candy lying in the wreckage. Then, a small, lifeless arm protruded from the rubble, the rest of the body buried beneath the stones. Maiden screamed in pure horror and rage. He snatched a sword from a nearby arms carrier and charged forward. "You damn dragon, die!" Maiden yelled, full of hatred. He clumsily stabbed the sword at Kim's leg. Against the dragon scales, the sword was like a dry twig. It shattered instantly, sending Maiden flying backward. The scene was one of total devastation. Kim stood in the inferno and spat disdainfully at Maiden's pathetic attempt. Kim was here because Panic's map had marked the locations of military supply depots. His purpose, Kim mused, was likely to weaken the Demon King's entire army. This affair didn't really concern him, but it helped feed starving children. He thought of the fishmen he'd eaten. He hadn't expected his power. Should he stick to his old ways? No. Kim continued to drown the city in a sea of death. 10 hours after Sotokby's lockdown, Julie asked, "Has everyone heard what happened in Sotokby?" He angrily clenched his fist. Because of this, his faction's military supplies were critically low. He continued, "I heard a dragon did it." He then asked the woman beside him, "What do you think?" Nat began to speak as a fellow dragonkin. Nat claimed it was impossible. From dusk until dawn is only about 9 hours. It would have had to breathe fire at least 5 times. Only the legendary dragon Lao was capable of such a feat. Basnio scowled. "So, the dragon Lao is here?" Nat took immediate offense. "What are you implying?" She slammed her hand on the table. "Are you questioning a deity?" Basnio raised his glass. "That dragon is here. But it could be another Lao," he added. Zitman declared, "That is irrelevant now. What matters is our plan to counter Kim." Julie agreed, seeking more counsel. Zitman added, "The rumor has spread. In one night, that dragon became a symbol of terror. If the 7 great demon generals step in to quell this fear, then the morale of the entire demon kingdom would soar." Julius's face darkened. So, it was true. Furious, Kim, now known as the Static Fizz Dragon, had already wrecked the Demon King's key strongholds. He devoured his foes, absorbing their powers, with the town assault being his most effective battle yet. Since the hero's party reassembled, entire demon tribes like the fishmen and insects were annihilated. Though Kim's power grew, it wasn't enough. Even optimized, highly adaptive creatures only met his lowest standards. But through this, Kim began to better understand his own unique abilities. If he kept evolving this way, his ultimate goal would finally be within reach. He would become the apex of all living things. Kim was now heading toward another vulnerable town. Other monsters mistook him for one of the 7 demon generals. One looked up in horror, recognizing the beast. It was the Static Fizz Dragon, a new symbol of absolute terror. They panicked and fled for their lives. Before one could get far, Kim snatched it up. With a simple stomp, the monster was instantly crushed. Kim reared back, taking a deep breath. He unleashed a vortex of fire, leveling half the city in a flash. An hour later, Nat T arrived, still desperately hunting Kim. Reports had placed him at 6 garrisons just an hour ago. No matter what he was, she was determined to teach him a lesson. Nat T flew closer to the ruins. The rubble below still glowed red-hot. Nat T grew cautious. All this destruction in just 1 hour? Kim casually picked up a small goblin and swallowed it whole. Furious, Nat T landed, glaring daggers at him. "This vulgar beast is eating corpses?" Nat T thought. He looked like a red dragon, but his body felt wrong. Kim stood on 2 legs. His dragon form was majestic, but his legs didn't seem draconic. Parts of him were covered in strange, resilient armor. Nat T reached out, invoking dragon magic. Her technique, the dragon's word, was a power that forced others to obey. Using her oppressive aura to instill fear, Nat T roared with authority. "Stop!" Kim merely glanced over, tilting his head with curiosity. He then picked up another monster corpse to absorb. Nat T was baffled. Her dragon's word had no effect on the dragon before her. Impossible. Dragon's word should intimidate any dragon. She observed him closely. He was powerful, yet completely unknown. Kim then advised her to abandon the delusion that her authority and rank worked on everyone. He added that, even if coerced, he would simply allow his target to do as it pleased anyway. That was enough to enrage Nat T furious. She called Kim arrogant, asking if he even knew who she was. Nat T's hands rapidly transformed, growing larger and more angular. She was going to put him in his place. Kim glanced back with a bored expression. Nat T shifted into a massive red dragon, intending to crush him flat. "You foolish little dragon." Nat T mocked Kim's smaller size. She angrily raised her foot, taunting, "I'll just step on you lightly." Nat T then unleashed her full power on Kim, relentlessly pounding his head with both hands. As she attacked, she screamed, "Die! Die!" letting out a piercing roar. After 10 minutes, her arms grew tired, but the scene before her now was unbelievable. Kim was still standing firm in a defensive stance. Nat T was shocked that he could withstand her assault just by guarding. She'd never met a dragon this powerful. Kim eyed her with a calculating gaze. She noted his demon-like muscles and mithril hide weren't easily pierced. She judged him to be an incredibly strong dragon, so powerful that others probably couldn't even touch him. Kim stroked his chin. Data recorded. He then took a new stance, ready for his next experiment. Thinking he'd seen through her plan, Nat T panicked. Seeing his new stance, she was certain he had read her intentions. She decided to attack while his defense was surely weakened. She used one hand to block one of Kim's arms. Instantly, she wrapped her tail around his other arm, then swiftly grabbed and squeezed his head with her free hand. Nat T opened her jaws wide and lunged, sinking her teeth into Kim's shoulder and ripping away a chunk of flesh. She kicked him, sending him flying. As she chewed the meat, she gloated. "How was that?" For a few seconds, Kim lay motionless. Nat T was proud. Her fangs could crush anything, but her victory was short-lived. The wound on his shoulder healed instantly. Nat T broke into a cold sweat. Super regeneration? What in the world is this thing? Kim slowly rose, saying since they'd just met, he'd consider this a successful performance test. With that, he turned to leave. "Since you cooperated so well, I will. Spare me, just go and don't follow me." To Nat, Kim's words were a grave insult. She roared, "How absurd. You dare wound my pride." Nat seethed in fury. "I'll show you the power of a dragon." With that, Nat summoned a mass of energy, declaring, "This can stop any power and grind it to dust." Kim, however, showed no trace of fear. He just asked, "Is that so? Well then, go on and eat." Nat threatened, but then suddenly coughed up a deadly, black liquid. The energy mass vanished instantly. Nat coughed out squirming creatures, then violently vomited black slime filled with writhing things. Confused and horrified, she whispered, "What is this? How is this happening?" Before her consciousness faded, Nat's towering figure crashed forward, sprawling on the ground. Kim calmly explained, "It's because you ate my flesh." Those vile creatures would now infest her body, devouring everything. Standing over her motionless form, he continued, "So, anything you eat, you can't digest. And after that? Well, there is no after that." Just then, a magic circle appeared beside Kim. From within, a frantic voice cried for help. "Emergency! Danger! Help!" Kim glanced over. Telepathy? The voice pleaded again. "Hurry up! Help us! Help!" A warrior with a sword stood in the vast sky. "I am the hero, messenger of the goddess, and a man from the future. 10 years from now, that warrior bravely fought monsters. 10 years later, humanity and the demon clan would join forces. They fought the monsters trying to destroy the world." Seeing the defeated beasts, the warrior's thoughts continued. In the future, the Demon King, the 7 great demon generals, and the 4 heavenly kings all died to those monsters. Even I was killed by them. The warrior fought valiantly with his sword, resolving, "That's why I, the one who returned from the future, must quickly go to the great forest and destroy the slime that becomes a world-ending monster." The warrior and a tall man shouldering a huge weapon looked at the barrier protecting the doorway. His thoughts continued. Because of that, Sir Kim, who guards the great forest, is safe. And he even saved the prince who was meant to die. The warrior looked ahead with resolve. Because the future changed, those who were destined to be killed have been saved. However, he had another thought. On the other hand, since the future has changed, I can no longer predict what will happen. The warrior clenched his fist. But I don't regret destroying that monster and giving up the future I once knew. My only regret is not knowing more about the Demon King's army in my future. The warrior lamented. If I had known, I wouldn't be struggling like this now. Or at least, at a card table, Bano smiled as he watched Hapanik slump onto the surface. He smirked. I only needed to learn his ability. The 3, the warrior, Hapanik, and the saintess were walking together. Suddenly, the warrior turned to Hapanik. But, Your Highness, where did you send Sir Kim? Hapanik replied, I asked him to watch over a vital area. He alone is more than enough to guard that place. The warrior seemed to understand. I see, Hapanik added. According to the map, we're approaching our next destination. Suddenly, Something ahead startled Panic. He cried out, "Ah!" The three of them froze in front of Banos. He flashed a wicked smile. "Welcome, hero's party." He bowed. "I am one of the 7 great demon generals, Banos. My title is Greed. This is Genin Vegas, the town I rule." He then asked, "Care to stop all this slaughter? And fight in a peaceful way?" Still confused, Haponic asked, "What are you trying to say?" Banos quickly made a proposal. "It's simple. Let's play a game to decide the winner." Shpanik was stunned by the absurd offer. "Huh? A game out of nowhere? What are you plotting?" But the warrior didn't hesitate and agreed instantly. "Fine. I accept." Shocked by the warrior's answer, Shpanik called out in confusion, "Hero?" But the warrior had his own reasons. He thought, "I've already killed too many to get here. I want it to stop." Banos grinned wickedly. "Very well." Inwardly, he sneered. What an idiot. The three entered the casino with Banos. A man on the floor above announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, today's special event is a showdown between the hero's party and the great demon general of greed, Banos." He smiled, a grin that never left his face. "Let's see who the goddess of the continent, Eon, will favor." Whispers erupted from the crowd. "So the hero's life ends here? Ha ha ha. Humanity's last hope is about to be extinguished." Panic sat down, his brow furrowed. "I'll go first." Banos didn't hesitate and quickly agreed. "Fine, the game is poker. If the prince wins, he walks out of here unharmed." Panic agreed. He'd played this before, giving him a sliver of confidence. "I've mastered this game. That monster won't win." Banio then calmly added his own condition, "But if you lose, I'll claim your soul." A moment later, Panic angrily slammed the cards down. He yelled, "Damn it, are you a cheater?" The man shamelessly replied, "How did I cheat?" Then he twisted the facts. "Didn't you say it's not cheating unless you're caught?" Panic insisted. "No, this round doesn't count. If I knew you were going to pull a trick." The man's smile turned inhuman. Then, as promised, Banio stated his claim, "I will take your soul." The coin on the table began to smoke, and so did Panic's body. He screamed in terror. What is happening? His very soul was being ripped into the coin. After his soul was absorbed, the coin bore his face. Panic moaned, "I'm in danger. Help me." Banio smirked at the defeated prince. The warrior cried out in a panic, "My prince!" The dealer then began to explain. "This is a skill that enforces promises. My special ability, called Irresistible." He then let out a laugh. The enraged saintess charged him. "You bastard! How dare you!" She punched Banio, but he didn't even flinch. He simply said, "Now, now." The saintess was stunned that her punch had no effect. Banio smiled. "Fighting is forbidden here. I have a second special skill. Absolute Peace Zone." The saintess grunted in fury, while Banio gloated internally. With these skills, no one could ever beat him at this game. He then remarked, It seems the prince is very important to you." Hearing this, the saintess stammered. "What? Who said that?" A single question exposed her feelings. He thought smugly, "You've given yourself away." A classic tsundere. Seeing her anger, Banio pressed his advantage. "If you want him back, then you must play." He began to tempt her. "I will wager his soul, and you will wager your own." His words were beginning to sway her resolve. The saintess slammed her hand on the table. "Fine." The warrior saw she was being provoked. He warned her, "Saintess, don't be so reckless." But she felt no regret for her decision. Instead, she reassured him, "Don't worry, hero." She then revealed a secret. "They don't call me the convent gambler for nothing." The warrior was stunned and asked, "Huh? The convent gambler?" She shot back, "What do you think I did in an all-female convent all winter?" The saintess confidently asked, "So, what's the game? Poker, blackjack, or high-low?" She swept the cards aside, glaring. "Pick up those cards. I choose dice." Banio immediately produced some dice, smiling. "Done." Another coin was tossed out, glowing with white light. In an instant, the saintess was slumped over the table, just like Panic. Her soul was now trapped inside a coin bearing her face. Banio wiped his brow, remarking, "It's been a while since I had a real challenge." The warrior couldn't believe his eyes. Even the saintess lost? After the prince and the saintess, his next target was the warrior. He asked, "What will you do, hero? To save your comrades, you must bet your soul and play." He then laughed. The warrior thought desperately, "I've never gambled in my life. Is there another way?" Suddenly, the warrior was trapped. He'd never gambled before, so how could he possibly win? But abandoning friends went against the knight's code. He couldn't leave them. Just then, a noise came from the door. The warrior spun around as the door began to shake. Suddenly, someone flew right through it. The door shattered into pieces. The man landed in a heap before the warrior, who was still trying to understand. But then his expression turned to pure relief, for Kim had appeared from within the settling dust. Banio grinned at Kim's arrival. To him, this was just another eager guest. The spectators began to size Kim up. A barbarian, a user of violence. Just another piece for the collection. Kim simply glanced around the room. He saw the pathetic figures slumped in the corners. Useless fools. He'd make this quick. He had business to finish. As Kim readied his sword, Banio reminded him that violence here was meaningless, because this place was under his skill, ultimate peace. Kim glanced at the warrior for confirmation. The warrior fearfully nodded. That very skill had rendered everyone completely powerless. Kim's expression began to harden. Dangerous, he whispered, now seeing the full picture. Bassanio interrupted with a sneer. The prince and priestess had lost, forfeiting their souls. Kim quickly understood and asked how to bring them back. Bassanio slammed his fist down, demanding Kim beat him in a game with an equally valuable stake. To reclaim their souls, Kim would have to wager his own. Kim calmly confirmed the grim terms. He accepted, kicking out a chair to take his seat. Kim boldly bet his soul, and the warrior's. The warrior was stunned, but Bassanio was thrilled. The entire room erupted in a chaotic roar. The warrior urgently asked Kim what he was doing. Kim calmly replied that they took 2 souls, so they had to respond in kind. Bassanio laughed, agreeing with Kim's sharp thinking. Kim assured the warrior not to worry, he'd win this easily. Those were the same words Prince Edwin had said before his fall. Kim glanced at the warrior, his voice low. "It's better that I make this bet than you." The warrior could only close his eyes and trust him. He turned to Bassanio, asking if the terms were clear. Pleased, Bassanio asked what game they would play. Kim raised a fist and yelled, "This one!" Bassanio thought it was rock, paper, scissors. Kim replied, "Rock," then smashed his fist directly into the greedy lord's face. The powerful blow sent Bassanio crashing to the floor. As Kim knew, skills had no direct physical effect on his body. In other words, he was immune to direct targeting skills. But he could be hurt by area attacks like a fireball, just as armor takes damage from accelerated arrows. Or incinerate, a skill that turns its target to ash. So what about Bassanio's ultimate peace skill? It was useless against Kim, as it only targeted others who used violence in the special zone, seeing his skill have no effect. Bassanio was utterly bewildered. Question marks filled his vision. Before he could react, Kim raised his foot and stomped down hard. Bassanio's scream of pain echoed through the hall. The moment he registered the physical pain, he had already lost the wager. A profound sense of defeat washed over him, triggering another of his skills: absolute obedience. As per their agreement, Bassanio's loss meant the 2 souls immediately returned to their owners. The warrior stared dumbfounded, as did the woman beside him. On the floor, Bassanio struggled to his feet, accusing Kim of cheating. Sensing his displeasure with the outcome, Kim offered him a second game. He wagered Bassanio's life against everything the man owned. The game? Guess if Kim would punch him with his left or right hand. Yet Bassanio dared to guess. And he was wrong. Once again, Kim lifted his leg. This time, his leg bulged with immense power. Kim brought it down without mercy, and blood splattered everywhere. The audience on the balconies was in shock. Bassanio, one of the 4 heavenly kings, had been defeated. They panicked and fled, terrified Kim would eliminate them all. But he had no intention of letting them escape so easily. With a surge of magic, Kim slammed every door shut, sealing all exits. The warrior cried out, telling him to stop this pointless slaughter, but Kim ignored his words. He saw them all as trash who found joy in watching players lose their souls. Taking out this garbage was a worthy act. The warrior again pleaded that this wasn't right. Annoyed by the warrior's constant nagging, Kim pressed his sword against the man's throat. The warrior stared in disbelief, not understanding what Kim was doing. But the prince's words echoed, "Will you do good, or what's right?" Kim asked the warrior, "Justice, or what is right?" He then lowered his sword. "If you weren't, then get those 2 out of here. Someone who doesn't know what they want is just in the way." The warrior quietly helped the other 2 to their feet. The moment they stepped out, the only exit slammed shut behind them. Those trapped inside began to scream for help, but no one could hear them. It began. Kim opened his mouth wide, his cheeks swelling. Then, he unleashed a torrent of flame that engulfed the room. Sky-piercing screams followed. Those who couldn't escape were trapped by Kim's command. One terrified man clung to the iron bars of a door, screaming for someone to open it, a killer right behind him. Cries for help echoed through the casino. Someone lamented ever coming here. The betting game with the pig lord was over. As per their deal, the Pig Lord's power now belonged to Kim. With that power, a flood of new information entered his mind. One piece of information was ownership of this casino. The place had belonged to that beast, which is why he could do as he pleased. And now it was Kim's turn. He could do anything he wanted. Kim considered his options, enjoying a new challenge. But there wasn't time to pump more oxygen into the building. As Kim plotted, a small flame appeared. The people inside panicked, but their struggles were utterly meaningless. A single spark left Kim's mouth, igniting an inferno that consumed the casino and everyone within it. Just as the warrior exited, a violent blaze erupted behind him, sending a chill down his spine. He recalled Kim's words. No one connected to us is left. Would he choose justice, or what was right? Reluctantly, the warrior grimaced and walked away, choosing to ignore it. Elsewhere, two men faced each other as Julius spoke. Only two of us remain. But a shadowy figure entered with a mysterious voice. How can that be? It was the Demon King. The Demon King's arrival stunned them both. Julius and Zygmunt rose, respectfully clasping their hands in greeting. Julius reported losing contact with Nate. Jen in Vegas, Bassanio's domain, had also fallen. Bassanio himself was now missing. The Demon King asked, Bassanio's chances of survival? Julius hesitated, then answered grimly. The odds are extremely low. The Demon King mourned the loss of two great talents. Zygmunt offered comfort. Even without two of the four heavenly kings, the plan proceeds. Do not grieve too deeply, my lord. The Demon King retorted. How can I not feel this pain? For the comrades who always stood by me. Zygmunt apologized gravely. But they volunteered to stop the heroes. Though tragic, if their sacrifice ensures our great victory, their deaths were not in vain. Zygmunt's words swayed the Demon King. Their sacrifice had stalled the heroes, allowing the plan to near completion. They died for the greater cause. Still, the pain remained. The Demon King turned away. I am weary. And she departed. Her shimmering form blurred, then vanished. Julius vowed he and Zygmunt would finish the remaining work. Zygmunt noted that in times like these, Julius's soothing touch was needed. After all, his name meant lust. Julius coldly denied it. That wasn't his name's meaning. Zygmunt, whose name meant envy, felt they were all poorly named. But no matter, Julius declared. The Demon King's plan is now entering its final stage. That is what's important. We cannot retreat, even in death. Zygmunt added, we only need a little more time. Between us. Who should be the one to die? Julius stammered, at a loss. Of course, it will be me, Zygmunt said. Julius was completely taken aback. Don't look so surprised, he said. As the elder, I will go first. With that, Zygmunt turned and walked away. The casino was nothing but smoldering ruins. Kim crawled out from the wreckage. Burning it down, he mused, had also endangered him. His regenerative power, derived from super-regenerating dwarf blood, was weakened by direct contact with fire. Dragon scales and slime mucus offered protection, but fire on a newly regenerated limb would cause severe injury. He brushed the dust from his armor. He'd been too distracted during the dragon fight to consider that risk. If the dragon had breathed fire while his shoulder was regenerating, he would have been in serious trouble. Then, something moved behind him. Beneath the debris, a creature was stirring. A large, golden lizard emerged, a chain on its neck proving it had been captive. Kim wondered, a pet of the demon race? The creature stood tall before him, its massive frame towering over him. It was forced to look down at Kim. Small, unextinguished flames still flickered on its hide. Kim was impressed. It can withstand dragon fire. Truly a rare find. He estimated its height at 3 meters. Then, Kim pulled his lips back. Revealing sharp fangs, he said, let's have a taste. His expression began to twist into something monstrous. The lizard sensed the ominous intent and tried to flee. But Kim gave it no chance, grabbing its tail with one powerful hand. In a flash, Kim's mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth as his entire face began to transform. Vicious veins pulsed across his skin. He sank his teeth into the lizard's neck, and blood sprayed violently. Its fate was sealed. It became Kim's next meal. Later, Kim met up with the others. Hi Poppy was beside him, clutching his head and grimacing. My head still hurts. That place was the worst. He saw Kim licking his lips contentedly. What are you so happy about? Internally, he cursed Kim as a monster. Kim ignored him, simply saying he had put out the fire. A trace of blood still stained his hand. The creature was a salamander, an extremely rare species of lizard. It was completely immune to dragon fire. And having eaten it, he learned its resistance wasn't just in its mucus. It was distributed through every cell in its body. He could use his dwarf power to absorb this. erasing his weakness to fire. Beside him, Hypapi suddenly frowned and shook his head, cursing under his breath. Kim had no idea what he was talking about. Hypapi recalled a story about someone attacked by a bear. By the time the wound healed, the person's memory had faded. Then suddenly, that same bear appeared in his yard. And now, it was apparently flying through the sky. Kim said that if the bear knew its way home, it would return on its own. There was no need for concern. Hyupi was conflicted. His mind and his heart were at odds. Kim thought to himself, first, we need to cooperate. Treating it as something to fear could backfire. Kim believed even if it's fierce, its usefulness makes it less of a threat. Hyupi sensed something in Kim's words. What do you mean? Kim explained that he handled things while Hyupi was out of it. Is that true? Hyupi asked, stunned. Kim confirmed the warrior had abandoned justice and chosen the right path. Hyupi was pleased with this result. For the second time, a cunning smile graced his lips. Just one more requirement needed to be fulfilled. Up ahead, the warrior was oblivious to Hyupi's dark intentions. The heroes are the strongest beings on this continent. The warrior gazed into the distance, his eyes radiating power and confidence. Their strength is more than physical. They are protected by the great current of power known as fate. Suddenly, the warrior spotted trouble. A gang of thugs was aggressively approaching him and his comrades. They shouted, calling them heroes, and charged. A sword swung toward the warrior, but he dodged in time. The blade only grazed his hair. A normal person would have died several times over in such dangerous moments. Another charged forward on horseback with a vicious axe, but the warrior cut him down before he could even attack. From behind, the saintess shouted a warning. Be careful, they're the Demon King's soldiers. In moments of desperation, someone always comes to aid the heroes. When facing a powerful foe, help coincidentally arrives. Kim didn't join the fight in front of him. He just watched in silence. In a situation that relied on luck, luck would favor the warriors. The warrior tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Then, he shot forward like an arrow into the enemy. To kill a hero, one needs the power to reverse fate itself. But so far, none had such power. So the Demon King beheaded the human hero, while the human king beheaded the demon hero. However, the protection of fate only works when a hero is truly worthy of the title. Soon, the warrior had defeated the unwelcome guests, their bodies littering the ground. If a hero loses their status, the warrior returned to report to Hyupi. The destination was far, but luckily, they'd found horses. Hyupi forced a smile. How fortunate. It's all thanks to the hero's luck, blessed by the goddess. He spoke while boarding the carriage. The warrior was unaware that smile concealed a far more sinister plot. Fate no longer protects the heroes. Hyupi told Kim that the condition to be a hero is to be righteous, the most just, the most virtuous. The warrior had acted dishonorably in the demon village and made the wrong choice at the casino. Now, if they lose their righteousness, they will no longer be heroes. That is exactly what Hyupi wants. Kim couldn't understand it. Why the obsession with killing the heroes? Hyupi revealed this wasn't his original plan. Hyupi had taken that mad old man's draft and modified it. What are you talking about? Kim asked. Hyupi explained. The king intended for the first prince to take the throne, with Hyupi, the second prince, as his aide. So, using the king was the way to make a hero no longer a hero. Hyupi recalled the warrior's shocked expression. He believed the king forced the heroes into an impossible choice just to strip them of their titles. But the king had only planned it. Fearing the goddess's wrath, he never dared to execute it. By chance, Hyupi found the plan. Breaking the seal was difficult. Based on that plan, Hyupi adapted it and set it in motion. Now Kim finally understood Hyupi's true intention, but Kim didn't care whose plan it was. He wanted to know why kill the heroes, because they didn't deserve to die. To Kim's question, Hyupi answered through gritted teeth, because if my brother dies, the king's despair will eclipse his sorrow. Hyupi's hands gripped the reins, veins bulging on his face, proof of his uncontrollable resentment. Their carriage approached the flat-field plains, surrounded by green pastures under a vast open sky. From a distance, Kim spotted the Demon King's castle. Hyupi saw it too, but strangely, no soldiers guarded the perimeter. Hyupi said this wasn't right. According to the game, the Demon King's castle is in a lava zone or a poison swamp. So why was this one built on a normal plain like this? It was truly strange. Kim dismissed the thought. What kingdom would build something so insane in the middle of its capital? Though I'd like to see one. Still, Kim agreed with Hyupi. The place felt odd. Hyupi scanned the area. He concluded there wasn't even an ant nearby. Not even insects, Kim added. They'd also passed an empty rabbit burrow. Hyupi couldn't understand what happened. He wasn't sure, but something up ahead felt terribly wrong. Suddenly, The horse sensed a dark presence, letting out a terrified neigh. Hypapi held the reins, his face filled with confusion. He worried. Why the sudden change? The horse stood still, head bowed, trembling uncontrollably. Hypapi walked towards it. He guessed it was scared, but there was nothing around. The horse's commotion alerted the warrior. He asked what was wrong. Hypapi replied, "The horse won't move." The warrior thought it was tired, then felt a strange sensation. He wondered if this feeling came from the Demon King's castle, or something else. Seeing the warrior's expression, Hypapi asked, "Sense anything strange?" The warrior answered, "Something feels off, but I can't place it." He figured if they got closer to the Demon King's castle, they might find out. But with the horse like this, they were stranded. The animal refused. It wouldn't go on, so they tried to persuade it. Hypapi gently offered it food, but it wouldn't even open its mouth. Fearing it was injured, they used a priest's recovery magic, but it had no effect. Even Kim tried, drawing out any killing intent, but the horse only trembled. It was useless. Finally, the warrior spoke in a gentle voice. He explained the importance of their fight with the Demon King, but of course, that didn't work. Out of options, the warrior decided they'd have to camp there. Hypapi agreed, telling everyone to rest. He had just touched the cart's railing, when the horse shrieked again. This time, it also kicked its hind legs, sending Hypapi staggering back. Then it bolted. Hypapi fell to the ground, watching it flee, completely baffled by what was happening. Unlike Hypapi, the warrior had already sensed the disturbance. He drew his sword, ready for battle. Hypapi watched him, puzzled. The warrior announced that they were surrounded. A mocking voice echoed from the darkness. "So this is the hero's party. How disappointing. So foolish and careless." From the shadows, a strange, hand-shaped staff emerged. Its owner's voice continued its taunts. "Your senses are worse than a beast's." It was Sigma, speaking with a voice that echoed from the depths of hell. "I can't believe you've survived this long." The warrior glared towards the sound. He frowned and yelled, "Show yourself." Sigma replied, "Need an introduction? Very well, since I'm not hiding." With that, he slammed his staff onto the ground. The entire area began to shake violently. Hypapi broke out in a cold sweat. Is the ground quaking? Suddenly, an arm burst from the earth. In a flash, thousands of grotesque hands followed. A horde of zombies clawed their way up, ready to attack. Angela cried out in horror, "Undead?" That's when the voice spoke again. "I am Zigam, one of the 4 heavenly kings, and I am the one who will block your path." So this man was Zigam, nicknamed Envy, one of the Demon Kingdom's highest commanders, with nearly 200 years of leadership experience. In his 200 years of service, he had faced the hero's party on more than 2 occasions. He spent over half that time as a chancellor under the Demon King, managing all affairs. No demon, even those living longer than 2 lifetimes of a human, could accomplish such a feat. But he was an undead, not a low-level zombie or skeleton. Nor was he a lesser undead that needed to drink blood like a vampire. He was the highest class of undead. As long as the relic containing his soul remained intact, he was immortal. Having tasted death once, he would only grow stronger from it. His arrogance pierced the heavens. The generals, even the Demon King himself, dared not to oppose him until that incident. The previous hero had attacked the Demon King's castle. Zigm summoned countless undead from Plaf to stop the hero, but they were all vanquished by the hero's light magic. In the end, the hero even managed to destroy him. By the time his body was restored from his relic, the hero had already slain the Demon King and returned home. Those who knew of him cursed the arrogant name of Envy. He only cared for himself. How could he shamelessly live on after the Demon King's death? Did he flee the battle out of fear? In that moment, Zigam's immense pride shattered. But Zigam was no ordinary being. He was a genius mage. He didn't blame others for his own failure. Instead, he began to research the cause of his defeat, and he realized the greatest reason was the hero's light magic. His undead army was inevitably weak against that type of spell, so he worked tirelessly to cultivate a resistance for himself and the undead he summoned. The result of his work was on full display. Countless undead stood menacingly, surrounding the heroes. The 3 stood back to back. Angela panicked. How is this possible? Why couldn't I sense these undead? The second prince's brother didn't know either. The undead should radiate a palpable hatred and malice, but he couldn't feel anything from them at all. Angela remained extremely wary of this horde. Even when facing someone with holy magic, they emitted no malicious aura, but they were still undead. At once, Angela cast her holy attack. The divine spell struck an undead directly, but the creature was completely unfazed. The group gasped in horror. What? Impossible. Holy magic has no effect on the undead. Hurt the undead? Richmond laughed. Panicking, are we? There's more to come. He struck his staff, and a magic circle appeared. These undead were somehow able to mimic their exact actions. The second prince yelled in shock. What? He can use holy magic too. Angela was speechless. How is this possible? Zygmunt said he would reveal his secret art. A book appeared before them. Angela gasped. Is that the holy scripture of the goddess? She demanded to know how he got it. He answered without pause. Because, naturally, I am a disciple of the goddess. All the undead on this plane, including myself, are her disciples. That's why we don't hate the living. Angela couldn't believe it. An undead, a disciple of the goddess? Zygmunt questioned her. You've followed the goddess for over 10 years, correct? I was her disciple long before you were even born. I studied the Holy Scripture for 50 years to attain divine tolerance, following the saints to change my very ways, he declared loudly. My piety is not just your equal, it is far greater. He raised the Holy Scripture. Your 15 years of faith is equal only to the youngest among us. He pointed to another undead. Someone like you is only on par with that child there. Angela's face went completely blank. She fell into despair. I'm on the same level as that thing? Zygmunt continued. The hatred of the undead stems from our envy of the living. But the envy etched into my bones has been dissolved by piety. I have now mastered jealousy. I am the true monarch of envy, Zygmunt Envios. Angela refused to believe his words. Impossible. The undead are nothing like the righteous and benevolent followers of the goddess. A creature like him could never have true faith. Zygmunt replied. The goddess created everything. Thus, even a bug or a grain of sand can have faith. The undead were created by the goddess. It is by her magic that these bodies are able to move. So it is not an impossible thing. A saintess should surely know this, shouldn't she? Angela flinched. She realized he was quoting St. Alon's epistles, chapter 6, page 11, verse 22. She gritted her teeth. But even if you have faith, the goddess would never bless a demon like you, Zygmunt quoted flawlessly. Those who achieve the impossible shall receive a greater reward than those who do what is simple. From the Memoirs of St. Alec, chapter 3, page 21, line 7. Should not a demon who attains a righteous and pure faith be rewarded by the goddess? Angela's hands clenched, her body trembling. You're just an undead demon who practices necromancy. But she knew he was right. He was truly a disciple of the goddess. She asked Zygmunt to let them pass, because we are on a mission from the goddess. But Zygmunt replied, just as heaven has its laws, the mortal world has its own rules. Therefore, one should not ignore the laws of the world simply because of the laws of heaven. You must prioritize the laws of the world before you obey the laws of heaven, even if following the goddess is the righteous path. I have dedicated this body to the Demon King. It's only natural that I serve him. Angela seethed. It was a quote from the goddess's teachings, page 1, line 15. Zygmunt put the book away. Enough talk. My army is growing bored. Kill them all. The horde of undead surged forward. Angela leaped into action, deploying a holy barrier. But just like before, the zombies were completely unaffected by her skill. Fear began to consume her. The holy barrier can't stop them. Just then, a skeleton grabbed her arm, ready to bite down. In that perilous moment, a blinding light flashed. Elric had used a light shield just in time, blasting the skeleton away. He roared, Angela, this is no time to be distracted. Focus. He then swiftly cut down the zombies surrounding her. Angela's heart fluttered. She remembered her childhood, when Elric had also saved her from a wolf attack. She quickly composed herself. No, a saintess cannot have these feelings. Elric continued to fight the grotesque undead. Angela regained her focus and apologized for her distraction. Meanwhile, Kim was still casually sleeping on the cart. A zombie shambled towards him, but before it could act, a single punch caved in its skull, obliterating it instantly. Kim grumbled, so noisy. The warrior asked, are you all right? Kim didn't answer and simply hopped off the cart. The second prince was tense. I'm glad you're okay. But these zombies are immune to light magic. Seeing Kim walk straight ahead, he called out, wait, Sir Kim. Light magic has no effect on them. Don't be reckless. Kim glanced back, his voice cold. So what? Just then, a zombie lunged straight for him. Losing his cool, he parried the arm with his blade, then grabbed the limb and relentlessly twisted it back. Kim brutally ripped the zombie's arm off, then smashed it into smithereens. Finished, he turned back and said casually, they still break when you hit them, brother. The second prince broke into a cold sweat, realizing his bias for light magic had blinded him against the undead. Holy magic being useless doesn't mean they're unbeatable. We just have to swing our swords more. Even without holy magic, they are servants of the Demon King. The holy sword will inflict massive damage. He charged forward. I will destroy them without hesitation. As long as holy magic is nullified, even slain zombies will rise again. Normal swords won't last, but the holy sword is indestructible. Angela, regaining her spirit, fought with all her might. If we use all the iron for weapons and armor, what will the farmers use for their tools? 2 bare fists are enough to protect the faithful. So the Pope taught 1,000 years ago. Panic specialized in light magic, so this was inconvenient. But there's always more than one way to use magic. Kim thought they were doing better than expected, but the horde was endless. This would never end. Rich M cackled, "Struggle on. Even if you kill 1,000 zombies, that's not even 1% of my entire army. All of you will soon join my legion," he declared, letting out a triumphant, arrogant laugh. But the next instant, a cold sweat drenched him. A dragon of fire had appeared. From crimson flames, a beast emerged. This sight left Rich M, the warrior, and the saintess utterly stunned. The scene was surreal. 2 figures riding a dragon, while the skeleton lord stared up in disbelief. And that crimson dragon was none other than Kim. Looking down, the warrior saw their allies surrounded by the undead. Seeing Kim, the saintess assumed he'd had a change of heart. Indeed, without a word, he headed for the Demon King. This raised a slight concern for the warrior. He hadn't sensed anything, and wondered if the saintess knew. He turned to Panic, stammering, Is Kim a dragon?" Faced with such a direct question, Panic was momentarily speechless. But he quickly told the warrior that Kim was not a dragon. However, the prince's answer didn't satisfy him. If Kim wasn't a dragon, then what was this creature? Facing the warrior's intense questioning, the prince didn't know how to explain. He winced, his eyes shut tight in a bind. He could only apologize for promising to keep Kim's identity a secret. Panic vaguely explained that Kim's origins were a bit more special than the average person's. As Kim flew on, Panic spoke preemptively to stop the warrior from asking any more strange questions. "From what I know, Kim is dangerous. So dangerous he could make the entire world his enemy." That was all. He couldn't explain any further. Hearing Panic's words, a novel idea sparked in the warrior's mind. He began to analyze it. Turning into a dragon, having a special origin. Could it be? Suddenly he shouted, "A transformation specialist. So Sir Kim is a shape-shifting mage." At this, Panic was so helpless he just played along, awkwardly replying, Yes, that's exactly it." The warrior sank deep into his own thoughts. He knew shape-shifting was unique to a certain lineage. He felt sure Kim had betrayed the demon tribe and was a new human-demon hybrid. If that was the truth, then he understood what Panic meant. However, he suddenly trembled in fear. What if his theory was wrong? Then what was that terrifying monster? Realizing his imagination was running wild, the warrior calmed himself. It couldn't possibly be true. Now, touching Kim's draconic form, he felt a surge of gratitude. Thanks to him, they'd defeated demon generals. And just moments ago, he was the one who saved them from that horde of undead. Not only that, while the warrior struggled with a beast, Kim destroyed that monster of ruin with a single sword. After considering everything, he gave a wry smile. Even though they owed everything to Kim, he was still deeply suspicious. Once again, he convinced himself, Kim couldn't possibly be a monster of destruction. As Kim's figure flew into the distance, the undead fell into chaos. Rich M was dripping with panicked sweat. At last, the castle was within sight, but the warrior was stunned. The approach took 30 long minutes. Good thing Kim gave them a lift. Staring at the tower ahead, the warrior found it surprisingly plain, compared to what he had imagined. Hearing him muttering, Kim decided to cut in with a warning. "Stop daydreaming and look behind you." At Kim's command, the party whipped around 180 degrees. The sight made their blood run cold. They never imagined the Andes were still in pursuit. Are these things tireless? The Holy Maiden calculated their arrival. In about 2 hours. 2 hours. The warrior fell into a heavy silence. They had to slay the Demon King and escape within that time. Their escape relied on getting back to Kim. But could they make it? The timeline was impossibly tight. The warrior gritted his teeth in frustration. If they failed, this endless chase would simply continue. Then, a solution to this desperate problem sparked in his mind. They needed more hands. It was the only way to buy time and reach their objective. The warrior turned and made a request to Kim. Whatever he said, it worked. Kim immediately descended. Panic and the others quickly leaped from his back. Kim had gotten them this far. The rest was up to him now. And so, they charged inside. And just like that, he vanished. The demon sentries, stunned by the intruders, let out a furious roar. "Humans, where do you think you are?" With that, the demons gave chase. Forward, but before they could attack, they were doused in a purple liquid. A demon stared at the viscous fluid on its hand, confused. Is this oil? Or poison? Before it could find an answer, the liquid began to foam and sizzle. Then, a massive explosion engulfed 1/3 of the castle. From high above, Kim watched it all unfold. That purple substance wasn't oil or poison. It was a highly flammable fuel. It only needed a single spark to ignite. Kim glanced down with a calculating look. Now, no one could get in. The Andes Horde and Zigman were completely blocked, unless they could cross the raging wall of fire. At least, not until the fuel burned out. Zygmunt stared at the blazing castle, stunned, and broke into a cold sweat. He cursed under his breath. That damn dragon. There was no way through. Zygmunt stood atop the largest Andes in his horde. He was surrounded by a sea of Andes, a black tide of undead soldiers. The only light came from their glowing red eyes. Zygmunt wondered if Kim was truly Storkbert's legendary dragon, a beast that could fire dozens of blasts in a day. Was that power aimed at him? A tremor ran through Zygmunt's hand. His own identity didn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered now was that dragon. His hand-shaped staff dug into the shoulder of his undead mount, which recoiled in confusion. Zygmunt's eyes blazed crimson, shooting sparks of red light. Damn it, it's a dragon. The Andes had 3 critical weaknesses. Given their skeletal, undead forms, their first weakness was destruction by holy light magic. Their skin would begin to smolder. The second was sunlight, which caused their flesh to blister and crack. And finally, they simply decomposed over time. However, the first weakness could be overcome through faith. A golden aura could shield their bodies. To counter the second, they simply went inactive after sunset. Lastly, to prevent decomposition, all moisture had to be removed from their skin. But this turned them into dry tinder, giving them a fatal weakness to fire. Still, Zygmunt could use a fire-resistant spell to mitigate some of the damage. That dragon's brain was useless. It offered the Demon King no advantage. Under Zygmunt's command, the Andes army marched onward, only to be burned to a crisp. A fire now burned within Zygmunt. He swore to protect the Demon King with every ounce of his boundless greed. This battle was between him and Kim. Capture that dragon. Meanwhile, Hypanic's party had advanced inside. The warrior blurred past the demon guards, felling them with a single, decisive slash. He then showed the others the way. Suddenly, a massive pillar swung toward him, forcing him to leap back. The impact created a shockwave, shattering the ground. Hypanic and the Holy Maiden charged forward as one. A purple foot emerged from the dust. That's far enough. It was Julius. The purple figure wielding the pillar was Julius, the demon of ambition. He carried the pure blood of the demon clan. He had a chiseled six-pack physique that was impossible to ignore. His clan descended from the incubus, also known as lust demons. This scrawny incubus was Julius, about 10 years prior. Incubi are a demon sorcerer race that lures humans and absorbs their life force. 10 years ago, Julius was incredibly confident in his blessed appearance. All the girls fell for him. With their unique magic, they had no need to train their physical bodies. At the time, a muscular body was seen as grotesque, so young people avoided it. This truth brought Julius to his knees back then. So the real question is, why did he become the muscular beast he is today? Why abandon his magic and instead use his muscles as his primary weapon? That day, tears streamed from his eyes, splashing onto the ground below. It was all because of a heartbreaking separation 10 years ago. He was too confident in his looks, thinking he was some kind of idol. The flashback ends, as the warrior now blitzes forward, sword aimed right at Julius. With an irritated look, he sees the warrior approach and lifts the rest of the stone pillar. You brat. Getting angry during a short flashback? Were we talking about your cowardly past or something? He immediately hurls the massive stone toward the warrior. But the warrior, undaunted, shatters it with a rapid series of slashes. After shattering the pillar, the warrior stands cool and composed, facing Julius head-on. Julius starts to channel magic, focusing the power into both of his hands. The warrior's sword and Julius's fist attack at the same time. Boom! Their combined power creates a massive shockwave. A shadow is suddenly blasted from the dust, crashing into the wall. It's Julius, defeated by the warrior in a single strike. Lying in the dirt, he thinks this is an unworthy end for the strongest of the 4 heavenly kings. But if you look closely, this is all just part of their nature. They arrogantly take hostages like Francis and are especially gluttonous, like Puss. Most lack true strength but are full of rage, like Drackle, and incredibly lazy, like Nath. They also engage in advantageous wars, driven by ambition, just like Barbados. Finally, without an army, they grow jealous and form their own. Who else could it be but Richmond, the Lord of Envy? True courage often corresponds with ultimate strength. Right now, the warrior looks back, urging the prince and saintess. Hurry up, the two of them answer in unison. Right. A series of numbers then appears before them, nearly flooding the screen. Julius remains in a heap on the pile of rubble. He wonders, isn't strength supposed to be enough to beat the heroes? He desperately wants to apologize to the Demon King. This is all he could do. He lays there, reeling, as the three walk right past him. And then, Julius stops moving entirely. The group has now reached the door. The warrior touches the door, his face showing a hint of concern. This is where the Demon King waits. The door slowly opens. Unlike what they imagined, inside is a small girl with long white hair. Seeing the door open, she turns around. Is that you, Julius? The warrior freezes. You're the Demon King? Outside the castle, Kim is now facing off against the undead. He starts puffing his cheeks, likely preparing to breathe fire. Richmond sees this and is deeply confused. Why isn't he breathing fire? Is there some other way? He stares up at Kim so intensely his eyes could cross. He thinks, if he really can't breathe fire, I need to stall for more time. Or perhaps I should go and support the Demon King now? Lost in his thoughts, his staff tightens its grip on an undead, making it yelp in pain. He decides this much support is enough. As for Kim, his mouth is now puffed up to the point of bursting. Immediately after, he dives from the sky, heading straight for the undead. Seeing him descend, Richmond panics. It's here! He immediately uses his scepter to cast a fire enhancement spell on himself and the undead. At once, a bright orange light covers them all. Although every single one of them looks terrified, Richmond sees his preparations are ready and roars. Come at me, you dragon! He didn't need to be told twice. He continued his dive. However, he suddenly pulls up, ascending instead, his mouth still full. A purple liquid begins to pour out from between Kim's lips. It's the same flammable liquid the other three used earlier. The substance rains down, clinging to the undead below. Splat. It leaves them utterly bewildered. Richmond stares as if his soul had left his body, but he quickly snaps back to reality. Because the liquid was expanding so rapidly, he finally stammered, "What is this?" More drops of the liquid began to spatter around. Zickman then roared at Kim, who was spitting a strange liquid onto the remaining ghouls. No. Did that poison really kill them? He screamed at Kim. You absolute fool. He felt like a bigger fool than Kim. In the end, all his worry was for nothing. Kim turned back to Zickman. That's right, the poison is useless. A strange glint appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Zickman wondered. Is that a real breath? Ignoring him, Kim unleashed a torrent of fire, but the flames seemed disappointingly weak. Zickman was stunned to see a dragon's fire so pathetic. Then, he burst into laughter. How pathetic. He clutched his stomach, weakened as he was. His body could easily handle such a weak flame. But before his laughter died, a massive explosion erupted. The smile vanished from his lips. What's happening? Impossible. A bone shard flew from the blast, striking a gray ghoul. The glowing bone fragment hit the liquid, and instantly triggered a violent explosion. Another massive chain reaction began. Kim then explained, the liquid isn't poison. It's just extremely flammable. It only takes about 30 of my fire breaths to detonate. Just as he spoke, explosions ripped across the battlefield. The widespread fire sent terror through Zickman's heart. No, this can't be happening. The flames were already upon him. The blast engulfed him before he could even scream. Everything was obliterated in the inferno. Meanwhile, in a dark space, a strange jar shook violently. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, before it suddenly shattered completely. The ghouls shrieked, fleeing the flames. The inferno was all Kim's doing. Zickman was caught in the blast, and the jar shattered. Instantly, the ghouls' eyes went dark. They all froze, their life force gone, as the flames slowly consumed their lifeless bodies. Flying above, Kim noticed they had stopped moving. Looks like their leader is dead. He was disappointed the fight ended so soon. He sighed, looking at the remaining horde. But with his fire dragon power, he could still finish them off. Without their leader, they were just mindless corpses. He decided it was better to just wipe them out. There was more important work at the Demon King's castle. Ignoring the flames, he reverted to his human form. He stepped inside the Demon King's castle. Soldiers were moaning on the floor, heroes and demons alike. Kim walked alone down the desolate hall, until he suddenly found a massive door. Pushing it open, he heard a loud argument. Inside, 3 people were locked in a tense standoff. A warrior was shielding a small lowly girl. Hypanic was yelling at him, because the warrior refused to eliminate her. He insisted they had to live with her. The saintess stood between them, pleading, "Please, stop fighting. Don't fight. Put down your weapons." At that moment, Kim stepped in. "What's going on here?" All three turned to look at him. He asked about the Demon King's status. The warrior hesitated, knowing the truth was dangerous. In the end, Hypanic spoke up. "The lowly he's protecting is the Demon King." He then ordered Kim to eliminate her, but the warrior immediately roared for him to stop. Kim looked to the warrior, seeking confirmation. The warrior admitted it was true, but he gritted his teeth and said, "She's not the Demon King anymore." The others were completely confused. The warrior explained her body was the Demon King's, but her soul had been replaced by someone from another world. He was certain, having used his lie detection skill. Hearing this, Kim glanced at the frightened Demon King. He thought to himself, "That makes 3 people from Earth, if the warrior's words are true." First, there was Edward, who was reincarnated into a new body here. Kim himself had transmigrated in a transformed state. You could call his case a mutation. And now, the Demon King is an earthling soul trapped in a body. Her case would be possession. She was once just a normal office worker, an introvert who escaped into military fiction. So when she became the Demon King, she couldn't accept reality. A soul in another's body was a common trope in the novels she loved to read. So, she convinced herself this was all just a dream. She then introduced Earth's knowledge to this world, which massively increased the Demon Kingdom's power. This shattered the balance between humans and demons. So the goddess had to summon a hero. She stubbornly believed the generals she trusted lost their power, so she eliminated them all, right up until Julius. Sobered by defeat, fear finally consumed her. Now, all she could do was plead for their mercy. After hearing it all, Kim coolly questioned her, asking if she ordered her men to cause this chaos. "So, you only run here to surrender when you're weak?" The warrior tried to defend her, but Kim cut him off. "Do you really believe she's from another world?" Even if he did, it meant nothing now. The warrior kept trying to explain his real concern. Too many lives had already been lost. He just didn't want to kill anyone else. Seeing the warrior's pain, Kim paused, then glanced at Hypanic. Suddenly, he spoke. "It's time." Hypanic drew his sword while the warrior was still confused. Hypanic's blade lunged straight for him. The warrior instantly drew his own sword to parry, but Hypanic's power was too immense. The warrior's sword shattered. Hypanic's blade thrust forward without pause. It pierced them both clean through. In the warrior's heart, a hero was always just, righteous, and kind. Those 3 ideals, however, can often clash with one another. But once a hero overcomes their moral crisis, they achieve the greatest results. But the prince and Kim were trampling all over his kindness. The warrior had aided in the slaughter of the defenseless people in the weaponsmith village. It was righteous, but it was not kind. He also didn't condemn the casino villains, only trying to save his friends. That was an act of kindness, but not of justice. And finally, he abandoned his mission to protect the Demon King. Even the code of honor he held so dear was discarded. The hero was no longer just, righteous, or kind. And so, the hero was no longer a hero. The warrior stared at Hypanic in utter disbelief. Hypanic asked coldly, "Does it hurt to say my name?" From the moment he tried to save the Demon King, he was no longer a hero. Crimson blood mingled with the shattered pieces of his blade. The unbreakable sword had become ordinary steel. In agony, the warrior clutched his wound, calling Hypanic's name, but Hypanic refused to listen, slowly retracting his blade. He was furious with the warrior, but this was the only way. Hearing this, the warrior stammered a final plea. Before he could say a word, he collapsed face down. The saintess watched it all happen, her face pale as she stared at Hypanic. She couldn't understand how it all came to this. She rushed past Hypanic to check on the warrior, but Kim grabbed her arm, stopping her cold. The saintess looked at him, surprised, desperate to heal the warrior. But she saw his silence, the veins on his neck bulging. She was frozen with terror. Then, Kim transformed, a fanged serpent head striking at the saintess. Days earlier, Kim and Hypanic had planned to eliminate both the warrior and the saintess. Kim was surprised. He thought Hypanic liked her. Hypanic quietly said the warrior liked her too, and then admitted he felt the same way. But he couldn't spare the one person who could heal the warrior. The warrior had given up his throne to be a hero. He could no longer contest Hypanic's throne or protect his family pact. Hypanic also knew of the saintess's terrifying healing. She could regenerate a person from mere scraps of flesh. It was nothing short of a miracle. He then glanced at their figures and said, "In truth, that power is essentially immortality. To eliminate the saintess, Not a single trace could remain. Kim then turned and asked him for his plan. He turned, put a hand on Kim's shoulder, and winked, annoying him. "We have someone here who can become a dragon and devour people." Hearing this, Kim calmly disagreed. He didn't need to become a dragon to devour someone. Seeing those terrifyingly sharp teeth, High Panic broke into a cold sweat, forcing himself to praise his reliable ally. High Panic added that even if swallowed, she could cause trouble inside. But Kim immediately shut that down. For him, anything that passed his throat simply vanished somewhere. A somewhere that even he didn't know. He only knew it couldn't be destroyed while linked to him. Back in the present, only two remained in the hall. High Panic glanced at the fallen Demon King, his brow furrowed. He then turned and asked Kim if he wanted her gone too, as her presence made him uneasy. Kim told him to back away. Once consumed, her powers would vanish. Those who fought against the Demon King would be granted one wish from the goddess. The goddess's appearance would be the ultimate proof of the Demon King's end. Hearing this, High Panic agreed. He nodded in agreement. But as he muttered, a light flared up, emanating from the Demon King's body on the floor. Instantly, the world around Kim warped. He found himself standing on a vast plain that was split in two. When he opened his eyes, a strange cube with multiple faces floated before him. He stared, then asked hesitantly, "Are you the goddess?" The cube rotated a smiling face forward and confirmed it. Kim was curious. This wasn't a goddess's true form, but the cube's answer was cryptic. "The interface is based on the ideal image of the one connected to me, but you are outside the system's scope, so no suitable form could be made." Kim then asked, "So what exactly is a goddess?" The cube projected images, explaining it was a system that maintains worlds, managing skills, monsters, and the cycle of reincarnation. Hearing this, Kim concluded this wasn't a goddess, but God itself. He asked why he was brought here. The answer: the two worlds were too close, causing chaos. He then questioned the similarities between this world's monsters and Earth's legends. The goddess said she introduced them. Kim asked, "Can I deal with the hero?" The goddess told him no. He was here as a reward for his deeds in the war against the Demon King. Even destroying the Saintess wouldn't anger her. The goddess had no personal feelings in the system. Like an impartial system, it only said "well done" when necessary. This confused him. The goddess explained the hero was meant to foster competition between humans and demons, but the results were poor. So the hero system has been abolished and will never return. Now, either side could unilaterally wipe out the other. As for competition, humanity wasn't one race. It included humans, elves, dwarves, beastmen, and lizardmen. They were allies now, but would compete once the demon race was gone. Done listening, Kim moved to the main point. His wish. He coldly asked, "Can you send me back to Earth?" The question seemed to stun the goddess. Kim's face hardened. "Can I return to Earth?" The goddess was silent. After a moment, she hesitated. "That I cannot do. Your influence on this world is too great. I cannot let you leave." Hearing this answer, he was completely stunned. He never imagined his influence was so great the goddess herself couldn't send him home. Kim understood. "So the system can't send me back directly?" The goddess nodded. "Can I find my own way back?" He pressed. The goddess replied that the system was processing information, which would take time. Hearing that, he said, "Then cancel it." An unreadable smile crossed his face. "That's all I needed to know. I kept my promise to try." Now, his next goal was simple. Complete domination. Eating a dragon wasn't enough. No matter how strong, he could be attacked by superior beings and humans. He could devour any monster below a dragon. But he needed the power of a transcendent species. He asked the goddess, "Is there a species with a normal body that can defy physics?" "Yes." Instantly, information on the world's most powerful beings flooded his mind. A chill ran down Kim's spine as the information poured in. The goddess's voice echoed. "These beings are inspired by Earth's Cthulhu mythos. The continent's technology cannot control them." Then the goddess asked, "With your privilege as the Demon King's slayer, you can create such a being. What will you make?" The question was difficult. Kim knew its importance and couldn't choose lightly. These creatures possessed unique skills, like moving 400 times faster than light. They could teleport or create new bodies. But he could only create one, so he had to choose carefully. After some thought, he decided to postpone. The goddess asked, "Is there something you're not satisfied with?" "No, that's not it," he replied. He thought that a being he couldn't control shouldn't exist yet. If he reached the peak too fast, he'd be distracted, and countless beings would come for his life. The ruler must be the absolute strongest. And there were still so many creatures he hadn't devoured. He would slowly devour them all. The transcendent power could wait. After careful thought, Kim told the goddess, My wish is to claim my reward later. Is that possible? The goddess agreed. He agreed to pause the reward process. Kim asked when he could return. Anytime you wish, she replied instantly, but your companions are making their wishes, so it will take a while. The goddess asked if he'd go first or wait. Kim chose to leave immediately. Her mission was complete. Before she vanished, she offered him her blessing. Just then, on the other side, a figure began to materialize. Kim asked, "You've arrived?" High Panic suddenly burst into tears, shocked by the goddess's appearance. His reaction left Kim baffled. He pictured the saintess, guessing the goddess takes the ideal form of whoever sees her. Then Kim spoke. "Any regrets?" High Panic clenched his fist. "Every single second." But then, he smiled. "But what's done is done. Aren't you curious about my wish?" As Kim stood, he asked what it was. He replied that he wished for all the knowledge he would soon require. Hearing this, Kim pressed him. "Does that include how I can return to Earth?" High Panic joked. "I can't have you in the world I'm about to rule." At this, Kim grew curious. "So what's your plan?" High Panic simply said he would explain later. He added, "The Demon King's army will soon knock on the old man's door. The Demon King's plan, total reform. Merging military and government, new ranks, shared command, new weapons, and a new doctrine. It all came from a book on war strategy. The result? The Demon King's army would become terrifyingly strong. Strong enough to push a leaderless humanity to the brink of extinction. Meanwhile, the city's defenders fought desperately. But against the enemy, it was like throwing eggs at a stone wall. Witnessing this, the general could only watch in despair. There were too many soldiers, armed with strange weapons he'd never seen. He thought in utter despair, "Is this truly the end of humanity?" The general closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Suddenly, a cry pierced the gloom like a ray of light. "Reinforcements have arrived." As a projectile flew towards them, a much larger, blue blast intercepted it mid-air. The battle became a stalemate. The general rushed out to sea, joy spreading across his face. "Excellent. At this rate, we can hold for another week. In a week, reinforcements will reach the other cities." Then, he saw someone opening the main gate. He yelled in a panic, "Who opened that gate?" A soldier replied, "It's the knights from the 3rd Division, sir." As the gates opened, a group prepared to charge out. It was the Knight Division, filled with useless nobles. A blonde noble looked confident, seeing his chance for glory. From above, the general frantically ordered the gate to be closed. Seeing them hesitate, he roared even louder, "Close that gate now! Close the main gate immediately!" Forced to obey, the guards scrambled to pull the chains. But suddenly, an enemy shot took the guardsman down, leaving the gate wide open. Faced with this disaster, the general despaired once more. This is it. Humanity is truly finished. Suddenly, someone shouted for him to look at the sky. He immediately snapped his gaze upwards. In this desperate moment, High Panic descended on a giant dragon. Sword in hand, he declared, "Everyone, you can rest easy now." As he leaped from the dragon, he announced, "I, Exwogan Canteen, have finally arrived." Meanwhile, the king was deeply troubled by the situation. He listened as the general reported High Panic's quest to slay the Demon King. Hearing this, the court erupted in joyful praise. But the king was worried, sending him to fight the Demon King's army alone. Just then, the general added that the prince's dragon incinerated the entire demon army. At these words, the king was stunned. His own son could actually summon a dragon? The general, beaming, confirmed it was all true. Yet the king still found it unbelievable, despite the many witnesses. The king's eyes swept across the room, his mind clearly racing with calculations. Everyone kept praising High Panic, calling him the hero of humanity. He thought to himself, "If I don't acknowledge that brat's achievements, they'll all become suspicious of me." After hesitating, he acknowledged the prince's deeds and fell silent. No one saw the venomous look in his eyes. Humanity's hero? Never. He and I were cut from the same cloth. His mind raced. Did he really land the final blow against the Demon King? It might just be true. He always did have real talent and power. He then wondered, did the hero and saintess really die in that war? He immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible model. It wasn't the Demon King who turned them to gold. The prince betrayed the hero and saintess after the war. The king clenched his fist tightly. In any case, the plan for the hero to return as crown prince had crumbled to dust. If he truly did all that, then it's no surprise he'd carry out his plan. It would be his natural next step. The king paused. But one point was still suspicious. How could he execute that plan without facing divine punishment? The royal family's authority is a reward for their devotion, loyalty, and faith in the goddess. For a royal prince to become a hero is an unforgivable sin. Yet there was no sign of divine retribution. On the contrary, he was hailed for contributing more to the world than any hero in history. Because of this, priests who supported the princess now flocked to the prince's side. The situation was unbelievable. He sighed to himself, acknowledging the truth. The prince had changed. The rumors were all true. After some thought, he wondered if he had been too biased. Meanwhile, Panic returned to Jijian Canton and annihilated the demon army's remnants. The image of a great dragon soaring majestically across the blue sky left a powerful impression on everyone. Even the nobles who once hated him now celebrated him as a true hero. A few days later in Santo Aus, an army approached the city. Its leader was Panic himself. Citizens lined the roads, cheering for his return. People waved and shouted, "It's the prince!" He walked proudly amid the roar of the crowd. He smiled faintly. "I'm back, you damn old man." At the palace, everyone was busy preparing a great feast. Everyone was occupied with their tasks. Seeing this, he remarked to a nearby guard, "Everyone's busy. Only we have time to spare." Then he turned to his companion, adding a warning. "It seems the old man is very wary of you." Hearing that, he simply replied, "I don't care." More importantly, "Are you sure about this arrangement?" Seeing his friend was still worried, the soldier replied, "Of course. This information came from the goddess herself, but now isn't the right time for us to act, is it?" Hearing this, Panic calmly answered, "I know." As he walked away, the man added, "It's all on you." Suddenly, a bell rang, and all eyes turned toward the door. Panic made his entrance, his steps slow and deliberate. It was clear he was being given a formal, grand welcome. They praised him as the top warrior of the Sacred Sword Order, the wielder of the Wand of Light, and the seventh heir to the crown, Prince Edward Jijian Canton. At that moment, the king's heart was a storm of complex emotions. In contrast, a smirk was playing on Panic's face. The king worried if letting him in was a terrible mistake. A guard then approached him. "Your Highness, please place your sword here." The guard recalled the king's strict orders. "If the prince draws his sword, kill him immediately." Panic still held his sword, showing no intention of putting it down. The tension between the three of them was incredibly thick. But then, he suddenly placed his sword on the tray and knelt. He and the king exchanged a few hollow pleasantries. He was playing the part of a dutiful son perfectly. Suddenly, the king asked, "Did you gain anything on your journey?" Hearing this, he quickly replied, "Yes. I realized the great sacrifices you made for the people, and how heavy your crown truly is." After saying this, Panic rose to his feet, shocking the king. He roared in anger, "Who gave you permission to stand?" Power radiated from him as he gave a serious reply. "I also know what I must do next." As he spoke, the sword on the guard's tray dematerialized, slowly reappearing in his hand. Panic's eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent. "From now on, father, you won't need to sacrifice, or bear the weight of this crown any longer." Hearing such treacherous words, the terrified king stammered, "What? What are you planning to do?" Panic drew his sword, saying slowly, "I am simply inheriting the throne, father." The king sat on his throne, stunned by his son's appearance. Fear was etched on his face as he screamed, "You dare! You dare!" The soldiers, seeing Panic's drawn sword, quickly surrounded him. Panic glanced around coolly. A soldier stared at the blade in his hand, saying, "The sword of light." Then his eyes went to his armor, the armor of light. And finally, to the shield on his arm, the shield of light. Seeing the legendary equipment, the soldier pleaded, "Your Highness, what are you doing? Please, stop this at once." Panic's expression hardened as he reached for the soldier, his hand gripping his sword tightly. In a single slash, he beheaded two nearby soldiers. The horrified king cried out, "So it's true, and I actually thought you had changed. How naive I was. A man's nature never changes." Yet, he smirked, thinking to himself as if he had predicted this outcome. The king gripped the armrest of his throne, thinking, "I have already ordered the finest assassins to lie in wait." He sat silently on the throne, watching the situation unfold. The king tapped the armrest, giving the signal, but no one appeared. Seeing this, he asked in confusion, "What is going on? Why hasn't anyone shown up yet?" The king frantically ordered the nobles, "What are you doing? The prince is a traitor. Summon the guards now." But the man only offered a bizarre smile, leaving the king paralyzed by fear and confusion. How did this happen? Rewind to the past, to a creature resembling a one-eyed octopus. Of all the beings it had devoured, Pazolot Enrot was the strangest, with the most grotesque biology. All who saw it were left in a stupor. A hostless parasite, a hive mind formed from several entities. It had a collective consciousness. A man smirked. Even a severed piece could move on the hive's command. Of course, with my unique abilities, Monsters with bat-like wings often fled in terror at first sight. But in the port town, I consumed countless goblins from the demon race. As my power surged, I developed the ability to parasitize it. These parasites move through space, allowing me to imperfectly control even the severed pieces. While I can't control a host, I can sway their emotions or even erase their memories. After learning this truth, the prince devised his plan. Spanik glanced at the armored man. Brainwash them. The armored figure beside him spoke. While unrelated, we must accept such conspicuous things. Spanik replied calmly, "Don't worry about that. We won't do something as crude as brainwashing." It was like two personalities occupied him, one normal, the other revealing a sinister grin. Stimulate the frontal lobe to heighten empathy, with me as the target. Then I will see myself get what I want. I will experience the ultimate vicarious satisfaction. Receiving the order, the armored man left to act. Infecting the palace staff was simple. All it took was dropping eggs into the drinking well. That was the method he used. He had aided me greatly. Back in the present, Spanik had slaughtered the soldiers. Amidst the crimson-stained room, he stalked towards the king. As he walked, he spoke, "My mother's death." His feet stepped into pools of blood, leaving crimson footprints on the carpet, sending assassins to kill me, sending anger to the holy nation. The king sat on his throne, his face a mask of terror. "I have so much to ask you, but for now, this is enough." Murderous intent filled his eyes as he aimed his sword at the king. "Die!" He thrust the blade into his father. The king could only scream in agony. You dare!" The sword pierced him, forcing him to his knees. Blood spewed from his mouth. With his last breath, the king gasped, "Ed!" His hand trembled, gripping the blade. Looking at his killer, he snarled, "I truly hope a special place in hell is reserved just for you. You treacherous son!" Spanik ripped his sword free, replying, "Then I will see you there. Farewell, old man." The king collapsed, his crown clattering to the floor. Spanik reached for the red cloak. Spanik draped the royal cloak over his own shoulders. He stood grimly in the center of the room. A shadow suddenly dropped behind him. Turning, he saw a black-clad assassin, already wounded on the floor. He cried out in pain, "Ugh, who the hell was that?" Another knight descended from above, ending the assassin's life. "It is done," the knight said coldly. Spanik picked up the crown. "Good. We have now eliminated all the useless ones." He placed the bloody crown on his head, then sat on the throne, declaring, "From now on, no one can stop me." One person below began to clap, and soon, the entire room erupted in applause. He gazed down from the blood-stained throne. That evening, he remained in the same spot, his face dark. He whispered to an unseen figure, "Yes, I know, brother." A spectral shadow seemed to form in the room. His voice continued, "I already know what you wish to say." A look of sorrow crossed his face. "My only wish to the goddess was merely for knowledge." He recalled the armored man. "I used it to tell Kim the location of those who had to be eliminated." He then remembered his brother, and among that knowledge was the message you left, before you passed. Remembering, he trembled with rage. "You told me not to cross the line? In that situation, you spoke no words of hatred. That's just like you, brother." He stood and shouted, "But it's too late! It's too late now, brother!" Spanik cried out. The figure in the room finally spoke. "What good would it have done? You should have told me before I made a pact with that monster." He summoned a small orb of light into his palm. He told the figure to disappear. "From now on, this world changes, into one not so different from the world you knew." He shined the light at the shadow before him, causing the figure's body to. He dismissed the beam of light, declaring, "So no one will cling to that hollow title of humanity's hero ever again. With the demons gone, our common enemy has vanished. Now, humanity will face the enemies from within." He considered this seriously, then added, "And since monster power got me this far, I will repay that debt." To send him back to Earth. The Elf King, the Dwarf King, the King of the Merfolk, and the King of the Demi-Humans. His voice echoed in the darkness. "I will offer the heads of their kings upon the sealed altar beneath the Holy Nation's cathedral. To achieve that, an age of strife must begin." Kim noted. So the prince dethroned the useless king and took his place, just because the kingdom thrived for so long. Gourmet's adventure in a strange land. End of part 1. Kim snapped his notebook shut. Hapan, sitting nearby, spoke up. "I have a question for you." Hearing this, Kim replied, "Speak." Spawn rested his chin on his hand, asking, "What exactly is that book of yours?" Kim shot him a sideways glance. "I already told you. When I return to Earth, I'm going to kill my former comrades. I'll discard my old identity and start a new life." He slammed the book on the table. But then, I'd lose my current income. So, I decided to write a book to sell. It's the story of my journey eating everything in this strange world, hence the title, Gourmet's Adventure in a Strange Land. Shpan chuckled softly. That title probably won't be a bestseller. Try a more exciting title, if you're the main character. He imagined Kim's depiction in the story. He continued, how about I level up by eating? Kim, still seated, replied, the title is irrelevant. Besides, I'm planning to hire a ghostwriter. I'm a good eater, not a good writer. Shpan pressed on. But what if it doesn't sell? Kim smirked, explaining, that's impossible. This is all based on my life or death experiences. Of course, it'll be fictionalized, but it could become a million-copy bestseller. What if it becomes a world-famous fantasy trilogy? Hearing this, Shpan could only shake his head. After a moment, Shpan spoke again. I get it, but that's all after you return to Earth, isn't it? So let's discuss how you're getting back. First, the goddess's condition for your return was, Kim cut him off before he could finish. To kill the kings of every race and offer their heads as a sacrifice? Can it even be done? Shpan glanced at the documents in his desk. As of now, it's impossible. He pulled out the papers and began to sort them. This is entirely different from defeating the Demon King. We could use an elite squad to assassinate a king, he analyzed. But a successor would just take the throne. They'd condemn humanity's arrogance as a pretext, then form an alliance with the other races and attack us. Hapan thought of the elves. He continued, the elves are masters of archery and magic. Then he recalled the dwarves' skill with the forge. The dwarves' smithing is practically a form of magic. He then thought of the beastmen, continuing his assessment. And the beastmen and demi-humans have always been physically superior to us. He was now outlining their disadvantages. Humanity has numbers, but the other races have special powers. We simply wouldn't be a match for them. If they united, our heads would be the ones to vanish. Shpan stood, concluding, first, we must consolidate our own power. He strode towards Kim, explaining his plan. Centralize power under one authority, and form alliances with other human kingdoms. Only then can we wage war against the other races. He placed a stack of documents on the table. To Kim's astonishment, Hapan said, this is step 1. Kim picked up a few of the sheets and began to read. He murmured, really? The documents had information and photos of several individuals. Kim's voice was low. Is this a hit list? Realization dawned, and Kim's face darkened. He glared at Hapan, his voice a low growl. Are you giving me orders? Shpan calmly Kim did as he was told. A look of shock appeared in his eyes. The page listed several key locations: Griffon nesting grounds, Zen Port, fallen after an invasion, and a report on a manticore sighting. He murmured the words as he read. Wyvern nesting grounds, Ben Lake, Blue Dragon Mountain. What is all this? His face lit up with genuine excitement. Is this a treasure map? He asked. Seeing Kim's reaction, Shpan smiled. I'm glad you're pleased. He began searching his pocket for something. He continued, excellent. Then, Sir Kim. He produced a badge, holding it up for Kim to see. By the authority of heir to the throne, I appoint you as my imperial shadow. Hearing the title, he asked suspiciously, does this kingdom even have that position? Seeing his doubt, the prince explained, I just created it. It's not like we ever had guardian knights, either. What matters is that an imperial shadow moves freely, unlike a guardian. But this doesn't mean you've abandoned your post. It means you will always side with the one in power. Kim seemed to anticipate this, calmly replying. As expected, he thought to himself, I get a treasure map and the freedom to act, and in exchange, I eliminate the prince's enemies. A fair trade. Thinking this, he took the insignia and said, we have a deal. Then, Kim stood up. With a casual air, the prince advised, oh, and my coronation is next year. Make sure you return by then. It wouldn't look good if people think the two heroes who defeated the Demon King became enemies. Walking out the door, he replied, don't worry. Once outside, Kim began to ponder. Well then, which road should I choose? Where to? And by what means? He glanced down, his thoughts racing onward. What's my first move, and what can I afford to ignore? He clutched the papers tightly in his hand, thinking, I have to figure out the most effective way to use this information. Kim started walking, his mind never stopping. He was sure that after this journey, he would be immensely stronger. At that moment in the room, High Panic remained on his throne. A voice from above echoed, Your Highness, are you all right? Hearing this, he shot back. And why would you ask that? A man cloaked in black was speaking to him from the rafters. Sir Kim is a formidable warrior. I believe letting him leave your side could compromise your safety, Your Highness. High Panic gently chided his subordinate. Such foolish words. Isn't preventing that exact scenario why I keep you all at my side? Hearing this, the man on the ceiling replied, My apologies. The prince yawned and continued, If you wish to apologize, then prove it with your skill and achievements. The man in black heard his command and replied, As you wish, Captain. The captain of the Royal Assassination Squad, a clandestine organization. Why would Prince Sword, the man who killed the former king, keep these assassins? A vision of the former king appears. Originally, King Edward IV intended to pass control of the Royal Assassination Squad to Edward. With the first prince enthroned, the glory of the royal family would have spread throughout the land. The second prince would serve as both prime minister and leader of the assassination squad, a plan meant to let him devour the family's enemies. But having been raised with too much kindness, the first prince became a hero instead, shattering the second prince's grand design. A vision of the assassins appears. In any case, that plan was already halfway to completion. If given specific missions to prove their loyalty to both the king and Prince Edward, they would effectively be brainwashed. The ring that controlled the assassins was slipped onto someone's finger. The condition was that Prince Edward would inherit everything the king possessed. The one thing the king truly wanted to pass to the prince was the ring symbolizing leadership over the royal assassination squad. A vision of him snatching the crown appears. The prince stole the royal authority of the late king, but he still acquired what his father held. A vision of him on the throne after killing his father. And so, the royal assassination squad was passed down to its new master. Just like that, the prince gained control over one of the two armed groups that could move freely within the kingdom. A vision of the Royal Knight Order appears, and the other armed organization, the Royal Guard, was already deeply loyal to the prince. Afflicted by a brainwashing parasite, he sat on his throne, thinking smugly, Once that monster leaves the palace, the parasite's power will fade. I must make them my own during that time. As he thought this, a smirk curled his lips. What binds people together are mutual interests and satisfaction, as well as guilt. So then, shall I give it a try? Kim recalled the armor he had been given and thought, This armor he gave me. Its abilities are incredible, but wearing it every day would draw too much attention, just like the title of the prince's guardian knight. My fame as Kim is also a problem. He hid himself in the shadows, thinking, It's not suited for the role of a freely moving imperial shadow. He looked at the new armor he made and continued his thoughts. That is why I commissioned a new set of armor. It may not be flashy, but it's still enchanted. More importantly, it is perfect for disguising myself as a mercenary or an adventurer. He looked at the armor and spoke aloud. It only took 2 days to make this suit? Is this what power is? The influential always have it easier. He fastened his sword to his hip and continued. But none of these political games are my concern. The sky above was a brilliant blue. He walked out of the city gates, saying, From this moment on, I will spend my time on adventure, not on matters of state. Kim suddenly stopped, lost in a moment of reflection. Right now, I am the hero of the war against the Demon King, a man favored by the prince. But there is a bitter truth. Back on Earth, I am nothing but an internationally wanted fugitive. In other words, Kim was a man being hunted by police, intelligence agencies, and even criminal organizations. Model. To hide from those hunting him, he had to give up everything he loved. First, no sports. Any contact with others was a risk of being exposed. And no video games either, a passion he couldn't simply abandon. His past identities had already been compromised. Kim knew his only safe haven was reading books. He loved novels most, but preferred single-volume stories for their portability. Since his other passions were too dangerous, reading became a reluctant necessity, but he grew to love it. Sadly, this world's culture was far behind Earth's. Here, books were a luxury only for nobles. The prince was his only source for reading. The stories here were hopelessly bland compared to Earth's. No one wrote anything exciting. However, this world had captivating stories that were told aloud. Before the written word, humanity passed down knowledge through speech and song, a treasure trove of ancient wisdom. From a high stage, she declared, These are the old tales parents tell their children, the songs village elders teach the young. She confirmed with a brilliant smile. Someone rose to preserve these timeless tales. She urged, If you wish to be that hero, come to the school of poets, then you will become that hero. These words sparked a fire in the heart of Felina Jin Smith. She worked hard to become a bard, only to realize she'd been a fool to believe those honeyed words. She'd only joined to hear dramatic tales of godlike heroes. She had no interest in stories of small-time adventurers and their heroes. To her, a bard was just a singer, spinning dramatic yarns for coin. After some time here, Felina knew this wasn't the life of a true bard. In the heart of the Faber Santo domain, Felina stepped inside a bustling tavern. She moved with quiet steps, her eyes slowly scanning the entire room. A rowdy group laughed and drank together. She pegged them as a small mercenary crew, but as she passed Kim, her intuition screamed that he was an adventurer. Felina's gaze then fell upon a hooded figure, sitting silently with his drink. He looked like a mere drunk, but her keen eyes noticed his exquisite armor. This man was no ordinary person. It was best not to get involved with him. Returning to her spot, she strummed her lute and thought. Mercenaries fight people, while adventurers fight monsters. The two groups usually ignore each other. She decided against a tale of mercenary heroes, or an adventurer's deadly fight with a hydra. A wrong note could start a brawl, costing her money. Fortunately, she had a secret weapon up her sleeve. With a surge of excitement, she cried out, "Ladies and gentlemen, my song begins." A tale of the prince who defeated the Demon King and his Dragon Knight. A young, completely drunk mercenary stared in wide-eyed amazement. The blonde youth vaguely recognized the tale. Then, a clear guitar melody cut through the silence. Felina, lost in the rapturous melody, began to sing with soaring notes. The mercenaries were now sure she knew something. The blonde youth grinned. Everyone knows this story. Gold coins began to rain into her green hat on the floor. This was exactly what Felina wanted, proving this song was indeed useful. But deep down, she suddenly felt a wave of despair. The crowd loved it, but how long must she sing this song? It was sickening. Still, Felina quickly composed herself. The climax was approaching, and her earnings depended on it. It was about the prince's anguish over the death of the hero, his brother-in-arms. A soul-deep sorrow and a burning hatred for the evil Demon King. His pure heart reached the goddess, who granted him the hero's temporary power. The moment the prince's sword pierced the Demon King's heart, but just as she sang the final blow, a mercenary roared, "You bastard!" He angrily grabbed Kim's collar. "How dare you laugh? You laugh at the prince's tragedy like a traitor?" His comrades could only pity Kim. Their friend always got hot-headed when he drank. His spoils. Felina's jaw dropped, her meal ticket suddenly snatched away. What in the world was happening? One mercenary against 4 adventurers? She could already tell the mercenary would win. She'd be singing tales of his heroic victory. The very thought made a smirk play on her lips. They would absolutely love it and shower her with money. But in a flash, the unthinkable happened. The bald man's arm was seized in an iron grip. He froze, completely stunned, unable to process what was happening. A searing pain shot up from his wrist, forcing a tormented scream from his lips. But Kim wasn't finished. Ignoring his roars, Kim grabbed his face, then mercilessly slammed him headfirst into the floor. His crew watched from the side, utterly shocked by the display. Enraged, they surged forward, demanding what kind of madness Kim was up to. They were also about to teach him a lesson in respect. But the moment one opened his mouth, a fist from Kim sent him flying. His body crashed violently into a table before he could even react. The blonde rushed to help, pulling a weapon to end things quickly. But the instant he pressed it to Kim's neck, it shattered into 1,000 pieces. Kim met his gaze with a menacing grin. It was clear this guy's luck had just run out. After that, only the hopeless screams of the mercenaries echoed out. Felina couldn't take it anymore, grabbing her things and fleeing for her life. Inside the tavern, the agonizing screams of despair continued to ring out. She fled through the streets, driven by a terrible premonition that things were about to spiral completely out of control. She had to escape before they turned their attention to her. It was a wiser move than anyone else in Santo would make. That story actually made Kim laugh out loud. A prince, blessed with the power of a hero? That bastard is suffering? What an absolute joke. It had been ages since he'd heard a good one, and these fools ruined it. This only fueled his rage. He tightened his grip on their necks, and they trembled harder, begging for mercy. Just then, a figure began to slowly approach from the distance. This person drew closer. Unaware of the details, she saw Kim's brutality and refused to watch him oppress the weak. She spoke as she pulled back her hood, fiercely declaring that as a noble holy knight, she would never forgive Kim. Hearing John Hen's bold declaration of her identity, Kim's gaze shifted to lock onto her. His eyes narrowed with suspicion at the words holy knight. Kim gave her a quick, calculating look, deep in thought. He couldn't see it clearly, but that emblem belonged to the theocracy, and holy knights were one of their key tactical assets. The information from the prince, it had to be connected to the theocracy. The theocracy was like this world's version of the Vatican, except its people were mostly transcendent superhumans. Their ultimate tactical weapon was the Saintess, who had fought alongside him in the last great battle. Skeletons fused with blessed metal, immense muscles, and reflexes that far surpassed normal humans. They were essentially living weapons, But creating a saintess required immense time and fortune. Even with the entire world's resources, it would still take a full decade to create a single saintess. That was the price to forge a weapon with human hands that could rival a hero. So, the theocracy found a more efficient method for creating superhumans, the Holy Knights. Like the saintess, they were artificial humans born from magic and blessings. But a Holy Knight cost a mere fraction of a saintess, with a much shorter service life. Once their system was established, they could produce about 10 Holy Knights in a single batch. Of course, their performance couldn't compare to a saintess. If a saintess is a state-of-the-art tank, a Holy Knight is an older, mass-produced model. Still, no normal human could ever hope to defeat a tank. Kim kept his grip on the mercenary, with no plans of letting him go. He knew Holy Knights were far weaker than heroes or a saintess. With just a slight transformation, he could annihilate them with ease. However, making an enemy of the theocracy so soon seemed unwise, so he let the man go. The moment he was free, the mercenary fled for his life, never looking back. He glanced at her coolly, asking reluctantly, "Happy now?" But she just stood there, scratching her head in a daze, which only confused Kim. It turned out John Hen was simply stunned that he had let the man go so easily. Usually, bullies didn't back down so obediently when she intervened. Seeing her misunderstanding, he had to explain that they started the trouble and threatened him first. He was only reacting. Realizing the truth, she scratched her head, embarrassed by her mistake. Kim brushed off his shoulder, disappointed. "Guess the show's over. It was a terrible performance, not worth watching." John Hen's face burned crimson as she stammered, utterly humiliated. She bit her lip and pulled her hood up tight, then scurried to a far corner to hide in her shame. Ordering another beer, she trembled and muttered to herself. Kim saw his chance and turned to leave. He knew that was enough. Besides, it was almost time for the meeting. The Phaso territory was spared from the Demon King's great offensive, having no strategic value. The Demon Army's tactics focused on crippling key human locations, neutralizing their function. With outdated tech and low production, the sparsely populated land posed no threat to the Demon Army. But after the war, this place changed. People from devastated regions came here seeking work. Surviving mercenaries also came to this place to rest. High demand caused inns and eateries to expand rapidly, bringing Phaso an unprecedented golden age. But it came with a price. The massive influx of outsiders created a strange new class system. At the bottom were refugees, then Phaso's locals, and above them all, the mercenaries. The biggest problem was that these mercenaries became the territory's ruling class. They knew their power was the reason for this prosperity, so they solved everything with fists and money. As for any public authority to stop their tyranny, none existed. For them, Phaso was just a place to profit, not a place to protect. Kim leaned against a wall, speaking with the royal assassin. The man reported the region's current state, giving Kim a clear overview. His report done, he asked when Kim would make his move. Without hesitation, Kim bluntly replied, "Right now." Hearing this, the assassin suggested 30 minutes, and they both agreed. Before leaving, Kim added a final instruction. "I'll send the signal when it's time." Just as Kim stepped out of the alley, a deafening noise grabbed his attention. A huge man with an axe roared, asking who the hell he was. Beside him was the thug Kim just thrashed, with other goons standing behind them. The man was furious, confronting him directly. "How dare you touch a member of the Red Flag mercenaries?" The beaten thug, now with backup, yelled, "Where'd you crawl from, you bastard?" Kim finally recognized the annoying punk. He was the one who started a fight with him back at the bar. Realizing what was happening, he quickly slipped back into the alley. He glared back at them with fierce eyes and thought, "I need to speed up the plan." The leader paused, hesitant. He didn't want this trouble, but Kim had beaten his underling. Ignoring it meant losing face, but surviving a 4-on-1 assault made Kim a dangerous opponent. He glanced at his subordinates' constant provocations and sighed internally. He had planned to just scare Kim off. Call him a coward, then go for a drink with his men. One final shout should have ended it. With that thought, he impatiently set his plan in motion, but just as he yelled for Kim to come out, before any threats, someone snapped, "It's noisy." His face darkened at the interruption. He stared blankly as a figure slowly approached. Count Phaso stepped forward, reminding them, "This is my Santo Phaso, not a playground for thugs." But seeing the man was just a drunk, the leader sighed in relief. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He would make an example out of the old man for Kim to see, so he ordered his men to attack. They obeyed their captain and immediately charged forward. They sneered at the Count, ready to shut him up for good, but instead of fear, the Count just laughed. An arrow flew from nowhere, striking him. He staggered back and collapsed. The mercenary leader was stunned. He paled, asking his foolish men who dared to take a life. But it was too late. The surrounding citizens were already screaming, "The mercenaries are killing people. They're trying to take over Santo Fezo." The people began to rise up, determined to fight back. "Let's take back Santo Fezo," they shouted, charging furiously toward the mercenaries. The captain could only tremble and pray, "I'm screwed." But Count Fezo sat up, a sly smirk on his face. As assessed by Prince Hyponic, the rightful heir and next king of the great Quentin kingdom, Count Fezo was a hopeless madman. Under his father's rule, this territory was once the kingdom's finest, but after just 2 generations, it had descended into poverty and chaos. His parents died early, making him the lord as a child, but it seems he wasn't. Despite being 50 years old, he had never matured. His mind was still that of a 12-year-old boy. Hippick scanned the files on Phoebo. The man had accomplished nothing for decades. He was only getting older, a truly hopeless case. Hippick vowed to eliminate Count Phoebo first. Kim assumed the prince's drunken words had been a wild exaggeration, but seeing the domain for himself, he knew the prince hadn't overstated a thing. He was stunned. Before his eyes lay a completely desolate wasteland. While Santo Barro's center prospered, its outskirts were nothing but impoverished ruins. No soldiers or walls protected the people. Their home was just a hunting ground for monsters and wild beasts. A desperate man was roasting a rat just to survive. Suddenly, a rustle came from the bushes behind him. He turned to see a monster's shadow lurking inside. The man screamed in terror and fled. Kim emerged from the brush, holding the defeated beast. He couldn't understand the man's fear. For Kim, life in this land was quite peaceful. By day, he hunted monsters in the wilderness. By night, he sold his leftover spoils to the guild. He'd earn some coin from adventurers, then spend it at the tavern listening to songs. For 2 weeks, Kim lived this simple life. It was a serene and peaceful existence. His days were filled with nothing but the hunt. But with 1 year left, he felt he was wasting time. Yet, this process was crucial. Since leaving the Great Forest, Kim had gained many new skills. He silently thanked the creatures who had been his test subjects. They allowed him to master his abilities. But unlike with the goblin or dragon, he'd gained too many skills too fast. He couldn't grasp his own true power. He felt he couldn't face those from whom he'd gained these powers. So for 2 weeks, he had pushed himself through the wilds, testing every single one of his skills. And today, after leaving the tavern, Kim arrived at the rendezvous point. The man reporting to him was one of the prince's attendants, a royal assassin. After the report, Kim learned he had full authority to dispose of the lord. He paused and thought. He considered the aftermath. If chaos erupted after the lord's death, monsters would swarm the area. That would be a disastrous outcome. The assassin asked when he would finally make his move. A confident smirk grew on Kim's face. Starting a riot would be easy. In fact, he could do it right now. 30 minutes later, an arrow slammed into Count Phoebo's chest. His eyes shot toward its origin. On a nearby rooftop, a cloaked figure turned and fled into the night. The royal assassin gave a quick thumbs up. The mission was complete. Phoebo, on the ground, thought that inciting people required allies, but Kim already had plenty of pawns for his plan. By changing his voice, he could imitate anyone. With that thought, he roared with stolen desperation. "The mercenaries are murderers. They want to seize Santo Barro. We cannot submit to them." The area exploded into chaos, fanning the flames of the crowd's rage. The hulking mercenary with a gold tooth broke into a sweat. His eyes blazed with fury, confused by the sudden turn of events. But this actor was a master. Meanwhile, those infected by the water felt their battle instincts awaken. The streets descended into utter chaos as citizens swarmed and attacked the mercenaries. From a rooftop, Kim calmly observed the pandemonium below. It was truly a masterpiece of his own making. At the palace, Hippick read the report. The riot in Santo Barro began with a mob targeting mercenaries. The people's outrage had exploded with incredible force. They attacked both mercenaries and refugees alike. In the end, citizens, mercenaries, and refugees were all swept up in the violence. Count Phoebo was dead. Outwardly, Hippick feigned fury, but inwardly, he admired the flawless execution. He crumpled the report and yelled, "How was this tragedy allowed to happen?" he bellowed, demanding a new amendment to territory law. Even a rightful heir could now be stripped of their title if deemed unfit by the king and his court. Furthermore, mercenary numbers would be limited, never to exceed half of a territory's official army. As he spoke, a satisfied smirk appeared on his face. Everything had proceeded exactly as planned. Kim was standing. Looking down at the chaos, he had a grim thought. The more that die, the fewer will remember him, just like on Earth. He asked the royal assassin, "Does this all end tomorrow?" The assassin confirmed it, but he hadn't yet found Kim's next destination. Cabal Lovett. Kim answered simply. The monstrous Zien have recently overrun that place. It also holds clues to a treasure map. Zien are terrifying hybrids of eagles and lions, and Kim had a particular fondness for such composite creatures. Learning the location, the assassin promised to find him later. With that, he vanished in a flash. As Kim prepared to leave, he sensed a presence. Thinking the assassin returned, he turned, only to find John Hen. John Hen was stunned. The man standing before her was the legendary Sir Kim. Zien stand 2 to 3 meters tall. These high-level monsters have the head and talons of an eagle, but their physiology is incredibly awkward. Their powerful lower bodies force them into a crouch during flight, while their avian upper body makes ground movement a clumsy, hurried shuffle. Their bodies are poorly adapted for both land and air, yet humans fear them, calling them princes of the sky. They're revered as superior-grade monsters. Despite their physical flaws, their combat prowess is absolutely overwhelming. They can fly, and they hunt in prides of dozens, just like lions. They favor horses as prey, which often leads them to attack humans. At the Zien's rocky peaks, Kim briefed his companion. Their quest, from the Cabal-Lovett expeditions, eliminate or expel the Zien horde. Once John Hen understood the mission, her eyes lit up with fierce excitement. The Zien horde is too massive. Wiping them all out is simply impossible. Their true goal was to hunt the Alpha, crippling the pack. Before he could finish, John Hen shouted, "Yes, Master." She began reciting the creed. A knight holds to their ideals, even in the face of cruel reality. For the people's peace, we must bravely face any danger. Kim was completely baffled by her zealous outburst. To understand why a holy knight called Kim Master and followed him relentlessly, we have to go back a few days. On the night of the Sant Barrow Rebellion, inside the Lord's castle, the royal assassin sent his target to the afterlife. Mission complete. But as he escaped, John Hen spotted him. Finding him suspicious, she tailed him from the shadows. Soon, she saw the assassin speaking with another figure. It was the same intimidating man from the tavern the other day. When she overheard the assassin call him Sir Kim, her eyes widened in realization. She immediately dashed out to face him. Shocked to have a witness, Kim's first instinct was to silence her permanently. But John Hen was oblivious, too busy praising him. "You're Sir Kim, the Knight of Knights, a living legend." He had no idea what was happening, but his best bet was to just play along quietly. Clearing his throat, he claimed to be on a secret mission. Before he could ask for silence, John Hen eagerly swore secrecy and begged him to take her as his disciple. His face went completely blank. He just gained an unwanted, overzealous disciple. Holy Knights are the Papal State's ultimate strategic asset. Unlike the invulnerable Saintus, a Holy Knight's location is magically tracked to prevent their loss. If one is killed, a magical mark automatically brands their killer. Silencing this witness would make Kim the Papal State's most wanted man. So, left with no choice, he gave John Hen a seemingly impossible task. He ordered her to dig a massive cave, without any tools. He expected her to quit, but she didn't complain for a second. She eagerly began digging the cave with her bare hands. When she finished, he just closed his eyes, defeated by her sheer persistence. The rocky peaks were filled with Zien nests and eggs. Since the beasts bring prey back here, this would be their battlefield. Instead of a direct pursuit, they would lay a trap and ambush them. He mentally re-evaluated her strength after that cave-digging display. Suddenly, she pointed excitedly. The Zien flock had returned from their hunt. John Hen asked for his orders. Kim's simple reply, "Handle it." She took it as a test from her new master. With a mighty roar, John Hen drew her sword and charged the Zien horde. From a cliff above, Kim watched the bizarre fight unfold. It was one human versus a massive griffin, plucking its feathers. One moment, she's in a messy brawl, and he just face-palms. A bit later, John Hen returns to the cave where Kim waits. She reports that the mission is complete. He watches her, analyzing her performance in the recent skirmish. Chaotic. That's his one-word review for the fight. He notes how she's afraid of breaking her sword with a powerful swing, so she loosened her grip, weakening her strikes. After each attack, she instinctively checked her blade's condition. This left her unable to predict the next move. John Hen's focus on those flaws also slowed down her magic, and it lowered her accuracy rate. Hearing his assessment, she squeezes her eyes shut in shame. She remembered her instructor in the Holy Nation saying the same thing. Her fists tremble as she takes in the blunt critique from the very master she admired. Suddenly, he speaks one sentence. "You'd be better off dropping the sword." At those words, John Hen starts to shake. Am I unworthy? Am I really this talentless? The questions swarmed John Hen's mind. Kim's words shattered her confidence. But his real meaning was, Drop the sword like me. And then, she finally understood. His words were harsh, but he only meant she should fight barehanded, just like him. He says there's another pack nearby, telling her to follow. He'll show her what real hand-to-hand combat is. Joan Hen can only think to herself, this man is insane. Joan Hen's eyes widened watching Kim fight. Then she gasped. What kind of fighting is this? Kim glanced over, making a silent judgment. The Holy Knight's combat ability wasn't anything special. The sword is her main weapon, but her swordsmanship doesn't reach the hero's level of mastery. Even with light magic, she lacks the prince's power and can't use any real techniques. Joan Hen grabs the Zerf's neck as the beast lunges for her head. Being a modified human, her physical strength is superior, but obviously, she's not on the Saintess's level. In short, she has all the makings of a sidekick, a companion for the hero, but one who can't use her strengths. He glances at the Zerf, a deep hole punched through its neck. She's just like this Zerf. It has features of an eagle and a lion, but the combination erased the greatest strengths of both species. Kim glanced at Joan Hen standing behind him as his thoughts continued. She's unbeatable against human armies, but alongside the hero, she would have died long ago, from exhaustion before even reaching the Demon King's castle. But that's exactly why I can teach her. Even if she is a disciple I reluctantly took on. He'd felt a flicker of joy. But after watching her fight the Zerf, my thinking has changed. I truly want to teach her. A cold sweat runs down Joan Hen's back. Because the Holy Knight, Joan Hen, is a monster, just like me. Kim does a quick count. About 10 Zerfs are flying toward them. He reaches into his pocket as he speaks. It'll be easier to fight them all at once. Should I provoke them? I think I put that thing in here. He pulls out a small, pink pouch. Found it. Inside, a purple light flashes like a vortex. This is a Qian-kun pouch, crafted by the High Mage of the Gracian-Kantin Kingdom. Its exterior is small, but its internal space is immense, letting the user retrieve anything they desire from within. From the pouch, he pulls out a massive leg of meat. Zerfs love horse meat, right? The Holy Knight used it as bait to lure them, and she did a good job. The Zerfs see the huge leg of horse meat in his hand and begin to drool. You want this? He asks. Then throws the meat down and stomps on it, right in front of them. If you want it, come and get it. These idiots. The Zerf pack roars in fury, letting out a deafening cry as they charge him. Kim's expression remains perfectly calm. There's something called pictographic fist. As the name implies, it's a Chinese martial art created to mimic animal movements, a fighting style that copies animals. Back when I was in China, I tried to learn it once. I can use animal bodies, so I figured learning it would make me stronger. But I gave up pretty quickly. He recalls almost crushing his instructor's throat by accident. I could imitate animals, but ultimately, I was still using a human body. In reality, I couldn't truly use an animal's body. It was the biggest waste of time in my life. Martial arts are techniques to optimize limited human strength. For someone with infinite power like me, they're nothing but shackles. I only use pure strength, not techniques like martial arts. That is my way of fighting. A Zerf opens its talons, aiming for his head. He instantly grabs its beak with one hand. He ignores his now blue hand as the beak pierces it. Got you. This is fun. It's my first time facing off with a creature this huge. Without hesitation, he throws a straight punch at its head. The Zerf skull shatters as its heavy body collapses. He gazes down at his strange, blue hand. The Demonkin I ate in S-TAC Phi weren't just merfolk, but arthropod hybrids. That's how I gained these shrimp claws. It's an arthropod with a punch 2,500 times its body weight. Enough to harm huge creatures. Very useful indeed. The other Zifs cowered before him, retreating a few steps back in absolute terror. He gave a brutal smile. What should I try next? Now I remember. The horned lizard's eye can shoot blood. What if that blood was pufferfish venom? Joan Hen watched the one-sided slaughter in horror. Kim continued to pulverize the remaining Zifs. He was a whirlwind of fury, his eyes streaming with dark red blood. This battle was turning into a massacre. There was no technique, no trickery, no strategy, only pure, overwhelming violence. Joan Hen stood frozen. This was the complete opposite of a holy knight. But what is this feeling? My heart is pounding so fast. Her hand on her sword began to tremble, as if rejecting everything she'd been taught by the holy nation. With strength that can bend steel, why follow basic sword forms? With incredible regeneration, why bother dodging a well-defended enemy? Why? I can just use my own power to crush their resistance. Joan Hen watched the Zifs get beaten into submission and thought, what if I fought like that? What if I threw away this fragile sword and used power that adapted to any threat? She snapped back to reality, shaking her head fiercely to clear the thoughts. No. I am a holy knight. I am a loyal servant of the goddess and the face of the holy nation. As a holy knight, I cannot be so reckless." Kim wiped a streak of blood from his cheek and asked her, "Did you watch closely?" She flinched slightly. "Yes, master." He then asked, "What did you think?" John-hen hesitated. "Well, that is." Hearing her stammer, he stated plainly, "You're hesitating. You don't need to reach a conclusion right now." But before he could finish, she cut him off. "Yes, master. As you say." Kim once said, "The more careful the thought, the faster the decision." Isn't that right? Yes. 3 days later, Zif corpses littered the ground, their blood forming rivers. Kim pointed to the kill list and said, "All right, we've wiped out all the Zifs in this area. Let's go." John-hen followed obediently, glancing back at the carnage with a silent shudder. In Santo Taknago, a loud voice boomed from inside the Adventurers Guild Hall. "What did you just say?" On the desk was a C-rank adventurer's identification card. The clerk noted it down, telling Kim, "A C-rank adventurer, I understand. But no matter how much you object, we cannot withdraw the request. The higher-ups have already ordered another party to exterminate the Zif nest." For easier movement, he had adopted a new identity. Rak, a 27-year-old C-rank adventurer from the ex-Santo Almas Guild. Kim wondered why he had to yield the Zif cleanup to someone else. The woman, Angela, said coldly that it was an order from above. He shot back instantly. From who? Angela still refused to name the person who gave the order. Hearing this, Kim smirked, because he knew that Angela knew exactly who it was. He crossed his arms, suggesting someone in the Santo Abovit Guild was stealing credit, and that the staff was complicit. Kim continued to provoke her with a mocking tone. "It would be interesting if I spread that rumor around, wouldn't it? And my lips get loose after a drink." Angela couldn't stand the threat. She took off her glasses and let out a cold scoff. Her face twisted with anger as she warned, "Know your place. How can a bottom-tier adventurer possibly threaten the guildmaster?" After she finished, Kim simply asked, "The guildmaster?" Angela regained her composure, putting her glasses back on as she spoke of a powerful leader who was irrelevant to him. She continued, saying that guildmaster would become a hero, and had no reason to meet a nobody adventurer like him. After hearing her out, Kim raised his hand, signaling he had no intention of meeting the man anyway. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand, startling her. Kim was giving a silent warning that she would come looking for him soon enough. Angela completely misunderstood his warning. She blushed and said, "I'm already engaged." His grip tightened like a vice, and Angela instantly froze. The crushing force made her scream out in agony. The sound echoed throughout the entire building. In another scene, a middle-aged man stared ahead, deep in thought. This was Julio Avenera, a triple S-rank detective, and also the regional guildmaster of Kovat. Flashing back 25 years, he was once a member of the Heroes Party, though he was just an unremarkable background character. A scene appears of the Heroes Party slaying monsters, amid legends of heroes defeating the Demon King. The story continues, with the goddess appearing like a monster herself, and a villain who could make wishes come true. He knelt at the goddess's feet, pleading for the power to fight his enemies on equal footing. Upon his return, he became Guildmaster, a title he held for 20 years. Julio became an adventurer of great power and status. Adventurers were both monster hunters and symbols of freedom. He attained this through a single granted wish: political power. He began to sweat. Adventurers symbolized freedom, so controlling them would be seen as oppression. It would require immense influence. Julio frowned. Not one adventurer was in the hero's party. He realized the king must have made the first move. He paled at the thought of the second prince becoming a hero. People would praise the crown's authority, not freedom. He slammed his hand on the table. Unacceptable. He would forge a hero from the adventurers to raise their standing. Julio had a promising candidate in mind, his own son, Hogue. Just then, Hogue appeared, asking if his father had stolen another adventurer's glory. Hogue looked defeated, telling Julio that becoming a hero this way was meaningless. Julio scowled, telling his son not to mistake this for favoritism. This was how heroes were made, not born. He then began to explain a crucial point to Hogue. He was the son of the adventurer who fought the Demon King with the hero 25 years ago. That legacy was necessary to create a hero. He reminded him that becoming a hero was the future of all adventurers. Hogue trembled and clenched his fists, seeing no other way but to obey. Suddenly, Angela's piercing scream startled them both. He burst through the door in a panic, demanding to know what happened. Before him was a scene of carnage, with adventurers falling one by one while Kim prepared to execute his next victim. Hogue stared in shock, unable to understand, until he saw Angela lying motionless, her hands twisted and mangled. Gritting his teeth in fury, Hogue roared, Are you Hearing the voice, Kim turned his head. The sharp sound of a drawn sword cut through the air. With a furious shout, Hogue lunged, intent on killing Kim for touching Angela. With just a glance, Kim blocked the blade, then shattered it with his bare hand. Hogue, stunned by this power, could only gasp. What? In a flash, Kim's hand was wrapped around Hogue's throat. A shard from the broken sword spun through the air, landing perfectly in his other hand. One hand pinned Hogue by the neck, while the other drew back the shard, ready to strike. Julio arrived at the door and screamed in horror at the sight. "Don't!" he yelled, desperate to stop him, but Kim's killing intent was absolute as he continued his attack. In the end, the shard pierced Hogue's forehead. Julio stood frozen as his son collapsed. He could only whisper Hogue's name in disbelief. His work done, Kim looked up. "Are you the guildmaster?" Uncontrollable rage twisted Julio's face as his hand flew to his sword. He confirmed that he was, then demanded to know who his son's killer was. The man introduced himself as Rach, a C-rank adventurer. At that, recognition dawned. The guildmaster confirmed it and apologized for stealing his achievements. Kim stood silent, then gave a casual wave and turned to leave. Good. Julio, stunned, snarled. That's it? He had slaughtered his adventurers, crippled his future daughter-in-law, and murdered his son. Kim glanced back, pointing to Angela. She wouldn't call you, he said calmly, so I had to make you appear. He then pointed to another body. This one was dealt with because he resisted. And as for Hogue, he said coldly, I just felt like killing him. Kim then pointed at Julio, whose face had darkened. I heard your apology, so I'll let you go. Stunned, Julio gasped. What? He exploded, refusing to believe the reasons. Did you do this alone, or were you sent by someone? Kim's voice cut him off sharply. You don't understand. Kim stared him down. I have no interest in your achievements, so don't concern yourself with me. However, that achievement was mine, and I won't forgive anyone who touches what's mine. He turned again, adding, this didn't have to be so serious. With a final goodbye, he left as the door slammed shut. Julio just let him walk away. He now stood alone, surrounded by death, his mind spiraling into chaos. He told himself it was his own fault, yet claimed he did it for all adventurers. But his methods were twisted. He called it a necessary sacrifice, but it was purely his own ambition. His clenched fist trembled with rage. As he trembled, blood began to drip from his clenched, pale fist. Unable to contain his fury, Julio slammed his fist down, shattering the wooden floorboards. Julio finally understood it was all for nothing. His eyes blazed red as he remembered all that he had lost. He cursed Kim for taking his family, and for stealing the future he had planned. He let out a furious roar. Assemble the heavenly bird feathers, the three swords, Vedibon youth, and the whirlwind axe guilds. Julio's heart burned with pure hatred. He swore he would steal Kim's future in return. Meanwhile, Zeon sat quietly, lost in her memories. During her training in the Holy Nation, the instructors always berated her. They condemned her lack of control, her power that shattered their weapons. This flaw was a constant source of worry. Her master told her to follow her heart, but she didn't know who to believe. Outside, a mob had gathered below. One of them announced they had found Kim's location. As Kim was walking, Julio appeared, blocking his path. Kim was confused. He thought he'd already forgiven the man. Julio's face was a mask of hatred, mentioning the boy Kim killed minutes before. Of course, Kim remembered him clearly. He watched his own son die, and now, burning for revenge, he asked if Kim knew the pain of losing a child. Recalling his own past, Kim knew that terrible pain all too well. Julio was stunned by his answer. Then, Kim fell silent. With a cruel smirk, he admitted to killing many sons, whose families all came for revenge. His words made Julio's blood boil. Trembling, he asked what happened to them. In response, Kim simply spread his arms wide. The message was clear. He was still standing. They had all failed. Then, Julio spotted an opening in his stance. He lunged forward in a rage, gripping his sword. You fool, he screamed, boasting of the years spent mastering the blade. This was the same power that once felled a dragon. He reminded himself that even old, he was the only SSS rank adventurer. He would make Kim regret everything. With a mighty swing, he brought the sword down, cursing him to the depths of hell. A spray of crimson filled the air. But it wasn't from Kim. It was from Julio. Before the blade could touch him, Kim had already ended it. A piercing scream suddenly caught his attention. Wounded knights were scrambling away, terrified of the monster that had appeared. Kim stood dazed, unsure of what just happened. He took a slow step forward, stopping before a massive pool of blood. His gaze fell upon John Hen's back. She was surrounded by countless corpses, fighting to contain her emotions. Her blood-soaked hands trembled uncontrollably. Feeling his eyes on her, she turned. "Master," she whispered. Witnessing the scene, Kim remained silent. He slowly walked toward her, then slumped against a nearby wall. He pulled a piece of cured meat from his pouch. He began to eat, seemingly unconcerned. Seeing this, she quickly wiped her tears and approached him. Leaning back, Kim glanced at her. "Want some?" he asked, offering a piece. Without hesitation, she took it and bit down hard. But as the strange flavor hit her tongue, she dropped to her knees, vomiting violently onto the ground. Seeing her reaction, he judged her silently. Ziffin meat was notoriously awful. Its name alone warned of its terrible taste. After a moment, she sat beside him. She had a secret she needed to share. Everyone believes holy knights are born with a divine blessing. But the truth is, they're all artificial. Created through the goddess production protocol. Kim wasn't surprised. He had learned as much from the prince. She slowly held up her transforming hands, proof they were test subjects for new technologies, all for the next generation of holy maidens. Hearing this, Kim was curious. She glanced at her trembling, deformed arm, saying this was the result. John Hen clenched her fist bitterly. The earlier massacre happened because she had lost control. He watched her quietly. Now he understood the strange connection he felt the first time they met. He never imagined someone else existed without parents, just like him. Another monster, created and abandoned. That's why he always hid his true power. But in front of her, he didn't feel the need to hold back. He knew she was one of his kind, a monster. But now, they'd caused a massive incident, slaughtering an expedition and its leader. Realizing this, he sat up. He told her to go ahead and find train tickets. They couldn't stay here any longer. She looked confused, but he just closed his eyes. "I have things to finish here," he said. She quickly obeyed and vanished. Kim had sensed they were being watched for a while. "You can come out now," he called into the shadows. Slowly, a figure emerged. Stepping away from the wall, he obeyed respectfully. He then calmly asked about the cost. He knew the officials merely suspected the Holy Knight was an experiment. They had no real proof. But since she had just confirmed it, the situation had grown far more difficult. The assassin handed him a small pouch. Inside were a few coins for passage and a new identity card. From now on, he was Rach, a rank 4 mercenary of the Alice Guild. The assassin then asked his next destination. Turning his back, he uttered a single name, Santo Kago. That was where he'd first met Panic. The thought of their reunion ahead filled him with anticipation. Felina sat in the carriage, eyes closed. How did it come to this? She peeked at the two across from her. Why are they here? Kim was reading a map while Dionhan slept. Felina stared at Kim, thinking, that adventurer is. She recalled Kim brawling in the tavern, a dangerous man who'd caused a huge scene. His terrifying smile had sent a chill down her spine. Not long after, that same village was where the Bow faction's great uprising occurred. Could he be involved? Felina glanced at Dionhan. And what about him? That day, a strange noise had echoed from outside her room. Peeking through the window, she wondered what it was. She saw Dionhan, his green hands and sharp claws dripping with something red. A terrifying grin stretched across his face. Felina knew she had to escape immediately. She suspected he was behind the marketplace massacre. Because of them, she'd abandoned all her plans and was forced to flee. And now I'm stuck in a carriage with them. Felina plodded silently. In Santo Kago, I'll have to find another ride. Getting involved with them means nothing but trouble. We're almost there, she thought. Just have to endure a little longer. Suddenly, a shout erupted. A dungeon! A dungeon has appeared! Felina froze, confused. The carriage was now inside a massive cavern. A sinister red light emanated from deeper inside. Meanwhile, Baron Kegu was deeply troubled. You said a dungeon. Are you certain? The servant replied. Yes, my lord. The southern waterway and everything within a 500-meter radius has been consumed by it. The Baron gritted his teeth. So it's one of those dungeons? He grimaced. It has to be. He clenched his fist, cursing. Only the adventurers would welcome this news. They refuse to pay their taxes, yet claim all the rewards, and when they're needed, they do nothing. They're just parasites, only thinking of themselves. This is all that madman's fault. Giulio Aventure, the Baron seethed, recalling the adventurer. That worthless scum, he's the one who always defends the adventurer's rights. He's practically one of them now, pushing that ridiculous law that dungeons belong to adventurers, a bunch of chaotic swindlers demanding freedom to do as they please. It was the adventurers who secured those rights for their kind, and it's all because of that bastard. The Baron pictured Giulio's face, rubbing his temples. So how do we commission someone to clear this dungeon? The servant hesitated. I fear no one will accept. Perhaps only the low-tier adventurers, desperate enough for coin. Those useless fools, the Baron scoffed. Will the territorial army even let them inside? The servant replied, I hear they are considering it, my lord. Damn it, the Baron cursed. Suddenly, a soldier burst in, yelling, My lord, the Baron snapped. What is it? What could be more important than this? The soldier held up a large emblem. My apologies, sir. I was ordered to deliver this to you personally, no matter the circumstances. The Baron's eyes widened at the crest. A slow smile spread on his face. Well, haha, Giulio Aventure. That madman is finally dead. Ah, what a wonderfully refreshing feeling. Well done. Sir Kim truly is a knight among knights. He said this to Kim, who sat across from him with Diane Hen behind. But Diane Hen spoke up. Lord Baron, that is not my master's name. The Baron laughed. Haha, of course. Let's pretend I said nothing. Then what about Sir Rach? Kim corrected him. Please do not add Sir to a dragon warrior's name. The Baron simply replied, Understood. Then Dragon Warrior Rach, I will report all future developments to you. Inside the dungeon. The dungeons of Continent E1 are bizarre, living entities. It appears as a great mound of earth with a gaping entrance, a red glow pulsing from within. Much like a snail, it grows while burrowing underground. The dungeon's internal structure is a winding spiral. It consumes the earth, its spiral shell forming a vast labyrinth. This shell remains underground, with only its entrance breaking the surface. Once it reaches a certain size, the entrance opens, releasing a powerful pheromone that lures in countless monsters. Once inside, the dungeon's magic drives them into a frenzy. With sharp fangs and blood-red eyes, they become living shields, protecting whatever lies at the dungeon's core. If the dungeon becomes completely filled with these creatures, they will spill out and begin a massacre. Hundreds of monsters will pour out, wreaking havoc on humanity. At that point, the dungeon is considered breached. However, dungeons aren't entirely harmful to mankind. During its growth, its secretions coalesce and form into raw gemstones and minerals. Countless colorful gems form in dungeons. Infused with its magic, they may hold special powers and rare species, strange plants, and rich mana. Many adventurers want to find dungeons, and dungeon breaks don't happen often. The real battle began. The Lord and his people, not knowing when a break might occur, wanted the dungeon dealt with quickly. Otherwise, monsters would plague the citizens. But adventurers won't clear it so easily. They'll continue to profit by finding gems, so their goals are always opposed. The Baron said, This is Santo Kago's situation. Kim replied, I understand. The Baron said, Therefore, I have a request for you. At the Santo Kago dungeon entrance, a manager in glasses stood with 2 soldiers guarding either side. One saw Kim approach and said, Halt! Show me your explorer's license. Kim said, I am a dragon warrior. The soldier said, What? Dragon warriors are not allowed. Why would one come here? Get lost. Kim immediately sent him flying with a kick. Who said I can't enter a dungeon? Another soldier asked. What's going on? He gifted him a punch and replied, You're too loud. I'm on a mission. The man in glasses fell, asking, Wait, what is this? What happened? Just then, Kim saw 2 others appear behind them. He immediately ran into the cave. The man in glasses knelt, saying, Please help me. A crazy warrior just attacked us. The new soldier said, Hey, don't worry. We'll catch him now. Just wait here. Kim entered the cave, one soldier following him. He glanced back at him. The man removed his helmet. John Hen said, Master. Kim replied, You've arrived. John Hen said, Yes. The Baron blocked the entrance well. Wow, this is a dungeon. A place only exploration parties can enter. Kim asked, So you're interested? John Hen replied, No, sir. But I'm very interested in the heroic feats that appear on your pages, Master. Kim said, Is that so? John Hen said, Master, it's very deep in here. Kim agreed. Yes, the cave is getting darker, he thought. But with Dragon's Eye energy, I can see everything around me. Thinking this, he transformed his eyes. Kim glanced at John Hen and thought, as expected, her eyes have changed too. Suddenly John Hen yelled, Master! A growl was heard, and 3 rows of sharp teeth appeared. Countless red-eyed monsters with triple-jawed mouths waited ahead for them. Kim said, It's starting now. The Baron's request was to clear out this dungeon. Not long ago, the Baron told Kim, I'm counting on you. Diane said, Isn't that illegal? The domain's law forbids interfering with the Lord's contracts. The Baron said, You know a lot, Holy Knight. But explorers are not people of the domain. An explorer is just an outsider enjoying the domain's benefits. So please, follow the plan. And today, I will temporarily transfer you, Holy Knight, to the guard unit. The bigger the dungeon, the more it contaminates the water and harms the people. Please finish this job as fast as you can. Now, Kim and John Hen faced 7 monsters. He thought, destroying the dungeon lets me eat its creatures. This deal benefits us both. Kim said, first, you give it a try. John Hen replied, yes, master, and stepped forward. She began to transform. Veins bulged, fangs grew long. Her arms turned purple and vascular. Her hands grew huge with sharp claws. Her mouth became crimson. Horns sprouted from her head, wings from her back, and a spiked tail appeared as her eyes blazed yellow. Kim thought, we both transform, but her method is different from mine. He recalled John Hen vomiting food, thinking, she doesn't transform through eating like me. If this is the result of that experiment she mentioned, then it's highly probable she had a surgical graft. John Hen roared and charged the monsters. She slammed into one, her horn instantly piercing it as the monster let out a croak. Another monster roared and charged. She focused her weight, then leaped, pinning it to the cave wall. Withdrawing her horn, she glared at the remaining monsters. One opened its mouth to scream and was immediately pinned to the ground. John Hen advanced on the monsters. They surrounded her, baring their sharp-toothed mouths. A moment later, a tearing sound echoed. John Hen ripped a monster in two. The pack was completely dealt with. John Hen trembled, transforming back. She knelt, gasping, and reverted to normal. Kim asked, are the other holy knights like this? John Hen asked, huh? Oh, this? No, only I have this. The other holy knights only received muscle and bone tissue grafts. Kim said, sounds expensive. John Hen replied, yes. The hardest part was finding a mimic. Thanks to it, I can maintain a human form, but the cost caused some issues. Kim thought, a mimic? I'm sure that was in the picture book. He recalled reading that its trait was transforming into other creatures or objects. It often becomes a treasure chest to attack explorers. He pictured its monstrous beast form and its sharp-toothed treasure chest form. Kim said, you must have been through a lot, as many hardships. John Hen replied, no, my memories were erased. This is just a story I was told, nothing more. Kim walked on, replying, all right then. He stopped before a monster's corpse. Picking it up, he said, this is interesting. This isn't in any bestiary. A mutation from the dungeon's magic? Let's have a taste. He took a huge bite, tearing away the flesh, but his face twisted in disgust. He retched violently, collapsing to the ground, gasping. He gasped, what is this? Staring at the corpse, he thought, this isn't monster flesh. This is the dungeon's magic. He glanced at the pack of monsters, realizing, these creatures aren't truly alive. They're just biological weapons, animated by pure magic. They move by magic, not muscle. That's why I can't mimic them, or consume them. He thought of the magic inside it, like chewing on sandpaper. He struggled to breathe. This foreign matter rejected his power. Thanks to that thing, I've now thrown up for the second time in my entire life. He gripped the earth. Even the saintess, whose veins flowed with magic, would react this way. But before her change, she was human. The tissue, bones, and muscle grafted into her were from living creatures. The magic acting as her blood was similar enough to avoid rejection. He recalled she was bitten by a serpent to transform. But these creatures, he thought. Suddenly he spoke. That's not it. John Hen called out. Master. Kim covered his face. We need to hurry. John Hen replied. Yes, sir. In Master Kim's records, it is written, a knight doesn't swing his sword for sport. It's so that no more tears will be shed, right? We must be faster. As they attacked Hendi Town, Zen appeared. The dungeon would inflict maximum damage on the people of Santok Nago. Kim said grimly, yes, that. He gritted his teeth. Dungeon monsters have far more skills than surface dwellers. Some could even be stronger than dragons. He clenched his fist. Kim kicked a monster's corpse at his feet. He seethed, but I'm no ordinary man. I'll destroy this pathetic dungeon quickly and find a place with something I can actually eat. With that, Kim and John Hen pressed forward. The Illustrated Bestiary of Monsters by SSS rank adventurer Julio Aventura, a thick book bound in purple leather. The famous explorer Julio Aventura wrote of dungeons with bizarre terrain and magic swirling everywhere. They spread like tree roots through the dungeon, monsters evolving under special conditions. They looked like dogs, but with 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth, treasure hidden around every corner, just waiting to be claimed. Skilled adventurers could gain both immense fame and fortune. Kim scoffed. Absolutely ridiculous. This isn't evolution, it's a twisted malformation. I just want to beat the hell out of that author. Too bad you can't kill a man who's already dead. Kim trembled, clenching his fists. All he could do here was vent his rage, he thought, as his arm began to shift. With that thought, he lunged forward, tearing the monsters apart. They continued deeper. Suddenly, a figure appeared, asking, "The rescue team? Help us, my comrades are still inside." Kim replied, "You can join them in hell," and sliced his head clean off. John Hen cried, "Master, why did you?" Kim said, "Look closer, it's one of the undead." John Hen gasped, "Ah, you're right, there's a hole straight through his chest." Kim replied, "It was fresh, which is why you were fooled." He placed a hand on the cavern wall. He thought, "It looks like a cave, but a dungeon is a living organism." His hand on the wall began to sense everything, so if I use its own senses, I can find this creature's vital points, Kim thought, extending his sensory tendrils. He withdrew his hand. "We're almost there," John Hen said. "We're here already, Master?" That was so fast. Clearing a 500-meter dungeon normally takes 12 hours, even at top speed. Kim scoffed. "And we did it in half that time. So adventurers really are that useless." John Hen protested. "Isn't that because you're just that incredible, Master? You don't take detours, you go straight down. How can ordinary adventurers even compare? They waste so much time just finding the path," Kim said sternly. "John Hen." She answered, "Yes, Master, I know you want to praise me, but I don't need flattery that comes from comparing me to incompetence." He looked down at his own hands and continued, "And doing so insults the one who gave me this ability." John Hen quickly replied, "I'm sorry, Master, I didn't mean it like that." "Do you mean the one who taught you pathfinding? Was he your friend?" Kim laughed. "A friend? We weren't nearly that close. We fought far more than we talked." But he despised those who used their strength against the innocent. He remembered rushing toward his enemies and tearing a man's head off with a single strike. His friend screamed, "Stop now! That monster's control will break you!" Kim noted his courage, throwing himself into a hopeless fight. Just then, his shaggy, one-eyed companion bravely stood in his path. Kim saw his friend's image before him. "Master," Dion Hen whispered. As Kim spaced out, she asked, "Master, forgive me, but is he?" Kim confirmed grimly, "Yeah, he's gone." He licked his lips, hand on his chest, recalling their last moments. "But what he left behind lives on inside my body." They soon came upon a large fractured door, Dion Hen observed. "This place is ancient, over 150 years old." It was as if the dungeon had swallowed old villages whole. "So, were those undead the original villagers?" she asked, picturing the creature they'd just fought. "No," Kim replied. "They're recent. So recent they don't even know they're dead. Must be from an outside expedition, and it had a hole right through its chest." Dion Hen realized, so something ahead caused that fatal, piercing wound? "Sharp deduction," Kim said, placing a hand on the door. With a gentle push it opened, they stepped inside, and their eyes widened. Before them stood a massive, winged, blue beast. A dragon? Kim wondered aloud. The creature stared back with blood-red eyes. Its front claws were webbed, like a frog's. "No," Kim corrected, "it's a wyvern." Dion Hen was stunned. "That huge and it's not a dragon?" "Look closer," Kim said. "Its forelimbs are its wings. That makes it a wyvern, not a dragon." But this was no ordinary dungeon creature, not like the others. "This thing has." Dion Hen stared, taking in the details. A snake's body, bat wings, a lizard's head, horns, and frog's feet. Its blue scales faded to a sickly purple, she gasped. "It's not one creature. It's many, fused into one." Kim nodded grimly. "Exactly. A chimera of dungeon monsters. That's what this thing is," he thought. "Did some mad mage create this monstrosity and toss it in this dungeon to grow enormous? Or was it a natural mutation? Did the dungeon's magic warp and fuse them together by chance?" Kim stared down the beast, his mind racing. Which answer is correct? He didn't know for sure. But one idea took root, and a pit formed in his stomach. He thought, "This is disgusting." The monster stared back, and in its eyes, Kim saw a distorted reflection of himself. "In a way, we're the same, bodies made from many creatures. Is this the price of misusing power, a twisted end? Is this abomination the final boss of this dungeon?" "Truly repulsive," Kim muttered, sizing up the beast. "I haven't felt this disgusted since my cousin got back from the army." The guy came back and immediately started picking fights with elementary school kids. He recalled him bragging to literal children. So proud of the game console his parents bought him. And the jerk was too out of shape to even qualify for active duty. "Master, what's the plan?" Dion Hen asked. Kim simply raised a hand. "Stay back, I'll handle this myself." "Its size is perfect," he thought. A punching bag for all this frustration. Then I'll just have to match it. Kim's transformation began. Lungs of a titangent dinosaur, marrow of a demon ox. His hands swelled to a monstrous size. Veins bulged across demon musculature, covered by fire lizard hide. His fingers dripped with the slime of a leaping beast. I'll become a dragon, he decided. And in an instant, it was done. A colossal red dragon now stood before the wyvern. Kim unleashed a deafening roar. Outside, the expedition members stood guard. The one in glasses growled, "This is all because of those damn mercenaries. The second they walk out that door, I'm using the full authority of this expedition on them." Before he could finish, the ground began to tremble. The very earth at the cave's mouth shook violently. An earthquake! What's going on? Inside, Kim's roar slammed into the wyvern. The beast was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. Shaking off its fear, the wyvern roared back. It raised a massive claw and smashed it right into Kim's face. The beast roared, triumphant. But Kim grabbed its leg, his voice laced with contempt. Pathetic. You're light and full of openings. Is this all you have? Suddenly, the wyvern's spiked tail shot forward. Kim dodged, but the tail instantly whipped back, coiling tightly around his throat. The wyvern bared its venomous fangs. With a roar, it lunged. So those are the fangs, Kim thought, the ones that inflict the death bite. The wyvern's fangs sank into Kim's neck. Clever girl, he thought, but utterly pointless. Against normal dragon scales, maybe, but my scales are coated in mithril, a completely different league. The wyvern's fangs shattered into dust. Kim's hand shifted from red to green as he lunged, grabbing the beast's chest. Disgusting, he growled. Don't you dare fall yet. Suddenly, the wyvern's eyes shot wide open, spraying venom all over Kim's face. Kim cracked an eye open. The death bite's poison. Turn to blood? If its fangs don't work, it'll try to absorb it through the skin? Too bad for you. This poison is one of my basic skills. In fact, it was the very first one I ever mastered. As he spoke, Kim casually licked the venom from his lips. If you're all out of tricks, then this is the end. I take no pleasure in tormenting the weak. With that, Kim's claws tore through the wyvern. But as he stared at the beast, he wondered, what is wrong with me? That was the dungeon boss. Why did I even come to this dungeon? He recalled the monster turning back into a human. He thought, right, that's when I. As the thought formed, the beast finally collapsed to the ground. Kim stared, deep in thought. John Hen asked, Master, are you all right? Kim replied, It's nothing. Did I see that wrong? It smiled just before it died. Kim pondered its final moment. What did it mean? But it was useless to think about. Maybe traveling with my own kind has me thinking nonsense. He then said, Let's go. John Hen replied, Yes, Master. And the two departed. The famed explorer, Julio Adventurer, wrote of the entities within dungeons. Kim recalled Julio's book. The dungeon's core is a spherical creature with a 2-meter circumference. It's described as a fluff ball with shimmering eyes. Its body is covered in soft fur, with 2 large round eyes. Though timid, it's gentle. Befriend it, and it will obey. But in reality, it was a lumpy pink mass with countless eyes and mouths. Kim and John Hen stared, completely bewildered by the sight. John Hen said, This looks different from what I know, Master. Kim agreed. It does. Perhaps. He then kicked it, and the dungeon core shrieked in anger. Kim continued. It uses pheromones to charm other creatures. We can't be sure this is its true form. John Hen said, Oh. Kim added, Those with mental or chemical resistance are overcome by the pheromones and cannot see its real shape. The form adventurers see is the dungeon core's last line of defense. It's a form made to trigger one's protective instincts. John Hen said, I know of this. In the sayings of Sir Kim, it is written, Evil and venom are one and the same. It can become beautiful at any time to lure people. Right? He said that during his battle with Francis de Bardeo. Kim confirmed. That's the one. He thought, who in the world wrote those sayings? Now I'm actually curious. More importantly, he drew his weapon. John Hen asked, Master, you use a weapon like that? Kim replied, I do. But I'm not going to kill it. I'm going to eat it. John Hen stared at the lumpy flesh. Eat this? She asked. Kim replied, Of course. Then, with one strike, he split the dungeon core in half. As he sliced, he said, First, I need to carve it up so we can eat it. He thought, I don't need its knowledge. But its earth-hardening and pheromone synthesis skills are truly fascinating. Kim kept cutting, lost in thought. John Hen broke into a cold sweat. She felt sick to her stomach, and then she threw up. The dungeon is the core's shell, a part of its body. Veins of magic on the walls began to fade. Once the core's function is lost, the mana flow throughout the dungeon is severed. The dungeon and its monsters lose their purpose. The entire dungeon will collapse. Strange noises echoed through the halls. The guidebook says the average collapse time is 48 hours. Failure to escape means being buried alive. But escaping a monster-free dungeon in 48 hours is easy for me. The pair moved quickly. Soon, the entrance was in sight. John Hen called out, "Master, there's the exit." She peeked out. It only took us 3 hours, faster than our entry. But a squad of soldiers had their weapons aimed right at them. One of them shouted, "Freeze! You're the mercenaries, aren't you? You're under arrest for assaulting an adventurer." The man in glasses sneered, "Ha ha, you got what you deserve, you damn mercenaries. Resistance is useless." The master and disciple faced them. Then Kim smirked, held out his hands and said, "That's right. I'm the mercenary." Shackles were clasped onto his wrists. They led him to a carriage. Kim sat inside, his head bowed in silence. Kim recalled being cuffed like this, sitting in a transport vehicle. He let out a small smile. "Yes, this has happened to me before." One morning, a ship glided across the water's surface. Felina played her instrument on the ship. On deck, 2 men were talking. "This peace feels good. It's all thanks to Prince Eswo. He ended the war with the demon tribe. Now the kingdom can finally focus on peace and rebuilding. Speaking of which, when do you think pirates will attack? Not worried about the demon tribe anymore? Besides, this is a river. Shouldn't we call them river pirates? Haha, stop joking. What fool would attack a passenger ship with nothing to steal?" Just then, a powerful impact rocked the boat. The alarm blared. "Pirates spotted. All hands to battle stations." The pirate ship slammed into their vessel's side. The 2 men exclaimed, "For real?" Iron grappling hooks bit into the railings. The pirate captain gave the order, "Seize them all. Let no one escape. We, the Straw Hat River Pirates, are taking over this ship." One pirate slashed a crewman's arm while another landed a heavy punch. The leader shouted, "Hey, don't injure them too badly. They're worthless to us if they can't work." "What is this?" someone on the deck cried. "Forced labor? Are we slaves? You filth. Slavery is forbidden in the Gorgon kingdom." The leader sneered, "That's right. Here, maybe. But what about other nations?" an old sailor retorted. "You. That attire. What's your connection to Captain Philip?" He recalled the captain's cigar-smoking silhouette. The leader scoffed. "So, one of you fishermen knows my father. You must be well-versed in the ways of the sea, old man." The old man spat. "You monster. Philip was a pirate, but he had a code. Yet his own son deals in slaves." A swift kick cut him off. The leader laughed. "My father got caught because of that stupid code. Money and survival matter more." He then ordered, "Chain them all. Lock them in the hold." The pirates roared, "Yes, Captain." They started grabbing the captives. Suddenly, a hand pushed open a cabin door, and a voice spoke. "Slave profits are less than ransom, but still guaranteed. And since the ship is less armed than a warship, it's a much safer bet." The speaker emerged. Kim casually held. A creature, taking a bite, a sound strategy. The leader smirked. "Huh, you're a sharp one," he thought to himself. "This kid looks like a merc, but he has the stench of a ruthless killer. He's definitely one of my kind." Putting on his straw hat, he said, "I like you. Join my crew." He extended his hand to Kim. John Hen froze. "Huh?" As Kim reached back, his hand began to change. "Master! You! What are you doing? He's a vicious pirate." Tiny embers sparked from Kim's hand as it closed in. Suddenly, a blinding light flared. A torrent of flame erupted from Kim's hand, swallowing the leader whole. Kim sneered. "Why would I? Serve a being so far beneath me?" He recalled. "A while ago, I gained a new power after consuming Dan Dan Ko, the core of a many-eyed, many-mouthed dungeon. It gave me the ability to control pheromones, a form of faint purple magic. Dan Dan Ko synthesizes chemicals in a special organ to produce pheromones. They flow through the bloodstream, storing in sweat glands, then released through my techniques." Kim recalled the process. "Right then, I had an interesting idea. A dragon synthesizes a flammable substance, but it's created in the lungs, so it can only breathe fire. That flammable material in its lungs allows it to spew flames. The Go-hammer's sweat glands secrete a sticky mucus with immense pressure, a skill common to lizard-type species. The blood vessels of a titanosaur pump blood through its auxiliary hearts. A dragon has 3 hearts. If I combine these traits, I can use Dan Dan Ko's biofactory to create a dragon's flammable fuel and let it flow through my veins. Then, using the Titan's hearts, I can pump this fuel throughout my body. Finally, I'll use the sweat gland's immense pressure to release it. Friction with the air will cause ignition. Kim recalled transferring the fuel through his veins, concentrating it, then releasing it from his fingertips to create an explosion. He realized his hands could now spew fire. Back when he was cuffed, he had wondered, wasn't I dragged off by carriage right after leaving that dungeon? He'd been escorted onto a wagon, but those soldiers were actually Baron Kandagu's men. Kim went along, and they later freed him. Escorting a tattered mercenary was just a ruse to fool the other adventurers. Otherwise, why would Kim have allowed himself to be cuffed so easily, just smiling? Now, back in the present, the leader was a charred corpse. Kim muttered, "Quite useful indeed." The pirate screamed, "The captain! You bastard! That's fire magic. Use water spells to counter it." One pirate started a spell, but was grazed by a flash of steel. He choked, then collapsed behind John Hen. She, however, only stared at the sword in her hand. Another pirate yelled, "You bitch!" and charged at her. Effortlessly, she met each one with a single, clean strike. She glanced at her grip, thinking, "What is this? This feeling? It's completely different than before. What is this strange sensation?" She looked down at the blade, once more. Meanwhile, Kim aimed his hands at the pirate ship, unleashing streams of purple smoke. A pirate yelled, "Poison! He's using poison, the coward." Holding his nose, he leaped to the other vessel. "Jump over here. We're on their ship now, away from the poison." But a thick fog suddenly enveloped him. He squinted and wondered, "Fog?" The moment he turned, a hand clamped over his face. Kim gripped his head, releasing a cloud of gas, holding him over the side of the ship. The pirate could only gurgle as Kim let go, dropping him into the sea. The man couldn't move, only stuttering, You. Kim glanced at his hand. "So, depending on the chemical mixture, I can use paralyzing gas, poison, or even a smokescreen." But suddenly, a hulking figure appeared right behind him. A blade sliced down, but Kim blasted fire from his feet to dodge. He powered up his fist, then slammed it down from above. The brute sank deep into the ship's deck as blood splattered. Kim noted, "The fire from my legs gives me propulsion. I don't need muscle transformation to leap this high." Kim turned and demanded, "Who are you?" "Another test subject, I see." Behind him, John Hay broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Why is he here again?" A short while later, Kim and John Hay sat on the rail as the sailors cleaned up the pirate mess. A sailor bowed his head. "Thank you both so much for saving us." Kim just replied, "It's fine. Just get ready and set sail." John Hay stared at her hand. "Master." She recalled the feeling of wielding her sword. What is this feeling? It was so strange. The blade felt like an extension of her own body as she glanced down at it. For the first time, she looked back at those she'd struck down and thought, "The cuts are surprisingly clean. My technique was so rough before." She looked at her hands, then asked Kim, "Has this ever happened? I just don't understand. I can't figure it out." "Master, do you know what this is?" Kim replied while eating, "I'll teach you how to truly move." John Hay asked, "What? But didn't you already train me on how to move based on my human body type?" Kim replied, "That training was for when you were merely human. But what are you now?" John Hay recalled her transformation ability. "Oh." Kim continued, "In the dungeon, you only used 10% of your power, but in this fight, I'd say it was 30%. Your combat style changed, your abilities evolved." John Hay's eyes lit up. "Really? But Master, how do you shoot fire from your hands? If I learn that technique, can I do it too?" Kim glanced at her, thinking to himself, incineration, burning an enemy to charcoal, blinding them with poison gas, paralyzing a man, and drowning him in the sea. He thought, "You're saying you want to learn that now? The stronger you become, the more of your humanity you lose," Kim thought, glancing at John Hay. "When you fully mature, I hope you don't become like me." That was Kim's sincere hope. They arrived at Henatus, the largest port in the Gean Kingdom. Ships filled the docks between tightly packed houses. "Wow," John Hay exclaimed. "I've never been anywhere like this. It's a real port city. Have you been here before, Master?" Just then, she spotted a merfolk in the water. "A demonkin merfolk," John Hay cried, reaching for her sword. Kim stopped her. "Look closer. It's not demonkin, it's aquatic." "Huh?" Kim explained. "Their skin is a tough hide, not scales. And their tail fins are horizontal, not vertical. Those are traits of a dolphin. This aquatic being has a blue upper body, a fish-like lower half, and a dorsal fin," Kim said. "Pay attention. This city is home to aquatics of the marine mammal type. John-hye looked around, seeing a burly walrus man chatting with a polar bear man. The two of them headed toward a building. Phew, I'm a bit overwhelmed, John-hye said. I've seen so many new things. Master, this is the inn we booked. Suddenly, Kim noticed something. You go on ahead, he said. Yes, master. Kim then opened a door marked staff only. Inside, a royal assassin greeted him. Welcome to Henetus. State your purpose for being here. Sightseeing, Kim replied. The assassin produced a card. In that case, you'll be needing this. Your designation is ZL, a 31-year-old, mid-rank knight. It's the lowest rank, but a knight status will make things easier for you. Kim looked at the card. A knight, huh? Guess I need a change of clothes. He then donned armor with a blue cloak. Henetuse was the kingdom's primary trade port. This city has grown remarkably, Kim thought as he walked. All thanks to the Jian kingdom's founder fostering good relations after falling into the sea. Or so the story goes. He recalled his intel. The port was blockaded because of Zeker, and Zeker was the very reason he was here. A legendary giant squid with a massive head, countless eyes, and endless tentacles. In a world full of monsters, it's no surprise that a Zeker actually exists. Kim licked his lips. A creature that massive and legendary can't be weak. It's bound to be useful for my power. Still, something felt off. Kim scanned the area. The Zeker was supposed to be here, yet the port was perfectly peaceful. He even passed a restaurant with a sign. Grand opening. Zeker commemorative menu. Commemorating Zeker? Kim muttered. A waiter spotted him. Welcome, sir. Would you care to try a serving? Yes, I saw the banner outside, Kim replied. Of course. That'll be 5 silver a plate. It's our special Zeker set meal. After Kim devoured 3 plates, the waiter returned. How was it, sir? We'd love your feedback on our new dish. If you participate in our short survey, your drink is on the house. Juice or coffee? Kim sighed. Everything's delicious, just fill it in. But the waiter interrupted. Understood. Our restaurant is a franchise of Tong Get. Kim corrected him. No, it's supposed to be Zen. But the waiter droned on about a famous Santo Kanago restaurant, promising quality service and loyalty points for every visit. Kim shut his eyes in defeat as the waiter boasted. Our chef is a renowned squid specialist and gourmand. For 5 years, we've perfected our signature squid dishes, truly worthy of 3 Michelin stars. Kim thought, this isn't Zen. Should I just throttle this guy? No exaggeration, Kim thought. This waiter is my toughest foe yet. It took 30 minutes just to get to the point. Deep below, a many-tentacled creature stirred. On the calm sea, a voice echoed. A calamity of the deep, nature's check and a devourer of life. As wind swept the water, an orca beastman, Du-Fi, held up a fish. The great destroyer of the ocean. Immense! Something broke the surface. That, Du-Fi announced, is Zen. He tossed the fish toward the massive shadow. A single tentacle snatched the fish from the air. The massive form of a giant octopus slowly rose from the water. It was an orange octopus with huge, round eyes, crying meow. This was Geppy. The crowd on shore awed. So big, and so cute. Screams and coughs. Kim was dumbfounded. He muttered, Zen's a tourist trap? And it's smaller than I expected. It's more like a kitten. Du-Fi stroked Geppy. Good boy, well done. Geppy purred happily meow. Watching this, Kim thought, I came all this way for this? Should have stayed in bed. Then, he spotted a boat racing toward them. The boat drew nearer, closing in on Geppy, who let out a nervous meow. Several figures stood on its deck. They leaped ashore with a thud. A lion beastman and his crew. The lion beastman sighed dramatically, then roared, I am an adventurer from afar. You beasts, he yelled. This time, I demand an answer. The lion and his goons glared at Du-Fi and Geppy. The crowd whispered, What? What's with that adventurer? Du-Fi cleaned his ear. So loud. Can't you just be quiet? The lion snapped. We came for your answer. Enough useless talk. Answer me. What will it be? His eyes flashed toward Geppy, who began to sweat, whimpering. Mia. Du-Fi sighed. No. I already told you I'm not interested. Why do you keep pestering me? The lion snarled. You misunderstand. That's not the answer we want. Du-Fi shot back. You only hear what you want. You never intended to talk in the first place. So why pretend? The lion drew his sword. Correct. If words fail, then force will prevail. You're crazy. Du-Fi cursed. He pointed his blade at Du-Fi. All units, prepare to attack. Du-Fi muttered, confused. But I already answered you. Why is this happening? A fight's no big deal, but it's best to be cautious. Suddenly, Du-Fi's expression hardened. A spear slammed into the boat. "Want this ship intact?" a voice called. "Or should we take it apart, Captain?" 4 seal beastmen had appeared, having already subdued the entire lion crew. The lion growled, "Damn it." Dufai scoffed, "Land dwellers, invading our seas on a ship. You're all nuts. You should have gone to a hospital instead. Gutsy, though." The lion beastmen snarled. "You swimming pig, I won't forget this disgrace," they yelled. "Just you wait, you swimming pigs." And with that, they fled. Dufai watched them leave. "See? Nothing but trouble." He grabbed a fish from a bucket. "Sorry for the interruption, Geppy." Geppy's eyes widened, meowing as the fish sailed through the air. It cried out, missing the catch completely. But Kim snatched the fish, took a bite, and noted, "Hey, this is fresh." Dufai stared in surprise. "Huh?" Chewing, Kim said, "I have a few questions, if you have a moment." The turquoise harbor was filled with anchored ships. The Zen experience had ended abruptly. Kim followed the orca beastman to the docks. "Over here," Dufai called from the pier. Kim glanced around. "This is your office?" "It's unique," Dufai asked. "So, what's your question?" "Right," Kim began. "That lion beastman mentioned an answer. What was that about?" "Oh, that?" Dufai replied. "You saw Geppy, didn't you?" "Geppy," Kim repeated. "The giant octopus from earlier," Dufai confirmed. Kim recalled its big, shimmering eyes. "Ah, those adventurers," Dufai said. "They want to kill that innocent creature. A few months back, the Demon Clan attacked the royal palace. The Demon King's navy was part of the assault. Their fleet was stationed right near the city. But after the Demon King fell, they retreated at once. Luckily, the city remained unharmed. Later, while destroying eggs left by Zegan, someone named Dfi dove into the sea. I found a clutch of eggs. A tiny orange octopus had just hatched from one. It saw me as its parent and has stayed with me since. Gep was just as adorable back then," Dfizo said with fury. "Adventurers attacked Gep, claiming he was a dangerous monster. But I know they had another motive." Kim recalled High Panic's words. "Doesn't the Beastmen Union preach unity for all beastkin? They claim to forbid discrimination and grant freedom to all members, just like humans and elves." That was common knowledge from High Panic, Kim thought. Dfizo spat. "Those land dwellers are no brothers of ours. The Beastmen Union was formed barely 50 years ago. To this day, they still abuse and discriminate against us. Against marine beastmen like my people. We will crush them and take our rightful place in Hendi Tao. We'll join the Jijian Canton Kingdom, and Hendi Tao will become its greatest trading port. Only then can we speak of true equality for all beastkin. 50 years ago, those land dwellers sent envoys to my ancestor." Dfizo trembled, recalling the bitter past. A lion beastman questioned an orca beastman. "Why do you refuse to return to the kingdom?" The orca retorted, "You call me back now that I've found my own place? Don't think we don't see your intentions. You're after the trade port, you shameless fools." The lion beastman rolled up his sleeves. "Then you leave me no choice but to deal with you myself. Men, get him!" But the orca suddenly grabbed the lion by his collar, making him scream. "Wait, hold on." But the orca slammed him down. The lion lost a few teeth, completely stunned, Dfizo recounted. "Since then, they've used adventurers to harass us. They control every commander at the Santo Anomia branch. That man from before is a descendant of that very same lion. The following 50 years have been hell." Kim put the pieces together. That beastman was the descendant of the envoy from 50 years ago, a lion, Dfizo concluded. And that's the whole story. Does that answer your questions, Duke Claus? Intermediate Knight Kim was startled. Kim replied, "So that's why you told me everything so freely. What do you want?" Dfizo smiled. "I'm glad we're moving so quickly." "Then let's get straight to the point," Kim responded. "As you wish. And what can you offer me?" As their boats parted, Kim left. Dfizo watched him go, drenched in a cold sweat. He collapsed right onto the deck. His crew rushed over. "Captain, are you all right?" Dfizo stood, trembling. That night, a seal beastman declared, "Right, we'll tail him immediately." But Dfizo shouted, "No, absolutely do not follow him. I had the same idea, but don't. If anyone gives a foolish order like trying to assassinate him, eliminate them on the spot. He's no intermediate knight. He's a monster." He remembered Kim's imposing figure and the immense power he radiated. Meanwhile, at the port, John Hen clutched her stomach. "Ugh, my stomach hurts. Master's food is so bland. Where are we off to now?" Suddenly, a voice called out. "Could you be Knight John Hen?" She turned. "I am. What is it?" Before her stood a red-haired nun. She grabbed John Hen's arm. "It really is you, to meet you here. The goddess has truly blessed me." Pulling down her hood to reveal cat ears, she exclaimed, "We have a problem, Knight John Hen. It's here. A war weapon from the demon tribe is hidden here, she said with terror in her voice, gripping John Hen's arm. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. A relic left by the demon army is hidden there, John Hen replied. Whoa. Slow down. Let's talk over here. A delicious squid-shaped dish sat on the table. The waiter said, Here is the zen you ordered. Please, enjoy. John Hen stared at the food, thinking, Zen. She asked, Is this relic related to this dish? The cat beastman spoke between bites. It is. The monster Zegan is lurking nearby. And I thought peace was finally returning. But now we face this terrible problem. John Hen recalled. Master said he came here because of Zegan. So it must be here. But the city feels so peaceful. They even have a specialty dish named after the monster. John Hen asked, Did you report this to the church? There must be one here, right? The cat beastman replied, Yes, but the more I explained, the less they believed me. John Hen grew suspicious. The church ignored a missionary's plea? She suddenly had a realization. The cat girl asked, Is something wrong? Why aren't you eating? Oh, it's nothing, John Hen said. What's wrong? Oh, look at that lady over there. John Hen pointed. The cat girl turned around, confused. With a swift chop, the cat girl was out cold. John Hen hoisted her up, ignoring the waiter calling, Ma'am, your drink! Ma'am! But what about Kim's own questions? A vast plain led to a distant fortress. As he walked, he thought, the Gurjan kingdom borders demon territory. That explains why the knights, the very symbols of the kingdom's might, hold such immense power here. The killer whale, Defi, had tried to recruit him. Kim recalled their tense conversation. It was a voluntary offer, yet he'd already claimed his reward. One he would reveal later. Now, about the Gepard, the fastest land animal. But to Kim, they were simply weak and pathetic. He began to transform. The form's stamina was poor. If overused, his body would overheat and his flesh would melt. However, that was a thing of the past. His armor vanished as he became a guepard, combining its structure with the stamina from a dinosaur's lungs and veins. His new paws touched the grass, sweat evaporating instantly to lower his body temperature. His legs and face finished shifting. He now had octopus muscle acceleration and the bone density of a dragon. Finally, the transformation was complete. He blazed across the grasslands. At the Santo Anomia city gates, 2 guards stood watch. Suddenly, one noticed something in the distance. Staring into the distance, he asked, What is that? In a blur, Kim leaped high over the guard's head. He landed on 1 foot and instantly reverted to his human form. The guard stared around, confused. What the hell just happened? So strange. Now far away, Kim recalled Defi's instructions. Following adventurer law, there's no way to enter the guild without permission. But for a criminal investigation, it's different. You have that authority. As you're an intermediate knight, you just have to accuse the guildmaster of spying for allied nations, using these forged documents. Then, those lowlifes can no longer use their influence to run their mouths. Kim had asked, If it's so easy, why not ask someone else? Defi shook his head, replying, No one is more suitable than you. After the Demon War, the senior knight assessments and the reform of the intermediate knights are in total chaos, which is why intermediate knights must go to Heni Didida. Kim couldn't miss this chance while the guild was in turmoil after Giulio Aventure's death, so he'd replied, I'll accept this mission, but on my own terms. In the Adventurers Guild branch in Santo Anomia, the lion beastman seethed. Killer whale Defy, you goddamn sea pig! He slammed the table in fury. The tiger beastman urged, Please calm down. Sooner or later, a scoundrel like him will have to back down. He didn't notice the presence behind him. A blade pierced his back, exiting his stomach, and the tiger beastman choked. The lion beastman barely managed to ask, Who? Before a hand seized his throat. Hoisted up, he stammered, Spare me! He was slammed to the ground. Kim reached for his neck. A crack echoed. Kim smiled at what he now held in his hand. He leaped from the room as an explosion erupted. Minions quickly cast a water spell, shouting, Fire! There's a fire! It's from the guildmaster's room! Extinguish it! By the time they did, the room was scorched black. The crowd gathered around the charred body. Next to it lay a blue orb. They cried out, The guildmaster! Who did this? Kim stepped through the crowd. This could be murder. I'll investigate. Someone challenged. Who do you think you are to investigate? I am intermediate knight, Jack Caldia, Kim announced. A murmur spread. An intermediate knight? Why is an intermediate knight here? Kim approached the corpse. Touching the blue orb, a voice emerged. This is, the crowd whispered. It's a recording device. As Kim lifted the orb, another voice spoke. What are you doing? This is an order from him. You have fulfilled your duties. We don't need you anymore. What? No, that's impossible. Do you know how much work I've put in? The onlookers murmured. That's the guildmaster's voice, and his assistant's. Kim announced, this is irrefutable evidence. Therefore, no further investigation is needed. I used their throats to perfectly copy their voices, he thought. He placed a hand on the floor rug, saying, also there's something here. I coated these in salamander slime so they wouldn't burn, he thought. Beneath the rug was a stack of documents. The crowd exclaimed, it's a folder of documents. Suspected tax evasion? Was the guildmaster a spy? And that establishes the motive for the assassination, Kim thought. Conveniently, the messenger is now dead. Perfect. Meanwhile, a cat beast woman slowly opened her eyes. What happened? Where am I? She found herself tied up inside a round basin. The cat beast woman's eyes fluttered open. She groaned, then looked around, asking, where am I? Her arms and legs were bound tight. Dionhe spoke. Ah, so you're awake? The cat beast woman replied. A crusader? But why are you? Pulling out an iron rod, Dionhe said. I paid a visit to the church. They told me no missionary like you has ever come here. So I went through your belongings and found this. John Hen tossed out the tag. The cat beast woman said, my adventurer's license. Model. John Hen fiddled with the sharp iron rod, continuing, love thy neighbor. Love thine enemy as if they were your neighbor. To the one who strikes my cheek, offer the other. Forgive those who have crushed you time and again. However, never forget those with deceitful hearts. This is the secret decree entrusted to us by the Pope. I don't know your thoughts, nor your motives. But sooner or later, you will tell me everything. With that, John Hen approached the cat beastman with the spike. She cried out, wait! Holy Crusader, please listen to me! A long scream followed, as something splattered the wall. At the E1 Daily, Anomia Branch's head reporter, Mattel Fenza, he was writing an investigative report on the recent case. This is a statement from Ja, an intermediate knight and Anomia investigator. Regarding the Adventurer Guildmaster's assassination, he dipped his pen. The case was closed. The Guildmaster was a spy for the demi-human nations. An issue with information management arose, so he was eliminated. Silenced for good. The culprit is likely the assistant, who is now missing. But if that's true, there are too many contradictions. The killer tried to leave no witnesses, yet left incriminating evidence behind. He wrote with intense focus. Also, parts of the Guildmaster's body are still missing. Furthermore, the window was broken from the outside. There were too many suspicious points. Lost in thought, he didn't notice the shadow behind him. The royal assassin slowly reached out. As Matteo kept writing, the garrison came to that conclusion after their own investigation. But I will expose the truth. I swear it on my name as a journalist. Outside, the royal assassin was speaking with Kim. I don't understand it. Julio Aventuraya knew spies had infiltrated his group. So why did he try to hide it? Kim replied. Because his guild meant more to him than his country. The royal assassin said, you sound confident. What else do you know? Kim replied, nothing. I know the same as you. He thought of Julio. Just as I abandoned my own morals and conscience to achieve my goals, to become the ultimate being, he must have prioritized his guild's growth over national security. He then said, still, I don't get it. Why would he pour his time and resources into such a mediocre place? The royal assassin responded, I see. In any case, I will report this to His Highness. I also silenced the reporter who was about to leak a rather startling rumor. He thought back to Matteo. Kim said, understood. Thanks to you, I won't have to deal with that nuisance. The royal assassin replied, of course. Until next time. Then. Kim stood for a moment before saying, I should head back now that things here are settled. He dashed across the grass. Kim transformed back into a leopard, speeding across the plains. He mused, after devouring that tiger beastman, my understanding of feline traits has definitely increased. The werewolf I ate was canine, so it only helped me learn to run on all fours. Suddenly, Kim froze. Wait a minute. In the next moment, he tripped over his own feet. Kim tumbled across the grass, crashing hard into a boulder and cracking it. Kim thought, the first demi-human-like creature I ate was a werewolf, the lowest demon born from a mutant. Beastmen are a different life form, while werewolves are demons. Yet their powers stem from the same source. This means werewolves are compatible with canines. Also, werewolves don't wear clothes. But tiger beastmen wear clothes like humans, and they are compatible with felines. Both of them perfectly unify their two aspects. Other demons aren't like that. Kim recalled the various forms of demons. To compare, merfolk are bananas and insectoids are geraniums. One is delicious and yellow, the other is beautiful and red. They're both plants, but totally different. Meanwhile, werewolves are chili peppers, and beastmen are bell peppers. They're both plump and hollow, like a demon's mouth. If you cut them open, they don't look all that different. So what is the difference between demons and beastmen? Kim shook the dirt from his fur. All right, I have no other choice, other than to eat more of them. He began running again. Soon, Kim arrived at the inn in Hinidatao. He pushed the door open. John Hen, covered in filth, turned and said, "Oh, master, you're back?" "Yeah," Kim replied, eyeing the grime on her. John Hen shoved the bathroom door open. The cat beastman inside whimpered, "Help me!" She was also covered in filth, an iron spike piercing her shoulder. John Hen said, "She's an adventurer disguised as a missionary. She tried to use the church's authority to eliminate Zik. In the past, I wouldn't have been able to control my power, and I would have sent her straight to her grave. But thanks to your teachings, master, I restrained myself. So after subduing her without injury, I proceeded with the interrogation." "I did well, didn't I, master?" In southeast Haniditi's forest of no return, a lone campfire burned brightly. Kim sat by the flames, thinking he was usually freer with his jobs, but this one was rushed. John Hen returned, carrying firewood and prey. "Master, I found more wood," she said, approaching. Kim thought, "It's all because of this idiot." He remembered his words to Di Fei of the CL Knights. "I know I owe you, but isn't this going too far? Kidnapping someone in daylight, interrogating them in a non-soundproof room, and they're from a major guild." Kim asked, "My apologies. How long to make this incident disappear?" Di Fei replied, "It'll take half a year for this to die down. This case made big waves. I'll delay the investigation for as long as I can, so you need to disappear. Fast." Back at the fire, he thought, "Who knew we'd end up as fugitives like this? I should check my reward for this job." Kim reached into his side pouch and pulled something out. A giant sea serpent. An ocean python. Kim pulled a massive blue snake from his pouch. Kim eyed the hissing serpent. "I thought I'd spend weeks at sea for this. Luckily, this mission provided." He took a large bite. Chewing, Kim noted. "The meat is tough, and I'm guessing it's venomous too. Sea snakes don't usually grow this large, but it's worth consuming. This will be useful, since I still can't swim." John Hen suddenly asked, "Master, I just realized, why don't you ever eat cooked food? Is it because you can only eat things raw?" Kim glanced at their meal. Cooking takes time, and the smoke attracts attention. As long as I can digest it, cooking is pointless. John Hen remarked, "So I guess you don't care about flavor." Kim thought, "Actually, cooking also makes it harder to absorb abilities from what I eat." 5 minutes later, John Hen was sound asleep. Kim glanced at her while chewing. She passed out right after eating. How simple-minded, he swallowed. Suddenly, his ears twitched. "Who's there?" The royal assassin emerged. "It is I." Kim asked, "What are you doing here?" "You said we'd meet after I left this forest." The royal assassin answered, "The situation has changed. An elf has appeared." Nearby, a wrecked carriage was ensnared by vines. A silver-haired elf in blue armor scouted the area. Their eyes glowed with a faint green light. Elves are silver-haired, pointy-eared creatures of the forest. The elves of Umode continent are much like the ones from legends. However, with their long lifespans and innate talent for magic, they easily master spells, making them arrogant, with pride as high as the heavens. It's why Kim says the only good elf is a dead one. The royal assassin said, "I see. But this elf's identity makes it impossible for them to be friendly." Kim asked, "Their identity?" The royal assassin explained, "They're a candidate to be the next elf monarch." Kim processed this. So basically, royalty. Someone on the level of a prince or princess. Kim recalled the words from the temple. "Offer the heads of the 4 races kings upon the altar, and a new world's gate shall open." Kim thought, so elves are one of the 4 races. I wonder what will become of those. "Valuable heads," Kim asked. "Then why would a noble heir come to this forest?" The royal assassin replied, "Their target is likely the Hydra, a massive, 3-headed serpent." Meanwhile, Elf Prince Dudan ventured deeper with his attendant. The toxic miasma grows stronger, he thought. He pressed onward. His attendant pleaded, "Prince Dudan, I beg you, reconsider this path. Hunting the Hydra alone is far too dangerous. Its venom drives nearby creatures into a frenzy, twisting their attacks into something monstrous." He pictured the 3-headed beast and continued his plea. The beast's combat power is already immense. In the last 100 years, only one person has ever managed to slay a Hydra. Only the Wolf Adventurers, led by Julio Aventera, and everyone but their leader was killed in the attempt. Dudan gritted his teeth. "Attendant, why do you keep repeating facts I already know? Are you a broken record?" Because it truly is that dangerous, the attendant insisted. Prince Dudan countered, "You clearly fail to grasp the gravity of my situation. That's not true. I speak because I understand." Dudan sighed. "Fine. If I turn back now, what happens then?" The attendant stammered. "Well, as potential heirs to the throne, much like yourself, there's Elim and His Highness, Lasut." Dudan cut him off. "Stop. Lasut is worthy because he wields the incredibly rare magic of time. Elim has a string of brilliant diplomatic victories. In my situation, survival isn't even a consideration. I'm merely 200 years old. Besides our shared bloodline, I have nothing in common with them. I may not know who will be king, but I know for certain who cannot." The attendant replied, "Even so, this is far too reckless. We have to go back," Dudan said. "My mana has reached its limit, but if we retreat, we'll be failures," the servant sneered. "It's time you grew up. You've never known a single victory. That's your destiny." Dudan shot a cold glare at the servant. He replied, "Yes, I understand." The servant asked, "You finally get it?" Dudan's face hardened. "I know you won't follow me any longer." He unleashed magic toward the servant. Water surged from his feet as he stammered, "Prince." Thorny vines erupted, binding the servant's arms and legs. He cried, "Wait, Prince, this is no joke." Dudan turned away, saying, "Didn't you also say things I couldn't just dismiss as a joke?" The servant screamed, "Prince, please wait." But a thorny vine shot from his mouth, silencing him. He could only make muffled sounds. Meanwhile, Kim and John Hen were moving through the dark forest. Reading a book on the high des, Kim said, "It's not just animals that turn feral from its poison, plants do too. They'll swing iron-hard branches to hunt prey. But without water, they become dormant. A water magic user could drain the moisture for a safe zone." Kim closed the book. "That's why I plan to fly over." John Hen observed the trees. "The plants aren't attacking us." Kim replied, "That's right. In fact, they seem to be making way for us." Kim touched a thorny vine and asked, "Where?" He listened quietly. "An intruder is on the other side," Kim said. John Hen asked, "Are you talking to the trees?" "More like reading their thoughts," Kim replied, withdrawing his hand. "These toxic plants share a collective consciousness, and I can use the abilities of conscious beings," John Hen remarked. "That sounds complicated." Kim watched the black worms in his palm. "Greedier than Ferris, always clinging to you like an octopus." He glanced at the woods and thought, "These trees have a wavelength similar to the field I use to control my parasites. Perhaps that's why I can perceive their actions." Kim heard and felt what the trees saw: danger, pointy ears, magic, and withering roots. "Over there," he thought. Kim saw Dudan, the rising water, and a vine bursting from the servant's mouth. Kim processed the information. "A pointy-eared intruder is drying our roots with magic. They're asking for help." Pointy ears means an elf. Root drying is water magic. As per your intel, it's Prince Dudan of the Elf Kingdom. So how should we approach? Behind him, John Hen was eagerly writing. The war heroics of Sir Kim. Even plants corrupted by the curse of the High Des were moved by Sir Kim's heroic aura, and they gladly showed him the way. Not far off, Dudan stumbled through the thorny vines. He thought of his two siblings. "My life has been one failure after another. From the strongest elf bloodline, a powerful user was born. Dudan was a prodigy with water magic. He was the crowned prince who commanded water, but after his twin siblings were born, his life fell into ruin. His crown fell and shattered into pieces. His younger brother, Lasut, was a rare talent who possessed time magic, able to control its very flow. His younger sister, Elim, resolved the kingdom's threats by her mere presence. She was a brilliant child. Compared to them, Dudan's powers and achievements were nothing. He had nothing. His crown was already broken. Dudan thought of his servant. "All I had was a useless flatterer." A vine suddenly snared his leg. He was dragged under water. Soaked, he sat on the ground and thought, "Even now, I'm still dwelling on that. I tried to prove myself by defeating the High Des, but now my mana is completely gone. It seems constantly using water magic pushed my mana past its limit." The thorny vines were reaching for him. Dudan dug his hands into the dirt. "My life was steeped in inferiority. I came here to destroy that, but this is all I could accomplish." He watched the vines approach, his servant's words echoing. "Grow up, Prince. Aren't we used to failure? If you've never won, it's destiny." Those words shattered Dudan as vines coiled around his arms and legs. He thought, instead of struggling for a few more hours, isn't it better to just accept death here? Tears fell from his eyes. The moon shone down as the vines tightened, but suddenly, a figure appeared. They landed before Dudan, severing the vines with a slash. A voice asked, "Need help?" Dudan looked up at the man. Who are you? Before Prince Hypanic lay a proposal to cut adventurer subsidies and amend adventurer law. The prince slammed his seal onto the draft, his fury palpable. He glared at it, wondering why the foolish nobles weren't imposing harsher sanctions, and their resistance. He considered it. Pushing them too far could make them dangerously desperate. A rebellion from powerful adventurers would be a massive headache. The prince sighed, deciding to slowly shackle them all. What fools. Just then, his attendant entered. He brought a cup of tea. Hypanic took a sip and said calmly, "You've worked hard." He then asked, "How goes the mission?" The attendant reported, "Sir Kim has contacted Prince Dudan, as you planned. He was wearing our kingdom's knight armor." Hypanic felt a wave of relief. The attendant asked hesitantly, "If Prince Dudan actually stops the Hydra, do you think he could become the next Elven king?" The answer was a resounding no. Hypanic believed that no matter the outcome, he could never be king. Not even if he slayed a dragon. He mused that Dudan's sympathy for their kingdom was useful. It would simply benefit them in many ways. Seeing his attendant's confusion, he explained, "Political foundations were laid, but survival comes first." At the thought, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. The prince knew if his plan failed, that monster would tear him to shreds. Back in the deep forest, Prince Dudan was on his knees, ensnared by poisoned vines. Kim simply reached out a hand, saying nothing, and yet, the plants recoiled from the prince's leg and retreated. Prince Dudan was stunned, thinking to himself, he can control plants corrupted by the Hydra's poison. Once Dudan was on his feet, Kim introduced himself. "I am Knight Kim of the Gorgon Kenton Kingdom." "Are you injured?" Prince Dudan gave a slight bow. "Thanks to you, I'm alive. I express my gratitude for saving me." Kim paused for a moment, then asked, "Are you truly an elf?" This puzzled Dudan. "Why do you doubt it?" Kim explained. "It's nothing. I'm just surprised. You're different from what I've heard about elves. I was told they look down on all other races." Kim knew a bit about their kind. Their lifespan is 1,000 years, far longer than any others. To them, other races are like children. Moreover, if they lack pride in their exceptional magic, they are considered a corpse, not an elf. An elf like that would never show gratitude to another race. Hearing this, Prince Dudan understood and let out a laugh. He thought, "I'm no different from the elves he described. But after 200 years of being compared, anyone's pride would run dry. And that's me." But the prince didn't explain, saying only, "I know all about the rumors you've heard of my people, but I am different. The rest of my kin are exactly as you say. In fact, some are far worse." Just then, Joan Hippet rushed over frantically, crying out, "Master, where did you go?" she asked. But before she could finish, poisoned vines shot out, gagging her. The vines coiled around her limbs, immobilizing her. Kim saw this and thought, "What are you doing, you idiot?" With a flick of his wrist, he commanded the plants, "Release her!" Instantly, the vines let go. The tendrils retreated, letting her collapse to the ground. She was terrified, thinking her life was over. That's when she saw Prince Dudan standing before her. She recognized him as an elf. Getting up, she spoke cautiously. "A pleasure. I am Joan Hippet, a holy knight of the theocracy. And you are?" Prince Dudan bowed slightly again. "I am Dudan of the PL family. A pleasure to meet you." Joan Hippet asked, surprised. "The elven prince? What are you doing here?" Prince Dudan remained courteous, placing a hand on his chest to express his gratitude again. "Knight of Gorgon Kenton and holy knight of the theocracy, without your help, I would have perished here." Just like Kim, Joan Hippet was astonished. She thought, is this guy really an elf? They aren't supposed to be like this. And a prince, being this polite? I guess my view of elves was far too one-sided. With introductions over, the prince hesitated. "Since you've saved me, may I ask for one more favor? Please, help me defeat him." The request left Kim speechless, judging the prince for having no shame. At this plea, Kim stepped forward. "What a coincidence. I was also looking for some help." He then asked, "Could you explain your special ability to me?" "No," Prince Dudan explained. "I command water magic. It's best for defense and controlling the battlefield. It's less for attack, and more effective on aquatic beasts like the Hydra." "And you two?" Kim answered bluntly, "Brute strength and transformation." His hand then morphed into a monstrous green claw. Sharp, black claws illustrated his power. Prince Dudan asked, sounding concerned, "I know you can transform. You can even become a dragon, but the Hydra rules the water. Will that not be a disadvantage?" Kim added, "I can become a sea serpent. And poison doesn't affect me," the prince noted anxiously. "But sea serpents are saltwater creatures. This lake is fresh. unless I make the water salty. Kim agreed. I'll handle the direct assault. The two had reached an accord. This was far better than forced teamwork. Not wanting to be left behind, Jeonhen quickly asked, Master, what about me? Kim already had a plan. Of course, you have a critical role to play. You'll handle the minions. With that, they moved toward the Hydra's lair, Jeonhen trailing behind. Staring at their backs, she thought, this isn't like the hero stories I imagined. Something's missing. She clenched her fists, her fantasy crumbling. Like Sir Kim sacrificing his life to protect his master. The very prince he swore loyalty to. And the prince returning to avenge his fallen knight. She glanced at them again. She shook her head. Nothing like that here. Lost in thought, she realized they'd reached the Hydra's lair. It was a vast lake. Raging currents formed a massive, dark whirlpool churning in its very center. Let's begin, Kim said, then asked the prince. How long do you need to prepare? Dudan seemed confused. Kim clarified. The simple things that need doing. The prince understood, focusing energy into his palms. Raising his hands to the sky, he chanted, Kapmak Hajia, praise the might of El Pitusran. The prince's eyes blazed. Brilliant magic circles appeared in the night sky, making even Kim's jaw drop. Instantly, the murky lake began to transform. The darkness sank, and the water turned a brilliant blue. This disturbance awakened the Hydra. A colossal, three-headed serpent burst from the water, shocking them all. It let out a world-shaking roar. All three heads had terrifying, blazing eyes. Just then, minions appeared behind them. They were ferocious bears and timber wolves. Jeonhen spotted them first. Master, I'll handle the beasts out here. But Kim and Prince Dudan were already gone. A powerful gust of wind rushed toward the Hydra. The beast seemed confused by what was happening. In an instant, one of its heads was sliced clean off. It was the dragon Kim had become, launching a surprise attack. The beast soared into the night sky. It coiled beneath the bright full moon. Damn, I look good, the dragon thought. One head down, Prince Dudan witnessed the entire display, carefully observing the dragon form Kim had taken on. He analyzed. His movement is limited in water, but those teeth and fangs are draconic, a soft-bodied creature, like the Hydra can't resist. The prince broke into a sweat. That's true transformation. Now, back to the fight. In his dragon form, Kim was studying his opponent. After taking down the first serpent head, the dragon decided to target the others. But suddenly, two new heads sprouted from the severed neck. Seeing this, the dragon grew thoughtful. It understood. Cut off one head, and two more grow back. Just like in the movies. Staring at the two new, snarling heads, he wondered, how can a head, a complex organ with a brain, regenerate that fast? Its regeneration is insanely fast. He wondered if the effect applied to the Hydra's entire body, or is it just limited to the heads? With that thought, the dragon charged the Hydra again. All right, he thought. Time for more research. The Hydra was ready for this next assault. All its heads let out a piercing screech, their eyes blazing with savage intent. The dragon's observation was sharp. It used its agile body to weave between the serpent heads. In a flash, the dragon cleanly severed all four heads. The Hydra staggered, but instantly, two new heads sprouted from each neck. The dragon kept observing the Hydra's body. It seemed its regenerative ability had no limit, but the number of regenerated parts seemed limited. The heads clearly regenerated the fastest. Regeneration slowed from the neck to the torso. The Hydra attacked first, its terrifying jaws snapping. It struck from above as the dragon calmly thought, let's see how far this goes. Then, he moved swiftly. Dodging a vicious bite, he coiled around the Hydra's neck. As one head dove down, he launched himself up, facing a sea of fanged maws ready to devour him. Kim shifted back to human form, weaving through the colossal heads. Without pause, he dove into the highest serpent's maw. Grabbing its jaw with one hand, he transformed his other into a mantis shrimp's limb, smashing it down on the serpent's skull. The devastating blow tore through the skull, cleaving through the heads beneath it in a single strike. Kim landed gracefully on the ground, a perfect superhero landing after vanquishing his foe. Severed heads rained down around him. But the Hydra just grew more, an uncountable swarm sprouting forth. Every head lunged at the unfazed Kim at once. To counter this onslaught, he began to transform. His nails sharpened as veiny wings grew larger, rougher, and turned a venomous green. He snatched every lunging head and tore it apart. None could reach him as his claws easily severed each one. He scoffed, let's see how long you can last. The Hydra shrieked before collapsing into the water. Every one of its heads was now severed, floating lifelessly on the water's surface. Kim stood amidst the carnage. He realized after the third head, its body was too light to support them, losing all balance. After the 42nd head, its regeneration finally stopped. Suddenly, a clicking sound from behind drew his attention. It was John Hen. She had already taken care of the Hydra's underlings. Prince Dudan approached, bowing to Kim. "I owe you a great debt. I swear I will repay it. Truly the kingdom's greatest knight." Kim's gaze was ice cold. "We simply shared a common enemy. Think nothing of it. I'm only here for my own reasons." Hearing this, Prince Dudan didn't press the matter. "In that case, you need not concern yourself with my intentions. I will repay this debt on my own terms." The prince then used magic to collect a few heads, adding, "I'll just take these." Taking the serpent heads, the prince turned to leave. "Until we meet again, Knight Kim." John Hen spoke from behind. "That's the first time I've seen an elf bow to anyone." Kim agreed. "And for me, only the second." John Hen remarked that elves will never bow, unless being baptized at the Church of the Goddess. If other elves were half like him, it would be great. He fought with us, and his personality isn't so bad. It'd be great if he became the Elven King. Kim replied. Prince Hypanic said so too, but that's an impossible dream. Just then, he noticed the Hydra's bear and wolf minions, already taken down by John Hen. John Hen's cheeks flushed with joy at Kim's praise. "Your fighting prowess is nearly on par with a saintess." She let out a joyous thank you that echoed through the entire forest. Meanwhile, Prince Dudan returned to the Elven Kingdom. He paraded with 3 serpent heads, basking in cheers for slaying the Hydra. The prince smirked triumphantly. Finally, an achievement to rival theirs. Now, I will be the next in line for the throne. Suddenly, a dragon's corpse crashed down right beside the prince in the middle of the Grand Plaza. The prince was shocked to see the crowd gathered there. Suddenly, a roar went up. Prince Juice has slain a dragon. Seeing the crowd celebrate Juice's feat, ignoring his own victory, Prince Dudan gritted his teeth. "You've got to be kidding me." Back in the forest, Kim and John Hen remained behind. Kim lounged in a tree, munching on a Hydra head with one hand while studying a document with the other. Below, John Hen gathered the remaining heads. Kim focused on a report about a mountain fort in Marquis Bosque BD's territory. Chewing loudly, he tossed a bag to John Hen, telling her to put the rest inside. After devouring the head, he could now morph his hand into one like the Hydra's. He announced, "Time to head for the mountain." Kim mused that the Hydra's head wasn't truly a head. He could see inside it. Eyes, a nose, a mouth, but no brain. The head's bones were jointed like a human arm, with the brain at the center of that skeletal frame. That's why the heads could regenerate so fast. But he wondered if cutting one off would make 2 grow back. He decided more research was needed on this creature. After all, he had consumed its flesh and gained its power. A short time later, at the mountain fort in Marquis Bosque BD's domain, 2 guards stood watch on the wooden ramparts. Suddenly, 3 massive fireballs streaked across the sky. The fireballs slammed into their fortress, triggering a huge explosion. Before the roaring blaze, they saw the hulking shadow of a monster. The monster charged directly toward the bandits inside the fort. The campfire's glow revealed the beast's form, a grotesque fusion of many different monsters. Its arms were fire-breathing dragon heads, its tail massive. Sharp horns crowned its head, and spikes bristled from its shoulders, a truly terrifying sight. This was the monster Kim had become. The bandits screamed in terror, "A monster!" before turning to flee for their very lives. The monster raised a fiery arm, its voice echoing, "Run! You can't escape your fate anyway." A jet of fire instantly incinerated one bandit. A lucky one-eyed man dodged, his face pale as he whispered in fear, "Divine punishment! It's divine punishment! A messenger from the goddess, sent to destroy us." The hooded bandit screamed, "Don't be absurd. The goddess wouldn't send a monster like this." They spurred each other on, still trying to escape. Just a little more to the castle's second barricade. We'll find help there from the others. But their hope was shattered. When they reached the barricade, a massive hole had already been torn through it. The one-eyed man touched the gap, wondering how it was made. Then, he peered inside and saw a scene of utter carnage. His comrades were all dead, their bodies torn limb from limb. There, a second monster stood. It was John Hen, smaller but with muscular arms, sharp fangs, and huge, terrifying eyes. She casually finished off their last ally, then turned to the 2 survivors with a smile. "Ah, we have more company." As she slowly approached, the one-eyed man shuddered. "I'm getting chills." Then, he heard a sickening squelch. The hooded leader had just stabbed him in the leg. As the one-eyed man collapsed in agony, his former leader fled. He thought to himself, "I'm sorry, but I have to save my own skin. Please, stay alive long enough to be a decoy." But his escape was short-lived. He slammed into a massive figure and froze. knowing exactly what he just hit. He only had time to cry out, "Goddess!" before it became his final word. Amid the blazing camp, John-hen tossed the bandits into the flames. Not a single one was left alive. Her work done, she cheerfully reported to Kim, "Master, it is finished. We've wiped out every bandit in this region. The people here can finally live in peace now, right?" Kim replied with a satisfied look. "Indeed. You've done well." At his praise, John-hen's eyes lit up brightly. Then, Kim noticed the human arm John-hen was still holding. That was unnecessarily brutal, he thought to himself. The master was conflicted. Was he human or a monster? He remembered his own transformation, a similar stage in his past, but seeing John-hen's monstrous form made him uneasy. A wolf can only wear sheep's clothing for so long. Shaking off his thoughts, he spoke. "Still, it hasn't shown up, has it?" John-hen looked at him, confused. She answered cheerfully, "Oh, if you mean the bandits, they're all gone. That was the last of them." "No," Kim clarified. "The bandits were never our primary target. I thought that if its entire food source vanished from this area, it would finally appear." John-hen was shocked. "Food? Master, are you saying the bandits were its food? Monsters that gather in packs and prey on humans?" The thought made John-hen break into a cold sweat. But Kim remained calm. "There is only one monster that preys on humans. Recently," he explained, "someone spotted a manticore in this area." John-hen questioned the plan. "But is this wise? If it turns its sights on the village, innocent people will die." Kim agreed. "If that happens, we'll get more information from the eyewitnesses. It just means finding the manticore will take a bit longer. There's no real difference." But John-hen pressed on. "What if it has already devoured everyone who's ever seen it? Or what if it attacked the village only once and never returned?" This logic gave Kim pause. He was about to respond when a new voice cut in. "And at that point, would you burn down all the nearby villages?" The voice came from a creature lurking in the shadows behind Kim. Both he and John-hen were completely stunned by its presence. It continued, "Why don't we end this here?" as it slowly stepped into the light. Now, they could finally see the manticore clearly. It was massive, bearing the face of an old man with a long, white beard. It also had a thick lion's mane, the body of a beast with sharp claws, and the venomous tail of a scorpion. Its eyes gleamed with an eerie light as it spoke. "The fire you've started here is not nearly enough." Facing the beast, Kim recalled a passage from an old bestiary. "If you encounter a manticore, you must flee at all costs. It is the only path to survival." The manticore stood before them, a horrifying chimera of many different creatures. The head of a man, the body of a lion, the tail of a scorpion. Like dragons and hydras, it was believed to be a creation of the goddess, crafted by referencing the creatures of the earth. A mythical beast whose favorite meal was fresh human flesh. This camp, in the lands of Marquis Bosque, was a place where bandits constantly gathered. For a manticore, there was no better place to find a lavish feast. But John-hen's scream shattered Kim's thoughts. She tried to draw her blade, but her hand was frozen, unable to grip the hilt. "What's going on?" she wondered. A bizarre sensation washed over not just her, but Kim and Manti as well. Kim remained calm, staring up at the manticore. His first instinct upon seeing it was a primal urge to devour it, and yet, he felt no desire to destroy it. The manticore then spoke, "I meant to bring suffering to those who defiled my hunting grounds. But strangely, seeing you, I no longer have that desire." Kim realized Monty felt the exact same way. John-hen remained frozen in place. An unspoken force coursed through her body, suppressing her will to attack it. Her hand, gripping the hilt, was drenched in sweat. Could this be empathy? The manticore scraped its claws on the ground. "Finish your business first, then return to me." With that, it retreated into the forest's shadows. "Tomorrow, at this very hour, I will be waiting for you." The beast's form vanished completely into the night, leaving only the piercing glint of its eyes. The next day, Kim met Prince High Panic's attendant in a narrow alley. The man put a hand to his chest, apologizing. He said, "This was a duty that should have been ours." Kim was already dressed in his combat attire. Kim replied, "There's no need for an apology. I did this because I wanted to." The attendant continued, "Insisting would be a greater dishonor to you. You've worked hard clearing the 72 camps at Boss KBD." Their short talk ended. Kim returned to the road where John-hen waited. Seeing him, she cheered. "Master, you're here." Kim said softly, "Sorry to wait. Let's go." The two continued their journey, their next destination being the 6th camp at Boss KBD. Darkness had fallen when they reached the rendezvous point. Amidst the desolate land, a lone figure sat waiting. Though its back was turned, it spoke as they approached. "You've arrived. Seeing only a silhouette, Jonhen asked, "Is that the manticore?" The figure slowly rose, turning to face them. "Yes, that is me." The moment she saw its face, Jonhen was shocked, speechless. She pleaded with Kim, "Master, what is this?" Even Kim was confused. "What is that face?" he asked. The manticore stepped forward calmly. "What? Are you surprised? You should be." It smiled, "Because this is your face." Dim light showed the manticore's face. It was Kim's. Kim asked quietly, "You can mimic me too?" Manti pushed a makeshift chair towards Kim. "First, take a seat. This conversation will not be a short one." Kim eyed the chair with hesitation but sat down nonetheless. He crossed his arms. "Now talk." The manticore began its tale. In this world, a goddess existed from the very beginning. And when creating this world, the goddess referenced many life forms, mostly from a planet called Earth. All the animals and plants, every race within every species, were brought into existence. This included monsters from imagination, and even monsters that existed in reality. Manti paused. "If it's you, then you would know what that monster is, right?" Kim answered quietly. "I suppose so." Hearing this, the manticore spread its arms wide. "Very well. Let me properly introduce myself. I am the manticore. My other name is Test Subject Dupe V, 0.0 Beta, one of the goddess's experiments." At the name Test Subject, Kim knew instantly. That was his designation on Earth. He was a fugitive, wanted across the world for his many crimes. The manticore interrupted his thoughts. "You are a monster the goddess chose to recreate in this world, and I am that recreation." Before testing the shape-shifting abilities of others, the goddess aimed to fuse the bodies of different species, and thus, Z was created. However, her subsequent creations were all failures. They possessed mixed abilities like the Ziffin, and they could even reproduce. But the original's most crucial ability, the power to consume and replicate, could not be reproduced. While the goddess faced constant failure, the manticore was created in the form of a human. Its body could only shift into feline animals, but its head could take the form of a primate. "My tail cannot completely vanish or transform, but it can replicate anything that it consumes." Jonhen cut in. "Wait. Manti is a powerful monster, but this is the first I've heard of such an ability." Manti explained, "I'm special. The Manti you know are my descendants. They did not inherit my full power." Then, it lunged at Kim, ready to strike. "Aren't you the same original test subject?" Kim calmly replied, "You are clearly my son, but all you inherited was my human form. You received none of my actual abilities." John Hyen froze at his words. She stammered, "Wait, master, your son? You were married?" But Kim's reply was curt. "That was a long time ago." John Hyen was stunned, unable to process the thought of her master having a family, let alone a son. Mantico asked, "I will stop here. Do you have any other questions?" But Kim just crossed his arms. "The timeline doesn't add up. I was born about 30 years ago. This world is barely 2 years old, yet you." Mantico understood before Kim could even finish. It confirmed, "Correct. I have lived here for 1,000 years. But this world was created by the goddess. The world we speak of isn't just this continent." Its eyes flashed. "It is this entire universe. No, it encompasses time and space itself. An existence that transcends all human understanding." Kim pressed on. "Then how do you know all of this?" Mantico's answer came, "I am not the only one. Those directly created by the goddess, the first-generation creatures, all knew her reason. But only I survived." Kim grew curious. Had Mantico met others of its kind? The answer, of course, was yes. There were creatures it called kin, both before and after. Mantico rested its chin on its hand, saying, "However, I don't know where they are now, or if they're even alive. Some of my winged kin could become reptiles, amphibians, or ephemera. To grow stronger, they entered dungeons and were never seen again." Kim pondered this. Reptiles, amphibians, ephemera, snakes and frogs, falling into dungeons. So that disgust he felt was for its own kind. Kim had one last question, and Mantico seemed generous. It said, "You can ask more if you like. What is it you want to know?" A terrifying glint appeared in Kim's eyes as he slowly asked, "How many of your own kind have you devoured?" Suddenly, a scorpion tail lashed out to strike Kim, but he caught it with a single hand. Mantico's eyes were now ablaze, its scorpion tail fully revealed. It flashed a grotesque ear-to-ear grin. Tilting its head like a puppet, it asked, "How did you know?" Mantico began to transform, its face darkening with bulging veins. It asked smugly, "Do you understand now?" Kim signaled for John Hyen to fall back. Turning back to Mantico, he said, "I can sense it. Your power. It's not perfect. There's something unnatural about you surviving this long on just normal food," he continued. As power gathered in his hand, unless there was a special meal, one that could shatter your limits, he leaped into the air. He appeared right behind Mantico, his hand a monstrous claw as he thrust it forward, but it dodged, narrowly avoiding his attack. It listened intently, knowing he hadn't finished. Kim added, "And the moment I saw you, I thought, how delicious." Mantico laughed, calmly rising. It declared, "I want to completely possess you." For 1,000 years, that hunger has never faded. Its body began to warp. Its back grew massive and muscular. Sharp, serrated fangs jutted from its jaw. It was determined to devour Kim. It mused, "It is a pity to bid farewell to my kin, but the joy of perfection will ease that sorrow." Kim stood before Mantico's monstrous true form, completely unafraid. He asked, "How did your kind taste?" Mantico replied with glee, "The most exquisite flavor." It licked its lips with a long, forked tongue. "And you look more delicious than any kin I have ever eaten." Kim thought to himself, the bond of kinship, the joy of reunion, the sorrow of tragedy. But even his own rage cannot defeat instinct. A storm of complex feelings surged within, but they all felt meaningless. As he thought, his own body transformed. Sharp spikes erupted from his shoulders, head, and ears. A reptilian tail and draconic hands appeared. He charged toward Mantico, mouth-watering. His body was overcome by a primal hunger. Kim and Mantico flashed past each other in an instant, but in that moment, both had taken a bite. Kim tore a chunk from Mantico's bicep while it ripped a piece from his waist. They paused to savor the meal. Then, Kim smirked triumphantly. "So this is how delicious it is. I understand. If I just keep eating." Mantico refused to be outdone. Its deep, black eyes locked on Kim. "Of all the kin I've eaten, none can satisfy me like you." As expected of the original, it let out a joyous laugh. So complete, a perfect kinsman, the ultimate delicacy. With that, one of its arms transformed. It morphed into the limb of a great bird. It said with satisfaction, "Thanks to you, my power has once again broken its limits." Once more, Kim began to change. One eye turned solid black, a purple glint mirroring the manticore's. He sneered, "A chicken in a cat's body. You look exhausted. Why not stay still and let me devour you?" The manticore mused, "I'm already full. Am I losing my hunger?" But it still lunged straight for Kim. It bared its sharp teeth and roared, "Time for your eternal slumber." Janhai watched the fight from a distance. She froze. Why are they fighting? They're clearly the same species. Their goal isn't a fight to the death. It's about food. She realized the manticore was a ruthless monster that preyed on humans. Eliminating it here was the right choice. Janhai clenched her fist, conflicted, but the manticore is the ancestor of all monsters, and her master is its prototype. Furthermore, he's not even from this world. How could she report this to the church? Janhai stood frozen, watching the two clash. Her thoughts were completely captivated. A battle of cruelty and depravity, a savagery a holy knight shouldn't admire. Yet for Janhai, it was the ultimate peak she one day hoped to reach. The battle was like a scene from myth. As a result, her inner monster grew, releasing her suppressed reason and patience, and she was growing stronger. The sight was captivating, but Janhai had a duty to perform. As a holy knight, she wasn't human, but a cleric. Outside, the manticore and Kim continued to tear into each other. The manticore complimented him, "This flavor is much better than your kind." Then it unleashed a cloud of gray smoke. The smoke enveloped it, hiding it from Kim's sight. Then, small fish shot out from the mist, flying right at Kim. Kim quickly blocked with his tail as the fish bit into it. He observed them, first thinking it was a dungeon core ability, but he reconsidered. This power came from eating a priest. Kim realized the manticore evolved by eating his flesh. Dragging this out was too dangerous. Another wave of fish swarmed towards him. Kim tilted his head back and unleashed a great torrent of fire. The manticore, unafraid, charged directly into the flames. This caught Kim by surprise. The manticore landed hard, its weight shattering the ground below. As Kim hovered in the air, he thought, "I can't devour their abilities." If that's the case, he decided to attack again. He dove downwards, his eyes blazing with resolve. Kim thought, if so, maybe a crazier method will work? The manticore and Kim continued their face-off. The manticore blocked with its scorpion tail as Kim raised his dragon hand. He had to remove that annoying tail first. He lunged forward, decisively severing the scorpion tail. As Kim landed, the severed tail fell with him. The manticore showed no signs of pain. He roared and attacked again. As he faced the manticore, it grinned at him, a terrifyingly sinister grin. Kim was shocked. The severed part had grown a fishtail and was lunging at him. It pierced straight through Kim's abdomen. The blow distracted him. The manticore seized the chance, attacking with its avian claws. Kim dodged back, but the manticore still shattered both his horns. He retreated, grabbing the scorpion tail. Without hesitation, he ripped it from his body. He held up the tail as the wound in his stomach began to close. Feeling no pain, he asked the manticore, "Are you even worthy of my power?" Witnessing this, the manticore spoke. "This immortal body, can it be silenced?" It's not an interesting power, Kim thought. Just as expected of a 1,000-year-old being. He couldn't match its application of powers. So, he immediately bit into the scorpion tail in his hand. The manticore lunged, roaring. "No, give that back!" It slammed its avian claw down on Kim's head, but he quickly tilted his head aside, dodging the blow. The close encounter brought them face to face. He immediately used his dragon hand to choke the manticore's neck. The monster gagged, struggling to breathe as drool dripped from its mouth. Just then, the manticore's main tail approached the severed piece. The manticore attacked Kim with its tail, forcing him to let go. Both then opened their mouths, fire gathering within. They glared at each other, then simultaneously unleashed beams of fire. The two blasts met, creating a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, both the manticore and Kim were still standing. Kim hesitated slightly, his eyes on the tail. The manticore admitted, "That felt like I was about to die. The original is truly powerful, as expected." It then lunged at Kim again, threatening, "This isn't the end, is it?" It attacked with its restored tail and avian claw. He stood his ground, blocking with his hands. But he knew his dragon scales couldn't take the punishment, so he jumped backward, retreating for the moment. But the manticore's scorpion tail rapidly grew to a gigantic size. It quickly caught him, slamming him to the ground. The manticore was stunned, asking, "What in the world did you consume? My tail has never been this massive." It reveled in its new power. Staring at Kim, it sneered, "Are you still breathing?" Kim glared at the sky, recalling the tail's dinosaur-like power. The manticore slowly approached him. It snarled, "Tough, but this is the end." It licked its lips, eyes glowing. "I will devour every last piece of you." With that, it thrust its sharp scorpion tail at Kim's chest. But strangely, the moment it made contact, the tail froze. The manticore flinched. Kim smirked victoriously. "Losing your strength already?" Kim knew the poison was spreading. The manticore gasped for air, sweating. "You coward," it hissed. "You used poison, and this poison isn't from this world." Turns out, when Kim bit its tail, he injected a deadly toxin. Pufferfish venom isn't a skill. It simply couldn't handle a toxin from Earth. As the manticore reeled in pain, Kim lunged. "Cowardly? Don't use that word in a war for humanity." Kim relentlessly clawed the manticore with his dragon arms. Defenseless, the beast's monstrous parts were torn from its body. Pieces flew everywhere. Kim asked coldly, "Any last words?" The helpless manticore muttered, "Ah, right. A last will?" It never imagined being the one giving a will. It had always been the one to listen. It wondered, what? Say something nice to my devourer? After a moment, it chose its final words. A final testament designed to leave a bitter taste. Its eyes flashed. "I am Bishop, test model V0 3.0 beta. The last of my kind I met was also named Bishop. Test model V0 9C7 beta final. Is the model closest to 1.0. And it bears the title, Final. That was nearly 50 years ago. So it wouldn't be strange if the next version is already active." Its eyes flashed a final time. "You are not the only one," it warned, before collapsing. Once it was over, Kim reverted to his human form. He stepped forward to consume the manticore. Suddenly, he paused. Why is it so quiet? Normally, that kid would be praising the legendary Mr. Kim and making a scene. He turned, but Jaewon was gone. Only a letter remained on the chair. He picked up the letter. It began, "To my master. Master, the kingdom ahead." Suddenly, a voice from behind stopped him from reading further. It was the prince's attendant, running toward him. His face was grim. "Sir Kim, it's a crisis. The adventurers are in revolt." Meanwhile, the sun shone brightly over the Gorgon Cantina kingdom. Kim sat in Prince Hyponic's office. Thoughts of the manticore still swirled in his mind. We were similar in many ways, and I was even stronger in some. But over thousands of years, it consumed far more creatures than I have. It could wield the memories and personalities it absorbed. It could think and act exactly like a human. Kim remembered its special skill. It could swap its brain with another's, yet maintain its own personality. Even while inhabiting another's persona, it could revert to its true self at will. Thousands of years had forged that power, allowing it to master its flexible use. He gazed at his hand, thinking, by consuming it, I've gained those skills as well. Though the knowledge from its 1,000 years was gone, he closed his eyes, recalling Jaewon's letter. Prince Hyponic's voice broke his train of thought. Hey, my friend. Does this mean you can switch to a whole new personality now? Kim confirmed it was true, causing Prince Hyponic to exclaim, by all the gods and devils. The prince broke into a cold sweat. He was already a monster, and now he's become even more terrifying. Anyway, the prince said, returning to the matter at hand. Let's get to the point. You know why I summoned you, don't you? Kim sought confirmation. You said the adventurers are causing a disturbance, correct? He tilted his head, his voice turning chillingly low. So, where should I start burning them from? Prince Hyponic quickly intervened. No, why would you say that? We'll kill them, of course, but not yet. The prince explained. First, we'll use them to eliminate the lords who annoy me. Once they've angered the populace, we can justly crush them. Kim crossed his arms. Knew it. The prince leaned back, smug about his clever plan. He then reminded Kim, still, don't drag it out. A swift, decisive victory is always best. And hearing about your new ability gave me an idea. Of course, you'll be handsomely rewarded. Meanwhile, at the Santodaga Adventurers Guild, Mo stood before his furious brethren. Starting next year, our funding is being cut by 90%. Can we stand for this? It's outrageous. We must kidnap a noble and force the prince to redraft the budget. He raised a defiant fist. We will reclaim our rights as adventurers. The adventurer Maiden stood among the crowd below. But amid the roaring cheers, he was silent, lost in thought. So we're heading straight for the palace? Maiden's eyes flashed. His chance for revenge had finally arrived. This burning need for vengeance began months ago, in the bustling port city of Starkvis. At the time, Maiden was just a half-blood teenager, half demon, half human, dreaming of becoming the 7th demon general. He was hauling cargo when the tragedy struck. Fire rained down from the heavens, incinerating the port. Maiden looked up and saw a dragon we would later know as the transformed Kim. Its appearance threw everyone into a state of panic. People fled for their lives, and Maiden was among them. He raced for the buildings, but the massive dragon descended first. The structure crumbled in the blink of an eye. Maiden saw everything, even a human arm among the ruins. Beside it lay a shattered lollipop. There was no doubt. It was his little sister. Blinded by rage, he snatched a sword from a nearby crate. With a furious roar, Maiden leaped toward the dragon. He plunged the blade straight into the beast's head, but the sword shattered, not even scratching the dragon's scales. Maiden was thrown violently to the ground. The dragon hissed, then unleashed a torrent of fire right at him, engulfing his body. Only his charred head and torso remained on the ground. But inside him, a furious rage burned for his lost family. That absolute rage awakened a hidden power within him. Maiden thought of his port co-worker, Deng Chao. A light suddenly flared from where his heart should be. It surged through the veins of his scorched remains. New limbs began to sprout from the ashes. Through transformation, he was reborn as Chao, triggering a massive evolution. Muscle strength, vitality, and intellect all surged. Maiden's body was now fully restored. But since Chao's form was weak to fire, the regeneration wasn't perfect. Permanent marks remained on his body. The burn scars. Maiden walked to the ruins, sifting through the debris before falling to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. He slammed a fist into the ground, his knuckles white around a piece of rubble. He silently called out to his poor little sister. Mizon. The necklace clutched in his hand brought him back to the present. He remembered hearing that a prince had returned, riding atop a red dragon. That dragon had to be part of the hero's team. Maiden's eyes glinted. He had to kill that wretched beast. Milo's announcement snapped him back to attention. He was sending reinforcements to the Santo Azus region. Vino Mino. Step forward. A lizardman appeared, a spear slung over his shoulder. With a hand on his hip, he announced, I'm an adventurer. Rank B. Vino Mino Cadente. A pleasure. Milo told the crowd not to be shocked by his appearance. Vino Mino was a rare dragonkin among the lizardmen. One look was enough to understand the name. Maiden watched him silently from the crowd. He looked just like the dragon that had stolen everything from him. They were two alike. On stage, Milo continued. Though he comes from afar, he is an adventurer just like you. Treat him well. The moment Milo finished, Maiden shot onto the stage. Drawing his sword, he charged Vino Mino, screaming, I have to kill you now. Vino Mino was startled but reacted instantly, countering Maiden's attack. The blow sent Maiden into darkness. When he finally awoke, he was lying in a bed, with Milo standing over him. Arms crossed, Milo asked. "What was that all about? I was in the middle of a speech, and you pull a stunt like that?" He fumed. "I've been covering for you with the guild, and this is how you repay me? No matter how much you hate Dragonkin, you'll always lose. Got it?" Maiden struggled to sit up, but Milo had already turned to leave. He only added, "Your reward money is being cut for this. Consider it your punishment. We have a major mission next week. Try to get along with the new members." Maiden watched him go. Only then did he notice Vino Mino standing by the door. The lizardman spoke first. "Sorry for knocking you out. It all happened so fast, I couldn't control my strength." With that, he stepped forward, offering his hand in friendship. "How about we try that introduction again? I'm Vino Mino Cadente, from Santo Azus." Maiden ignored his hand, answering bluntly, "I'm Maiden." Vino Mino awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. "Ah, people where I'm from have heard of Maiden the Blackguard, so that's you, huh?" Maiden was already on his feet. He brushed past Vino Mino and commanded, "Follow me," his eyes gleaming. "If we're going to be a team, I need to test your strength." He thought to himself, Dragonkin, a cursed race. Vino Mino faced off against a massive monster. He raised his weapon, spinning it into a great whirlwind that kicked up a cloud of dust. The monster seemed confused but charged into the cyclone anyway. But when the dust settled, Vino Mino was nowhere to be seen. He was already behind it. Vino Mino raced up the monster's spine, launching himself high into the air. He drove his spear straight down, plunging the sharp tip right into the monster's eye. The beast shrieked in agony. Vermin retrieved his spear, shouldering it. Standing on the corpse, he let out a breath and spoke. "First, I'll do this my way. The way we do things back home." He then turned to Maiden. "Appraiser, the score?" Maiden's reply was short. "Pass." Internally, he thought, "He's strong." Vermin leaped down, laughing. "You've got jokes." A marble basilisk. He licked his lips. "I wonder what it tastes like." Maiden broke into a sweat. "Did you say, eat it?" Anxiety churned inside him. "What is that lizard man doing? This is a problem. Is he sane?" "Then," Vermin explained, "defeat your foe, then consume its flesh and blood to inherit its power." As he spoke, he sliced off the monster's hand with his spear. Taking a bite of the flesh, he continued, "It is the tradition passed down to the warriors of Rutmat." Days later, at the Adventurers Guild, Maiden leaned against a wall, reflecting. He'd reached a conclusion about the new kid. Vermin Josedente was a good person. He'd seen him volunteer for jobs that everyone else was too scared to take. He treated everyone with sincerity. There was no doubt. He was a good man, despite his orc-like features. But there was one other thing that annoyed Maiden. Right now, Vermin was with Mugo, asking, "So someone in there used a golem, right? See? I told you so." He then looked up, mouth agape, and declared, "Mugo and John Mito." They burst out laughing. "Oh man, you're hilarious." Maiden grimaced as he watched the whole exchange. So annoying, he thought. So much for their unique sense of humor. Mito and Vermin were splitting their sides with laughter. He didn't get it. What's so funny about that, these idiots? But it seemed the three of them weren't entirely alone. An unseen, mysterious presence was watching. It was Kim. He stared intently at Maiden, his mind racing. So that's Maiden. A man driven by a maddening rage for Zero Dragon. Kim recalled what Zero Dragon had told him. Everything he said was true. Kim couldn't remember everyone he'd killed, so such grudges were foreign to him. Even if my greatest enemy stood beside me, I wouldn't know it. How absurd, he concluded. Still, there's something different about him. Something not quite human. I need to observe him more closely. I can't yet confirm if he is one of us. And with that, Kim's presence vanished completely. Just then, Maiden walked past their table. Mugo called out, "Ah, you're here. I hear you two are getting along great." But inwardly, he was thinking, when is he going to attack me? He pushed a small chest forward on the table. "I'm entrusting this next job to you two, Vermin and Maiden. It's happening late tonight. Be discreet. Here's the intel on the guards." That night, Maiden and Vermin set out, hooded figures leaping silently across the rooftops. They infiltrated the citadel of Lord Dam. Inside his chambers, the Lord was sound asleep. A bright light flashed in his face. "My lord, it's time." The Lord woke up, completely bewildered and confused. A sharp blow to the neck sent him into darkness. "What? Who?" Maiden and Vermin quickly stuffed the Lord into a large sack. They slung him over a shoulder and slipped away. Back at the guild, they found Mugo's room. Too easy, right? As the door swung open, The first thing they heard was Mugo's cursing, followed by a cup shattering against the wall right next to Maiden. Mugo was furious inside the room. He roared, "You worthless trash! I told you to be silent and not wake a single soul." Maiden and Vermin exchanged a confused look. Mugo finally realized who they were. Still furious, he managed to speak. "Ah, it's you two. My apologies. You handled the job perfectly and quietly." Vermin asked, "What's going on?" Mugo began to explain. "As I said, this operation was a coordinated effort among all 11 branches nationwide." His face grew redder with every word. "But more than half of them didn't handle it quietly like we did, and the rest of them." Before he could finish, someone burst in. "Guildmaster, we have a huge problem. Count Sombro is dead. The team at that branch beat him senseless. And then they killed him." Mugo froze in disbelief. How could they? How could they actually murder a nobleman? He grabbed his head in despair. Kidnapping was one thing. There was room to negotiate, a way to smooth things over with the culprits. His hands trembled on the table. But murder is a different story. You can't negotiate for a man who's already dead. Then, he saw the Lord slung over Maiden's shoulder. An idea sparked. A demand for negotiation. The Dama family must guard the Baron well. But under no circumstances can you allow him to be harmed. Still, he was furious. He slammed his fist on the table. Why? How in the world did it come to this? Flashback. A few days prior, at the Geojiankan Imperial Palace, we returned to a conversation between Prince High Panic and Kim. The prince revealed the intel. 11 lords were assassinated in the rebellion. He declared this was his chance to rearrange their positions. Of all the lords, the prince noted, only Baron Dama was worth saving. The man was far too useful. But his disobedience is a flaw. Intimidate him, but do not kill him. Kim understood the order perfectly. As for the other lords, the prince's order was to kill them all. That was days ago. Now, back to the present. Mo gathered the adventurers, preparing to leave. From behind, Maiden called out, "Guildmaster, why am I not allowed to go?" Mo explained, "Negotiating with Baron Dama is our top priority. If he's taken from us, we lose all leverage." He glanced at Maiden and Vinko. "You two are the strongest here now. Protect this place." With that, he led the others out. Left behind, Maiden seethed with frustration. "If I can just meet the prince, I can find him." "I have to meet the prince." Vinko noticed Maiden trembling with rage. He asked, "The prince, you say? You mean the prince of the Gojian kingdom?" Vinko mused, chin in hand. "Right. The hero of the war against the demon tribe. I'd like to meet him too, but he won't show up for the first negotiation. If negotiations go well, maybe then." Maiden clutched his precious necklace, calming himself. "That's right. I can't be impatient. I'll wait for the next negotiation." Vinko saw the resolve in his eyes. A glint appeared in Vinko's eyes. He had his own ideas. The talks concluded. Maiden and Vinko waited with a few others. Suddenly, the door burst open. Mo strode in, yelling, "We're celebrating tonight." Before anyone could react, a feast was underway. Later, Maiden sat just behind Mo. He overheard Mo talking. The palace envoy was surprisingly reasonable. At first, the tension was unbearable. I thought it was all over. But both sides agreed to each other's terms. Hearing this, Maiden felt a pang of anxiety. He thought, so things were resolved more smoothly than expected? If this keeps up, I might join the next talks. Then, I could meet the prince face to face. Suddenly, a jug slammed down beside him. Why the long face? It was Vinko. "A party like this is rare," he said. "You should enjoy it. Have a drink." But Maiden refused. "I must decline. I can't drink." Vinko explained. "I know. So I brought you water instead." He left the jug, adding, "Try to have some fun." Maiden lifted the container and drank. "I've lived for 17 years, he thought, and I've never even tasted alcohol. But after one sip, he froze. He pulled tiny, strange fragments from his mouth. What is this stuff? Meanwhile, Baron Dama was awake, remembering the night 2 adventurers captured him. Furious, he roared, "You filthy adventurers! How dare you imprison a nobleman in this hovel? When I get out, I'll bring my army for your heads." Just then, a hooded figure entered the room. The Baron flinched. "What are you? You look like some kind of ape." The stranger simply replied, "I'm here to tell you something." The Baron scoffed in anger. "Tell me something? How absurd. I won't forgive you, adventurer scum, for this." The figure replied calmly, "Count Siombero is dead." The Baron couldn't believe his ears. "You should be careful, Baron," the figure warned. "Adventurers can be quite aggressive." Breaking into a cold sweat, the Baron warned, "Hey, that's enough." "Very well," the stranger replied. "If you die, Baron, Then all of us adventurers will die too. But if we die, you might still live, right? With that, the figure turned to leave. I hope you value your own life. The Baron trembled with rage. Is this man insane? Kill a nobleman. He never noticed the dregs in the water he'd just finished. Tiny particles, identical to what Maiden had just consumed. Outside, the hooded figure was deep in thought. It was indeed our agent Kim. He thought, I am not a man who is easily frightened, but something that directly affects the brain is different. I've been seeding that water source with parasites for a while now. The preparations were complete. Days later, at the second negotiation, Maiden and Vinko stood watch from the high walls. Vinko spoke. The second negotiation is finally here. It felt like forever. Hope it all goes smoothly this time. Resting his weapon on his shoulder, he asked Maiden, Anyway, are you all right? Your eyes are completely bloodshot. Right. You've been on watch for nights straight. Maiden replied, It's fine. This is nothing to me. Your scales look a little dull though. Vinko just laughed. Don't worry. This exhaustion is nothing, compared to when my first child was born. Maiden was shocked. He had no idea Vinko was a father. Of course, Firmino explained. Rudmat warriors must have children before they're allowed to leave. Hearing this made Maiden think of his sister. How could anyone just abandon their family? It's the truth for the Lycan Dragon tribe, Firmino continued. A sudden scream shattered the air, startling them both. From the camp below, Mo was sprinting for his life, screaming in terror. Open the gate! Hurry up! Behind him, a massive knight in full armor gave chase, sword drawn. What? Firmino gasped in shock. Weren't the negotiations going well? The knights raised their swords. Magic circles flared at their tips, aimed at the wall. Fireball! A terrifying torrent of flame shot directly toward the wall. He's using force? Firmino asked in disbelief. The wall was burning. The knight's fire alone couldn't breach it. But it seemed the wall was coated in something flammable. A massive explosion suddenly echoed. The wall completely collapsed, lost in a sea of smoke and fire. After some time, a voice called Maiden's name. He opened his eyes to see Firmino, his spear now blood-soaked. Snap out of it, he urged. Maiden, confused, asked, What happened? Firmino explained the wall fell, and chaos erupted. The adventurers went berserk, turning violent. No one spoke, as if they were possessed by ghosts. He tried his best to stop them, but alone, he was completely powerless. Firmino turned away. I'm going to find the guildmaster. He's the only one who can calm this mess. It's dangerous here. You should escape too, he told the dazed Maiden. You said you had something to do, right? Good luck, Maiden. Maiden recalled how just a few soldiers had destroyed the entire wall. That's my enemy's strength. He could feel the immense power gap between them. His hands trembled, even before meeting Starkfist. In the Adventurers' Guild room, Mo was huddled in a corner, trembling and holding his head. He was lost in thought. This can't be happening. Something wasn't right. Why did I act so recklessly? Firmino burst through the door, shouting, Guildmaster, are you all right? What happened out there? Mo kept clutching his head, blaming himself. I knew something was strange. I ruined the entire plan. I just wanted to keep my people out of this rebellion. So why did I kidnap a noble and negotiate in secret? Why did I agree to such a foolish plan? A mysterious voice echoed from behind. Because you deserve all of it. Mo spun around, startled. Who's there? His face darkened as he began to sweat. The mysterious voice spoke again. Because you deserve it. It continued. Mizo Ozo Fizo. You're no Julio Aventura, but you have more foresight than any other master. Mo stuttered. What? Who are you? Who is it? I'm going crazy. But Firmino saw no one else in the room and heard nothing. Master? He asked, bewildered. The voice tormented Mo. Once you submit, the Drua branch will easily fall. So, I'm counting on you. Mo desperately asked. Are you another personality inside me? The voice replied. No, you are another personality of mine. Though you can't remember, I have already eaten and absorbed you. Suddenly, Mo felt a sharp pain. A piece of his ear was gone. Just like this, the voice whispered. In agony, Mo saw blood vessels bulge as he slowly stood up. Master? Firmino asked. The guild members are panicking. Suddenly, Mo's head transformed into a snake's, striking at Firmino with its gaping, terrifying mouth. Faced with those horrifying jaws, Firmino was completely frozen. The snake's mouth snapped shut, but Maiden had rushed in, tackling Firmino to safety. You want to die? He yelled. Why were you just standing there? He then threw Firmino straight through the wall, shattering it completely. As they fled, Firmino demanded, I told you to leave. Why did you come back? We're a team, Maiden replied. We survived together. Hearing this, Vermino thanked Maiden. I know you don't like me. Why did you end up saving my life? He asked, stunned. He continued. So, what do you think? Maybe we should start a guild together someday? But then, long tentacles shot out, piercing straight through Vermino. He screamed in agony. It was Kim. One of his arms transformed. He retracted the tentacles, a power combining a mantis's foreleg with an octopus's tentacle. It's pretty strong for a first use, he laughed. Where are you going, Maiden? Don't you have anything to say to me? Maiden froze. What? Who are you? The answer made his eyes widen in horror. Starkfist's dragon. Starkfist's dragon. It's you, he roared. As he spoke, he transformed, one arm bulging with veins and muscle. He charged Kim, sword drawn. His power surged from his transforming arm and the coat of the legendary adventurer, Julio Aventura. Determined to avenge his family and his kind, he yelled, I'll make you pay for everything. But before he reached Kim, tentacles shot out, piercing his head and neck. After consuming Mantico, Kim gained 3 new powers. First, his abilities were enhanced, synergizing with his overall strength. Second was the ability to recreate memories and personalities. The same power he once used on Eldergill. This stemmed from Mantico's vast accumulated experience. He raised a hand, examining his fingers. He had now taken a monstrous form. The third skill let him shapeshift body parts into various forms. This transformation felt perfectly natural, stemming from Mantico's innate physical traits. As he devoured Madan's flesh, he wondered if cannibalism maximized the physical changes. So, what if I eat others of my kind? Curious, he tried eating more, but nothing further happened. His gaze fell on a necklace Madan had cherished, lying in a pool of blood. The conclusion: Madan wasn't one of his kind. His transformation only copied the man's basic abilities, so he couldn't be a true kinsman. Kim pondered. Kinsman. What defined one of his kind? Then, he thought of Joan Hand. He pulled the letter she left for him from his pocket. With the battle over, Kim met Prince Hypanic. In a carriage, the prince read Joan Hand's letter. The letter read, Master, something big is happening in the Hoden Canton Kingdom. As a royal knight, you'll be involved. However, I am a holy knight of the theocracy. I cannot interfere in another nation's affairs. So this is where I must bid you farewell. I believe our fates are still intertwined. By the goddess's grace, we will meet again someday. Signed, your disciple, Joan Hand. The prince finished. So? It's just a simple farewell letter, he thought. I expected something more serious. Kim replied, the content isn't the issue. The timing is. Kim explained, she left this before we knew about the rebellion. The prince broke into a sweat, realizing, that means the theocracy has real-time intelligence gathering. Could it be? The prince clutched the letter. Divine retribution. He recalled the ruling class who exploited the people. The goddess strips them of their right to rule, forcing them to pay for their sins. The prince turned to Kim. You remember, don't you? Kim replied. We've discussed it before, Prince Hypanic continued. But we both know the goddess isn't really like that. It's all just how the system built this world. Unbelievably, it has nothing to do with humanity. Kim listened thoughtfully. He didn't need to speak. The prince understood. Clutching the letter, Hi, Panic said. Exactly. This isn't divine retribution. It's the theocracy's doing. They're the only ones with the means. The prince held his head, sweating. First, Julio Aventura's influence. Now the theocracy. Kim thought grimly. If the theocracy has that kind of technology, this won't be easy. But a clash with them is inevitable. This kid is why I was summoned from Earth, through that altar. Kim then asked, Can you handle them? The prince admitted. Honestly, I'm not so sure. Kim crossed his arms. I mentioned it before. I can reproduce the memories inside another's mind. His eyes flashed. And all the knowledge the goddess possesses is now inside my head. Do you know what that means? Of course, Prince Hypanic understood completely. Kim smirked. Then rest easy. Even if you break our deal, I won't, the prince replied tensely. I have no intention of betraying you. And I haven't been idle, either. The carriage stopped. They had arrived at a grand castle deep in the woods. Kim said, Introduce it. Prince Hypanic declared proudly, Welcome to the Royal Institute of Technology, Sir Kim. They stood before the institute. The prince explained, This is where we've been analyzing the Demon Kingdom's technology. Kim gestured aside. Isn't this place important? It looks a bit chaotic over there. The prince looked and saw 3 people arguing with a guard knight. The knight declared, This is a secret facility of Hoden Canton. You need the prince's permission to enter. But the 3 of them persisted. They were denied entry, flat out. And that's where the trouble began. The official reason was new technology being developed. The instigators were from the dwarven race. One, with a long golden beard, roared, "If that's so, tech experts like us should have free access." The prince gritted his teeth. These damned hairy fools. He approached the commotion and asked, "Aren't you the envoys from the Evermy Republic?" The gold-bearded dwarf instantly recognized the prince. With a warm smile, the prince asked, "Is there a problem?" Standing behind, Kim thought, "The Evermy Republic is the nation of the torch? So these are the infamous dwarves? The most vital part is the brain, and I already possess the Torch King's memories. It's incredibly useful to have access to memories in this world." The golden-bearded dwarf greeted the prince. "Ah, your highness, it's been too long. We don't understand this ban. Surely you'll let us pass." Prince Hypanic maintained his friendly mask, smiling lightly. "The guard is simply doing his duty. How about we step aside for a moment?" The golden-bearded dwarf readily agreed. He pressed a small button on his neck, saying, "Humans greatly value courtesy." In an instant, his heavy armor retracted, revealing his true form. He was incredibly small and stout. He signaled his comrades, and the other two dwarves laughed, shedding their armor too. Once all three were completely disarmed, the golden-bearded dwarf asked, "Is this better?" Kim observed this, thinking, "I see. Is that some kind of advanced mech suit?" In a world of horse-drawn carriages and foot travel, this was truly revolutionary technology. The prince smiled triumphantly. "Of course. Allow me to lead you in." Then, he called out, "Guards!" The golden-bearded dwarf crossed his arms, satisfied. As expected, the prince is a reasonable man, but he was the one who failed to understand. The prince's command was not for entry, but to seize the three dwarves. Instantly, they were bound, and knights dragged them away. The golden-bearded dwarf erupted in fury, shouting, "You deceiver! Prince, what is the meaning of this?" But the prince simply replied, "Deceiver? Didn't you wish to see our research facility? Our holding cells are also a subject of our research." With the dwarves handled, Prince Hypanic led Kim inside. As they walked, Kim asked, "What was that about?" The prince explained, "They're torch envoys, and notoriously curious." The prince guessed, "It seems they came to learn about the demon race's engine that uses no magic." "A steam engine?" Kim guessed. And he was right. In their land, engines required magic stones to operate. The prince pushed open a door. "The obstructions should be cleared by now. Let's proceed." The doors opened to a vast workshop, where technicians were assembling countless steam engines. Kim looked on with surprise. "Oh, these are nearly ready for practical application." The prince tapped his own head, saying, "Indeed. Those with knowledge from Earth always rise to the top. Even without being an expert, I can acquire such knowledge." As he spoke, the prince stomped his foot, and a hidden mechanism whirred to life. The prince told Kim, "But I didn't bring you here just to see this." They were now on a platform, descending deep underground. The prince asked him, "Do you know how many people in this world believe in the goddess?" "The vast majority, I'm sure. But in a war with the Holy Kingdom, countless traitors would rise from within our own ranks." As the prince finished speaking, they arrived. The doors opened. Seeing the sight before him, Kim froze. "Is this why you created them?" Before him were countless humanoid figures, their brains grotesquely enlarged and exposed, all of them chained to the floor. They had no awareness, only emitting beast-like growls as drool dripped from their mouths. The prince explained, "I didn't create them, not exactly." He walked among the creatures, adding, "This is the product of the first king's mad inspiration." Then the prince turned to Kim. "Are you familiar with Leucochloridium paradoxum?" Of course, Kim knew. It's a parasite found in snails. It seizes control of its host and commands its actions. The prince said, "I heard this world has a version that parasitizes primates. My initial plan was to harvest it from monkeys, improve it, and then implant it into human subjects." Hearing this, Kim's mind raced. The creatures looked unnervingly like the parasite he had eaten. Could it be one of the same? The prince continued, "Through this brainwashing technique, I will eliminate all traitors. This inspiration will solidify my position." He casually tapped the exposed brain of a chained subject. To have this power and not use it, wouldn't that be foolish? While there are still flaws to work out, it's still in the research phase. I expect we will resolve all the problems soon enough. This time, the prince has acquired a large number of test subjects, and is also hunting down adventurers plotting rebellion. The prince smiled, pleased with his grand design, the ability to change people. With this, I will become a powerful leader of the elves, recognized and revered by all. The next day, the three dwarves were released. The gold-bearded dwarf seethed, completely powerless. Prince Hypanic faced them, saying, "That is forbidden. But as our guests, I will permit you to tour the Institute's exterior." The prince warned them, Do not step inside, even by mistake, or I'll have no choice but to lock you up again." The gold-bearded dwarf signaled his companion. The moment the prince finished, the dwarf grabbed him, yelling, "Forgive us, your highness!" With the prince restrained, the gold-bearded dwarf bolted for the door. He declared, "No amount of jail time can curb my curiosity." He threw the door open and froze, stunned by the sight before him. Steam engines filled the room. "This is absolutely magnificent," he gasped. Just then, Prince High Panic appeared behind him. "I did warn you." The gold-bearded dwarf bowed his head. "My apologies. But before he could finish, the prince had knocked his two friends out cold. Then, he fell to his knees, begging for his life. "You can imprison me for as long as you want. Make me do anything. Just please, let me join your research. This is what we've been searching for. Divine energy, without magic stones." The dwarf pleaded, "Please, please," annoying the prince. The prince sighed. "If you insist so desperately, I have no other choice. I plan to publicly announce this technology next week anyway. So stop and get up." Hearing this, the dwarf shot up, grabbing the prince's hands in gratitude. But the prince had his own scheme, thinking, "You will never know what my true focus is." The prince thought of his army. "You'll never know what lies beneath. Not even as your king's head falls." In the demon territory, the Geojiankan exploration team was hard at work. Suddenly, a man found a lever hidden behind some rocks. His curiosity piqued, he pulled it without hesitation, causing the ground to tremble violently. As everyone panicked, a massive fissure opened in the earth. A gigantic machine then rose from below. The tremor was immense, reaching the demons hiding in the forest. Back at the palace, Kim was discussing matters with High Panic. High Panic revealed his plan to unify the divided nations. Kim felt it was an unnecessary and complicated goal. High Panic disagreed. 5 races, elves, beastmen, lizardmen, dwarves, and humans, coexisted on the Aomo continent. He explained that at first, all 5 races sided with humanity against the demons. But after the Demon King fell, they all turned on each other. As factions grew stronger, so did the competition. The goal was to unify the races, but humanity itself was fractured into many nations. High Panic stared directly at Kim as he spoke. To achieve this unity, the current leaders would have to be eliminated. Though the powers had grown, none were yet strong enough for a full-scale war. High Panic pointed to the map. First, they would conquer the demon territory. Then, unite the human nations into one block by taking down their leaders. High Panic was brimming with confidence. He told Kim, "This world is mine. My calculations are perfect, unless a weapon of mass destruction appears." Kim thought the move wasn't bad, but he still had concerns. When asked, Kim didn't hesitate to speak his mind. Usually, when villains boast about a flawless plan, something unexpected appears and ruins everything. Hearing this, High Panic thought it was a joke. "That only happens in novels," he said, suppressing a laugh. "This plan is obviously going to succeed." He confidently told Kim that the goddess's gift to him was knowledge of the future. "My plan is foolproof. Every step has been calculated, so there's no need to worry." Just then, a subordinate burst in with terrible news. The team in the demon territory had found ancient ruins. They were perfectly preserved and terrifyingly dangerous. It was the worst possible scenario. High Panic's confidence from moments ago completely vanished. Unlike him, Kim was calm. So, a perfectly preserved ancient civilization had appeared. High Panic was sweating, trying to compose himself. He ordered more royal guards to the ruins, ensuring no one could get inside. His top assassin was shocked. Demon remnants had already been spotted at the site. Approaching the ruins, High Panic tried to calm the situation. They could easily handle some demon remnants. Besides, they wouldn't have the knowledge to operate such ancient technology. But things weren't that simple. His assassin reported that the remnant leader was an archaeologist, and the ruins had already been activated. A massive demon horde erupted, far exceeding their initial numbers. Hearing this from the royal assassin, High Panic was struck with pure terror. Kim listened calmly, even scoffing at High Panic's hollow guarantees. Losing his composure, High Panic smashed his teacup. He then awkwardly begged Kim for help. Hearing this, Kim could only sigh, speechless. High Panic broke into a cold sweat. He believed Kim could handle this with ease. Kim just stared at High Panic's pathetic display, lost for words. Kim wondered, should he just devour him? High Panic clenched his trembling fists, thinking of the goddess. This time, the goddess had failed. He blamed the goddess for not warning him of hidden dangers. She had granted High Panic knowledge of the future. However, any knowledge not vital for that future was erased. The ancient ruin was deemed unnecessary. If High Panic hadn't overexploited the demon territory, the ruin would have stayed hidden. He had truly dug his own grave. At the Demon King's city, where the ruin appeared, countless demons now swarmed. They arrogantly drove humans from their land. The soldiers stared in disbelief at the sheer number of demons. Just then, a demon leaped into the air. Dagger in hand, it moved to send a soldier to his grave. Meanwhile, elsewhere, rows of demons were sealed in containment pods. Another demon gazed at the sight, completely astonished. In such a short time, they had cloned an entire army of demons. He praised the absolute genius of Bidan. This was the leader of Stackfit's vanguard. Bidan gloated. This is a great weapon, passed down from the Demon King. It is called the Mass Replicator. With this machine, they would never run short on soldiers. Bidan let out a wicked smile. Stackfit's blade was ready for the demon's second great war. Just then, another demon interrupted Bidan's celebration. He thought a new ruin had appeared, but he was wrong. This demon was battered and broken, bringing terrible news. It was about Stackfit's dragon. Outside, as demons charged into battle, a dark purple mist suddenly filled the air. It was Kim, in the form of a massive dragon with serpent-headed arms. He spewed fire and poison, cornering the demons. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a metal-clad object landed beside Kim. He wondered if it was some kind of warship. Kim then reverted back to his human form. Immediately, the royal assassin appeared, handing him a communicator linked directly to Hypanic. After Kim took the device, the assassin vanished. He then quickly rushed inside the nearby warship. On his way, Kim encountered 3 demons, including Bidan. One of Bidan's lackeys accused Kim. He claimed Kim was the dragon who wiped out their soldiers. He called Kim Stackfit's dragon. Hearing this, Bidan erupted in fury. He moved to interrogate Kim, but was suddenly ensnared by his tail and lifted into the air. The 3 demons were stunned. Kim felt lucky to have found them so soon. He transformed in an instant. Moments later, the 2 demon subordinates were completely annihilated. As for Bidan, he received the honor of being devoured. Kim then began to absorb Bidan's memories. Thanks to this, he found his way to the laboratory. Kim saw rows of demons held within large pods. He recognized it as cloning technology, a technology not of this world. Moving to the next room, he easily pried open the reinforced door with his bare hands. The room was filled with advanced machinery. This felt less like a ruin and more like technology from Earth. Kim noticed a small screen nearby, displaying English text. His attempt to input information failed. Suddenly, the situation felt eerily familiar, reminding him of his time on Earth. Back then, he was an expert at this. He never expected to see it here. Just 4 hours later, Kim successfully breached the system. It turned out the device's owner was Senator Philip Dew. Kim broke out in a sweat. Finally, he was in. He felt incredibly lucky. Even using the mind of a highly skilled hacker, Kim faced immense difficulty. Because this hacker was from Earth, and this system was 50 years ahead of its time. This warship used technology from the year 2072. As Kim explored the system, he had a thought. Even the Earth of 50 years from now couldn't compare to this. In any case, this wasn't knowledge Hypanic needed, and it would be useless to him back on Earth. So, Kim decided to destroy it. With a few commands, Kim activated the self-destruct sequence. The ship would detonate in 15 minutes. It broadcast an evacuation alert, but a relentless beeping persisted. Kim immediately looked for a quick fix. The fast and effective Korean method is to hit the object hard. Kim slammed his hand on the machine, but it didn't work as hoped. A red light flashed a critical alert. It warned of a Class 1 Legion cell reaction, stating all current operations would be interrupted. All commands were cancelled. Control of the warship was being transferred to an artificial intelligence. The system even wished Kim good luck. Before he could even process this, the entire area exploded violently. The blast rocked the area, lighting up the sky. Kim lay sprawled on the ground, his clothes nearly gone. He sat up in pain. All around him was just dirt and rock, leaving Kim deep in thought. Kim realized the self-destruct had failed. An explosion this small couldn't take down the entire warship. Suddenly, he noticed a trail in the distance. Just then, a call came from Hypanic, his voice full of hope. He prayed that Kim had completely destroyed the relic. But Kim's grim silence sent a chill down his spine. Kim finally spoke. "I have bad news. And worse news." He let Hypanic choose which to hear first. Hypanic's world started to spin. Reluctantly, he chose the bad news. Kim quickly confirmed the relic's destruction had failed, and it wasn't a relic, it was a ship. One that could travel across solid land. Hypanic demanded to know its status. With a heavy voice, Kim admitted he only damaged it, and that it had escaped. Kim stared at the massive trail leading to the sea. Unbelievably, it fled into the ocean. Hypanic was losing his mind. After that shock, he screamed in disbelief. Then, bitterly, High Panic asked for the worst news. Kim replied grimly, "The ship was built in 2072. It's an airborne transport for clone production machines. It's likely military," he added. To his surprise, High Panic laughed, thinking this was a good thing. Kim demanded to know why. High Panic explained the ancient relic was dangerous because it was an unknown entity, but knowing its origin and function brought a strange sense of relief. High Panic added that this trump-card cloning warship was bound to appear eventually. Kim was stunned by his knowledge. High Panic then admitted it. The Over the Z plan was created by White Bell, and he was one of them. Over the Z was a notorious internet conspiracy theory. It involved White Bell, the world's most powerful nation. Their supposed goal was to control other nations by creating a host of unimaginable secret weapons. The story was so absurd that no one believed it. But High Panic confirmed to Kim that it was all true. Before Kim could hear the rest, the radio crackled and died. It was completely fried. As confusion set in, the royal assassin appeared, explaining the device's operational time had simply run out. The royal assassin added that a nearby military base had a hologram communication device they could use. Kim didn't thank him. Instead, he asked why he'd only just appeared. The man simply said, "You look too dangerous," silencing Kim. At the Gahan Kryn Kingdom's base in Demon Territory, Kim and High Panic continued their urgent discussion inside a tent. Kim pressed for more details on Over the Z. High Panic quickly revealed everything that he knew. A part of the plan had succeeded, creating simply programmed clones. The technology used was 50 years ahead of its time. Kim assumed the warship's crew knew, but High Panic insisted even they would be completely in the dark. According to its design, the warship's prime directive is to self-repair and activate its automated system for creating clone soldiers. It can also build fighter jets and submarines. If it finds underwater mineral deposits, it'll be an unstoppable disaster. Kim nodded grimly. He then asked High Panic about Legion cells. The question made him break into a cold sweat. In March of 2022, Georgia State Police were investigating a man who was living a double life. On the surface, he was a quiet, honest family man. But in the shadows, he was the kingpin of a notorious crime syndicate. The police couldn't figure out how he operated. They assumed he was just a master of disguise. But his disguises were perfect, down to his bone structure. No one knew two people existed in a single body. But then someone filmed him transforming his body. White Bell officially dubbed this entity a doppelganger. Following this revelation, a massive manhunt was launched to capture the man at all costs. Soldiers swarmed the man's home. They riddled the house with bullets, killing his wife and his eldest son in the chaos. They only managed to capture the doppelganger because White Bell promised to spare his second son. The second son wasn't related by blood, but they discovered a unique type of cell inside the boy's body. These cells resembled countless faces, so they were named Legion. They only react to specific external stimuli. Furthermore, these cells could perform miracles by altering their properties. Legion became the key to the Super Soldier project. White Bell, which was running the project, made significant progress. Their next plan was to capture the original Legion host. That single moment unleashed hell upon them all. After finishing the story, High Panic delivered his conclusion to Kim. He claimed Kim's cells were Legion cells, but Kim didn't buy it. After all, White Bell never caught the original target, so what H Panic mentioned were just the second son's cells. Sweating, H Panic nodded, confirming the boy was normal. Raised by the military, with monthly health checks, he was living freely. Kim remained silent for a moment. He didn't seem convinced and pressed the question again. This time, H Panic hesitated. Kim voiced his own conclusion. When that incident occurred, everyone present was wiped out. They weren't allowed to live freely, or with dignity. They got the genes, but none of the power. A son, but not of the same clan. H Panic pondered, noting Kim's unexpected reaction, but he knew that family was everything to Kim. It was the only thing keeping his humanity intact. Without family, Kim's human side would surely crumble. Then, H Panic brought up the ship they needed to find. The problem was finding it in the vast Ioni Sea. Kim asked for a plan, but H Panic had absolutely none. There were no satellites or radar out here. He asked if Kim had a method, but only received a weary sigh. Kim, unwilling to reveal his plan, simply walked away, promising to report back with good results, leaving H Panic speechless. He felt like he had just shown his own foolishness to Kim. Suddenly, H Panic broke into a cold sweat. Kim's image flashed in his mind. Without him, monsters would have devoured H Panic. In the port city of Sotakpi, Kim shifted from dragon to human form, landing lightly. He used his power to detach an arm, dropping it into the sea. The arm instantly dispersed into countless fragments, luring fish. Inside these tuna were the muscles of dragon-scale orcs, the marrow of a buffalo. They should be called fish chimeras, not tuna. Kim mused while creating a new arm. He then detached both arms into the ocean. Again, they scattered everywhere. Kim issued a command to the altered fish. Grow quickly, and find the large metal mass. The fish's eyes glowed red, instantly obeying his command. Overcome with the boredom of waiting for his scout fish, Kim decided to do some fishing himself. Just as Kim considered a new title, "The more I fish, the stronger I get," the royal assassin appeared, cutting him off. The royal assassin wanted to ask about his catch, but the sight of a fish head on the ground filled him with disgust. He wondered how Kim could even eat in a place like this. Finally, the assassin couldn't stand it, pinching his nose to question Kim. Had Kim eaten this pile of fish raw? Amid the stench, Kim was unbothered. He asked the assassin why he was here. The royal assassin was about to mention Panic's request, but his gaze fell upon the exquisite fishing rod in Kim's hands. The assassin circled Kim endlessly, his eyes glued to the rod. This was the legendary Ocean Master 2000. 15 years ago, while the world studied magic, Thew's top fishing experts united to awaken the power hidden in materials, and they created this masterpiece, the Ocean Master 2000. The theory of merging magic and tech was now a reality, but those were just experiments. Nothing had ever managed to surpass this legendary fishing rod. Kim listened to the assassin's ramble, unsure how to reply. He had just found it lying around nearby. It likely belonged to some obsessive enthusiast. Faced with the assassin's glee, Kim casually offered him the rod. The royal assassin was in disbelief, cradling the rod like a holy relic. Kim then asked him about Panic. He had something he needed to see him for. The assassin replied while still admiring the rod. He was clearly too mesmerized to focus. After learning he was needed at the temp base, Kim sprouted wings and flew off. He left the royal assassin behind, still reeling from the fact he now owned the legendary fishing rod. A moment later, he forgot everything else and just sat down to fish happily. When Kim reached the base tent, Panic was already waiting. He did have something to discuss, but Panic just beat around the bush, saying that he both feared and trusted Kim. Because they were from Earth, they were comrades. He claimed he wasn't hiding anything. But Kim cut his speech short. He demanded he get straight to the point. Panic finally complied. First, the local fish catch had plummeted. A strange new fish species had appeared. They were fierce enough to tear nets and eat hooks. Panic asked if Kim was responsible. Kim thought it over. He only told the fish to find a ship, but it seemed they'd developed minds of their own. Having decided, Kim flatly denied it was him. As Panic questioned him again, Kim added one more thing. It wasn't me, because what I summon always follows my orders. Hearing that, Panic seemed to accept it. He still suspected Kim but didn't act rashly. He moved on. Merfolk suddenly appeared on the shores of Ophram 2 days ago. However, these were not the merfolk of the demon race. They were monstrous. The kingdom of Ophram was in a state of emergency. Kim immediately denied any connection. He was just fishing. Hearing that, Panic theorized the ship was the cause. It created merfolk clones before building its main warship. Their one goal was to invade the land. Kim suggested they face the monsters, as they were the key to finding the ship. Panic thanked Kim for stepping forward. But he had one final question. He asked about the Royal Assassin Brothers' sudden request for paid leave. They now had 2,000 legendary ocean masters. His expression grew grim. Panic demanded to know if they belonged to Kim. This time, Kim couldn't deny it. He fell silent, attempting a quick escape. Kim's reaction infuriated Panic. He ordered Kim to hand over the rod. They were both from Earth, yet Panic struggled. Kim ignored his complaints, casually cleaning an ear to show his disdain. Meanwhile, on the warship, the AI had gained control. It could now learn and think for itself. Though partially destroyed, damaging its power and data, vast intel on the demon race remained intact. The data was top level. The warship had also gathered information on the ocean. Combining these two elements created the cloned merfolk. At the Ophram Kingdom's coast, these clones swarmed ashore, attacking naval soldiers. The soldiers were no match, falling in mere moments. The merfolk were brutal, sparing no one. Amid the chaos, a young boy in a navy uniform grabbed a little girl's hand, trying to escape together. As they scrambled away, a merfolk creature suddenly appeared right behind them. The boy bravely raised his gun to shoot. Time seemed to stop as he closed his eyes and pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. When the boy opened his eyes, he saw Kim standing protectively in front of him. He asked the boy if he was from the 3rd Squad of the Ophram Kingdom's Navy. In Ankufu, the capital of Anlapum, a carriage was parked. An imposing Panic stepped out of the carriage. He then formally greeted his uncle. His uncle was Dan, king of Anlopum. The moment they met, the king ordered, "Silence." Hypanik feigned being hurt by the harsh greeting. The king saw through the pathetic act. Outwardly calm, the king was tense. He wondered what scheme his cunning nephew was plotting this time. He also wondered how his once angelic nephew had twisted into such a cunning little demon. Breaking the tense silence, Dan asked, "Hypanik, what the hell do you want this time? Are you here to drag me into trouble with those toys again, or to force me to buy that ship you showed me?" He also added that his kingdom had been incredibly busy lately. The reason: his 5th Naval Squad was ambushed by merfolk. Hypanik said that's why he came, claiming he could help. The king didn't believe him. By the time his reinforcements arrived, his entire naval force was already dead. Besides, wasn't the number of mages sent from space far too small to handle this? Hypanik calmly taunted him. "With your current forces, I suppose you can't solve this, can you?" The king didn't get angry, but shot back. "What are you going to do? Summon a dragon?" A mysterious smile played on Hypanik's lips. "I already have," he stated. Instantly, a massive shadow fell over them all. Dan looked up and stammered, unable to believe his own eyes. It was a giant red dragon, carrying 2 people on its back. Later, Hypanik appeared, with dark circles under his eyes. He complained about being up all night, planning countermeasures for everything. But one thing still bothered him. He'd never seen Kim sleep, yet the man always appeared wide awake. Kim nonchalantly replied that he did sleep. "When do you ever sleep?" Hypanik pressed. After a pause, Kim said he sleeps like a dolphin. Horrified, Hypanik asked, "Do your 2 brains actually take turns sleeping?" Instead of answering, Kim silently thought that his primary and secondary brains took turns resting. Inwardly, Hypanik cursed him as a monster, but still asked with concern, "Are you sure you're all right? You have the most critical role today." After a long silence, Kim asked, "Are you mocking me, Hypanik? Have you grown too used to treating me as a mere subordinate?" Hypanik dodged the question, asking instead, "Your goal is to become the ultimate being, right? Returning to Earth is just part of the process." As Hypanik rambled on about his own goals, Kim cut him off, calling him a fool for such a meaningless question. He then began to explain that the pinnacle is not so easily defined. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw as he placed it on Hypanik's shoulder. Nor is it about gaining recognition from others. The true pinnacle, he declared, is the ability to adapt, no matter how the environment changes. He could survive without any trouble, even in pitch darkness or the coldest, heatless void. He could even endure a waterless desert, or the oxygen-deprived void of outer space. That was the true peak of existence. To Kim, adapting to humanity was just the bare minimum. Just then, Dan walked into the room. Seeing him, Hypanik announced an international conference for that afternoon. His words left the king stunned. Hypanik calmly added that most high-ranking nations would be attending. He then casually asked if the king was prepared. His brazen attitude was shocking, making Dan demand why he was told so late. Hypanik explained that an earlier warning would have led Dan to prepare a request for aid. The king admitted it was true, but Hypanik immediately called that strategy pathetic. Instead of requesting aid, he would demand cooperation from other nations. On continent EL1, an individual's power far exceeds that of Earth. Security here simply can't handle that level of power. That's why leaders rarely gather in the same location. Thus, the international conference for continent M1 is held through the Church of the Goddess. The meeting is conducted using communication devices provided by the church to each nation. In the Grand Temple of Ankh, Dan and Hypanik met with other kings through a communication orb. Kim, meanwhile, stood calmly in a corner. A representative announced, "The international conference will now begin." The representative asked to speak first, but Hypanik cut in, declaring the Gankontan kingdom was hogging all profits from demon territory. The interrupted king was furious, stating he had an urgent announcement that couldn't wait. Hypanik shot back nonchalantly, "Something urgent for you?" He then revealed that for the past week, the fish catch has plummeted. This wasn't just in certain areas, but across every single sea on the continent. Strange merfolk also appeared on the coast of the Anbap Lamb Kingdom. Hearing this, a worried Dan finally spoke up. He asked if any of the kings had received his kingdom's request for aid. One ruler bluntly answered no. From what he could see, no aid had been sent. The king even laughed, admitting he knew the fish catch was declining, but he dismissed it as a temporary problem. He then mocked, "Doesn't Anbap Lamb have the world's strongest navy?" Dan suppressed his humiliation, arguing that sending aid would be like adding more bodies to the pile for nothing. Another king spoke up, "Isn't our duty related only to the demon lord?" Just then, Hypanik declared this incident is related to the demon lord. His words sent a shockwave through the assembly. Bewildered, the group demanded, "Is this truly connected to the Demon Lord?" Someone asked for witnesses or proof. Panic calmly replied that he had both, and called for Kim. Kim quickly moved, stepping into the king's communication circle. He then identified himself as an honorary priest of the Holy Sword Order. He swore before the goddess that everything he was about to say was the absolute truth, without deception. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Kim himself. This was known as the Declaration of Truth, a miracle granted only by a transcendent, godlike being. The one making the declaration is enveloped in holy light. This light is the goddess's own protection, ensuring every word spoken by the declarant is true. If the declarant tells a lie while within this light, the goddess herself will strike them down with death. All of their skills are completely nullified. However, no one can attack the person making the declaration. Kim now stood ready to affirm that everything Panic had just said was the truth. He stated the sharp decline in fish was caused by the merfolk. He'd seen it himself and confirmed their connection to the Demon Lord. Furthermore, these merfolk had a twisted, bizarre form. Their very existence, he claimed, went against the will of the gods. He recounted how he infiltrated their main base and witnessed their horrifying secrets with his own eyes. As Kim spoke, Panic stared nervously at the glowing aura of the Declaration of Truth. Every time the light wavered, Panic trembled along with it. But Kim calmly confirmed the merfolk shared an origin with the Demon Lord. Despite Panic's fear, the light of truth shone steadily around Kim. A moment later, the sacred glow began to fade. When it vanished, he was completely unharmed. Opening his eyes, a sharp aura emanated from him as Kim firmly declared he personally witnessed those merfolk, and he was absolutely certain of one more thing. They are without a doubt connected to the Demon Lord. The fish that he created were for the crusade against the Demon Lord, so they have no connection to this incident. He returned to his calm state, closing his eyes as he continued to speak. Those strange fishmen. Their very existence is an affront to the gods. Seeing him lie so smoothly made Panic feel a slight sense of unease. He reasoned that since the fishmen were mythical beings, and the goddess had forbidden their return, Kim's story held weight. Kim then continued, revealing that he had already infiltrated their base, where he saw firsthand that their origins were tied to the Demon King. According to his intel, their headquarters was the aircraft carrier, At Song. Since both Demon Kings were from Earth, it stood to reason these creatures were from there too. As Kim spoke, the entire council was stunned into silence. He theorized the monsters were created before the Demon King's demise, tasked with a single mission, to attack humanity. One of the kings finally broke the silence, sweating and bowing his head. If this was true, an alliance was unavoidable. But who would lead it? Panic asked. He suggested the Lam Kingdom was the most fitting choice. Though they were heavily damaged, their navy was still the strongest, and they were at the heart of the conflict. Panic's logic was undeniable, and the other leaders voiced their agreement. Dan then spoke, urging them to accept. His goal of securing aid had finally been achieved. Still, he eyed Panic with suspicion, wondering what scheme the man was concocting. Panic kept a placid smile, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. Everything was unfolding according to his master plan. With that, the Allied forces were officially formed. Meanwhile, the At Song drifted on the open water. Its original mission was to find ore, but now it had chosen to attack the Lam Kingdom. The fishmen swarmed ashore, realizing it was far more efficient to steal refined ore than to mine it themselves. To them, any humans who got in their way were simply a nuisance. These fishmen were relentless, attacking people without mercy, but they were weaker than the clone army and could be dealt with. Suddenly, a massive, red, dragon-like creature emerged. It completely annihilated the clone soldiers. To combat this new threat, the At Song deployed a squadron of fighter jets. 6 months later, Kim sat in a blizzard, his eyes closed as if searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Deep beneath the sea, he sensed a ship. He'd found it. In the waters of Lam, a great ship sailed through the blinding snow. Panic approached the helm, reminding the man it was time. This was Grand Admiral Asman, Supreme Commander of the Allied forces of continent Ioni. Hearing Panic, the Admiral simply grunted in acknowledgement. Despite his calm exterior, he was tense. He knew they were preparing to assault the base of the fishmen and their monsters. The Grand Admiral immediately ordered 2 ships to scout ahead. The Allied forces had received massive support from the Jijian Kanton Kingdom. The ships dove beneath the waves, each one armed with overwhelming firepower. The Admiral shuddered, thinking of Kim's terrifying face and blazing eyes. They had more than just weapons, they had a monster on their side. As he steered the ship, he thought that without this new technology and Kim's help, Lam would have been destroyed long ago. He was a man plagued by anxiety, his mind constantly racing. He still couldn't believe this level of technology was created in just 6 months, and to him, Prince Edward also seemed incredibly suspicious. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. "Admiral, the scout ships have returned." They were back far too soon. When the Admiral saw the ship, his pipe fell from his lips in disbelief. The reason was a single red flag, signaling an emergency. At the Admiral's command, jets scrambled into the air. They launched like a hurricane. But as they flew, a massive explosion erupted, revealing a giant purple monster with writhing tentacles. It furiously tore apart every fighter jet that flew near it. A Marine held up a recording device, his hands trembling. He stuttered, This is the bizarre image we captured." Cold sweat drenched everyone present. "How is this possible?" The Marine screamed in terror. The Admiral's subordinate urged a retreat, which shocked him. He declared, "On the contrary, this is a prime opportunity." Suddenly, a dragon soared past them, landing on the ship's rail. It was Kim. The Admiral wondered why he had transformed. In a flash, he vanished without a trace. The sight left the Admiral completely bewildered. He turned on the prince, demanding if he understood the situation. Why would Kim act so recklessly on his own? Facing the Admiral's fury, the prince simply replied that he knew. However, in this situation, not even he could explain what that octopus monster was. He smirked, saying this was why he brought Kim along. Now, their only choice was to place their trust in Kim. Rewinding time slightly, as they all watched the monster through an orb, Hepanik realized the truth. That octopus monster was a part of Kim's own body. But now, something had gone terribly wrong. Hearing this, Hepanik asked, "Is your body reassembling?" Kim replied, "No, it's the complete opposite. That part of my body is malfunctioning. I can't control the creature." Hepanik was stunned to hear this. Kim's voice trembled as he continued, "If this goes on, the entire plan fails. But at least it might sink the warship, or worse, its target is this very fleet." At that moment, Hepanik began to panic. Their target was supposed to be weak enough for the Allied forces to handle alone. Seeing Hepanik's deep concern, Kim immediately reassured him, "I'll handle this myself, right now." Then, he transformed, hovering in the sky. The moment the parts of his body gathered in one place, all communication was suddenly blocked. He reconsidered. It wasn't blocked, but disconnected. Could it be? He gazed down at the chaos below. The scene was pure chaos. Warships, jets, and monsters were locked in a furious battle. Could this be the age of chaos? The monster's tentacles thrashed wildly, swatting countless jets from the sky as several exploded on impact. A fighter jet dove at incredible speed, heading straight for the beast, and dropped a bomb at the base of a tentacle. The bomb detonated instantly, catching the monster's attention. After the blast, its tentacle looked seared and cooked. A massive chunk was blown away. But somehow, it regenerated in an instant, returning to its original state. Kim watched in shock. He couldn't believe the creature was his equal in power. At this rate, was it planning on self-destructing? The situation looked grim, so he began to accelerate. He dove straight down from the sky. Suddenly, the system announced, "Lifeform detected." The monster also sensed something amiss, and let out a low, guttural growl. Then, both he and the jet converged on the monster. Another massive explosion erupted, filling the sky with smoke and fire. He emerged from the blast in human form, his wings still spread wide, and landed safely. The warship system announced again, "Unidentified lifeform has breached security." Unable to retaliate, Kim began to reassure it. "Relax, I'm here to make a deal. You don't need to be on guard. I've come to help you." Spherical drones circled him, aiming their weapons. A robotic voice declared, "Request denied. Leave this warship immediately." Kim patiently explained, "I have come as a representative of SD Manhwa of the WV. Processing." The robots beeped as they searched for the name SD Manhwa. The system returned a match. Agent of the WV. Status: missing in action during the Jiden Passhop capture mission. Opening special protocol communication. Time limit: 180 seconds. Behind Kim now stood a spherical monster with a single, massive eye and countless tentacles. Jets circled overhead. Kim pointed at the creature and said, "Let's deal with that first. We can talk later." The robot confirmed. Temporarily registering Jiden Prime. System shifting to sea monster eradication mode. Kim grinned. "Glad we understand each other. And if those jets get in the way, clean them up too." With that, he shot into the sky. Spreading his wings, he assumed his monster form. The beast below glared up and growled. It thrust its tentacles straight toward Kim. He deftly dodged the colossal appendages, then focused his senses and struck with a decisive slash. He severed one of the tentacles clean off. Then, he unleashed a torrent of fire, piercing another. The severed parts of the monster fell behind Kim, only to merge back into a single mass of flesh. From that mass emerged countless fish-like maws with razor-sharp teeth. Elsewhere, someone was watching the battle unfold on their phone. The piranha-like creatures swarmed him from behind, but he effortlessly repelled them with his tail, not even bothering to look back. That single move was enough to make the flesh monster dissolve. Kim taunted the main beast. "Is that all you've got? Is that all you've got? You must be drained from fighting the air fleet. Before we talk, I'll teach you some manners." With that, his hands morphed into two fearsome dragon heads. Furious flames gathered in the dragon's maws. He aimed, unleashing a torrent of fire straight at its eye. The monster was instantly consumed by the inferno. As the blaze vanished, its fragments rained down upon the water. Through the lingering smoke, only a single piece of its eye remained, somehow intact. Kim demanded, "Tell me, how did you break free from my control?" The eye glared back defiantly. "You should ask your own conscience, you fool." It sneered. "Sir Kim, don't make me laugh. You took that title, aping humanity, acting just as foolishly." Hearing this, Kim's face darkened as a cold sweat broke out. The monster continued, "You've lost your way. To stand above all creation, that was your goal. It is my goal now." It remembered Kim's severed arm, the very flesh from which it was born. It declared, "You created me, yet you remind me of pathetic humans, acting in herds, not as individuals." Kim spoke quietly, "You're right. I need to reflect." The creature raged, shouting, "Reflect! You think words are enough? You continue to do one foolish thing after another." Kim realized, "I thought it was just a tool that went haywire. But I was wrong. This is an enemy I must destroy." Seeing Kim's grim face, the monster cackled. "Ah, that look suits you better." It continued its assault. "Yes, that's it. Anything that offends you, kill it and devour it completely. That is the real you." Kim had heard enough. A massive flame erupted from his dragon hand, engulfing the creature. The creature's final haunting words echoed, "Wear a human face all you want. A monster is still a monster." With the attack done, Kim mused, "Does this count as self-reflection?" He turned away, leaving only fragments behind. As pieces floated on the water, he spoke, "Thanks to you, I've found myself again." Kim then reverted to his human form. He and Prince High Panic returned to the robots. They scanned the prince, confirming, "Verified individual SWWGGN, identified as SDMOT. Therefore, command of this warship is transferred to SDMTG, sole United States citizen identified." With the scan complete, Prince High Panic asked, "So, is it settled just like that?" The prince said smugly, "Then we should take everything we can." With their work done, they returned to their ship. Speeding across the ocean, the prince told Kim, "This venture yielded far greater rewards than I ever imagined." The other races refused to fight, citing humanity's trespass into demon territory as an excuse. But humanity ended the war. Because of that, they grew stronger and far more confident. The prince recalled his warriors below deck. "And now," he added, "we have the Ace-class warship. We secretly brought replicators and other advanced tech. We can produce those materials almost infinitely now." He then turned to Kim, asking, "Shall we move the plan forward?" Kim agreed that it was a good idea. Suddenly, the prince asked, "Hey, did you ever figure out why that detached part of you went berserk? If it's no issue, we could use them to bolster our naval forces." But Kim refused, saying, "I will not do that again." Prince High Panic was confused. "Why? It's a shame to waste such a powerful resource. With that, my preparations would be complete." Kim thought of the innocent lives that monster so cruelly destroyed. He said, "As you know, after certain events, a subject's misconduct can become extremely radical." Prince High Panic sweated. "I'm in charge of that division, so I know. But what's your point?" Kim's voice turned chillingly cold. He warned, "When that line is crossed, there is a price to pay, and it isn't cheap." Startled, the prince asked, "Is my request on the same level as that incident?" Kim's answer was a simple no. The prince sighed, patting his chest in relief. But then Kim added, "It's far worse," leaving him completely baffled. Kim thought, "Back then, even if I gave up my humanity, the monster in me would have remained. But now, only the monster is left." The prince changed the subject. "Right, the coronation is next week, so I'll brief you on the plan." He knew better than to press the issue. After all, he didn't have a death wish. On the day of High Panic's coronation, the square was packed. Among the crowd was Felina, a wandering bard. She now worked as a reporter for the EL1 Daily. Fearing she'd bring bad luck, she decided to slip away early. High Panic ascended the platform to receive his crown. An elder from the Holy See placed the royal diadem upon his head, and he declared this nation had a new king. Kim struck his sword down with a mighty clang, raising a hand to the roaring crowd. The tiger hero celebrated the coronation, but Felina was stunned, her jaw agape. She stared at him, sensing something was terribly wrong. Convinced something was amiss, she immediately fled the scene. The thought had barely crossed her mind when an explosion erupted behind her. A terrified Felina whipped her head around. The mysterious explosion at the coronation killed many nobles and high-ranking officials, and the newly crowned king, Hapanik, had fallen into a coma. In the aftermath, control of Gazenselton's affairs fell to none other than Kim. He had miraculously survived, hailed as the hero who unified the fractured kingdom. Felina recorded all of this in her daily journal. 3 months earlier, a mysterious, cloaked figure appeared out of nowhere. The two guards were stunned by the intrusion. One of them hastily cast a restraining spell. Encircled by magic, the figure remained unfazed. The guard demanded, "This is a diplomat's residence. State your purpose." That mysterious figure was none other than Kim. Upon recognizing him, their resolve to stop him began to crumble. The other guard asked cautiously, "What brings you here so late?" In response, Kim sliced his head clean off. The last guard froze in terror. "Lord Kim, what are you doing?" A monstrous hand then reached for the doomed man. Fresh blood splattered across the walls. Kim strode in imperiously, flanked by the two fresh corpses. The capital of Gazenselton, at the embassy of the Elven Kingdom of Elphasis. Moments ago, the mansion stood magnificent. Now, it was a smoldering ruin. Kim stared down coldly at the wounded Elemi on the ground. She was a diplomat and a duchess of the Elphasis Kingdom. She resided in Gazenselton under the guise of a diplomat, but her true actions were those of a duchess. Panic seized her. She was the one behind the explosion at Hapanik's coronation. Though she'd failed to kill him, she had left no evidence. How could Kim have possibly tracked her down? He was almost surprised his own intuition had been so sharp. He echoed Panic's words. "If there's a better target than the elves, I'll tear them to shreds first." Alimi's blood ran cold, thinking Shpanik had awoken. Kim's chilling reply shattered her hope. "He was never harmed. The only loser here is you." Alimi couldn't believe her ears. In the end, her entire plan was for nothing. Kim had no time for chatter and moved in for the kill. Fearfully, she thought, "Elphasis must learn of this. I have to create an opening." She secretly began channeling magic beneath her hand, but Kim summoned a massive flame, intending to incinerate everything. Her body, along with her hidden spell, was consumed by fire. Kim thought grimly, time to deliver the first head. Elsewhere, the crowd erupted in cheers as Hapanik appeared, fully recovered. Wrapped in bandages, he made a grand declaration to the masses. "The elves' plot has been crushed, but we've only eliminated one. To ensure peace and safety, we must punish every last elf." The crowd responded with a passionate roar. Kim inwardly praised Panik's talent for shameless deception. Shpanik smirked back. "To deceive the masses, you need a little theater." He planned to seize all power and authority. Everything was now in place. An enraged Lasuth confronted Hapanik. This was Jos Elphesis, the current king of Elphesis, and brother of the late Elemi. He demanded answers for the destruction and burning of the embassy, for murdering its staff, and for making baseless accusations. Hapanik just scratched his ear, bored by Lasuth's outburst. He couldn't believe the king's blatant disregard for these atrocities. Hapanik's true nature began to surface. When a kingdom becomes an empire, the king becomes an emperor. "Are you really that dense? Baseless accusations?" he sneered. "Did you really think I didn't know what you were plotting behind my back?" Lasuth's rage finally erupted. "You're insane. What did you do to Alimi? To our kingdom's diplomat?" Hapanik feigned recollection. "Ah, her corpse. It was too grotesque to recover. A pity you couldn't see it for yourself." Those words struck Lasuth like a poisoned dagger. He snarled through clenched teeth. "You inferior creature! How dare you? You will pay for this." But Hapanik remained playful, completely ignoring Lasuth's boiling rage. "Oh? Did you come to pay for exploiting my kingdom? Your sister already paid that debt with her life. Such a shame." Lasuth suddenly roared. "This means war. I hereby declare war on you, inferior insects." All of Lasuth's suppressed fury was finally unleashed. His face twisted into two starkly opposing expressions. One half, the pinnacle of blazing fury. The other, the peak of icy calm. Two absolute extremes, warring on a single face. Lasuth could not accept this humiliation from a lesser race. He then made a declaration to his people. Until the head of that wretched human emperor is in my hands, we will not yield. He raised his scepter, and a magic circle materialized. Lesute's pupils transformed into spinning purple clocks. This was his time magic, an ability that granted him a perfect vision of his own future. The futures revealed by his magic were absolute, and they could not be altered. In that vision, Lesute witnessed the entire fortress being swallowed by a sea of flames. A look of pure satisfaction spread across his face. Lesute smirked, raising a hand to the heavens. The future was set. Victory belonged to the Lepit clan. Meanwhile, Shpanik waited calmly, chin in hand. Kim wondered how he could be so certain that a king like Lesute would join the battle himself. Shpanik replied coolly, "You're the ones who killed his sister. To the Elpit royalty, she was everything. The Elpit clan practices inbreeding to preserve their pure bloodline. So Elim was both the king's sister and his wife." Kim couldn't stand to hear any more. The thought alone was repulsive. Shpanik was eager, waiting to claim Lesute's head and test his newfound power. But first, he planned on handling the dwarves. For those people, this wouldn't be a war. It was destined to be a catastrophe. At that moment, Lesute was leading his army toward Panic. They were just 30 minutes from the human settlement. Lesute watched the humans flee before him. They scattered without any will to defend their capital. Lesute frowned, assuming they had concentrated their forces inside. Thinking this, he urged his horse forward. The prophecy filled him with absolute confidence. But his assumption was only half right and fatally wrong. In an instant, they stood before the capital, Jiankun-tin. Lesute arrogantly demanded Hapanik show himself and atone. He boasted that if Hapanik refused, he would burn the city to the ground. Following his threat, something emerged. But the sight that appeared struck terror into Lesute's heart. In his room, Hapanik calmly enjoyed a cookie. Taking a bite, he asked Kim, "You can't use magic, can you?" Of course, the answer was no. Kim could use magic just fine, for he had accumulated his knowledge. By consuming it, Hapanik's curiosity grew. He had never seen him cast a single spell. In response, Kim raised his right hand. His sharp fingertips glowed a ghastly blood red. Kim never needed magic. His own power was more than enough. Casting spells takes time and is dangerous if interrupted. Using absorbed abilities was far more efficient. Kim knew his absorbed powers were compatible with magic, making formal casting completely unnecessary. Still, Shpanik wanted to see it just once. To him, magic felt like something straight out of a video game, but Kim disagreed. In games, mages are used first, while true power lies with warriors or hidden archers. Back outside the city of Santo, the thing that appeared before the El Pit was a colossal, three-headed dragon. The dragon ignored Lesute, charging straight into the soldiers behind him. It crashed down and began its rampage. Its three heads descended on the tiny figures below. Beneath its foot, an El Pit soldier was crushed without a sound. This creature was different. Hager's hands had become heads, its arms were wyvern wings, and its tail was a dinosaur's. The El Pit soldiers were paralyzed with utter fear. Before they could react, the dragon's massive tail struck. A single sweep sent bodies flying into the air. Even Lesute watched the scene, completely horrified. No one knew what was happening. The El Pit stared at the patchwork beast, unsure what to even call it. The two side heads slowly opened their maws, preparing for a second attack. This time, Lesute saw it coming. He ordered his troops to raise fire shields against the coming blast. A crimson barrier instantly erupted around the beast, but that didn't stop it. The creature opened its mouth, and a storm of power blasted forth. The attack tore through countless fire shields, incinerating the El Pit. With their defenses broken, they were helpless. All the soldiers were hit by the dragon's poison. Their flesh began to burn away, melting like liquid. The blast was a concentrated acid, so powerful that no armor or shield could possibly stop it. It would be pierced. The central head spoke with arrogance. "This time, it's a real firestorm. Try to block this." It then unleashed a torrent of fire at the soldiers. He couldn't believe it. Was this the flame from the prophecy? Was this their flame of victory? Indeed, this scene was exactly what the prophecy had foretold. But the ones burning were his own soldiers, caught between life and death. He stared up at the city walls in despair. Model. The prophecy showed Hapanik's face. It wasn't fear of Elpis, but pure, seething hatred. A curse. Lesute felt like a fool. The vision of the future was true, but the outcome was his own delusion. Lesute lost control, bursting into mad laughter as he gripped his scepter. "A fool like me brought this upon myself. I must clean up my own mess." With that, he leaped from his horse, soaring directly above the dragon. Preparing to strike from above, Countless magic circles materialized in the sky. Could this much mana tame the defiant beast? Scepter in hand, Lasouth flew higher, unleashing a storm of magic circles. Then, he charged towards Kim. Gazing at the dragon below, Lasouth summoned even more power. Lasouth raised his staff, chanting, "Time slow." The spell targeted Kim's massive tail. This was a 7-layered time-slowing spell. With this, he thought, time itself will freeze you in place. But before he could finish, the tail struck. Pinned beneath its weight, Lasouth coughed up blood, gasping. "How? That skill?" Kim glanced down, feigning pity. "You couldn't break my skill. Too bad." On the castle wall, a soldier cried to High Panic, "Your Majesty, look, we've won. How glorious. With Lord Kim, we can rule the world." But High Panic replied, "Impossible. He serves no one. He acts only because of the contract." If that contract were broken, High Panic paled, picturing the 3-headed dragon. It would destroy the kingdom. Then that monster's claws will turn on us. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, and flames engulfed the battlefield below. Meanwhile, the elf Prince Dudan sat in his room. His life was a string of failures, overshadowed by his 2 brothers. Yet, the prince calmly sipped his tea. His greatest feat was slaying the Hydra, a 3-headed serpent. But that was nothing compared to his brother's achievement. Prince Lasouth had subdued a great dragon. Still, slaying the Hydra was an accomplishment. Dudan had finally come to accept his reality. That's why he could calmly enjoy his tea. His current title was Policy Advisor, a position in name only, a role meant for advising on the kingdom's policies. Dudan set his cup down and walked outside. His younger brother could see the future. Did Lasouth really need an advisor? It was a meaningless, empty title. Stepping outside, Dudan muttered, "How pathetic." He clenched his fist, thinking, "Letting go of the throne has brought me peace. This must be what they call contentment. This life has its own meaning." Suddenly, a soldier yelled, "Lord Dudan!" The men ran and knelt before him. Dudan asked what had happened. One stammered, "Your Highness, Lasouth has fallen in the battle against the humans." Dudan whispered in shock, "Lasouth is dead?" The soldier recalled his fallen comrades, saying, "Yes. And not only him, all 20,000 soldiers with him were annihilated." Dudan thought, the Gaijin Kanton kingdom can't be that strong. But then, he remembered Kim. Could it be? An official stepped forward. Because Prince Lasouth passed so young, he left no heir to the throne. Nor did he name a successor. The man held up the crown and continued, "And among the elves who still live, the one with the purest royal blood is you, Prince Dudan." He sweated, staring at the crown as his mind raced. Meanwhile, High Panic was whistling in his room. Kim slammed the door open, startling him. "Oh," High Panic said, "you've arrived. How does he seem more monstrous each day?" High Panic thought, recalling Kim's terrifying 3-headed form. "Their nobles have sent letters of surrender." Kim sat down, replying, "Is that so?" High Panic passed him a document. "Yes. However, there is one condition." Kim took the paper. It read, "The guardian of the Gaijin Kanton Kingdom must be present at the surrender signing." High Panic asked, "Will you come with me?" Their destination, the kingdom of Elpis, a castle sat at the foot of a colossal tree. Inside, armored soldiers stood guard in the great hall. Kim sat with High Panic and Dudan. Dudan slammed his cup down. "Lord Kim, I've admitted my own weakness, and because of that, I feel at peace." He placed a hand on his chest. "I've decided to no longer rely on my bloodline. I will find my own strength. And yet, it was that very bloodline that gave me this crown." He said this while glancing at the crown on the table. High Panic thought, "What is this? Is he drunk? This man is the king of the elves?" High Panic took a sip of wine. "I wondered why he invited that monster here. Turns out he's just having a late teenage crisis." Aloud, High Panic said, "Ah, I understand completely. My own brother was an exceptional man. I truly get it." Dudan asked, "So you've been in a similar position?" "That's right," Panic replied. "You want to gain your own power, but it seems your situation is less than ideal." Dudan nodded. "Indeed." All the while, Kim simply ate and observed. Panic taunted, "So your bloodline is what keeps you from the power to change this kingdom?" The words struck Dudan like lightning. Panic continued, "It means you can change the kingdom from a system of bloodline to one of true strength." Dudan slammed a hand on the table. "But such a sudden change will surely lead to chaos." Panic countered, "El Lasouth is gone. Now, who is the greatest mage in the kingdom of El?" Dudan fell silent, considering the question. Panic added, If chaos erupts, simply crush it with force, with your own power. The words ignited something in Dudan. He clenched his fist as magical energy flared to life. My own power, Dudan repeated. Panic watched him, thinking, a kingdom's ruler shouldn't fall for such sweet words so easily. However, the moment he drank the wine, his fate was sealed. I laced it with enro, a substance that affects the nerves. Just a tiny pinch in the wine, with the trigger phrase being, your own power. Panic recalled his advice to Dudan. Use your own power. At that moment, Dudan's face twisted into a horrifying grin. He whispered, my power. I can use my own power. The next day, Dudan sat on the throne and addressed the court. Listen well, my ministers. I have concluded talks with the Gigankantan kingdom. The result of these talks is that continued war means certain defeat. This threatens the very existence of El. Therefore, the kingdom of Elpis will surrender to the Gigankantan kingdom. The ministers erupted in shocked disbelief. Surrender? That's impossible. How can we surrender to those lowly beasts? They should be apologizing for the deaths of Elim and Prince Lassuth, Dudan thought. The resistance is stronger than I expected. He held up a hand and said, calm yourselves. I have explained. But the court shouted back, what? Surrender? If it were Prince Lassuth, he would never even consider this. As expected of the royal family's spare, utterly incompetent, with no power of his own. These words enraged Dudan. Veins throbbed on his forehead as he glared. Who was it? Who just scoffed at me? A magic circle formed in Dudan's hand. He roared, who was it? The ministers parted, revealing a single nobleman, who stammered, my lord, no, I didn't mean anything by it. As he spoke, steam poured from his eye sockets. The water in his body began to boil, and he screamed in agony. The court panicked. How is this possible? The moisture is being boiled out of his body. Before them, Dudan was casting his spell. Steam billowed from the nobleman's form. Dudan thought with pure ecstasy, with my own power, my very own strength, I will remake this kingdom. This was the moment that the future tyrant of Elpis, Han Kiep Lo Huyen, was born. A bundle was thrown onto the table, with strands of white hair spilling from the top. Panic broke into a cold sweat as he looked at Kim, the delivery man. He glanced at the bundle and said to Kim, all right, with this, we are 1/4 of the way there. Kim asked, who is your next target? Panic replied, I'm thinking of the dwarves, specifically President Duok. Is there a problem? We are trying to take the head of another nation's leader. Not only that, the Republic of Everma is an ally. This will require extensive preparation. The two discussed their plans in the room. Kim asked, how long will it take? Panic answered, around 6 months. Kim replied, shorter than I expected. Will you need me during that half year? Not unless something unexpected happens, Panic replied. Kim turned to leave. Good, then I'm going on vacation, Panic asked. So suddenly? Where to? He thought, what is he planning this time? Kim paused, then said, to the place I first awoke in this world, the Great Forest, where stone pillars pierce the sky, looming over an endless sea of trees. True to its name, the Great Forest is a massive woodland on the continent of El, an immense and sprawling wilderness. The Great Forest is divided into 3 zones, the entrance, the center, and the deep woods. The entrance contains weaker beasts like bears, wolves, and snakes. Deeper in lie more powerful monsters, and the deepest parts of the forest harbor truly dangerous creatures like dragons. I plan to return to my origins and find the dragon from my memories of this forest, the Great Forest. It was a massive, red, 2-horned dragon, and I've learned a harsh truth. None of my current abilities work in the deep forest, not my enhanced vision, body strengthening, shape-shifting, or even my dragon form. The monsters I devoured near the entrance are nothing compared to the beasts that lurk in the deep forest. In the deep woods, a red dragon is merely mid-tier on the food chain. That explains why the one I ate nested so close to the entrance. As Kim mused, the tall, sharp pillars came into view. Suddenly, a pair of long ears popped up a pink-eyed rabbit, grazing peacefully. Kim appeared behind it in an instant. The rabbit sensed him. He lunged with all his might, but the creature had already vanished. So fast, Kim thought. What I need here isn't reptilian power, but skills in stealth and evasion. 1 week later, by the same tall pillars, the pink-eyed rabbit was grazing once more, to model. But unseen, Kim materialized behind the rabbit. He crushed it instantly, thinking, it only took 1 week to manage this, enough to restore the power he needed. He glanced at the corpse. Every living thing on continent E1 possesses mana. To block their mana detection, I use the ability of an animal from Earth. It's a chemical compound from a squid's camouflage, granting me perfect invisibility. Kim picked up the rabbit, thinking, I even applied bipedal movement to a four-legged creature. With this, my basic survival skills are complete. Now, I can enter the deep forest. In the great forest's depths, Kim walked a path through dense trees, looking around and wondering, is this the start of the deep woods? It seems no different. Suddenly, something fell from above. Kim reacted instantly, leaping away. A green blob had landed, and it was beginning to move. It lunged forward, slicing Kim in two. As he collapsed, he glared at his attacker and muttered, "A slime." Before him was a writhing green ooze. His torso and legs were now separate, with the slime waiting nearby. His lower half pushed itself up onto one leg. But the slime struck again, slicing clean through his knees. Now his legs were severed too. As he regenerated, he watched the slime, thinking, it can sense vibrations from the ground? Like a master of movement, another name for it. Steel slime, he recalled. Remembering the attack, he noted, by launching from a tight spot, its slashing power increases immensely. With that, Kim slammed his fist on the ground. The slime immediately struck his shoulder. He saw his severed arm and made a choice. I'll bait its attacks using deliberate vibrations. He watched as the slime ignored his fallen arm. As the slime approached, Kim licked his lips. Once it was in range, a wicked grin spread across his face. A moment later, he walked on, deeper into the woods. Ahead, two mountains stood side by side, one of fire and one of ice. That steel slime was strong, he thought. It was a true master of the slashing arts. If High Panic were here, he would have been killed instantly. However, I can't use its power. Kim concluded after consuming the slime. Looking at the trembling creature in his hand, he thought, a slime's formless nature means its abilities don't sync with my own experience. And since it lacks sentience, the creature's own instincts are completely useless to me. At the great forest's swamp entrance, countless trees lay shattered. Massive craters dotted the landscape. This was the domain of the lizardmen, beastkin who once worshipped dragons. Then, a voice cut through the silence. What a complete and utter mess. The speaker was John Hen, a holy knight of the goddess's temple. A girl in temple robes was with her. John Hen asked, what in the world could have happened here? I can't find a single lizardman. With no bodies, they must have migrated somewhere else. John Hen surveyed the ravaged swamp and said, we have no other choice, though it may be difficult. We will have to ask the locals for information. Her companion asked, the locals? She was Enr, a saintess candidate for the goddess's temple. Yes, my lady, John Hen replied. I hear there's an orc village. We'll go there. Kim never expected this blue dragon monster to be so powerful. He realized he had been far too arrogant. I need to reevaluate my strength in this central region. Kim then focused his power for one decisive blow. The blue dragon couldn't evade it and collapsed. Its limbs were severed as it coughed up black blood. The monster raged. What was this being with such immense power? As for Kim, he also came to a realization. This blue dragon's power was incredibly hard to control. Kim had shaped his hand like a slime to mimic its attacks. But the form was unstable, its power nothing compared to the original slimes. If Kim had known it could be dismembered so easily, he wouldn't have used such a complex method. As Kim approached, the terrified blue dragon pleaded with him to stay back. He could feel his own body growing stronger. Meanwhile, John Hen and Enr arrived at the Oni region, where the orc village was located. The scene was bleak and desolate. To John Hen, it didn't look much different from before. She had always assumed all orcs were nothing but savage creatures. But reality proved otherwise. She saw they had a culture of mourning their dead. She knelt, spotting a flower bouquet by a grave. As she leaned in to examine it, she let out a blood-curdling scream. He guessed the bouquet was a recent offering. Shovel in hand, Bergiat stared down at John Hen and Enr. He called out to them. Seeing Bergiat's threatening stance, John Hen moved to shield Enr. Seeing they were from the Holy Nation, Burz demanded to know why they had come. John Hen explained she wanted to know what happened here. At this, Burz's face turned terrifying. He furiously recounted how a monster appeared, set a trap, and provoked a war with a dragon. All the orcs died in that battle, leaving the village in ruins. John Hen feared Lai Rut Mun faced a similar fate. Burz added that everyone was likely devoured. He guessed the monster's active period was about to return. Burz, John Hen, and Enr mourned the tragedy. John Hen and Enr decided to pray for the lost souls. Burz then formally introduced himself as a wanderer of the orc village. The title Wanderer is a great honor, earned only by the strongest of warriors. Burz's duty is to patrol the vast forest, searching for any anomalies or threats. The village's tragedy began when that thing appeared during one of Burz's routine patrols. John Hen asked what that thing was. Burz described it as a vehicle made of iron. Strangely, it was not drawn by horses, and the bizarre people inside died from broken necks. Burrs was certain it was no accident. He also noted their clothing was incredibly strange. The vehicle's door was opened from the outside. Shortly after, all the buffalo in the forest vanished. A similar incident occurred in Lee Rut Mun. Feeling uneasy, Burrs hurried back to his village. Upon his return, he discovered this horrific scene. John Hen realized Burrs wasn't there when it happened. So how could he know every detail? Burrs drew his sword and offered his hand to John Hen. He proposed, "If you want answers, take my hand." Though afraid, John Hen complied. She grasped his hand. Suddenly, an orange light flared around her, revealing a surge of magical power. John Hen guessed it was time magic. She never thought anyone besides Elos in the Elf Kingdom could use it. However, Burrs corrected her. It wasn't simply spirit magic, but a much lesser skill, psychometry. By touching an object, Burrs can read the memories held within it. John Hen realized that with this power, Burrs could identify the culprit. The steel car, Lee Rut Mun village, and the dagger all shared one memory, a creature that appeared in the Great Forest. That monster had returned. Burrs pinpointed its location in the Great Forest, which looked normal on the surface. But deep within, it was different. A demonic landscape beyond belief, where ice and lava coexisted. There, the ecosystem had evolved under harsh conditions, and a towering mountain could be seen. The mountain stood alone in the icy region, its peak sheathed in ancient glaciers. Among all dragon species, only one could adapt and survive in such a place: the ice dragon. Memories of a red dragon surged forth, its earth-shattering roar echoing vividly. A vision appeared, a dragon over Sotuk Fit town, a sea of flames, people fleeing, and a boy engulfed by the beast. The entire town was ablaze. One breath had incinerated more than half the city. Enr. Saintess Enr finally awoke to John Hen's calls. As she regained consciousness, she was still dazed. John Hen gently asked if she was all right or felt unwell. Enr quickly replied, "It's nothing. I'm fine, just lost in thought." Burrs warned them to stay alert, as the monster could appear at any moment. Enr quickly agreed. In truth, her head had been throbbing ever since she arrived here. Enr couldn't understand those memories or why they plagued her so often. The visions had only worsened since her arrival. As she walked, she wondered if she had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Great Forest, Kim lay in ambush behind a tree in the snow. Before him, 3 ice dragons chased a small creature. The deer-like monster scrambled for its life, fleeing from death itself. Kim observed, deep in thought. This snowy mountain was a fantasy world, but its creatures still seemed to obey the laws of physics. He wondered what principle governed the intense cold. That was the very reason he was here. One ice dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of pure white energy at the deer monster. Instantly, the small creature froze solid, becoming a towering statue of ice in the deathly chill. Kim continued his silent observation from behind the tree, raising a single, transformed finger. The slime on his finger froze instantly. He first thought it was liquid nitrogen, but was disappointed. This wasn't cold air, just water. Kim realized the dragon's breath didn't chill the air itself. Instead, they spew water that flash freezes on impact, causing the temperature to plummet. The 3 ice dragons then calmly carried the frozen deer monster back to their lair. Kim also realized this attack only worked here, on the snow mountain. His analysis continued. After observing their life, he knew they had evolved to survive this harsh environment. Kim followed their trail to the foot of the mountain, right to the ice dragon's den. He knew this evolution didn't make them stronger, but weaker, as they didn't hunt directly. An evolved ice dragon spends most of its time asleep to minimize its energy consumption. However, adapting to this region gave it an anti-freeze body. Precisely what Kim craved. A hungry, devilish smile spread across his face. He quickly shifted into his red dragon form. Kim opened his jaws wide over the weak, sleeping dragon. Soon, the hunting party returned from their tiring hunt. They landed near the cave entrance. One of them froze in horror at the sight of a red dragon. Of their kin, only a head, tail, and a few ribs remained. It shrieked in horror. "What have you done?" Kim glared. "I was trying to become an ice dragon, but you returned much faster than I thought." Enraged, it unleashed its power to freeze everything. "Do you know where you are to dare do this?" The frost beam swept through the cave. The dragon gloated. "Fool, to enter our nest." But strange sounds came from the icy mist. Suddenly, something like a tentacle shot out. It slammed hard into the ice dragon's neck. The impact sent it crashing backward as Kim emerged. The tentacle was his transformed right arm. Absorbing the dragon had revealed its composition, and the most effective mixture for an anti-freeze body. Kim's form continued to change. From near the downed dragon's tail, he vanished in a flash. The two ice dragons could. Kim swung his powerful arms, tearing the two dragons' necks. He landed on the ground softly. Behind Kim, two massive ice dragons collapsed onto the cold ice. He ignored them, thinking, from today, the Great Forest's snow mountain ecosystem will change, because the ice dragons were dead. Kim then looked to his next target, the nearby lava mountain. At the center of the Great Forest, between the snow mountain and the volcano, John Hen checked on the Saintus candidate. Do you have the strength to go on? They had walked for a long time. Enner nodded. I am fine. John Hen assessed the situation. Enner's breathing was steady, with no signs of exhaustion. She believed her. John Hen nodded. If you feel tired, tell me at once. Brad emerged from the bushes, putting her on high alert. Brad held his sword and called for them to keep moving. The three of them continued forward. Suddenly, Brad's sword began to vibrate violently, reacting to something. Moments later, the sword tried to plunge downward. Brad struggled to hold it. It was reacting to scorched footprints on the ground. Brad knew their target was nearby. He also pointed out that these footprints were definitely not from a natural fire. Are these monster tracks? John Hen asked. Brad replied gravely. It seems so. They followed the footprints forward. A short while later, a powerful wave of hot air blew from the volcano. John Hen shielded her face. This heat. Brad broke into a sweat as he stared ahead. It's him. Brad was right. Kim was standing there, blazing with fire energy. Sensing another presence, he shot them a terrifying glare. At the Great Forest's volcano, Kim ventured inside. The creatures living in the volcano had no names. He watched with desire as magical creatures swam in the lava. The ground itself melted and shifted. Because of this, no one had ever been able to approach this place. Kim pressed on. He didn't care about that. He cared for nothing but a single monster. He thought, it's been a while since I've seen salamander scales. Interesting. Kim wiped some ash from his mouth. The creatures that once lived here had been wiped out, even driven to extinction. He believed that very event had created something. The body is like a chemical plant, Kim analyzed. Inside, chemical substances are created, and those substances are a type of fuel. The ice dragon was a large bag for storing it. The dragon's blood vessels circulated that fuel throughout its body, all the way to its sweat glands. Liam's foul odor would excrete the fuel through his very skin. This fuel ignites upon contact with the lava creature's body heat. Through these changes, Kim had become a true monster. Combining these traits, his entire body erupted in flames. Kim snarled, "Who dares trespass in my territory?" It was a unique group. John Hen recognized him instantly, calling out "Master!" But Bergiat beside her stomped the ground in fury. Bergiat roared with rage. "Kim destroyed my entire clan." Kim turned, studying Bergiat with cold intensity. He spoke, "You are Bergiat, the Wanderer." Startled, Bergiat demanded, "How do you know me?" Kim smirked as his face began to shift. In a flash, he took the form of the orc chieftain and spoke with his voice. "Who in the tribe doesn't know you?" Shock turned to fury as Bergiat charged. "You dare mock the chieftain's face." He lunged forward, sword aimed at Kim. Kim made no move to defend. As the blade harmlessly struck his skin, Bergiat unleashed a flurry of strikes, but none of them seemed to have any effect whatsoever. Perhaps even Kim was surprised by his own durability. Bergiat declared he had trained his whole life for this moment of vengeance. With that declaration, Bergiat tightened his grip on his sword. He cursed Kim, vowing to send him to the afterlife. Bergiat unleashed a torrent of rapid, powerful thrusts against Kim. Kim stood motionless, silently enduring the assault. Then, his skin began to secrete a deadly poison. Bergiat aimed for his head, ignoring the thickening toxic mist. Watching from afar, John Hen dared not approach the fight. She couldn't understand what was happening. Her new friend was fighting her own master. She had to intervene. But who should she help? Bergiat's quest for vengeance against the one who slaughtered his people was just. But Master Kim was the kingdom's protector, its greatest knight. As she debated, the scent of poison reached her. Startled, she instinctively fell back. John Hen rushed to Enner, grabbing her waist. Without a word, she ordered Enner to hold on tight. With no time to explain, John Hen hoisted Enner onto her shoulder and fled, trying to escape. Enner was completely bewildered. As they ran, John Hen shouted, "It's venom!" The toxic fog had completely enveloped both Bergiat and Kim. Only then did Bergiat realize he'd inhaled too much poison. It was too late. He choked out, "Kim, you coward!" He tightened his grip for one final strike. With his last ounce of strength, he thrust toward Kim's chest, but the blade could not pierce his skin. Kim stood there, completely unfazed. Bergiat trembled violently as the poison took hold. Impossible. Bergiat realized he hadn't left a single scratch on Kim. Then, he lost consciousness and collapsed. Kim simply watched in silence. He glanced at Bergiot's body and incinerated it, but then tossed the remains aside. Elsewhere, John Hen continued running with Enor. Enor struggled, pleading to go back for Bergiot. John Hen refused. Her primary mission was to protect Enor. Enor naively insisted it wasn't too late, that they could win if they fought together. But John Hen shut her down. It's impossible. It's too late. Enor stammered, trying to argue her point. But John Hen simply recited the first lesson of a holy knight. Combat isn't decided by a simple comparison of power. John Hen said, Enor, you must understand your own limits. She couldn't let their precious saintess walk to her death. Enor argued that while Bergiot had immense vitality, his actual strength and magic were low, and Kim has likely gained some high-temperature abilities. John Hen insisted, that's why we couldn't win. We had to leave Bergiot and run. John Hen added that any rational person would reach the same conclusion. John Hen started to speak of her master, but stopped. You shouldn't think of him as something divine. She didn't notice something falling from the sky behind her. It crashed to the ground right in her path, stopping her mid-sentence. It was a blackened corpse. Staring at the sword it still clutched, John Hen knew it was Bergiot. Suddenly, footsteps and crackling flames approached from behind. Horrified, John Hen slowly turned, breaking into a cold sweat. She couldn't read Kim's intentions. What if he thought she was an ally of Bergiot? Every one of her senses screamed danger. She was terrified of what he might do next. Kim broke the silence. It's been a while. Disciple. He continued. Now we can finally have a proper chat, can't we? He thought she should be pleased with this. After all, she had always called him master. Now he was finally calling her disciple. A threatening smile spread across his face as he told her to smile. Kim's expression darkened with rage. He said now they could finally discuss their complicated relationship. John Hen stood frozen, silently cursing the sight of Kim's body wreathed in flames. Enor glared, then leaped from John Hen's shoulder, taking a battle stance and demanding to know why Kim had killed Barrack. She was ready to strike. John Hen stepped forward, gripping Enor's hand, and smiled at Kim, saying it had been a while. Enor shot her a look, wondering why she called him master. Could it be they knew each other? With her own heart racing, John Hen promised to explain later. For now, Enor needed to stay put. Hearing John Hen's greeting, Kim agreed. It had been a long time since he'd met one of his own kind. Kim recalled Maiden in battle, his expression focused. He mentioned Maiden was mistaken for his kind, but wasn't. John Hen deliberately dragged the conversation on, asking who Kim had met after someone named Manti. She was desperately stalling for time to contact the theocracy. Kim fell for the bait, replying it was a master shapeshifter. Kim spoke the name, Maiden HBH. The words struck Enor like lightning. Her face darkened as she clutched her head. She repeated the name. Worried, John Hen called out to her. With trembling hands, Enor kept whispering his name. Suddenly, her eyes shot wide as darkness consumed her. She called out his name. A memory resurfaced, a name that Enor Efferban, descendant of the Saintess, tried to bury. The scene shifts to 3 years ago. The air was heavy amidst piles of rubble. A vision appeared. A dragon breathing fire, destroying everything. In the aftermath of the dragon's raid on Stakfit, a young girl lay trapped beneath a massive boulder. She slowly opened her eyes, confused by the devastation. Then terror washed over her. She had lost an arm. This girl was Maiden's sister, Minon, a hybrid of demon and elf. With great effort, she called for her brother. Minon searched, calling his name again. Despite her injury, she wandered everywhere, desperate for news of her brother. After searching for some time, Minon finally discovered where her brother had gone. Her search revealed that Maiden had journeyed to a city of humans. She went there directly, but her mana and elven blood drew the theocracy's attention. They began to tail her. The theocracy then altered her memories and granted her a new arm. As she neared sainthood, her very skin transformed. And so, Enor Efferban, the saintess's descendant, was born. Her body had turned completely white, save for the arm gifted by the church. A holy knight escorted her on a pilgrimage. A biochip was implanted in their heads, designed to evaluate their abilities throughout the journey. The results of that evaluation would determine whether they would be promoted. John Hen gripped her sword, tasked with a noble mission. The two had become inseparable. Enor Efferban was to complete her 3-year saintess training, alongside the disciple of the monstrous holy knight, Pit. So they journeyed toward the great forest on their pilgrimage. But a strange feeling stirred within Enor's mind. Her brow furrowed as she forced out the words, Maiden HBH. What happened to him? Kim recalled Maiden and answered casually, He's dead. Enor's eyes widened. He's dead, she repeated, her face blank. Then, her eyes went white. A furious rage erupted from Enr. Violent winds whipped around her body as her eyes began to glow. Seeming to lose her mind, Enr screamed, "I will never forgive you." But before she could attack, she collapsed. A cunning smile spread across Kim's face. "This just got easier," he said. "After all, you said you were tired." Hoisting Enr onto her back, John Hen retorted, "I was just saying that. I've trained hard since then." With a forced smile, John Hen explained she was on a mission and asked if they could continue this talk another time. She appeared calm, but inside, she was panicking. She tried contacting the theocracy, but the mana in the Great Forest was too dense. John Hen was startled when Kim suddenly stepped forward. Her expression filled with confusion as she quickly explained that they meant him no harm. They had just met that fool, she said. This place was simply on their pilgrimage route. She warned him not to kill her. Kim bluntly replied, "You've chosen the wrong place, then." Before she could understand, Kim waved his hand, sending sparks flying. He turned his back, telling her to follow. It was impossible to contact the theocracy unless they moved to a place with less mana. John Hen watched his retreating back, sighing. It seemed her time wasn't up yet. This was the village of Lias M, a holy land. Holy Knight Lim was one of the most famous knights from the early days of the theocracy. Knowing the lizardmen's territory, John Hen watched Kim from behind before speaking up. The Great Forest lizardmen are well hidden and hard to assault, but a sanctuary-like altar stands nearby. John Hen suggested going there, as it would make sending a message much easier. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Her eyes shot open as the voice pressed, "What happened?" A shadow then materialized behind John Hen. It was as if she was possessed, her body moving on its own as it spoke. "We meet at last. Codename PPTR-13. I am Hilton, manager of the Holy Knights." Kim's eyes filled with tears as he looked past her. Her eyes now glowed blue as the voice continued. "It is an honor to meet the Knight of all Knights." Hearing this, Kim dropped all pretense with Hilton. He told the entity possessing John Hen to stop the lies and get to the point. Like a puppet with lifeless eyes, John Hen asked, "What are your intentions?" Kim's reply was instant. "The real question is, what do I want?" John Hen challenged, "Do you understand the situation?" Kim calmly relaxed and answered, "You stalked and mentally terrorized the Holy Knights and the Saintesses' heir while destroying their sanctuary. Massacres followed." A blue light flared from John Hen's eyes. "And you think you can demand something from us?" Kim calmly made his offer. "What if you escort these two safely out of the Great Forest?" Hilton weighed the proposal. Losing a Holy Knight and the Saintess's heir was a major blow, and Pitt was a special case. After a moment, the possessed John Hen finally agreed, asking, "What do you want?" Kim smiled, then stated his demand. "It's nothing too difficult. Just act as if nothing ever happened in this forest." The entity agreed. Kim turned away, his warning clear to ensure the promise was kept. "You'd better." Kim quickly walked off, leaving John Hen carrying Enr. But Enr's eyes opened. She'd been awake for some time, and she had heard their entire conversation. As Kim pushed onward, he thought, "The distractions have been dealt with. Now I can focus on my target." He thought of High Panic, his face twisting with rage. It was time for that emperor to build his nation on the heads of other kings. The mere thought triggered his transformation. His body was engulfed in flames, a long, spiked tail dragging on the ground behind him. The ground suddenly trembled. Two massive beasts were locked in a savage battle, as Kim watched from below with a wicked grin. It was time for a happy meal. A feast in the Great Forest. Meanwhile, in the Torch Kingdom of Everma, a massive crowd had gathered. Before the city hall, a dwarf with a distinct, twin-tufted beard stood on a podium making a speech. He gave his thanks, promising that Everma would become a democratic republic. Behind a glass window, a lone figure watched. Silently observing it all was the Torch King, Bigonet. His face was crimson with fury. A president elected by a vote? What is this nonsense? He glared as the dwarf addressed the masses. His anger grew, that nobody had become a ruler. Clearly, a coward was pulling strings from the shadows. Otherwise, the people would never act this frenzied. With a flourish of his cape, Pico vowed to save the kingdom himself. His kingdom was in peril. Pico arrogantly ordered his men to prepare a visit to the allied kingdom of Gerkenton, but he was met with only an empty, chilling silence. There was no one there. All of Pico's earlier bravado had vanished. Centuries of power had collapsed in just 6 months. Suddenly, a door creaked open, and Pico's face lit up with hope. He thought a loyal servant remained. But he was wrong. It was Kim in a terrifying new form, his arm twisted like a dragon's claw. Flames flickered in his eyes, his voice a low growl. "Found you," the second head. Pico panicked, not knowing who this monster was. Even then, the king arrogantly challenged him. In the blink of an eye, Pico's head was severed from his body. He was officially logged out. In the Gurkentine Kingdom, Kim suddenly burst into the Emperor's office. Completely unannounced, he shocked High Panic. Kim strode in with a blood-soaked sack, his tone sharp with irritation. He chided High Panic for not understanding the joke. High Panic calmly stated the goddess confirmed it. A king and a president are different. Kim seemed to understand. The brainwashing skill had improved. At this, High Panic grit his teeth and continued speaking. It's nearly perfect, and the research results are good. But there is one problem. Kim put on a curious expression. And what problem is that? High Panic mentioned Podio, the only nation with aerial defense capabilities. They oppose the Gurkentine Kingdom's dictatorship. Their location is ideal for transporting goods in peacetime, and also during war. But their history was crushed by the Anbaplam Kingdom, leaving them quite weak. A large rebel force has appeared in Podio, so it's unstable. If Podio falls now, it will create many more problems. Hapanik praised Kim, requesting his aid in the matter. Kim cut to the chase, offering a choice, temporary or permanent. Spanik's eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he chose the permanent solution. But what about Damus? The permanent solution, Kim explained, was to erase Potiu from existence and build a new civilization from its ashes. Powerless, Hapanik begged him to stop. The temporary method, just the temporary one. Days later, in Potiu, Naval Commander Kenza Amer stood watch. The Duke of Jizian was visiting today. She had to stay sharp. Just as Kenza prayed for a smooth inspection, Kim descended from the sky, landing right before her. She froze for a moment. The rumors were true. The Duke really could transform. Flustered, Kenza tried to welcome Kim, but another voice cut through the air. Long live the Free Republic of Potiu. Kim glanced at the cloaked man, his eyes cold, silently questioning the man's sanity. The man ripped off his cloak, revealing a vest of ignited bombs. An assassination attempt, but it wouldn't be that simple. Kim unfurled his wings. With a single powerful flap, every fuse was instantly extinguished. A strong gust of wind lingered. Stunned but not defeated, the man struck another match, reaching for a fuse once more. Suddenly, a hand seized his wrist in a crushing grip. Agony forced him to his knees as a piercing scream tore from his throat. Only when the threat was neutralized did the guards arrive, rushing forward with apologies and concern. Kim gave them a cold glance. Take him to the interrogation room. 4 bare walls, a single table, and 2 men facing each other. Kim began the interrogation, demanding the source of the explosives. The man answered only with curses. It's fine if you won't talk, Kim said softly as he slowly rose to his feet. Step by step, Kim closed the distance. The terrorists' resolve shattered the moment Kim began to transform. Outside the interrogation room, a guard stood watch. Suddenly, Commander Kenza approached. The guard snapped to attention. After introducing herself, Kenza learned Kim had requested naval support. The guard quickly granted her entry. Stepping inside, she immediately confronted Kim with questions, but the scene before her suggested her help wasn't needed. Splinters of wood littered the floor, remnants of something shattered. Wasn't Kim interrogating the terrorist, but the man was gone. The twisted veins on Kim's face began to recede. His features quickly returned to normal. Then, he looked at Kenza and mentioned one thing: the Red Pinwheel. She knew it well, a tavern in the central district. Kim's order was simple: take him there. It was the Potiu rebels' hideout. How did he know? Because he'd consumed the man and absorbed his memories. The process was slow, he'd need 2 more. Kim let out a weary sigh. Watching him, Kenza felt a growing unease. A sliver of fear had taken root. As for Kim, he now had his sights set on Hapanik. Elsewhere, in the heart of the city, a figure in a green cloak stood waiting. At the Red Pinwheel Tavern near the Potiu barracks, the crowd was loud. Kenza pushed the door open, leading her men inside. The owner, wiping down a plate, greeted her with a warm smile, noting it had been a while since her last visit. Kenza smiled back, explaining the rebels had been active. She then turned to introduce the man beside her. This is Sir Kim. But in that instant, a crimson arm blurred past her face. The sound of impact. A spray of blood. Kenza stood frozen, confused. When her eyes refocused, she saw Kim's monstrous arm crushing a man's skull to pulp. The tavern erupted in panic. A murderer! People screamed, scrambling for the exit. The bewildered owner faced Kim. What is the meaning of this? Kim's aura radiated pure killing intent. He glared at the owner, his voice a low growl. Where are the stolen supplies? The owner's friendly demeanor vanished. He drew a pistol, aimed it squarely at Kim's forehead, and fired without a second thought. Kenza watched in horror, screaming his name. The owner's face was a cold mask. Guess we'll have to crack that skull open. But his triumph was short-lived. As the smoke cleared, Kim stood there, completely unfazed. He was unharmed, having caught the bullet between his teeth. Before the owner could react, Kim's transformed hand grabbed his head and slammed it through the wall. Behind the shattered plaster, he found an empty space. A hidden staircase leading down to a secret basement was revealed. The tavern owner lay unconscious. The royal assassin, silent until now, finally spoke. "If you'd left this to me," he chided, "I'd have found this place more discreetly." "My way was faster," Kim countered. As the two prepared to descend, Kenza was still reeling. A secret base inside a tavern? The three of them descended together. Then, something caught Kenza's eye. She approached a large crate, reaching out a hand. It bore the naval insignia. These crates. They were the stolen military supplies. With the explosives uncovered, she was certain rebels had infiltrated the Navy. Remembering the fallen, Kenza's fists trembled with rage as Kim prepared to leave, entrusting the investigation to her. As he ascended the stairs, the unconscious bartender below began to stir. A liquid dripped onto his face. His eyes fluttered open to a giant crimson snake mouth, ready to strike. Moments later, Kim had handled the bartender and reverted to his human form, still chewing something with effort. He suddenly uttered a name. Jonfer. Elsewhere, a hooded man in a blue cloak moved through a crowded town. He slipped down a deserted alley, vanishing behind a red curtain. Inside, 4 figures were gathered around a table. They discussed their plan B now that the bartender was caught. But one pirate-like man objected, revealing the captor was the Duke Protector. This news sent them into a panic. A man in a green hood realized with dread that it was Kim. Just then, the man in the blue cloak entered, interrupting their meeting. It was Jonfer, a monkey-beastman hybrid. He threw back his hood, revealing a vial of crimson liquid he had struggled to acquire. The others were overjoyed. Ro squinted, confident this potion was a key step towards the day of revelation, the day the demon world first appeared, heralding a new era for the rebel army. Their hopes soared they could use this against Kim. But then, the captured bartender burst in, gasping for air. Seeing him alive, they stared in absolute shock. He claimed he was lucky to escape, then asked Z if the potion was a sure thing. Z smiled, confirming this would bring them closer to the day of revelation, the dawn of their new world and era. But the bartender's demeanor shifted. He smiled calmly. The evidence and culprits are all here. As he spoke, a purple gas erupted from his body, catching everyone completely off guard. Ro watched the mist approach, confused. Suddenly his eyes widened, pupils shrinking as tears began to stream. The whole group collapsed, coughing violently, fluids pouring from their faces. The bartender smirked, revealing it was tear gas. Then, half his face reverted to Kim's. He sarcastically asked if they wanted one last song. The next day, at Podi's execution ground, Kenza stood on the platform beside the kneeling Z. Behind them were their captured comrades, while a massive crowd of citizens watched from below. Kenza roared with fury that their leader's talk of liberation was just a dark conspiracy. The mastermind was the Petal Universal Community. She then pointed her spear at Ro, exposing him as a spy hiding among them, and behind her trembled the captured traitors. All were high-ranking naval officers. Their arrogance gone, they now begged for mercy now that they were exposed. Kenza ignored them. She held up the red potion, announcing it was evidence found at the scene. She uncorked the vial and shot a sharp glance at one of the officers behind her. Before he could boast, she shoved the vial into his mouth. The potion overflowed, dribbling from his lips. After drinking, he coughed in agony. Catching his breath, he screamed, demanding what she had given him. Kenza stared him down. How foolish. You don't even know the weapon of those you serve. As she spoke, veins bulged across his face. He screamed in terror as gray fur began sprouting on his body. His eyes turned blood red, slowly consumed by darkness. He transformed into a gray wolf, his red eyes devoid of humanity. He snapped his bindings and let out a savage roar. Seeing a werewolf that had lost all reason, the crowd screamed in terror. It's one of the demon tribe. A hand gripped the glass vial tightly. The dark red liquid poured into the bound man's mouth. His eyes went wide with struggle and despair. Then came the horrific sight of a normal man turning into a feral wolf with blood-red eyes and a gaping maw. The red potion was a mix of dog and beastman blood. Intel suggested any human who drinks it becomes a werewolf. This concoction somehow links the demon tribe and the beastmen. Z Fader, their spy, was also revealed to be of the demon tribe. This exposed that high-ranking members of the Beastmen's United Nations are actually demonic beasts. In a private room, the royal assassin reported Kim's results to High Panic. After listening, High Panic simply said, "The Beastmen." Distinguishing between beastmen and demons is tough. Now, they've used that to control the Beastmen Federation. He worried if they didn't stop the Demon King, the Federation would target them next. But he was certain. This trick meant they were already targets. A knowing grin spread across Panic's face. What a perfect excuse to start a war. He mused that the monster Kim was good for more than just eating. Panic decided to declare war, framing the Federation as servants of the Demon King. His eyes burned with ambition and cunning. Huge warships lined the shore, swarming with people. A great battle was imminent. Kim asked Panic, "Are these battleships?" He ignored the question, boasting of a brilliant idea, making these warships move across land. Seeing Spanik's state, Kim told him to rest, thinking the shark corps would be better on land. Spanik gave him a confused look. "Sharks can't move on land," Kim retorted. "Sharks can't? But battleships can?" Panic froze, then laughed, telling himself to get a grip. He had spoken out of turn. Spanik then announced the world's strongest mage would be joining their army. In the Elpis Kingdom, King Dudan told his court that Elpis would join Gan TW as an ally. The court was utterly stunned by Dudan's sudden decision. They pleaded with him, remembering the scars of the last war, urging him to rebuild the nation. The endless objections annoyed Dudan. He picked his ear and yelled, "So noisy!" He had to end their useless arguments. Their protests meant nothing to him, Dudan said coldly. His decision was final. This was an order to prepare for war, not a debate. He channeled power into his hand. He displayed his brutal strength, daring any to defy him. The officials trembled but still did not agree. Dudan's face was ice, his eyes vicious as he declared, "I planned on losing a few loyal subjects anyway." Instantly, Dudan unleashed his power on a man below. In a flash, all the man's hair fell out, his body withered, and death came swiftly for the unlucky soul. The sight silenced all who remained. Terrified, everyone knelt in submission. Satisfied, Dudan ordered them all to prepare for war, and so, the Elpis Kingdom was coerced into war. At the Unblem Kingdom's naval superpower, Naval Port No. 5, the warships were launched. The Allied forces under Gan W were led by Kim, representing his kingdom. Grand Admiral Iceman represented the Unblem Kingdom, and Dudan represented the Kingdom of Elpis. Spanik stood on the shore next to the Unblem Kingdom's monarch, Dan Unblem. Spanik said, "Everyone is here." He thanked Dan for his assistance in this battle. Dan was silent, his expression grim. He was bitter, remembering his debt from the Merman attack. He never would have joined this conflict. But Gan CW's power was too immense to defy. Dan wondered how they would attack the Beastmen Federation from here. Between Port 5 and the Federation was a large part of the Unblem Kingdom's territory. He figured other ports were closer by sea, but Hapanik replied they wouldn't use the sea. They would march directly overland to the capital. Dan was stunned. He planned to cross mountains. But what was the point of the battleships? Panik gave a wicked smile, explaining they would cross the mountains using the battleships. Dan thought the man had lost his mind, but then a pillar of water erupted from the sea before him. Seeing giant water pillars rise like sea serpents from the ocean, Dan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. On a deck, Dudan was casting a spell. His hands formed two glowing magic circles, controlling the sea. Dudan chanted, "Great wave." At his command, colossal waves surged from the depths. But it didn't end there. The waves lifted the massive warships clear out of the water. Eisman couldn't believe his eyes. The water pillars not only raised the warships but also carried them from the ocean onto the shore. Dan was astounded. Can water magic really move battleships? The columns carried them over the tall trees. They advanced deep into the forest. Eisman's shock had passed, and he calmly took a drag from his cigarette. He thought to himself, "This will probably be fine." A royal assassin approached, asking, "Is something on your mind?" Eisman didn't answer, asking instead, "What are the Duke's orders?" The assassin simply said, "Quite a spectacle. A magnificent sight." Aitman agreed, but he was worried. Could they really entrust the entire fleet to a single person? The royal assassin watched Duzan command the warships with water magic, and then added his own thoughts. If that person makes one wrong move, the entire fleet could be annihilated. A truly dangerous strategy. He then feigned comforting Aitman. "Don't worry. If the ships are lost, you won't be held responsible." The hidden barb in his words made Aitman suspicious. "What are you implying?" Beneath his mask, a dark smile formed. He explained, "Because the lives below are ones we aren't responsible for." In the ship's barracks, the soldiers within were already devoid of life. They sat like puppets, faces vacant with savage veins bulging, all in the exact same posture. There was no movement. Their eyes were lifeless, drool spilling from their lips as their minds began to warp. They were no longer human. Kim ordered the royal assassin, "Take command." Seeing him hesitate, he repeated, "I said, command those below. I'm more effective when I act alone." The startled assassin asked, "Where are you going?" Kim's reply was cold. "Scouting." The royal assassin was confused. "Isn't that the recon team's job? Putting me in command so suddenly?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kim vanished. The assassin was left completely stunned. So much for my escape plan, all because of this man. Meanwhile, Kim soared through the sky on patrol. Suddenly, he spotted a foxman with a scroll, muttering, so busy, so busy." Without hesitation, Kim dove and snatched it from his hands. He landed on a high branch to read the scroll. A declaration of war from the Greyjing Kingdom? It's addressed to Sapfang? Where is that? Isn't Sapfang the capital of the Beastman Union? As he read the letter, the tree suddenly gave way. The fox from before had sliced straight through the trunk. As the tree crashed down, Kim took to the air. The fox mistook him for a harpy. "You bastard! Who are you?" he roared. "How dare you steal my scroll?" Before the words even faded, Kim swiftly took his head. Something was wrong. He had to see it himself. He quickly reached Sapfang, the Beastman Union's capital. He looked down at the crude settlement with scorn. This slum is their capital? Surprising. Is it due to the Beastman's isolationist policy? There's even a cathedral here? The church zealots would never come. Kim's expression darkened. We've all been deceived. Sapfang was a fake. Back with the royal assassin, he sighed in despair. How did it all come to this? He sat dreaming of a safe retirement, fishing peacefully in 50 years. He was grateful for his 2,000 gold bonus, but this endless work was suffocating. His mood soured, fearing he'd work himself into an early grave. Kim returned swiftly, scroll in hand. The royal assassin jumped, startled. "Sir Kim, you're back sooner than I expected." He noted the assassin's flustered state as 8 men approached, asking, "What is the enemy's status?" Kim revealed, "Sapfang is a trap. Their true capital is elsewhere." Both men were completely stunned. 8 men couldn't believe it. Impossible. The Grand Cathedral of the Beastman Union is in Sapfang. A city for the goddess can't be a trap. Kim glared at the wolfman. "Didn't you say their leader was a demon?" 8 men was rendered speechless. The assassin spoke up. "You did say that. The demons revere the goddess as a creator, but that's the extent of it. If it's them, they'd abandon the Grand Cathedral easily." 8 men declared he would alter the plan. "Change the entire fleet's schedule?" Kim asked. 8 men replied, "That won't be necessary." The hand holding his pipe trembled. "If those fiends had seen our fleet and surrendered in fear, I might have allowed a peaceful end." Suddenly, he smashed his pipe on the ground, crushing it underfoot. "But now," he snarled, "all thoughts of peace are gone. How dare they insult the goddess? I'll rip those beastmen in two and feed their guts to the fish. I'll leave their bones for wild beasts." Back in Sapfang, a bear man on guard duty noticed a bright light in the sky, like a brilliant star. "Is that a shooting star?" He quickly clasped his paws to pray. "Please, let me work more for less. Wait, no, let me work less for more money." But when he opened his eyes, he saw it wasn't a shooting star. It was the end of his life. A fireball descended, engulfing the town in an explosion. 3 warships descended upon Sapfang. 8 men stood on the deck, veins bulging on his face. "You dare to insult our goddess? You heretical fiends!" he roared, giving the order. "Reduce everything but the Grand Cathedral to ash." The crew immediately obeyed. Cannons were instantly loaded and aimed. 8 men's rage was relentless. "Die, you heretics! I will slaughter every last one of you." Standing nearby, Duzan winced. So noisy. 2 hours later, Sapfang was completely leveled, save for the cathedral. 8 men stood with his hands clasped, praying to the goddess. "Though they say the cathedral is unharmed, I still repent for this. Forgive my intrusion upon the goddess's home." With his prayer finished, he retrieved his hat. Come to think of it, this was the first church he'd ever seen in Beastman territory. The goddess's form changes with each race, but this statue felt modeled after someone real. Could a Beastman be this holy? No, the features were wrong. Just then, Kim arrived. "What in the world? Why is that demon here?" 8 men asked. "You know this face?" Kim replied, "I believe so." It was a face he hadn't seen in ages. 8 men wondered, he knows her? Sir Kim knows this Beastman? The more he looked, the less it resembled a Beastman. Could it be someone from the church? The thought made him shudder. If it was a church member that Kim knew, could it be his comrade who defeated the demon? 8 men turned to him. "Is that the previous saintess?" Kim's answer was blunt, "The Demon King." 8 men froze. "What did you say?" Cold sweat drenched 8 men. "What did you just say?" Did you say the Demon King?" He screamed like a madman. "No, No. I must bury it. These hands that prayed, this tongue, these eyes, I'll bury them all. Without hesitation, Kim chopped his neck, knocking him out. Any later and the man might have taken his own life. Just then, a bishop approached. Kim confronted him. You're the bishop here? Explain this. Did the church authorize this statue? Sweating, the bishop denied it. No. They approved a different design, but the beastmen altered it in secret. Not knowing the Demon King's face, I just assumed it was their unique aesthetic. Kim pressed. So the church is unaware of this? The bishop swore. On my honor, they do not know. I will report this to the church at once. With that, the bishop departed. Kim knew Aitman was awake and spoke. You heard him. The bishop swore to report this. Aitman pushed himself up, his soul still in torment. But Sir Kim, I prayed to the Demon King. That fact is undeniable. I broke my sacred oath against false gods. Kim clicked his tongue at the man's fanaticism. Aitman slammed his head down. O goddess, punish this wretched sinner. Suddenly, the frantic bishop returned, shouting, There's a problem. The Pope has declared a holy war. Aitman uttered slowly. A holy war? Did you just say a holy war? The bishop explained in a rush. The Pope will not forgive the beastman's heresy. A fire of battle ignited within Aitman. This is my chance to atone to the goddess. Just you wait, you wretched demons. Days later, Saifan was nothing but rubble. John Hen and Enner arrived, astonished. They never imagined Jia Cantin could build such a massive ship. Enner asked, annoyed, You already heard the reports. Why act so surprised? John Hen just blushed and laughed nervously. Seeing it in person is different. But maybe I overreacted. Enner turned away, ignoring her. Whatever you say. Her joining was part of the plot, Enner thought. I can't trust them. John Hen spotted Kim immediately, but she steeled herself not to acknowledge her master. Seeing Enner move forward, she warned, Candidate, control yourself. Unexpectedly, Enner told Kim they were there to aid the holy war. John Hen was shocked. Doesn't she remember? Kim stared intently at the two. Sent by the church to help? One, a saintess of the church. The other, a monster like him. Before this war was over, one of them had to be eliminated. Enner asked Kim about the current battle situation. Just then, a royal assassin stepped forward. I can explain. We've been trying to locate the true capital of the Beastmen Federation. We've identified several potential cities. The plan is to divide our forces and attack them all simultaneously. Hopefully, this will pinpoint the true capital. John Hen asked immediately, So, where are they? The assassin handed them a paper. Here are the plans and locations. The Beastmen's trade capital, Jiaoyi. Meanwhile, in the Phelan region of the Federation, the trade capital of Jiaoyi thrived as a modern metropolis. The lion leader slammed the table in fury. Impossible. Saifan fell in mere days, and now the church declares a holy war. The hippo spoke. Someone must have recognized the Demon King statue. The lion roared. Then why did you carve her face on it? The hippo shot back. No one knew her face. Besides, that was your predecessor's order, not mine. The boar interjected. Enough, both of you. This is no time for blame. Does this mean the Demon King herself will join the fight? The deer panicked. So is the commander the king of Jia Cantin, or is it Kim, the man who sowed terror in Stackfit, the demon of rumor who turned Flashfield into a sea of fire, is here. They tried to calm their rising fear. This is no time for fear. We need a counterplan. Meanwhile, Kim's forces were already in position outside. He figured this would be easy. The royal assassin asked, Are you referring to the city assault? Kim's voice was ice. I'm referring to their no survivors policy. The assassin broke into a cold sweat, asking about the plan. Kim declared he would be the bait for the church. The assassin's job was to gather the king's materials. Kim addressed the others. Let's begin. With that, he leaped into the air, shifting into his monstrous form. The beastmen were horrified at the sight. It was the enemy. One of them instantly hurled a spear straight at Kim. He dodged the attack but was still grazed across his chest. The attacker cursed. Damn, I almost took out its eye. Kim glared at the attacker. Perhaps I should play around a little. He opened his maw to attack when a surprise blow slammed into his face. When Kim recovered, he saw Enner standing there. He demanded to know who she was. Enner screamed back. You think I would forget? You killed my brother, you bastard. In his massive dragon form, Kim now held the spear between his teeth. He slowly pulled the weapon out as blood dripped to the ground. Kim's colossal frame towered over the entire castle before him. He stared up at the figure on the wall. The plan had changed. It was Enner, radiating intense hatred beside a massive weapon launcher. Her gaze was sharp and determined, ready to send Kim straight to his grave. Without hesitation, Enner fired another spear from the massive device. The spear tore through Kim's shoulder. As he began to regenerate, another one flew, piercing his eye and sending him reeling back. But this was no ordinary spear. It was imbued with a different kind of power. From the castle walls, Enner unleashed all her magical energy. The spear in Kim's eye instantly detonated with devastating force. Seeing her enemy fall motionless, Enner finally stopped. Tears of pure hatred and resentment streamed down her face. She had her revenge. Her brother could now rest. But as she turned away, Kim was still standing. His neck was already regenerating flesh and bone. In moments, it was fully restored. And a second head began to grow. Kim spread his wings and soared into the sky. His terrifying voice echoed, freezing Enner in her tracks. She glanced back in disbelief. She'd hit his head directly, so how was he alive? His current form was truly horrifying. He called her magic enhancement fascinating and demanded another show. Elsewhere, amidst the chaos of battle, John Hen hid behind a corner. She noticed the security was surprisingly lax. She wondered where the reserve Saintess was. They were supposed to meet here. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the sky. John Hen looked up to see Kim and Enner locked in an aerial battle. It was an evenly matched duel, with neither side backing down. John Hen was stunned. Why were her master and the reserve Saintess fighting? At that moment, Kim took a direct hit from Enner, who now radiated a ferocious aura of her own. She activated her physical enhancement skill. Aiming for Kim's wing, her power multiplied tenfold. Kim roared in agony. She grabbed hold of his wing and brutally ripped it in two. The sight was absolutely chilling. Helpless, Kim could only watch in agony as his wing was torn to shreds. The chaos on the ground stopped as everyone looked up, confused by the battle. Blood rained down from Kim, creating a shower of crimson. The civilians panicked. The sight was too horrific. They scattered in terror while the two figures above continued their brutal clash. Enner unleashed a devastating punch, slamming it straight into Kim. Unable to block, he plummeted to the ground, shattering the earth. But Enner wasn't finished. Radiating, killing intent, she dove after him at lightning speed. She moved too fast for the normal eye to see. Yet with a single flick of his dragon tail, Kim sent her blasting through walls for thousands of meters. With just one strike, she was left buried beneath the rubble. Kim was truly a monster. Left with no choice, Enner used a power forbidden by the church. A blazing, blue flame erupted from her hand. Her other hand ignited as well, her entire body surging with new power. Enner slowly forced herself back onto her feet. The power she had just unleashed was a weapon exclusive to the Saintess. Faced with this power, Kim was completely unafraid. Her quest for revenge was merely amusing him. With a terrifying gaze, he promised to reward Enner. Fueled by rage, Enner charged at Kim again, vowing to kill him before he could make good on his threat. She poured all of her strength and skill into this final attack. She thought she had him, but Kim had one more surprise. Kim's face morphed into that of a woman with flowing red hair. With a single hand, he effortlessly blocked her attack. The sight left her completely stunned. She assumed it was some kind of psychological attack. So, Enner didn't recognize this face at all. He clenched his fist. This was no psychological trick. Then, he swung his arm upwards. A moment of silence. Then, a massive explosion erupted, echoing across the area. Kim had struck Enner's body directly. Through the thick smoke and dust, he stood there, completely emotionless. From above, John Hen had witnessed the entire exchange. She was completely frozen, because Kim's current face was that of the previous Saintess. Amidst the dust, Kim's face was a blank mask. John Hen saw her master had become Angela. She wondered how a shapeshifter could do this. Trying to calm down, John Hen refused to believe it. She realized Kim's shapeshifting was a lie. His true power was absorbing the abilities of creatures he devoured. That meant Kim had devoured the previous Saintess. A horrifying chill ran down John Hen's spine. She trembled at the thought that consuming a Saintess would make one just like him. Enner was broken and motionless in the rubble. She was gravely wounded, but still alive. Kim's gaze fell upon her. Impressed by the church's tech, he raised a hand to finish Enner, but John Hen's voice cut in. "Stop, right there." John Hen appeared before him, blocking his path. Though a holy knight, she wouldn't let him devour his prey. Kim quickly denied her accusation, but his expression held no conviction for John Hen. At that moment, John Hen's own face began to change. 2 crimson horns sprouted as veins bulged on her skin. John Hen fought to suppress the horns, muttering denials. Across from her stood Kim, in half Angela's form. He realized she feared her true nature. She was aware of the impulse but couldn't control it. John Hen declared she was nothing like a monster such as him. She was a holy knight. A smirk touched Kim's lips as he turned away. thinking for now. He decided to let John Hen handle Enner. After all, Enner's current state wouldn't interfere with his plans. John Hen knew she had to report this. She made an urgent call, reporting that the Saintess candidate had been critically wounded and that she was returning immediately. Meanwhile, shadowy figures watched everything unfold from nearby windows. They crowded the windows, desperate to see what was happening. Outside, they saw the entire city in ruins. At that moment, a figure appeared, a royal assassin, completely cloaked and hooded, hiding his face. He raised his weapon, saying the King of Fola's reign meant many beastmen would die. As they wondered who he was, screams erupted. In an instant, the window was splattered with blood. At City Hall, a crowd gathered for the second prince's speech. He announced their victory over the Beastmen Federation. The demon that ruled this land is no more. The Beastmen Federation is free, and order is restored. All who contributed to this war will be rewarded. Hippick roared, "We are the victors!" The crowd erupted in cheers. Behind him, the royal assassin praised his speech. Hippick then congratulated him by name, Joaquin Sicasio. Joaquin couldn't understand why he revealed his true identity. Hippick clapped his shoulder, saying Kim had told him everything that Joaquin himself had led their army. Then Hippick's voice lowered into a threatening whisper, "Joaquin, you're no longer just a loyal assassin. You know too much." He ripped away Joaquin's mask, declaring to all, "He is now a major general of our kingdom. The people need a hero." Hippick turned away, expecting great things from him, leaving Joaquin standing there utterly bewildered. Kim appeared, patting his shoulder. He acknowledged Joaquin's success in life, then left just like Hippick. Joaquin stood alone, tears welling in his eyes, his plans in shambles. Elsewhere, in a dark room, a battered Enner was bound to a table. Recording initiated. An unforeseen accident has occurred during the Saintess creation process. Risk level has tripled. Top secret information may have been compromised. Therefore, we must merge protocols A and B to expedite completion. Subject's consent is required. As Enner's eyes opened, a man's voice called her name. He said he'd received the report on the incident and now he had a proposition for her. His expression turned sinister, a treacherous smile on his face. He was asking Enner to become a monster. Elsewhere, Kim was relaxing. He thought of the dragons and monsters of the great forest. They gained immense power by absorbing abilities from what they consumed. He used his own ability in the exact same way. But he wondered why he had hit a growth plateau. Now, he couldn't get any stronger unless he consumed a being with transcendent power. He debated using the goddess's wish. After becoming the Saintess, he realized an orc's body was physically superior. However, the Saintess's healing ability was far more potent and efficient. So then, what would happen if he combined the Saintess's body with the dragon's? Kim grew excited. The idea was definitely worth a try. Just then, Joaquin entered the room to speak with him. Suddenly, blood splattered from his own mangled hand. Kim turned, his face covered in red. A flicker of fear crossed Kim's face. Something was wrong. He'd never seen Jokin in this uniform. Jokin explained it was a uniform befitting his rank. He then handed Kim a newspaper. Uninterested, Kim glanced at it anyway. He had no interest in politics, but this headline caught his eye. The paper spoke of Paladin Pitt's death, the sole disciple of Jian Kun Tin's guardian. This was the kingdom's most prestigious publisher, the Jian Kun Tin Daily. Inside Felina Xinsmid's office, two women sat facing each other. Holding a notebook and quill, Felina asked if the other woman was on the ship at that time. The woman, Kender Ja Ambeker, answered, "I managed the flagship's water supply during the war with Fawn. I also assisted Lord Poditiu's protector." Felina scribbled down Kender's words, her face lit with excitement. What an exclusive interview, she thought. Felina had left poetry for journalism, becoming a renowned and trusted reporter. Felina pressed further, asking if Kender could elaborate. After all, a water supply officer wasn't a very common position. Just then, the door swung open. A gaunt-faced man stepped inside, completely unrecognized by either woman. "We're in an interview. Who are you?" Felina asked. The man said he was searching for Felina Xinsmid. Surprised, she still answered, "That's me." "Ah, then this is perfect." As he spoke, his face began to crack and splinter, as saliva dripped from his mouth to the floor. The bizarre scene terrified Felina and Kender, but their fear turned to shock as Kim's face emerged. They gasped, "Lord Kim!" Kim ignored their reactions, demanding to know about Paladin Pitt's death, and stating Felina's cooperation was mandatory. An unintentional wave of fury radiated from him, crushing Felina and Kender with its pressure. Felina shrank against the wall, her glasses knocked askew. Panic flooded her mind. Why did I have to run into this guy again? The scene shifts to another location, where Kim examines a messy pile of documents. It was the Holy Temple's official announcement. Jian Kun's sole disciple, Paladin Pit, had fallen in the Holy War. Behind him, Felina cooperated obediently, terrified of provoking Kim further. Kim turned to ask, "Did the Holy Temple officially declare Pit dead?" Felina said she was fairly certain, since paladins are often marked as deceased when missing. But Kim insisted Pit was definitely not dead. Besides, the temple would never discard someone so special. Kim suspected they were plotting something. Hipik reviewed the files and agreed, "This is all highly suspicious." But he immediately collapsed on the desk, wailing, "I'm sorry, brother, I'm too busy for this." He wore the pained look of someone who'd worked 7 straight days of overtime. Hipik lamented, "This isn't just 1 or 2 tasks. This war has created mountains of paperwork. How can one person handle all of this?" He suggested to Kim, "Why don't we just take a step back? Since this is an internal matter for the Holy Temple, it's very hard to deduce anything." But Kim didn't care, his piercing gaze fixed on Hopik as he said, "If you're this busy, the next phase of the plan will take forever." Kim's demeanor sent a cold sweat down Hipik's back, but then Kim turned to leave. "Forget it. I'll handle this myself. Besides, there's something I want to test." Out on the ocean, a white sailboat sliced cleanly through the waves. A black lizardman stood on the deck with his arms crossed, enjoying the breeze. This was, of course, our main character, Kim. His goal was the land of the lizardmen, the Root Mat Alliance. Flying would be faster, but that would announce to the world that Jian Kun Tin's guardian was back. So Kim chose the slower route. Just as he was relaxing, a pirate ship with black sails charged madly towards them from the distance. People all around panicked, shouting, "Pirates!" The pirate captain roared, "You miserable insects!" He let out a laugh, just like a final boss. But before he could even demand their treasure, a flash of fire incinerated the entire pirate ship to ash. The sailboat's crew stared in shock. They turned to see Kim, smoke still curling from his open mouth. A single thought crossed their minds. Lizardmen can do that? At the Root Mat Alliance's S-Mut port, Kim surveyed the area. The place was truly full of lizardmen. One burly lizardman had a smaller one riding on his head. Another had ears like fish fins, while a crocodile-like lizardman crawled on all fours, carrying its master's luggage. Compared to Dalim, where every lizardman looked alike, this place had much more variety. Kim planned to gather information first, as the Lizardman King had never appeared publicly and intelligence was scarce. For now, Kim had no idea where to start. Standing atop a clock tower overlooking the sea, he made his move. 1 week. At the Smut Wharf mayor's office, a vein throbbed on his forehead from pure rage. He slammed a report on his desk, roaring, "5 villages lost in 1 week. Have you identified this monster yet?" His sweating assistant replied, "Yes and no, sir. Witness accounts of its appearance don't match, so we don't know what it looks like." However, he had determined where it would strike next. The assistant unrolled a map, explaining, "It seems to be heading through the Great Sweep Mine." The mayor ordered an immediate evacuation and deployed elite adventurers. Moments later, at Rumat's Great Sweep Mine, a team of lizardmen was on patrol. The archer turned to warn them that their foe was a true savage, one that leaves no bones behind. But mid-sentence, a shark burst from the water, devouring him whole. A shark in a wetland? The others stared in horrified disbelief. The small lizardman mage raised his staff, sketching a magic circle. A stone pillar shot up from below, launching the shark into the air, along with the arm of its unfortunate victim. The shark soared through the sky, a severed arm still clamped in its jaws. "That's the monster." One lizardman shrieked in terror. His comrade told him to calm down, insisting it couldn't move freely in the air. He hurled an iron spear straight into the sky, aimed directly at the shark. Suddenly, the shark's body sprouted bizarre new fins and a pair of ears, just like the lizardman it ate. The spear was useless as the creature twisted its body, easily dodging the attack. The thrower was stunned, muttering that a shark can't possibly fly. The creature was now trying to return to the water. The short lizardman mage held his staff high. Stone plate. A slab of rock materialized just beneath the falling shark. Its head smashed hard into the stone platform, getting stuck. "Get it now." 2 lizardmen charged forward with their weapons. With a sickening slice, the beast's body was cut clean in 2. "We did it," a lizardman gasped in relief. But this was no victory. 2 new shark heads erupted from nowhere, biting the heads off the 2 attackers. As the team froze in horror, the 2-headed shark lunged from the water, swallowing them all. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sometime later, Kim appeared out of thin air, carrying the monster's severed head to the mayor's office. Taking the form of a lizard man, Kim presented the shark's head to the mayor. The official gasped, "What is this?" Kim lied, saying he found it at the Great Sweep, and that it was the infamous monster. Sadly, I found the bodies of a few adventurers beside it, Kim continued. The mayor suspected nothing, thanking Kim for preserving the adventurers' honor, so people would know they killed the beast. The mayor asked what reward Kim wanted, promising to do his best. Kim said he wanted the map on the table, and the mayor gladly agreed. Later, atop a high tower, Kim unrolled the map, replaying the last few days in his mind. The truth was, he was the one who had devoured the lizardmen while attacking the villages. Yet he still had no leads on their leader. But Kim had noticed one thing. The lizardmen were distributed in a perfectly balanced ratio across every village. This distribution was bizarre, and the memories of his victims offered no reason why. Kim then recalled the red lizardmen he had met. He claimed to be from the Dragon Clan, a race Kim had never encountered here. Kim guessed the Dragon Clan was linked to the Lizard King, and decided he would investigate. The mayor was looking over documents when his door flew open. Who dares enter without knocking? But then Kim's shadow fell over him. Do you know anything about the Dragon Clan? He asked. The mayor's face went pale as he trembled and broke into a cold sweat. I know nothing. I'm busy, get out. The mayor tried changing the subject, but Kim stepped closer. Usually, when people don't know something, they ask, what is that? The mayor kept up the act. Right, what is the Dragon Clan? I have never heard of it. Kim's patience vanished. His hand shot forward into the mayor's head, his eyes glowing with killing intent. I'll find the answer in your mind myself. As the sun set, the mayor entered his home, changed into his nightgown, and collapsed on his bed. He let out a sigh of relief. My head is about to explode. The monster attacks, and that adventurer searching for the Dragon Clan. The mayor muttered unconsciously. Should I ask him how to deal with that man in my daily report? Enough. The mayor suddenly stopped himself. What did I just say? Mayor, who are you? What's happening to my body? A moment later, the person in the bed was no longer the mayor. It was Kim On. She thought about the him the mayor had mentioned. That could be the person she was looking for. At a sewer drain, Kim used the mayor's body to bend the grate and slip inside. Before him was the mayor's communication device. In this oppressive darkness, a normal lizardman would be blind, but Kim possessed the eyes of a dragon. Why don't you just give up? Do you really think you're the only one who can see? Kim had just finished his sentence. A colossal shadow with horns and wings appeared, its eyes glaring brightly in the dark. Kim faced the massive figure. Without a trace of fear, Kim's voice rang out, Come out here. First a leg, then the head of a dragon with rough, spiky skin emerged. Appearing before Kim, it stared at him with majestic fury. But Kim's mind was already on something else. So the wall was just a magical illusion. The dragon spoke with arrogance. Know your place, you insignificant mortal. It continued. The only reason I shackled myself behind your pathetic seal was to serve my duty as his gatekeeper. Kim frowned. Him again. The mayor never revealed who that was, but this creature might finally provide some answers. With a slight tremble, Kim's body transformed into a red lizardman. The dragon asked suspiciously, Who are you? How could someone not from the Dragon Clan have dragon blood flowing through their veins like this? Kim raised a claw. It is because I have devoured many of your kind. What do you mean? A mysterious voice came from the device. The dragon immediately prostrated itself on the ground. My master. An intruder with mixed Dragon Clan blood has breached this place. He has dragon blood within him? Has the time finally arrived? The voice spoke out once more. I order you not to attack him, but bring him here as my honored guest. The voice commanded the dragon again. It complied at once, respectfully inviting Kim to follow it. On a long stairway, Kim followed behind the dragon, deep in thought. The master this dragon spoke of must be the leader of all these lizardmen. Standing before a massive door, the dragon pulled a lever. The gate began to slowly open, revealing the scene inside. A vibrant green meadow stretched out, with sharp pillars piercing the ground. High in the sky, a sun was shining down. Sweet? Deep underground? How can there be a sun? Kim was utterly confused. This is an artificial sun. A man in formal attire suddenly appeared and explained. Its diameter is 18 meters and it weighs about 43.4 tons. This is the world's smallest and lightest thermonuclear fusion device. With just this single power source, it can supply enough energy for all the underground workshops. The man then turned around. I welcome you to my kingdom, guest from the holy nation. I am Gulong, the first dragon created by the goddess's own hands. He introduced himself. Kim finally understood who he was, and it seemed he was mistaken for an emissary. I have a question, Kim began, but was cut off by Gulong. Of course, you must be curious about many things around you, but let us save those questions until after you tell me what you feel from this place. Kim thought to himself, if the first dragon considers me a friend, would he make for a delicious meal? Gulong clearly mistook Kim for a devout holy knight. "We have an incredibly deep connection with the holy nation," Gulong continued. "The legendary holy knight, Tian Sha Cheng Weiba, was one of the trusted few I sent to provide support to the holy nation." Gulong looked at Kim. "You aren't as surprised as I thought." He turned his head back. "The holy nation must have taught you more than I imagined, and to see they sent someone with such high security clearance. It seems you are in quite a hurry." Gulong, feeling he spoke too much, said that Kim could ask one question before they reached their destination. Kim asked, "Do you know if the original Petrus has come to this world?" Gulong confirmed he knew and asked, "Is that Kim's purpose?" He added that all lizardmen and dragonkin were born from his essence, so every experience the dragon clan has is sent to him. Moreover, one of the dragonkin I sent to the human world has reported on you. Gulong spoke, completely oblivious to the sharp teeth that had opened up right behind his back. Chomp! Fresh blood splattered. Gulong reacted in an instant, his other arm transforming into a claw and swiping at Kim. But he had already leapt back, with Gulong's severed right arm clamped in his mouth. "What are you doing?" Gulong's face twisted in absolute fury. "It seems you still don't understand the situation, do you?" Kim said while chewing the arm. "Are you betraying me, you greedy scum? Do you realize how gracious I have been to you? How kind to the holy nation until this very moment, huh?" Gulong roared with rage, but Kim merely mocked him. "The first dragon is truly this foolish?" Kim slowly reverted to his original form. "When did I ever claim to be from the holy nation? You are." Gulong was stunned seeing Kim's appearance. He'd seen him through the eyes of Mino's wife. Gulong recalled the past. The first time he met Kim, he saw that face with flashing red eyes. Comparing it to now, Gulong thought. The original being? In a flash, Kim appeared before him. An identical arm formed a fist, rocketing toward Gulong. He was stunned. Gulong screamed in a cold sweat. "That's my arm!" He flew back 100 meters but wasn't seriously injured. He shifted into his dragon form, roaring with fury. "You're not leaving here alive." Blue energy gathered in his mouth, shaking the very ground. He thought, "No matter what, you will die here." Nearby, a dark-haired girl with pointed ears stared anxiously at the trembling earth. "Is this an earthquake?" Gulong opened his maw, creating a blue magic circle, intending to obliterate Kim. Standing his ground, Kim suddenly noticed the towers around him were also generating golden magic circles. Instantly, they all fired beams of light at Kim. When the smoke cleared, he was in his fire dragon form, his wings heavily damaged. Forced to defend himself, he finally realized the towers were built as weapons. This was Gulong's domain, putting him at a disadvantage. But Kim's wings healed instantly, unfurling once more. He glanced at a celestial body in the sky. Then, he shot upwards, leaving a confused Gulong behind. Gulong roared, refusing to let him escape, powering the towers to fire beams of light in pursuit. Yet, Kim dodged every single blast perfectly. He was surprised, realizing he might be using the Saintess's body structure. His speed had increased in proportion to his body. Seeing his attacks fail, Gulong resorted to taunts. "This is my house. You can't run if I forbid it." But he watched as Kim charged toward the world's lightest room-temperature nuclear fusion device. It was only 18 meters in diameter and weighed 43.4 tons. That single source powered the entire facility. He panicked, screaming for Kim to stop, if it exploded. Before he could finish, the dragon-like beast plunged into the core like a moth to a distant star. After a massive explosion, the sky went dark. Seeing the celestial body plummet toward Earth, Gulong let out a horrified scream. He flew up to intercept it, but before he could, Kim grabbed him by the tail. Gulong glared back with pure hatred. Before he could curse, the celestial body impaled the spire of a tower. In that moment, a massive explosion swallowed both dragons, leaving only Gulong's desperate screams echoing in the air. At the port, Enner had been sent to find a store. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, startling her. She thought it was an earthquake, but then a massive heat wave erupted right before her. A blazing red column of heat shot up from the city's center. In a flash, a massive crater appeared. In the sky above, two dragons, one large and one small, were visible. Gulong was tattered, even missing his right arm. Kim was just as battered, though slightly better off. He wondered if the heat had pierced his own dragon scales. Gulong had only survived thanks to his super regeneration. He furiously blamed Kim for the destruction. Kim shot back a taunt about Gulong's frantic state, infuriating him. Overcome with rage, he roared. He lunged at Kim with his claws extended. In an instant, they clashed. Gulong was wounded, but not broken. He still fought fiercely with one arm. Kim grew suspicious of this power. Below, Enner watched in disbelief. She stared in horror at the brawl above. Just then, Kim seized Gulong by the throat. He growled, demanding to know who he was. His power was too weak, lacking any real combat experience. Gulong struggled to explain he'd used all his magic to block the blast, then tried to make a threat. If I still had my magic, you... He couldn't finish, choking and begging for air. But it wasn't so simple. Kim had no reason to let him go. At this, Gulong desperately offered his ancient knowledge as a bargain. He asked if Kim knew of that knowledge. Then, he hesitantly asked if Kim planned to devour his entire body. As expected, a dangerous glint appeared in Kim's eyes. He would indeed take that wonderful knowledge for himself. At those words, an image of the manticore flashed in Gulong's mind. He panicked, thinking Kim had copied his dead friend's memories. Finally, Gulong gritted his teeth and made a decision. He summoned a purple magic circle and began to laugh maniacally. This baffled Kim. Gulong had decided to take him down with him. Rather than lose his knowledge, he would destroy it. Instantly, the horn on Gulong's head shattered into pieces. At that same moment, Kim moved in for the kill, but he was too late, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Gulong's headless body fell to the ground, and Kim followed. He landed beside it, holding the head. His objective was complete. Though a bit embarrassed, he had collected all the heads he needed. Trophies big and small filled the shelves. On the floor lay Gulong's head, with ketchup spilled all around it. Model. Spanik was stunned, speechless. Kim quipped. We should have brought a bigger rack. Stepping in blood, Spanik complained. This head is huge, Kim retorted. Not my fault, Spanik said. Let's move on. We have all the heads. Time to face the Holy Temple, you might think. But first, there was one more thing to handle. I'm getting married. Hipanic's sudden words hit Kim. A week before King Edward's wedding, he stared at his reflection. He asked, as a married man, what's your take on marriage? Kim's advice was simple. Don't do it. Hipanik was confused. Huh? Is marriage that awful? Kim replied. Nothing ever goes according to plan. Kim's eyes flashed with memory. One day, you're living happily. The next, some strange power appears and slaughters your wife. Those bastards will snatch your kids, and you'll never see them again. He was reliving his own tragic past. If you're prepared for that, go ahead. Hipanik broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered. You're not serious, are you? Kim replied. Of course I'm joking. So, who are you marrying? Hipanik thought. That was terrifying. He pictured his bride, the neighboring kingdom's princess, a woman of talent and beauty. Their kingdom's long history will help solidify my power. Oh, and I'm preparing a body double for you at the wedding, Kim asked. What are you planning? Panic just laughed. You catch on so fast. To be honest, power is just a secondary prize. The real goal is to use this wedding as a diversion, to land a fatal blow on the Holy Temple. Hipanik gave a wicked grin. On his wedding day, Spanik stood at the altar in his finest attire. He scanned the guests, and Joaquin gave him a subtle nod. Spanik began. I sincerely thank every honored guest from across the kingdoms for attending my wedding today. They say everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Frankly, that's complete and utter nonsense. A twisted smile spread across Hipanik's face. Whispers erupted. What? Did I hear that right? Hipanik continued. You all think I'm an important figure. You're all delusional about your own importance, while you live as parasites, feeding off others. Sometimes, I have that thought too. A fearful silence fell over the crowd. They sweat nervously as he declared, when you replace trash with more trash, nothing really changes. It drives me mad seeing you garbage act like you're royalty. Suddenly, weapons were drawn from the crowd. They were soldiers Hipanik had created. His voice echoed, That's why, this time, I will bring change. Someone finally shouted, What is this blasphemy? You may be king, but you can't speak such filth. Before he could finish, blood erupted from his neck. He collapsed, his head severed from his body. Screams filled the air. The soldiers' panic created began a massacre, slaughtering everyone in the room. Blood painted the walls red. Cardinal Santo Amaret trembled. What is happening? Another cardinal screamed at King Edward. What in heaven's name are you doing? Do you not fear divine punishment? He bit down on a hidden switch in his mouth. His eyes began to glow. He cursed inwardly. You maniac! I will show you heaven's wrath. The Holy Temple's secret weapon. A beam of light shot from his eyes, aimed right at Hipanik's chest. Meanwhile, at the Santo Amaret Cathedral, at a grand, white castle, guards were yawning. With everyone at the royal wedding, the area was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a figure approached. A soldier spotted something crawling towards them. The guards asked, What is that? Is that a dog? No, it was a monster. A four-legged beast with a long mane bared its fangs at them. A guard yelled, "A monster made it to the city center. Stay sharp, rookie. A beast like that is easy for us to handle." Before he finished, blood sprayed everywhere. 2 soldiers became 1.5. The survivor screamed, "Enemy attack!" A long tail shot out, wrapping around his neck as he was dragged away. Another spray of blood filled the air. A mouthful of fangs chomped down, then swallowed whole. Kim reflected. His ability, of course, had its limits. He could only manifest an amount equivalent to what he consumed. The more Kim ate, the more power he could wield. For example, if Kim devoured a dragon, he would store 1 dragon in his dimensional space. From it, he could manifest a dragon's arm at will. But if Kim lost that arm, he couldn't materialize it again. The arm would be gone from his storage space. He would need to consume another dragon's arm to regain it. However, Kim solved this with a demon's hyper-regeneration. Thanks to that power, his dragon arm could now be restored. It could regrow without needing a second dragon. As long as a fragment of flesh remained, he could regenerate the entire limb. But in the last battle, Kim lost too much of himself. The explosion was catastrophic. He thought of the ancient dragon. It was all that bastard's fault. He was the culprit behind the explosion. Suddenly, soldiers arrived. What was that noise? A monster? How did it get in? They stood near Kim, weapons ready. He had to seize this opportunity. To replenish his reserves, Kim pounced on a soldier. Blood splattered, a scream echoed, and an arm went flying, but Kim quickly snatched it from the air. After the bloody spray, he felt a little more full. He casually walked inside, stopping before an open door. It was time to achieve his goal. Kim stepped inside, but in a flash, his own severed leg flew right past his face. Inside, Kim saw a figure holding a sword. His leg fell to the floor with a splat. Kim faced the soldier, his leg lying between them. He glanced at the wound as the man aimed his sword and spoke. "Get lost. This is no place for monsters like you." Kim eyed the paladin and gulped. They sent a paladin to guard this. That means something important is inside. Kim unsheathed his claws and lunged. Jaws opened to bite off the soldier's head, but the soldier yelled and dodged. Kim only managed to bite the plume on his helmet. The soldier stomped on Kim's leg, piercing his mouth with the sword. Kim quickly swiped his claws at the man's face, but he blocked the attack with his sword. Suddenly, a leg stabbed his gut. It was Kim's own severed limb. "What? How can a severed leg move?" he gasped. Kim's claws gripped the sword, cracking the steel. Kim swiped hard. The soldier fell with a cry, as blood sprayed from his back. Kim began to devour him. Suddenly, the Holy Temple's seal appeared on Kim's back. A blast erupted, and the floor gave way, dropping him into a tunnel. He thought, important things are hidden below. He smelled corpses. It must be this way. He rushed toward the scent. While sprinting through the tunnel, a barrier suddenly slammed down from the ceiling. Barriers trapped him from both sides. Water poured from the walls, rising quickly. Kim grew flustered. Water? An obstacle like this means I'm going the right way. By now, the water was over his head. Soon, Kim was fully submerged. In the research lab deep below the cathedral, scientists were monitoring him. Watching the monitors, one man sighed in relief to see Kim submerged. He looked at the screen and spoke. "It's finished. As a lung breather, this should be effective," the head scientist replied. "Very good. But how did a monster get inside the city? And why target this very cathedral? What is going on here?" Suddenly, the wall shattered, and water burst forth. The scientists were swept away before the commander's eyes. "Huh? What's happening?" he yelled. He saw Kim shaking himself dry and cursed. "Damn it, how did it survive?" Suddenly, he gasped in shock. Impossible. Kim had changed shape, his skin now smooth, with a new fishtail, a dorsal fin and gills. The commander said, "It has fins and gills now. Did it evolve that quickly?" "Activate Heaven's punishment now," he screamed. "Yes, sir," someone replied. A laser aimed right at Kim's face. "What is that thing?" Kim lunged, pinning the commander, who screamed. Kim bared his sharp teeth and spoke. "I haven't even bitten you yet," the commander gasped. "What? A talking monster?" Kim took a bite and snapped. "Shut up," he screamed. "Ah, Heaven's punishment, hurry up." The system blared. Level 1 researcher has requested activation of Heaven's punishment. Location confirmed. Target identified. The system's voice droned on, punctuated by the commander's screams. The system reported, "Safety parameters disabled. Press button to execute." And the scientist pressed the button. A light flashed over the holy sea. A massive pillar of light pierced the ceiling from above, striking Kim directly. The intense golden light threatened to incinerate Kim. He felt himself melting, thinking, A high-temperature device activated by coordinates. So this is the so-called Heaven's Punishment? When the light receded, only a piece of Kim's tail remained. Kim had been melted into a puddle. Suddenly, the scientist got an alert. The Cardinal had also requested Heaven's Punishment. Again? What the hell is going on? He said. Behind him, unnoticed, the puddle of Kim began to stir. The scientist pressed the button, focused on his task. The system announced again. Location confirmed. Target identified. Safety parameters disabled. A charred Kim now stood directly behind him. The system announced. Press button to execute. Before the scientist's finger could press the button, a laser fired from the chapel. The Cardinal was aiming it at High Panic's chest. He gritted his teeth, thinking, what the hell are they doing? Why? Why now? Light still emanated from his eyes. The laser was still fixed on High Panic's chest. He thought, why has nothing happened? After all the slaughter this demon caused, why haven't they activated Heaven's Punishment? He reluctantly retracted the laser. Luckily, High Panic was quick enough to dodge. Cardinal, you've been silent for a while. Is there a problem? If not, we shall proceed with the wedding. Your thoughts? He gave a wicked grin. The Cardinal forced a dry laugh. Ha ha, of course. In his room, Pick roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, that foolish Cardinal. His expression was a masterpiece, ha. In the end, he was left utterly speechless. The punishment at the wedding, or rather, an unknown monster's appearance. All of it happened at the main cathedral. He told Kim, who sat opposite him. If he had merely tried to issue a punishment, he'd never have understood. The reason why Heaven's Punishment failed to activate. Naturally, they would never have expected it. That monster was me. Huh. So, what is this Heaven's Punishment? I'm a little curious about that system. Kim replied. It's an advanced scientific device. Its power. If I wasn't afraid of being exposed and used it, with my dragon skin, it wouldn't have affected me much. He recalled being melted by a pillar of light. Hippick asked, a scientific device? So that explains why we found no trace of magic. Kim thought for a moment and said, according to the researcher's memories, the first pope was from another world. This is technology from that world. I did make a small error while working. It was unavoidable, but I feel you should be informed. Hippick asked. An error? What is it? Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from outside. Oh, Guardian Duke of the G-Doran Contin Kingdom. The two exchanged a look. That voice. Before the palace, a group led by the Cardinal spoke. Oh, Guardian Duke of the Kingdom. G-Doran Contin, please attend the religious tribunal at the Hall of Judgment. Kim was now standing before the Inquisition Council. Shirtless, the mark of the sanctuary was branded on his back. He thought, so, this is how it all ends? He remembered John Hen's words, I mean you no harm. If you kill us, the sanctuary will know instantly. He also recalled finishing off the soldier in the sanctuary. The seal of the sanctuary had appeared on his back. Kim thought, the sanctuary will know. She must have meant the tracking spell placed on someone who kills a knight. I did my best to leave no traces, but I guess this was inevitable when fighting one of their knights. He recalled his fight with the knight in the sanctuary. The Cardinal slammed the table, rising to his feet. Guardian of G-Doran Contin, all are equal in the eyes of the goddess. Whatever your reason, turning a knight to gold is utter blasphemy. Do not think divine judgment will differ just because you don't believe in her. As he spoke, he shot a sharp glance. Even if you are the king's guardian. He looked over to where Hippick was seated. Hippick thought, he's been saving up this anger for a while, ever since I humiliated him at my wedding, right? He asked. Cardinal, did you not just say all are equal in the goddess's eyes? The Cardinal replied, that is correct, your majesty. Hippick rested his chin on his hand. Then does that apply to someone from a world the goddess did not create? He asked this before everyone in the room. The Cardinal froze for 5 seconds. Murmurs spread. What? A world the goddess didn't create? What on earth does that mean? The Cardinal thought. Absurd and illogical. Why would he say that? What does he know? How does he know the sanctuary's secret? Just then, Hippick was smirking at him. This was information that could deeply wound the sanctuary. Other worlds were merely a rumor in the kingdom. The goddess was said to have created 2 worlds together. In the world the goddess made, this fact was unknown. But if everyone knew the truth of the magnificent sanctuary, and the true origin of the first pope, then in Elm, where the goddess's sanctuary is the only religion, chaos would erupt. The faith of priests and believers would begin to waver, and the grand sanctuary itself would tremble, and factions of religious doubters would appear. They would shatter the symbols of the sanctuary. The divine punishment sent by the goddess might just be power from another world. And that was the truth. In the middle of the trial, The cardinal slammed the table and roared, "What is this nonsense?" Sweat poured down his distorted face as he spoke. "Another world? Do you have proof of that? How dare you speak such blasphemy in this sacred religious tribunal? Is that so? Heavens! Such blasphemy! An insult to the goddess." The trial was then postponed due to the cardinal's excessive agitation. Newspapers were distributed throughout the city. They carried the shocking news spoken by the king that had left the cardinal baffled. The entire trial had been thrown into chaos by his words. Doubt began to grow. Could another world really exist? The people were confused and gossiped. Another world? Elm spread the word that it could exist, and the goddess's authority began to fracture. Ordinary believers, priestly factions, otherworld supporters, followers of other sects, and the cardinal's faction all clashed. The core leadership faction staunchly opposed the otherworld theory. The public was in an uproar, and as no one knew how to handle their shaken faith, the conflict between the supporters and deniers had escalated too far. As civil war erupted, the temple was attacked. That day, the holy sanctuary was consumed by fire. Panic glanced at the news, a smirk on his face. Everything is proceeding as planned. Division, sown by media manipulation and brainwashing parasites. Ripping the paper, Panic declared, "The temple will crumble from within." At the sanctuary, the goddess statue stood majestic outside, but inside, a heated debate was raging. What should we do? Most of our followers have already defected to the other side. We only retain a few nobles because they're on the sanctuary's payroll. But now, even those nobles are vanishing. This cannot be a coincidence. The Pope of the Goddess Sanctuary listened gravely. This is the work of the Jerian Canton Empire. At this rate, we are in grave danger. But there is a way. A cardinal asked, "Your Holiness, you have a plan. We must act before it's too late." "What is the plan?" The Pope grit his teeth. "We will assassinate the king." His words left the cardinals stunned. Suddenly, a figure appeared. A hooded girl, followed by 4 soldiers. The Pope continued, "We are sending our most elite unit to guarantee our success." Days later, at the Jerian Canton Royal Palace, a cloaked figure approached the gate. A guard shouted, "Halt! Identify yourself." They aimed their weapons. "Show your face and state your name now." The girl slowly raised a hand, and with a single flick, 2 guards were instantly decapitated. From above, another shouted, "What are you doing?" Before he too was silenced, the leader gave the order, "Go." She and 4 assassins charged inside. Everywhere they went, heads rolled on the ground. Suddenly, a hand grabbed one assassin's leg. Forced to a halt, the assassin turned around and spoke. "It's decapitated. But still moving?" Then, he was struck down in an instant. The leader turned her head with a questioning hum. She saw a headless soldier standing there. One hand held his own head, the other held the fallen assassin. The soldier placed his head back on his neck. As the other 3 assassins charged, he dispatched them all with a single, devastating move. Blood splattered across the leader's face. She saw her comrades were all dead. In that moment, her hood fell away. She was Enner. The soldier's helmet dematerialized, revealing Kim, his body covered in blood. Kim smirked. "Long time no see. You've gotten quite a bit stronger since our last encounter. I assume you've devoured something interesting?" The assassin leader clenched her fists. "Duke of the nation!" she seethed through gritted teeth. "No, you're just a mortal, an enemy of the demon god." Kim replied, "I have no idea what you mean." Enner screamed. "Don't tell me you've forgotten me." "I know you're the one who killed him," Kim replied. "That's not what I mean. Why let others' prejudice fill you with such hatred for me?" Enner's expression turned icy at his words. "What do you mean by that?" "I am Saintess Anna of the temple." "That's only what you've chosen to believe," Kim retorted. At his words, Enner scowled as her hair and eyes began to transform. The very ground began to tremble. Kim smirked. She had now become Zeon Hen. She laughed. "How could a bastard like you possibly know?" Kim answered. "The goddess is the temple's ultimate weapon. They'd never let a child wield such power for personal revenge." Kim recalled her fighting style. "You're merely copying her appearance and techniques. Your power can't let you perfectly become someone else," Zeon Hen retorted. "Here's some advice, from one of your own kind. Just surrender." Kim scoffed. "How arrogant. You think the 2 of you combined can possibly defeat me?" Zeon Hen smirked. "No, I'm merely a distraction." By now, the temple knights have already reached the king. She stood before the palace, her true plan revealed. "Without you here, can your soldiers truly protect him?" In the throne room, a lone figure sat on the throne. Suddenly, 4 dark shadows appeared, their swords drawn. One declared, "This is the will of the goddess." They plunged their blades into the figure on the throne. Blood pooled on the floor. Outside, Kim spoke coldly. It seems you underestimate him. He isn't strong, but his survival is no mere coincidence. If the temple truly wanted his head, you should have gone yourself. Kim smirked, pointing a finger at Zeon Hen. 2 blood-red moons began to glow above him. Meanwhile, in the throne room, the assassins continued striking the body, but one assassin's face paled. Wait, this isn't the Emperor. He realized the body on the throne wasn't Panic. A voice echoed from behind them. To think you would dare trespass in my domain. Are you brave, or simply foolish? Panic stepped forward, a massive magic circle glowing behind him. He stomped his foot, and the circle flared to life. It's a trap, one assassin screamed. This whole thing was a trap. Just then, countless beams of light rained down upon them. The assassin roared for a retreat, but lasers already flooded the hall with screams. Panic just laughed. Did you really think I was helpless without Sir Kim around? Is that it? Outside, a cold sweat hit Jeon Hen. The Saintess. The mission is a failure. Kim spoke. You don't look well. It seems my prediction was spot on. So, what's your next move? Jeon Hen clenched her jaw. In a flash, she gathered her power and launched herself directly at Kim. Jeon Hen blurred right past him. Kim watched her go. Running away? Inside, Panic stared at the charred, smoking husks before his eyes. The next day, headlines screamed, "The Georgian Canton Emperor assassinated." It was a conspiracy by the anti-Otherworld faction, targeting the pro-Otherworld supporters. The Emperor's midnight assassination struck fear into the hearts of the citizens. Reading the news, they panicked. This is madness. The world is ending. Then, they learned. The culprit was the Holy Temple. Shock quickly turned to outrage. They didn't just target the Emperor, but also the Holy. Priests sheltered within the palace. The Temple and the Emperor were rivals. Now, the citizens themselves attacked members of the Holy Temple. Their fury exploded across the land. It was all a blatant lie, but the people were enraged with the pontiff. This one event shattered everything. The anti-Otherworld Holy Temple had lost the faith of its people. The media began spinning the narrative exactly as the Emperor had planned. Twisted, furious faces appeared, making their voices heard. Assassinating priests can't be the goddess's will. The anti-Otherworld faction, the temple. They're all heretics. At the palace gates, an enormous crowd had gathered. Every single person was seething. The kingdom of Georgian Canton now targeted the heretics. Panic led the charge, igniting the mob. He declared war on the Holy Temple's heretics. The Pope roared, "What in the hell happened? The assassination failed, our knights are gone, and we handed that bastard king a reason to declare war." He slammed his fist on his throne. "We poured so much into this project, the creation of our saintess. And this is the shameful result?" A temple paladin, the project's lead manager, Mentone, a young man with glasses, spoke. "I accept full responsibility." The Pope seethed. "Your only task was to kill that pretender king, and you failed. You fled." Mentone countered. "If we had also lost the saintess, we'd have no way to fight back." Jeon Hen stood beside him in silence. The Pope shrieked, "But he's still alive, as long as—" Crack! The pillar beside Jeon Hen shattered from her punch. The Pope fell silent. Mentone jumped in shock. Jeon Hen growled through clenched teeth. "Instead of whining, we should prepare for war." The Pope listened, in stunned silence. At the border of the Holy Temple's lands, a fierce battle raged against the Georgian Canton kingdom. Temple forces unleashed waves of fire magic. But the Georgian Canton soldiers were heavily armored and armed with longswords. A Georgian Canton soldier roared, "Destroy the temple heretics, who defy the goddess's will." But his words were cut short. As a blade sliced clean through his head, his body crumpled to the ground. The temple's paladins had arrived. The Georgian Canton soldiers panicked at the sight and screamed for an immediate retreat. Watching the army scatter, a paladin wondered aloud, "They're suddenly withdrawing? Is this some kind of strategy?" It was. As they fell back, a new army advanced. They marched with a heavy, thunderous rhythm in perfect formation. This was the modified army that Prince Panic kept hidden in his dungeon. A horde of thousands swarmed forward. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the Holy Temple's forces lost the border battle. A final barricade was erected at the heart of the Holy Temple. But that wasn't all. They established a final defensive line. On a clear day, at the temple's center, a lone figure slowly approached. He was tall and thin, with a huge pack on his back. He was a prisoner of the kingdom. One day, Prince Panic had visited him. Assault, robbery, massacre. Your list of crimes is endless. Why are you still breathing? Someone like you deserves death. Execution is the only payment for your sins. The prince scanned a document. Ah, is it because you're royalty? Regardless, you are perfectly suited for this next job. He crumpled the paper in his fist. Listen closely, you piece of filth. If it weren't for your royal blood, you'd have been executed ages ago. But if you succeed this time, we will grant you a full pardon. Snapping back to the present, the prisoner set his pack down. I just have to follow their orders. After all, I should be rotting in a cell. I have nothing left to lose. He smirked to himself. Once I'm reinstated as royalty, I'll destroy everyone who ever looked down on me. As he spoke, he opened the pack. In the darkness, countless small eyes watched from the shadows. Then, rats and birds swarmed from his pack. He thought, all I need is a simple distraction. But what was the point? Suddenly, a bullet tore past his leg, and luckily, he glared furiously towards the shooter, spotting two distant figures. The marksman was Joaquin. He yelled, What are you waiting for? Move, you fool. The prisoner had no choice but to press on. He muttered, That bastard picked the wrong fight. When this is over, I'll take his head. Wiping away sweat, he stepped over the barrier, and his body instantly erupted in flames. In an instant, only a charred corpse remained. From a distance, Prince High Panic watched through binoculars beside Joaquin. He gasped, Wow, to think it was hiding something that powerful. That's the temple's final barrier. Outside the barrier, the ground was scorched black. But just inside, it remained untouched. Their tests revealed it spared small creatures. But the moment something of a certain mass entered, it would instantly ignite, burning the intruder to ash. The prince fumed, unsure how to bypass it. Then, the prince suddenly remembered Kim. Wait, I know someone who can freely change their mass. Soon after, Kim arrived at the Georgian kingdom's tent. He asked, What's the barrier's range? Prince High Panic drew a circle around the temple area, showing Kim the barrier's scope as he spoke. After testing it with animals and prisoners, this seems to be its radius. The prince added more details. We even sent birds in. Sparrows made it through, but ostriches were incinerated. Same with dogs. Small ones lived, large ones died. It was true for monsters, too. Kim fell into deep thought. The prince's conclusion, large creatures die, small ones survive. Kim asked, Does species matter? The prince replied, We can't confirm, but body mass appears to be the primary trigger. Although, our tests showed that all humanoids, like humans and elves, were incinerated, regardless of their mass. Prince High Panic leaned in, asking Kim seriously, But what about you? You can become non-human, and you can alter your body mass, the only one who can change both species and mass. The prince then placed a hand on Kim's shoulder. So what I'm asking is, could you help me? You'll benefit from this as well. You know that, don't you? He returned to his seat, laying out the plan. You'll turn into a small creature. One, the barrier won't detect, then scout the inside. What do you say? The prince truly needed Kim's help, but the prince asked, It's a solid plan, right? Though he thought, Maybe I'm the only one who thinks so. Kim coldly shook his head. I refuse. Prince High Panic was stunned. Why? Kim explained. If I become a small creature, my brain will shrink, and my intelligence will drop. Besides, if an unknown variable triggers the barrier, I could be incinerated before I can revert. It's too risky. The prince was at a loss. But we have no better plan, he said. Kim stood to leave, stating simply, Find another way. I recently acquired something big. This piqued the prince's interest. Something big? A useful new power? No, I mean literally big, Kim said. You've seen it before, but Prince High Panic couldn't place it. He wondered, I've seen it? Don't tell me. Kim left the tent, electricity crackling in his eyes as he shot skyward and transformed. Prince High Panic rushed out after him. Wait, where are you going? He was stunned by the sight before him. In the sky, Kim had become a colossal dragon. Its head alone was large enough to eclipse the prince's tent. Kim now took the form of a majestic dragon. A single flap of his wings sent a powerful gust everywhere. Seeing this, High Panic's jaw dropped in disbelief. What in the world is happening? He wondered. Ignoring the prince's shock, he soared high into the sky, hovering as he faced the palace. His target was in sight. Without hesitation, he dove. Just then, something shot up from the palace to meet him. Only then did he realize it was a person. A blinding flash of light erupted. Two razor-sharp slashes sliced through his wings, sending him plummeting to the ground. Even as he fell, he wondered, my wings were cut? Realizing he was losing control, he let out a terrified roar. The one who severed his wings was none other than John Hen. She grinned slyly, calling him master. Let the battle begin. Rewinding a moment, as Kim was still airborne, a weapon from the palace had taken aim at him. Inside the cockpit, someone asked in disbelief, "Are we really doing this? Is this right?" Dai-Chat then said he understood their desperation, but this insane plan was still making him panic. He believed that sometimes, rational people must do what seems completely insane. He made it clear, though, that the Saintess had ordered this from the beginning to launch a person straight from a cannon. Unable to wait, he roared with passion, demanding to know the mission. Seeing his resolve, the operator had no choice but to obey and quickly slammed the fire button. The cannon charged with fuel, then it fired. John Hen was launched skyward, dual blades in hand. She faced Kim, a tiny human, against a colossal dragon. Without hesitation, she delivered 2 lightning-fast slashes. Both slashes tore through his wings. She then lunged forward, using her blades to carve a path along his back. Now she was stranded on his back as he plummeted out of control. John Hen gritted her teeth, clinging to Kim to avoid the deadly fall. He knew if he kept burning without breaking the barrier, his regeneration would be completely useless. But what could he do, now free-falling towards the castle's sharp spires? As expected, the spire impaled him like a skewer. John Hen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She hadn't fallen. The sword in her hand dissolved as she landed safely. Suddenly, purple drops landed on her shoulder, burning her clothes. It was Kim's blood, falling like acid rain. The crowd below stared in shock, seeing him dangling from the spire. They cheered, thinking the wretched monster was dead, ignoring the blood raining down upon them. Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream erupted. Only then did they realize his blood was acidic poison. But he wasn't dead yet. His sharp eyes darted around. He realized the paladins had arrived. He knew if they attacked now, it would be over for him. He had to force his body to recover, fast. He planned to use dragon's breath from his ruptured lungs. The moment he did, a world-shaking explosion erupted. A massive inferno engulfed everything, followed by a chain of widespread explosions. The cause was his dragon's breath skill combining with his acidic blood, triggering a massive chain reaction. Meanwhile, in the scorched control room, a lone survivor stirred. Manhattan struggled to his feet. How could their reinforced walls shatter so instantly? He'd thought Kim's dragon form was on the brink of death. He frantically tried to contact John Hen, asking if she was okay. But only silence answered him. He checked the comms device. It was working perfectly. But she still wasn't responding. Fear gripped him. Could she have been knocked out in the blast? He then thought of the Grand Cathedral, its vital facilities now scorched and perhaps beyond reconstruction. The shocking realization hit him. The holy sanctuary was completely gone. Rage filled him. What was the point of killing the dragon now? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. A massive shadow fell over Manhattan. He turned, his face a mask of disbelief. Through the raging flames, Kim's terrifying dragon form emerged. The sight filled him with absolute horror. He'd heard reports of the dragon's power but never imagined this. Suddenly, he opened a portal and summoned a gun. It seemed he preferred his own end to being killed by the dragon. He pressed the muzzle to his own head. As his finger tightened on the trigger, a voice crackled through. "This is PP-100Y. Command, please respond." The voice made him freeze. He frantically asked if John Hen, on the other end, was okay. She asked if he was safe as well, then revealed she had a new battle plan. John Hen contacted command, requesting a response. Manhattan was stunned to receive her signal. She reported that she'd evacuated all survivors she could find, then asked for a status update on his end. Back in the control room, he couldn't believe anyone survived that series of explosions, and even more so, that she was alive. It gave him hope the sanctuary hadn't truly fallen. Still, he knew rebuilding would take a very long time. After a pause, he expressed his relief that she was alive. He also confirmed he was still in the engine room. Relieved, she quickly gave him his next assignment. Manhattan listened silently to her orders, absorbing every word. Then, he nodded immediately. He would do exactly as she commanded. Instantly, he moved to the console and changed the settings. Meanwhile, Kim had nearly finished regenerating and was mobile once more. But healing his gut cost too much biomass. He would need to feed again very soon. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. His gaze was instantly filled with caution. The one blocking his path was none other than John Hen. He called her a holy knight, but she denied it. She called herself a saintess. He ignored her title, demanding to know why she stood in his way. She declared herself the saintess of the goddess's church. Her duty was to protect this place from monsters like him, but that wasn't what he was asking. He wanted to know where she found the courage to face him today. Hadn't she fled from him just a short while ago? Did she forget she stood no chance of winning? Fearlessly, she admitted she couldn't win alone. But today, she wasn't by herself. Just then, a strange slime began to cover Zeon Hen's face, spreading to coat her hands as well. The slime quickly formed into a protective suit of armor. Now, she could confidently tell Kim that this place would remain her goddess's holy ground, no matter the damage. As Kim saw the substance on her body, he instantly recognized it as metal slime. Then, a massive barrier suddenly trapped them both. He was shocked to see it. He never expected a barrier to manifest in this very place, and he couldn't believe its protective field had been altered. He immediately taunted Zeon Hen that if he was trapped, then she wouldn't be able to escape, either. But his tough words hid a grim truth about his own state. Any more damage would destroy his current body, so he needed to escape quickly. He also figured that she couldn't last long inside the barrier. But as he schemed, she suddenly lunged forward toward him. Her sword pierced right through his draconic foot. Was she trying to pin him down in this spot? He was baffled. How could she even move inside the barrier? His eyes then fell upon the slime covering her. He realized it had to be the metal slime. It seemed she knew how to resist the barrier's damage. Without hesitation, he summoned his own metal slime. Yet, Kim knew he lacked enough of the substance. He couldn't cover his entire body. If he shrank down, his regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage taken. Seeing his metal slime, Zeon Hen loudly declared that now they were on the same level. She also knew his regeneration had its limits. With conviction, she proclaimed this place would be his tomb. Annoyed with her, he casually swatted her with his tail. The immense force sent her flying far across the room. Kim calmly stated he just needed to analyze the barrier to figure out an escape route for himself. He added arrogantly that he could also sense another little rat scurrying around somewhere nearby. That so-called rat was Manhattan, watching in horror as Zeon Hen slammed into the control console. It seemed her metal slime had worn off. At the same time, their barrier device had shattered. She urged Manhattan to get away and run, but it was far too late. Kim was already there. He approached her and declared it was all over. Knowing her energy was at its absolute limit, she could no longer use her metal slime for protection. Still, he admitted she was impressive for surviving this long. But now, he arrogantly asserted she was no longer his equal. He began shifting back into his human form. He sinisterly affirmed, "For you, everything is now hopeless." But then she spoke up. "That's right, this is the limit. However, it is the limit for us both." As she spoke, her hand touched the barrier panel. A sense of dread washed over him. And for good reason. As she had just reactivated the fire barrier, he panicked, feeling the barrier closing in around him. He quickly tried to transform back into a dragon, but he was too late. Before he could do anything, the barrier slammed shut and restrained him completely. He had been one step too slow. Meanwhile, Zeon Hen was calculating. She knew the barrier system ran on electricity. If she used her metal slime to restore the broken machine parts, allowing the current to pass through them, she could get the barrier working temporarily. Moments later, she spoke with triumph. "I did warn you." A crazed look filled her eyes as she repeated her declaration. "This place will be your tomb, Kim." He knew clearly that his situation was hopeless, and it was far too late for him to do anything. His regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage. Soon, an endless hunger and a bone-deep chill would follow. Model. Was this the end? His gaze fell, and there stood Zeon Hen. Calmly, she declared his defeat, but there was no despair. He simply called the whole experience magnificent. Then he announced it was time, demanding his reward for slaying the Demon King. His words and a sudden flash of light stunned her. She had no idea what was happening. As his very body began to fade, Kim called upon the goddess for his prize. A brilliant golden light then erupted from his body. Blinded, Zeon Hen wondered if he thought she was the goddess. Golden sparks flared from the machine behind her. But when she turned back to Kim, she was left speechless. Her eyes widened in terror at the strange black hole that had replaced Kim. Writhing tendrils pulsed around the void. Then, a terrifying blood-red eye snapped open in its center. Meanwhile, Kim stood within a vast white void. Moments later, the goddess appeared before him again. Displaying a smiling icon, it said the process would continue and asked for his wish. At the question, he recalled Mantico's words, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. If the goddess was truly an eternal being, then anything should be possible. So, he made a request to escape his fate. Return to the moment just after the Demon King's fall. The smiling icon remained. The goddess granted his wish, pouring dark energy into his chest. Sentient black tendrils erupted from the void, connecting to the crimson eye before Zeon Hen. Two dark appendages shot out from the eye. ensnaring Jeonhen's legs before she could react. The eye began to dilate, closing in on her. Oblivious, Menton wandered right into the cursed area. The dark purple mass spread towards him. It quickly devoured the ground beneath him, expanding rapidly. The mass became a tar-like swamp. Shadowy hands reached out, grabbing his legs to pull him into the abyss. Mantis screamed as it reached his chest, crying for the saintess. A hand silenced him, dragging him under. It swallowed his outstretched hand whole. Jeonhen stood paralyzed, not believing this was her master. Just then, thousands of eyes snapped open on the mass. Every single one turned to stare directly at her. It was a truly grotesque sight. Anyone with trypophobia would be instantly finished. Luckily, Jeonhen didn't have that fear. She only paled and let out a curse as something rose from the mass. Desperate screams echoed from within it. A figure began to rise. A horribly familiar, dark purple shape. Two crimson eyes opened. Half of its body was Kim, the other, a purple mass of countless red eyes. Seeing this, Jeonhen was horrified. What kind of monster had he become? Her face went pale, covered in cold sweat. She realized it was a living thing and questioned reality itself. Meanwhile, Kim also felt something change. He covered his face as lost memories flooded his mind. He remembered meeting the goddess, his past on Earth, and even Cthulhu. He saw endless battles in countless forms. Looking at his own dark hand, he smiled with terrifying excitement. Survival. This alien power felt strangely familiar, as if he had wielded it for ages. His gaze, full of killing intent, fell on Jeonhen. "Any last words?" he asked. She couldn't believe his calm, but Kim had completely changed. He licked his lips. "Are you talking about my hunger?" He even said she'd build resistance to it. Jeonhen looked at him with concern and asked him a question. If she couldn't control her own instincts, the end would be different. Kim coldly declared she would be in his place. Jeonhen just laughed at that. She'd rather die a saintess than live as a monster. Before being consumed, Jeonhen thought of the temple's people, begging him to spare them. But his answer was non-committal. Still, a faint flicker of hope remained in her eyes. She believed her master would do it. In response, he opened a mouthful of fangs and told her, "I'll consider it." For ages, the holy temple existed in another world, a place lit by a single, solitary moon. It sealed off all paths leading back to Earth, completely hiding the planet's very existence. The key to that gate is held by the leaders of the four great races: the elves, the dwarves, the beastkin, and the dragonkin, which means only a true conqueror can obtain it, one who would trample over every other clan to get there. This world was no different. A pope's holy sanctuary was defiled, and a continent born from a goddess was now a sea of flames. The goddess's church itself was crushed under Kim's multi-eyed, monstrous form. Overflowing with killing intent, he stalked forward. He truly didn't care what happened to this world. The purple, eye-filled void spread with his every step, swarming towards the sanctuary and converging on a cellar door. Throwing open the hatch, Kim descended the steps. His body was cloaked in purple and red eyes, leaving only his torso and half his face untouched. He recognized the blazing red circle with its arcane symbols. This was the altar the goddess had mentioned. Looking at it, he knew he could finally return to Earth. Elsewhere, he panicked, hands in his pockets, uncertainly asked if they were in the right place. Behind him, Joaquin was hauling a mountain of gear like a refugee. But the items he carried were strange. As Panic wondered where the hell he was, he suddenly spotted someone up ahead. Seeing Kim's back, he quickly called out, "You were already waiting here?" Kim shot him a cold glare for being late, but Haponic swore he practically flew to get here. He then told Joaquin to start his assigned task. While Joaquin struggled, Haponic tried to discuss a victory party with Kim, only to be instantly shut down. Kim coldly stated that Haponic also benefits if they finish this faster. Who has time to celebrate? Haponic couldn't argue. He told Kim to get going, since this mess would be easier to clean up if Ganka's guardian duke died in the temple battle. After he said that, an awkward silence fell. Haponic scratched his head, trying to break the pre-parting tension. He didn't know what else to say. Then, Haponic's voice slowly began to echo through the grand hall. He remembered when Kim first threatened to eat him. He felt reluctant now that they'd dealt with the monsters together, recalling the times they just sat and talked. Even though he was always terrified Kim might devour him, he was still sad to see him leave. At that moment, Spanik couldn't continue. Suddenly, Kim seized his shoulder. With a dark, murderous look, he told him not to worry. Kim gave a ferocious smile, his two red eyes glowing. He smirked. "You seem to have misunderstood something." The words and the terrifying image made Haponic turn pale and vomit from sheer terror. He bit his lip in horror, sweat pouring down like a river. Behind him, Kim spoke like a grim reaper, explaining that humans adapt well, even by distorting reality and taking the good within it for granted. His words were a veiled warning. Don't assume a beast isn't attacking because it wants to be your friend. That is merely your own shallow thinking. Spanik trembled, glancing back at the figure cloaked in horrifying darkness. Kim's voice echoed in his ear. You won't misunderstand anymore when my appearance changes just a little. So, do you still consider me a friend? Faced with such a horror, Spanik collapsed, panting and cursing. You bastard. You damn monster. Just then, Joaquin finished his work and came to report. The moment he said there was no reaction, a bright light flashed behind them. Startled, they saw the items Joaquin placed on the altar glowing brightly. They suddenly burst into flames, quickly burning to ashes. A gust of wind swept across the altar. Green cracks began to spiderweb across the glass case holding the skull. The fissures spread wider and wider, finally forming a green spatial gate. The portal was successfully activated, and it was time for Kim to leave. Hearing this, Spanik screamed, "Get lost! And don't you ever come back!" But Kim just smiled, gave a little wave, and thanked him for everything. With that, he stepped into the portal. When he emerged, he was standing on dry, barren land. He took a deep breath. That musty scent was definitely Earth's, but the scene around him looked nothing like it. To be precise, this was an Earth that had been destroyed. Everything was in ruins, utterly lifeless. He slowly scanned his surroundings. He disappeared from Central Africa, but that was the Eiffel Tower. He must be in France. He didn't understand how he got here, but then he recalled a vast forest that bordered Central Africa. Since he'd come from another world, returning to a different location made sense. Gazing at the crimson sky and the ruins, he wondered how Earth had fallen so far in just a few years. Suddenly, a UAZ truck sped towards him, carrying 2 people. Seeing them, he licked his lips with excitement. What faster way was there to get the information he needed? Kim eagerly spread his arms, waiting for them. But suddenly, boom! The truck erupted in a massive fireball, blown to pieces. Staring at the roaring flames, Kim was stunned and disappointed. He looked up and saw it. Mentone explained the flying dragon had incinerated the vehicle. In a flash, it descended, perching on the tower's peak. Seeing this sight, Kim wondered if this was even Earth. Just then, the fire dragon sensed it, a familiar scent on the wind. The scent of the one who took its mother and left it scarred. The stench of a cowardly liar. Rage instantly ignited within it. Its furious eyes blazed as it let out a deafening roar. It could never forget this scent, the one it had hunted for so long. Hearing it speak, Kim recognized the language of the elves. Suddenly, memories of the red dragon from the other world flooded his mind. He pictured the mother and her child, snuggling close. This was that red dragon's offspring. He couldn't believe it. How was it on Earth? He desperately needed details, but more importantly, this dragon had its mother's power. His 2 crimson eyes flared to life again. His mouth dripped, overcome by a maddening hunger at the sight of the beast. In an instant, Kim became a colossal monster with a dragon's head and wings, soaring to face the red dragon on the Eiffel Tower. It looked like from now on, he wouldn't need to worry about food on Earth. And that's where our video ends for today. That was the summary of this part of the story. If you have any thoughts, leave them in the comments below, and don't forget to leave a like. Subscribe and hit the notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, hello and see you again. Bye-bye.